Fade orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
See, it's easy. You throw the ball, you catch the ball, you pitch the ball, you hit the ball. You don't lollygag the ball around the infield, and you play 9 innings of baseball, and you score more runs than the other team. It's not that hard. Congratulations for all you who gave up on the Giants. You gave up on the season. I think I was on record giving up on April 5th, by the way. For all of you who gave up on the season, you missed a win last night. We get to play a win package for the first time in forever. Really, for the first time in 8 days since April 27. So Marcus was out there braving the drizzle or whatever it was. I was getting racked by a cold. Apologies for the Ricola. You will hear. How about that?
We've got live Ricola this morning.
Is that some AMSR? Is that some AMSR?
That is, dude. That competes with the spatula.
Is that, yeah, there it is. A free plug for Ricola, by the way.
And
Bigelow Tea,
Kapler.
which I've already knocked back at least one mug because we do have our mug here in the studio. Good morning, Marcus. They won a ball game.
Baby, we did it. The Giants finally won a game. It's been a while. It's been over a week. It's been a long 8 days, but last night they did it in the return home to San Francisco.
Trevor McDonald, come on down.
T-Mac.
Jesus Rodriguez catching, come on down. And by the way, we spent all show yesterday guessing what were going to be the moves, so we might as well give the payoff. Turns out, indeed, Gerard Encarnacion paid with his job for not being productive, for being on the interstate, for forgetting his glove, all those things that he did when he was here.
The ABS challenge.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's going to be his last moment in a Giants uni.
Running poles and laps.
Yeah.
Unless he clears waivers and goes to AAA Sacramento.
And there's a chance he could.
He was out of options. They had to designate him for assignment, so they could work at a trade or they could, or a team could pick him up off waivers. The other one was Will Brennan, who was part of Tony Vitello's criminally underused bench, which, among the many things that were discussed yesterday, on and off the diamond about the 2026 Giants, is that Tony V's got to start using his bench more. That was given by Buster. It was said by Tony himself. So Will Brennan was one of those guys who was like, yo, dude, I'm over here. You know, you can use me. And Christian Koss kept his job.
Yes, he did.
Koss kept his job. Mm-hmm. And I like that.
Yeah.
I like him.
I was a bit surprised, to be honest, because we talked about this yesterday. It feels like his role might be a little redundant now with Casey Schmidt moving over to the super utility spot. That's if Casey Schmidt's not in the lineup every single day after going deep again yesterday. But you look at him, you look at the fact that Jesus Rodriguez can play second base, can play third. So I thought maybe they would have kept Gerard just for a right-handed power option off the bench. But he has been showing us much power all season long, and really since he signed out of Mexico a couple years ago.
Yeah, you're right about that. And the other thing is, you're right, Koss becomes a little redundant. But I think what they're telling us is that between Christian Koss and Casey Schmidt and Jesus Rodriguez, we may be looking at the old Travis Ishikawa starting and left in the World Series situation, dude.
Yeah.
Giants have not been afraid to say, outfield, you go play there. So they've already mentioned that Casey Schmidt might grab an outfield. I don't know how I feel about that. He's a great third baseman, and he's right now their best hitter. But do you see him tracking down a fly ball in the gap?
You know, I was thinking about it. I can't really wrap my mind around it because my first thought is this guy is so good with the glove. I would assume he's never really played outfield in his life. But after the game yesterday, he was actually asked by John Shea, and he's like, yeah, I played a little outfield in high school. I played left, I played center, I played right as a freshman in high school. So that was quite a while ago. But hey, if you've got the skill set, even Tony Vitello said yesterday, there's no reason that an athlete like Casey Schmidt can't make that transition. I mean, we literally saw a guy like Fernando Tatis last night out in right field who has a cannon of an arm. Casey Schmidt has a great arm. If he could track down a fly ball, you got to find a way to get his bat in the lineup.
And as I said, they won a World Series just guessing on who their left fielder was going to be, dude. Travis Ishikawa was a first baseman, dude. He never played outfield. And they've played, they've had random ones. Hell, they had, 19 consecutive different left fielders on opening day, right?
A lot of different.
But anyway, we're taking our eye off the plot. We got to call this bad boy in because so many good things happen. Trevor McDonald, how about your new 8th, 9th inning guys? Keaton Wynn and Caleb Killian.
Yes, with the official news yesterday, Eric Miller is on the IL.
I know, and that was the thing Andy Baggerly told us yesterday during our interview. That's why you listen to the leader. You get information that was the knock on him. That's why the Phillies let him go. There's a lot to love when he's on the mound, but you don't love him when he's not on the mound because the old line, the best ability is availability. So that does open up a spot. What are you going to do with this kid, Trevor McDonald, who came with the nasty slider, who attacked the strike zone? 81 pitches, 60 strikes, no walks.
I mean, that two-seam / sinker that he was throwing all night long, it just seemed like he was attacking hitters, like right over the middle of the plate, going in on Tatis, going in on Machado. Made one mistake in the first inning. Jackson Merrill left that changeup hanging over the plate, but you got to learn at this level, if you hang it, they're going to bang it. That was the one mistake he made all day, but outside of that, just consistently attack the zone.
Give me a solo shot anytime, brother. It's like Caleb Killian. Gave up a solo shot in the ninth inning, made things a little hairy, and then attacked a guy like Fernando Tatis, who looks like he's a little lost out there, by the way. He has no home runs. He went 0 for last night. His long, slow walks back to the dugout showed something was going on. I was on a little bit on Padre Twitter last night. I guess they have I saw a thing. I was following Kevin Acee, my old buddy who covers the Padres for the San Diego Union Tribune, and underneath his comments, somebody said, Kevin, spread the word. And some Padre fan put out a thing saying, standing ovation for Fernando on Thursday. Let's get Fernando out of his own head. So, apparently there's a...
Yeah, well, remember the Phillies did this a couple years ago, and it seems like now everybody wants to do it. Like, I even saw one post going around on Giants social media last week that we should give a standing ovation to Rafael Devers and Willie Adames next week.
No.
I'm like, nah, how about we don't?
No, exactly. I just didn't know that it had gotten that bad for Tatis.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I mean, his power numbers have dropped off the face of the planet. And Murph, I really have no reason why.
Oh my God.
It wasn't like he got caught with anything and got in trouble.
Okay. I got you. I was trying to look up something about Trevor McDonald here. Dude, so McDonald, Killian Wynn, and my God, just give him the all-star nod right now. Luis freaking Arraez.
Bro, give him the gold glove as well.
Send my man to the All-Star game right now. Wow. What a display of baseball. Oh, by the way, you think a little motivated? San Diego Padres in the dugout? You can't play second? Oh, really? Go watch me pull Robbie Alomar out of a hat, dude. That was an incredible display. Any number of plays. Wasn't just
plays.
Wasn't just one. About 4 or 5 gold star plays by Luis Arraez out there last night.
But the fact that he made that play, barehanded, grounder, slow roller in the ninth inning, to get Jackson Merrill, who can fly down the bases, that was maybe the best play we've seen him make all year defensively.
How about the rocket? With the Padres had a runner on third, and that one hop rocket that ate him up, knocked him down. He still got up and made the play over and over and over again. He also had a couple of daring base running decisions on ground balls to short, where he was the runner at second, which went against the book, which is, ball in front of you, you stay. He went and he got Bogarts to throw high on one, and the other one he spooked Bogarts so much Bogarts didn't even throw. No. And he wound up scoring on the Devers sac fly. And another thing that happened last night, Rafael Devers, 2 RBIs.
I like that.
First time since April 8th.
Ooh, it's been a while.
So that all leads to Shane Robinson, first base coach, calling Rob Manfred. Manfred literally has no idea who's calling. It's been so long. Caller ID unknown. Then it says maybe, Shane Robinson. And he says, is this maybe Shane Robinson? He said, listen, best friend of Murph and Marcus, Rob Manfred, take it easy on us. It's been rough. Just put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, San Diego Padres 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful.
I want to say something to the fans. You guys need to get loud.
Make some noise for Tony's first.
Cholo mentality, gun ho.
God didn't put a spirit of fear in me.
Wow. Haven't heard Ride Like the Wind in a while. Dude, Pat Bailey's in the win package. Is Pat Bailey going to be on the team going forward?
He was in the game late last night.
He was.
Interesting that they kept Jesus Rodriguez as only the battery mate for T-Mac and took him out of the game once Trevor was done.
Yeah, a little bit going on there. Maybe a little late inning defensive replacement just to be sure. But yeah, it did coincide with McDonald's departure. We'll see, because when Dan Susak comes back,
Yeah.
They'll have a decision to make. We'll
there
see how
will
Rodriguez
be
makes.
some decisions to
And
make.
Buster did not commit. His quote was, why don't we just take it day by day and see how it goes? He said, why are you making me make a decision that I don't have to make right now? That's a big baseball thing now. There's always roster quandaries, and they're always like, do we have to make the decision? Let's just see what the blank happens there. So, hey, and for the first time in, was it 223 at-bats?
Oh.
Unless you count the catwalk that was denied by
I don't
Ramos.
count it. I don't count it.
We're leaving the yard. Casey Schmidt, number 5.
It's bye, baby.
Oh, man. Sounds as bad as ever.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
it
was going to
does.
say, it sounds so bad that it's so good.
Sounds as bad as ever. All right. Well, listen, man. Hey, talk about, man, they needed it like a baby needs his mama. I mean, my God, what a win for the Giants. They go back at it tonight. Logan Webb goes against Walker Buehler at 6:45. So much to discuss in terms of the roster moves, the machinations, the things that were said, whether it was Buster Posey or Tony Vitello. Big kind of, I'd say it was a turning point. But last year, we thought it was a turning point when they designated Lamont Wade, signed Don Smith, and Buster said it's time to go. And then they wound up, not going anywhere. Somebody wrote in yesterday and said, this is before the game, when they were on the 6-game losing streak, said, did Buster say it's time to blow?
Oh.
It's time to blow?
Oh, man.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, they've been playing like it. It's time to go down to Sacramento and poach a couple players.
1-0 in their last one. All right, we'll get the
undefeated in the Bryce Eldridge, Jesus Rodriguez era.
Yeah, Bryce looked good, by the way. I like Bryce with the sleeves, the mock turtleneck, the black cleats. A little Will Clark vibe coming off of him last night.
You love a good pair of black cleats.
Oh, I do. And by the way, he'll look like Dog S tonight because they'll be wearing some freaking purple.
That's right.
Going out here, man. Give me they look so good. Look at Casey Schmidt in the home green coming home right there.
Yeah, but you see, he's still got purple on his batting gloves.
Well,
yeah, those are the purple accessories, Murph.
I'll accept that as long as he leaves the yard. But tonight they'll look terrible, and then we'll try to soldier our way through it.
Just go win a ball game.
Just go win a ball game,
That's
even
it.
in the bad threads. On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's the John Joe Curley question of the day, and he wants to know, is the future now for the Giants, and can it save this season? My question is T-Mac going to get another start after last night's performance against the San Diego Padres? 808-KMBR is the number. If you want to give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on YouTube or on Twitch.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The best way I can say it, sum it up, is not a good road trip, not a great start, not a great first month. I know a lot about this organization and the fan base, and there's a lot of fans that probably at this point have had too much frustration, more than they deserve, or too much heartbreak. I feel like we're in debt to them a little bit. If anything, at least for Giants fans that have young people in their family, we had to have made up a little ground tonight. There's a little bit of a trade-off for some of those losses. Have your son or your nephew or your young player or a player you coach watch that game tonight. That is exactly how you want your son or your nephew or anyone you know or anyone you coach to play baseball, is the way he played baseball tonight.
Talking about Luis Arraez, who wants to show them San Diego Padres what they're missing. And man, oh man, God bless him. Where would the Giants be without him, even without a home run? This guy is the most impactful Giant by a good margin. I'm already giving him the All-Star bid. May 5th. Book your, July 13, 14, 15. Book it. I don't even know where it is this year. Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. It might be in Atlanta this year. That's just off the top of my head. I'm probably wrong on that. But yeah, regardless of what city it's in, Luis Arraez should be playing in the All-Star game because we've seen him do this before with the bat, but the steps that he has taken this year with the glove is really unbelievable.
Philadelphia is where he's going to go.
Okay.
Get Luis Arraez back because there's so many good memories there for the Giants after that trip they had there.
I can't wait to get back out there.
Well, you were out there, buddy. It was like a kill. Listen, Monday night in early May on a 6-game losing streak. I'm here to tell you that I lived through a long era of baseball with the Giants at Candlestick where a game like that would draw 6,100. 6,100. Did you guys top 6,100 last night?
Yeah, I'd say over 6,100. I don't know if it was the 33,000 that they announced was at the ballpark
Those
last
are, quote,
night.
tickets sold.
Yeah.
Because there's a season ticket base.
Exactly. And it felt pretty empty, especially early on. But we've seen that with the 6:45 starts. The Giants crowd has kind of turned into a late arriving crowd.
Dude, that has happened right before our eyes. And you're right. The 6:45 start is a thing. Something post-COVID. I don't know. But the Giants now, you can no longer rag on Dodger fans for arriving in the fourth
because
inning.
Giants fans will pour in the second, third inning and then be upset that you're sitting in their seat. But hey, that's another story for another day. Good amount of Padre fans yesterday. A couple holy sheet chants were going on yesterday.
The reverse Petco? They're going to get revenge for that whole
I didn't like that too much.
Decade-long run Giants had. Giants ran Petco for a decade. Those days are over
without question. No, exactly. Now you're seeing Brown at the ballpark. I'm like, well, Padre uniforms. Like, I didn't even know Padre fans existed until a couple of years ago. But I think my favorite thing I saw at the ballpark yesterday, I think it might have been the first one I saw all year. Our guy, Luis Arraez. I saw a Luis Arraez jersey, number 1 on the back, Arraez in a cream white jersey. It might have been one of the first Luis Arraez jerseys that I've actually seen at the ballpark.
Wait, the jersey wasn't like magenta or lavender or lime green?
No purple.
Cilantro
no purple lines.
green,
no clouds.
What was it? No,
no
it was
seagulls.
A home cream.
Traditional. I was like, ooh, Murph would love this, and I'm loving just seeing the support of Luis Arraez.
And so after the game, I know because you were, making your way home down the, what do we call that? The little walk you have there? The
did we determine it's Mission Creek?
Yeah. The creek stroll
The
you
creek.
had.
The creek cross the creek.
where you like to relax with your friends.
Yeah. Take a nice slow stroll home.
After the game, Luis is doing the NBC Sports Bay Area with Kylan Mills and Sean Estes. And she wore a green jacket last night. I said, it's a lucky green jacket. I said, Kylie, she's got to wear it again.
I want to see it tonight.
I saw her. I'm like, what is this, the Masters? But, hey, they won it, so wear it again. Estes in a tie last night. He was going formal.
Ooh, Mr. Sophisticated.
When they were doing their interview with Luis Arraez, out came Willie with the bucket. And Luis Arraez at the point now where he just said, okay, guys, hang on. He goes, let's just do this. And he just turned to him. He said, first they hugged, and then he's like, just do it. Do what you got to do.
Well, I saw in the video, he kind of gave him a stiff arm first. He kind of put his hand up and stopped him from doing it. Because he hold on a second,
he wanted to finish a thought.
And then they got to the bro hug.
And then the bro hug. And then it was a very anticlimactic, just sort of like a dousing down. And Luis said, it's cold and it feels good. Let's go on with the interview. Yeah. So he just kind of stripped all the surprise out of it. Willie's going to have to come up with a new surprise attack because everybody's on him now.
I know he's got to have someone set a screen for him, or he might have to put on the fake glasses and mustache,
or do it. I don't know, or send somebody else to do it. I don't know.
Maybe grab a squirt gun or something
like that. But anyway, he did do it last night. Giants get their first win since April 26th. The stars of the night: Trevor McDonald. Yo, let's discuss. And I want to give Dieter, that's right, Dieter, my man, some credit. Because I do remember about 2 years ago, I was driving near the end of the year, and he was talking T-Mac, Trevor McDonald. And I was laughing in my car. I'm like, why is Dieter talking about Trevor McDonald right now, bro? On the Giants' list of problems, it's or whatever, just, burning news stories. He's number 31 or whatever. But I was I'd always remembered that he had a Trevor McDonald praise riff. And sure enough, look at Trevor McDonald last night, the sinker and the slider and the competitiveness and the strike zone attack. So here's my question, Marcus. He was the guy to snap the skid. He had to bring the energy that had been lacking from the entire road trip. Here's the question. What do you do with him now?
Hell, if I could travel back in time, I'd probably let him pitch one of those doubleheader games out in Philadelphia instead of making him fly out and fly back over the course of 36 hours. But now, moving forward, he's got to stay on the roster. And we talked about the roster move that they made yesterday, placing Eric Miller on the IL. So they're in no hurry to send Trevor McDonald back to Sacramento right now. So I'm letting him hang out in the bullpen, hang out with the team for a couple more days, and we'll see how this Adrian Hauser start goes on Wednesday. And if Hauser doesn't have a good performance like we've seen multiple times this year, then maybe you think about making that move and putting Trevor McDonald in the starting rotation. Or at a minimum, you keep him around as an extra bullpen arm.
Yeah, okay. We'll keep him around. Yeah, because Eric Miller going to the IR. And they said they'll discuss, once again, this is one of these things, Buster Posey, he said this about Patrick Bailey yesterday. Let us take these things one day at a time. We're yeah, but we need answers now. But man, oh man, what a performance. And it raises the question, did Buster need to go dumpster diving, which is kind of a harsh phrase? Did he need to go bargain shopping for the Tyler Malleys and the Adrian Hausers when he had the Caleb Killians, the Keaton Wins, and the Trevor McDonald sitting right there? Now, would Giants fans have been upset if they broke camp with those young arms, saying, hey, man, these guys are unproven, this rotation is unproven? We might have been knocking him, saying, the Giants, they only have Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, everybody's unproven. But right now, all three of those guys, especially those guys who closed it out last night in the 8th and 9th inning, by the way, is that your new 8th and 9th inning? Okay, I know it was, a little matchup dependent. I know Eric Miller's on the IR, and Ryan Walker right now is taking a breather, although he warmed up last night.
Yeah, he did.
Don't think it didn't cause a stir in my living room when they showed him on the
I saw him get loose in the bullpen, and I was like, uh-oh, are we doing this again?
I said to my kids who were watching with me, I was like, you listen, I'm not asking for the guy to be banished from baseball. I'm just saying the next time I need him in a game, I need at least a 4-run cushion. All right, dude? At the time, it was 2-1. I was like, we're not putting him in with a 1-run lead right now, dude. No. And sure enough, he didn't. But he put in Keaton Wynn in the 8th, and Caleb. Now, Killian does give up a bomb to Ramon Laureano, which was, by the way, a tang.
Yeah, that was
Holy
tattooed.
Moly. 447.
That ball was tattooed.
Yo, that's one of the longer home runs you're going to see out there, man, on a cold night, too. So give Laureano some credit on that. But,
I'm just going to say we're going to talk to Dwayne Kuiper coming up. We're going to have some baseball. What to do with Trevor McDonald? What to do with Adrian? Hauser's got a 2-year deal.
Yeah, and that's why I even mentioned if Hauser does go out and has his best outing of the year, he would probably earn himself another start because of that pedigree. But you look at the bullpen options. I mean, T-Mac was a guy who we've seen be used as a reliever before. He pitched the entire game out of the stretch yesterday, so it seems like that would be an easy transition to maybe have him as a bullpen arm as an 8th or even a 9th inning guy.
Okay, yeah. In fact, Vitello did mention last night something about him as a potential
He
late
mentioned
inning guy.
at the end of spring training talking to Trevor McDonald about how if he doesn't make the starting rotation, he could see him closing out games in the future.
I mean, the
future is now.
He attacks the zone. He's got a nasty, still 2-seam piece. He's got a nasty slider, and he's got an attitude, man. He was walking some guys in AAA, but it seems like he got the adrenaline going last night. And he said Jesus Rodriguez is one of his favorite teammates.
Well, great call putting him behind home plate yesterday, but Jesus Rodriguez was not behind the plate his last 2 big league starts. Like we've seen T-Mac do this last year at the end of the season against the Dodgers and the Rockies as well, which makes it even more intriguing because to your point, his numbers were not great this year out in Sacramento.
Walked too many guys.
Walked a lot of guys.
Didn't
and
allow
his
any homers,
ERA
though.
was up a little bit, but yeah, not a lot of homers. Got tagged yesterday when he left a changeup hanging to Jackson Merrill in the first, but outside of that, he attacked the strike zone and was competitive all game long.
Solo shot. My own kid, I'll tell this story. We played this epic 11-year-old all-star NorCal playoff game down at Union Little League in San Jose, down near you, buddy, against McKinleyville. Epic game. It was an elimination game, and we're up 11-9 in the last inning. But it's one of those games where we've played like 4 days in a row, so we're at the bottom. We have like no pitchers left. And I love my son to death, but he's more of a first baseman than a pitcher. So he was on the mound, and he was not one of our guys. He was like our 7th or 8th guy. And I just said, we just got to get 3 outs here, baby. He got through like the 4th and the 5th or whatever. He gives up it's 11-9, gives up back-to-back solo tanks. Their place is going crazy. So now it's 11-11. I go out to get him, and I literally said to him, and this applies to last night, I'm like, hey, man, you're going to give him up. Make them solo. Mm-hmm. We're still in the game. Now go get your first baseman, man.
I literally had...
And we won the game in extras.
Yeah.
So there you
I
go.
had this same conversation. I was hanging out with Copes watching the game last night, and we were sitting there during the 9th inning. First of all, hilarious story with this Giants couple sitting behind us, and the girlfriend asked her boyfriend, like, hey, are the Giants going to bat again? And he was like, no, the game's over. They're going to win. And we both turn around like, bro, the game's not over yet. And then immediately the home run was hit, and we start staring down this dude. I was like, whose man is this? Whose man is this? But we talked about that topic. Like, I would much rather in a 2-run ball game see Caleb Killian give up a solo shot than what we saw the other day with Ryan Walker in the free 90s to start an inning. Like, you're much better off as a reliever with a 2-3-run lead, just allowing a solo run, keep the bases clear, do not start a rally, do not walk a guy, do not give out any free 90s.
There it is, buddy. We're all on the same page. And the only reason they had the 2-run lead is because Rafael Devers hit the sac fly he had to hit. When Arraez was on third. When Arraez took a daring move to go to third on a ground ball to short, and he had spooked Bogaerts from the first time he beat it, Bogaerts just went and got the out at first base. Bogaerts had a little bit of a rough night last night. So, all right, guest list on a Tuesday. Cinco de Mayo. Some would call it Drinko de Mayo, wouldn't they, huh?
Oh, some would, and I would be some of those people.
A Tuesday night, you can get after?
Oh, dude, it's a Taco Tuesday, Cinco de Mayo. I'm for sure getting some tacos and tequila before the game tonight.
Martes, right? Lunes, Martes. Isn't Martes Tuesday? That's Y2 Kyle here, young Kyle, on the board here.
I don't know how much Spanish Y2 Kyle knows.
Hablas Español?
Well,
Y2
they did teach Spanish at Gateway High. Do I remember any of it? No, not that much.
Lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábados, domingo, right?
Other, yeah.
Come on, baby.
No sabo.
Hoy es martes. See, now I'm going to try to say something. It's not going to work. Tu vas a beber on martes?
Oh, sí.
Okay, all right.
Señor, sí. Dos cervezas, por favor. Más. Now, here's the question of the day, because we used to have fun when young Tony was still on the show. Can Kyle Haar roll his R's?
Yeah, good question. Can you?
I think so.
You'll go ahead. Give me a Roberto.
There
it is. All right. That's good.
Give me a burrito.
Yeah.
Burrito.
I'm in, Kyle.
All right.
Now, the joke is Murph he has trouble, so young Tony would just outpronounce them on any Latin name on the show, essentially.
It's like I'm physically incapable of it. It's like some people can, they can do things with their tongue.
Hey now. I can tie a knot with a cherry.
Pause. El Cerrito, by the way, the guest list is sponsored by...
Means you're a good kisser, Kyle.
El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family. What you got, Kyle?
Well, yeah, we're going to dive into last night's game, them snapping that 6-game skid with Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30.
Yeah, let's go with Kuip Smoothie. You know what's funny? Even though the season's not going the way we want, we have gotten a few win Tuesdays for Kuip.
Just for Kuip.
I like that. So, yes. What else you got, bud?
Then we got Carmen Policy at 8:15, diving into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Awesome. Can't wait. That's a week from Thursday. Let's go. Yeah.
And some really good sound in the cooler of content you guys won't want to miss at 8:30. Before we talk to Tony Gwynn Jr., who does radio for the Padres. He's at 8:50.
You know what? I think the Padres fans believe that their offense is underperforming like the Giants' offense. Even though their record is 7 games better than the Giants, they've won a ton of games late with some kind of miracle finishes. But I was nosing around Padre Twitter. They're bitching and moaning about their offense. So we'll see.
Welcome to the party.
I know, right? Hold my beer, right?
And then we'll top it all off with some Warriors talk, actually, with Marcus Thompson at 9:15 as we still await the Steve Kerr decision.
Yeah, we could, for sure. And all right, well, sounds good. Let's get more into this situation. A lot was said yesterday. Tony Vitello asserting more authority. Buster Posey checking in on the underperforming veterans. There were some big things said yesterday. Get into them next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
3-2. He throws. Sheets swings and foul tips into the middle. Rodriguez, strike 3. Trevor McDonald, his 8th strikeout of the night. Man, has he pitched well. And that might be it for him. If so, what a 2026 debut for the still young right-hander Trevor McDonald.
Yeah, Dave Fleming on the call last night as Trevor McDonald finishes his 7th inning. 2 hits, no walks. 2 hits, both hits by Jackson Merrill. One of them being a solo homer that accounted for the only earned run. 8 strikeouts, 81 pitches, 60 strikes, just what the doctor ordered. What do you do with him now is the big question. We're just talking about it. We'll see what Adrian Hauser does tomorrow. We'll see how creative the Giants can get with maybe an injured list. I don't know, but man, oh man, the kid showed something. The old phrase, carpe diem, baby. Seize the freaking day. And my man carpe'd his diem last night big time. He also has we had Zach Beirudi yesterday from AAA Sacramento. He was the River Cats radio broadcaster, and he told us that Trevor McDonald was one of his favorite guys.
Yeah.
And I said, he's from Mississippi. He's kind of deep-fried Mississippi, isn't he? And he said, laughing, he's like, oh, man. He said, I just love talking to him. He said, even the guy calling up, because Beirudi, I guess, does the hotel accommodations, and he said the whole slingshot from Salt Lake City to Philadelphia and back, and McDonald was calling him going, Beirudi. He goes, I didn't check out. I just put a do not disturb on my door, man. I should be good. And he goes, oh, no, T-Mac, I checked you out. He's like, oh, Beirudi. So everybody said that. So you got just a little taste of it. Do we have some Trevor McDonald?
Yeah, so obviously did like the little experiment with being a reliever at the end of spring, then started the year in SAC, building back up. My last out in there, I think I was up to 5-70, so still in the progress of working up, but was able to get a little bit higher tonight.
Okay, it's pretty good Mississippi. I think the more you talk to him and the less noise in the background, you can really hear it.
Yeah, you can start hearing some of that southern drawl.
You got another one too? Just give me just some more Trevor McDonald out of Mississippi.
I mean, just being thankful for the opportunity to be up here. It's a big moment, big opportunity. Obviously, been on a little bit of a skid, so there was some, I guess, adrenaline's the word, to go out there and try to give us a spark, and do the best I can to help us get back on that winning streak.
Yeah. In fact, Beirudi told us, he said, hey, you're from Mississippi. You were born in Mobile, Alabama. He goes, hell, Beirudi, Mobile's the nearest hospital that works.
It's the only hospital to give a damn for.
I'll just take some more. You got a third cut for McDonald? Is that it? Is that the end of the McDonald cuts here? One more? Yeah? Here we go. Oops. Misfire. Here we go. Yes?
Good chemistry. He's one of my favorite players. Threw to him several times in SAC, and he did awesome back there tonight, his first big league game. It was fun to be a part of it with him.
Yeah, he's talking about Jesus Rodriguez. So there you go. Well, then Casey Schmidt does NBC Sports Bay Area with Kyla Mills and Sean Estes. He's talking about how he loves the Trevor McDonald vibe. Casey Schmidt after his home run.
He's an athlete. He's a hell of an athlete. He's awesome to be around too. I don't know if you guys have heard his accent, man. That accent's really nice to listen to.
Straight Mississippi, right? Straight Southern.
Oh my God! I want him to read me a story before I go to bed.
Why don't you tuck in there, Casey? I'll read you something right now here.
Yeah,
good night, moon.
Here's a warm glass of milk, Casey.
Good night, moon. Good night, Padres. Yeah. Good night, Fernando Tatis. Well, listen, some people saw some Bumgarner there, the North Carolina and all that, lefty versus righty.
I get it with the accent, but really, I love the accent that he had on that baseball last night. That two-seamer, that sinker, whatever the hell StatCast wants to call it these days, that thing was moving yesterday, and he was attacking the strike zones on all 4 quadrants.
StatCast says it was all sinkers and sliders, except for a couple of changeups, and as you noted, one of those left the yard.
Yeah, he left one hanging middle of the plate to Jackson Merrill.
But he only threw
mistake pitch.
Only threw 4 of them, and I guess he learned once he threw it, again, no more.
Yeah, but that also circles me back to the conversation about his future role, because if you're going to be a big league starter, you need 3 pitches. We've seen this before with Kyle Harrison and the changes he's made in Milwaukee, picking up that kick change now. We've gone through this process with guys like Keaton Wynn or even Hayden Birdsong. To be a starting pitcher at the big league level, you need 3 pitches. which brings us back to the idea if Trevor McDonald does not get another start, do you keep him on the roster as a bullpen piece? And you heard him mention that in one of those cuts. They experimented with him during spring training to have him pitch out of the bullpen. I thought there was a real chance he was going to break camp this year and make the big league roster on opening day as a bullpen arm. This is a guy that only pitches from the stretch, so you don't have to worry about him being uncomfortable going from the windup to the stretch. So it seems like that role is there if the Giants decide to keep him on the roster.
Sounds pretty good, and you're right. Yeah, last night he basically threw 2 pitches, so he may need to expand the repertoire there. One more on the pitchers before we get into the stuff Buster and Tony had to say about the veterans and the lineup and Casey Schmidt going forward is that Caleb Killian got his first save last night, so he gets the treatment. 18 pitches, 13 strikes. He does give up the solo tank to Ramon Laureano. You got to tip your cap on this one, but cut Z7, Kyle, about Caleb Killian assuming this high leverage role here.
I think there's a lot of guys we trust to do different things down there, but he probably is a guy that we trust as much as any in jam situations. 5th inning and Harper's up, or, all the way to the situation he was in tonight.
Caleb Killian, once traded for Chris Bryant, now has made his way back to the organization.
Dude, the full circle moment for Caleb Killian, really one of the best stories out of the Giants bullpen this year, from being traded to being brought back to the organization to being at the play ball lunch sitting next to me and John Joe Curley at the table. And Curley's asking me questions on who the hell is this guy, because he didn't even have a name or the number on the back of his jersey at the play ball lunch a day before the season started, to now potentially stepping in as one of the best pieces in this bullpen. And we saw him last night with that first career save.
28 years old, originally a Giants draft pick in 2019. That would have been Farhan's first draft. Thank you, Farhan.
Look at that.
Thank you, Farhan.
A nice Farhan parting gift.
8th rounder out of Texas Tech, although he was born in Anaheim. When we went to high school, I have to get to the bottom of that, too.
Yeah, and I saw last night was his first save since going back to Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
A little bit of experience closing in college.
I'm going to get the answers. I like a good high school here. Drafted out of Texas. Flower Mound High School in Texas. So he did grow up in Texas. All right, so he was born in Anaheim and grew up in Texas. So, all right, well, there's a little bit on the pitchers. But like we said, some big stuff happened yesterday in terms of Tony Vitello maybe beginning to grab the steering wheel a little bit after 34, 35 games, having to tell veterans maybe things they don't want to hear, and what that affects Casey Schmidt's status. Let's get into that next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the pitch to him. Swinging, he hammers one to left field. Way, way back there. Goodbye. And this game is tied. Casey Schmidt, he's had a lot of excellent at-bats so far this year.
I mean, the big thing was just to flush that road trip. You know, it obviously didn't go any way that we wanted to go. So that was the big thing, is just going out and flushing it. And it's a new series, new day. I mean, it was a great game out of everyone. And, you know, the plays that Louis was making out there were outstanding, and you know, Jesus behind the plate and Trev throwing the ball. You know, it was a great game all around for us.
Hey, Casey Schmidt leaving the yard per John Miller's description, and Casey Schmidt on NBC Sports Bay Area last night saying flush the road trip, and liking Louis and Trev and all his buddies who helped the Giants win last night. Good morning, everybody. Indeed, the Giants snap a 6-game losing streak. Quietly are 3-1 against the Padres this year. Is there a little bit of mini ownage going on here?
Quietly have a winning record against the NL West.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Maybe this is the first sign of the Tony V era. We're gonna beat the guys in our division. By the way, it is Cinco de Mayo. You're hearing the tunes. Is this in honor of Casey Schmidt, who had to tell the beat writers recently that he's like almost completely Mexican? Did you know that?
Casey Schmidt?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Wow.
That's the reaction everybody gets.
I was a bit surprised. I know that Christian Koss is half Mexican, but Casey Schmidt too?
I didn't know that about Christian Koss. So
what did we all learn today?
Yeah. In fact, Schmidt had to he was telling the reporter, he's like, nobody believes me. He's like, my mom is, I think one of his parents is completely Mexican. The other one's like half. Huh. He's like almost like 3/4 or something like that.
Schmidt isn't exactly a Spanish name.
I think there is a German, 808 KMBR, this is right up overnight Dave's alley. I think there's a German influence in Mexico, believe it or not. Yeah. I don't think we need to get into the historical reasons why.
I was going to say, I know there's a big German influence in Argentina, right?
Oh my gosh. You know what, buddy? For a guy who paints himself as a man, not a scholar, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
I will say, he was like, he wanted to play for Team Mexico in the World Baseball Classic.
Oh, sign him up.
Yeah. Casey Schmidt. Well, Oscar Schmidt was one of the best basketball players in the history of Brazil. He just died like a couple weeks ago. That was a big loss. And if you ever followed Olympic basketball, so Schmidt, but that's German, South America, as you said. Let's not get into that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. But yeah, Casey Schmidt doing his thing and talking about his crew. But listen, that's the guy we want to talk about here in this segment here is the big sea changes of calling up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, which we talked about all yesterday morning. They both started last night. I don't know. Might start tonight. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, how do you take him out of the lineup?
So here's the question. What do you do with Casey Schmidt? Now, this is something that we discussed yesterday and we saw last night. One option, give Matt Chapman a day. Now, that's something they don't usually do.
No.
But they gave him a day, and Schmidt held it down at third. Now, I don't know how Chapman handled the news. Here's another option I've already seen written by the beat writers and was already in my head last night. Well, then today, give Willy Adames a day. How do you guys feel about that?
I mean, that seems like the most logical choice to keep Casey's bat in the lineup right now because you're not going to sit down Luis Arraez. You're not going to sit down Devers after he had 2 ribbies yesterday. And I don't see them giving Matt Chapman back-to-back days off. So unless they kickstart this Casey Schmidt in the outfield experiment, Willy Adames in shortstop is really the only option today.
So I see like 4 options for Casey Schmidt. I see 1, he gives Chapman the occasional day. 2, he gives Adames the occasional day. 3, he does give Devers the occasional day, even if Devers had 2 RBIs last night at some point, despite Devers playing 163, get him off his feet. And then every now and then, give Eldridge or give He hits for Eldridge. Eldridge sits.
He can slide into the DH spot.
Then the fifth option is the outfield, right? So here's Buster Posey addressing it here last night. He showed up and did a little pregame hit here with the writers, as he does. That's what a leader should do. You got to show your face at this point in time and answer the question. So I think we'll go with cut Z, Kyle, about Casey Schmidt from Buster Posey.
For you, when you add Bryce to this mix, when your best hitter has been your DH, Casey Schmidt, how do you envision this going? And is it going to be something where some of the veterans maybe have to take a little bit of a step back?
That's how we envision it. Casey has been playing well, and I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of mixing and matching and trying to get some of the matchups that are favorable for us with Casey in there. And he's shown in the past that he can move around the field and play some different positions. So right now, that's how I see it transpiring.
So what'd you think of that answer there?
I like it. Yeah. I'm not going to punish Casey Schmidt for the poor performances of other players because at this point, the Giants are kind of saying, we've got to put our best 9 out there. And when you're putting up these type of offensive numbers, I'm right there with them. And I think that's a good thing to create some of this competition. Like we talk so much about the difference between Tony V at college versus in the bigs. Well, in college, yeah, I know there's NIL money now, but nobody cares about guaranteed money. You're putting out your best 9 every single day. You're sticking with your hottest hitters. So I want to see Tony Vitello kind of preach, or should I say practice what he's preaching a little bit, or at least what we saw from him at the college game. Casey Schmidt is the hottest bat in the lineup. You got to keep him in there, and I would say the same thing about Trevor McDonald. After that start yesterday, I want to see T-Mac get another start. I want to see these guys rewarded based on their performances, not based on their paychecks.
Are we going no more Mr. Nice Guy? Who was that? No more. Is that Motley Crue? It's not Motley Crue, is it? Who sings that?
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
I'm going to be doing that.
No more.
By the way, the Giants, speaking of no more Mr. Nice Guy, they took 2 of the TVs in the clubhouse yesterday that are usually showing, ESPN or whatever, showing games, MLB Network, and they turned 2 of the TVs into graphics that just burned on the screen. One of the graphics said, Team SF, OBP 287, on base percentage, of course, rank 30. Oh. So the guys walked around, they're padding around in their sliding shorts with their paper plate of macaroni and cheese or whatever they're doing before the game, Although that used to be the day, man. Nowadays, they get they go in, there's a gourmet chef cooking, like some guy they fly in from Paris, France to cook them a meal.
Filet mignon, whatever you want.
When I covered the A's in 99 and 2000, back when, dude, first of all, that was 25, 26 years ago, number one. Number two, the A's were not spending money. Bro, those guys, the spread those guys got was barely above whatever you got at summer camp, bro. Oh. It was paper plates, plastic forks. It was like bad stuff just sitting in those trays of water. I was like, oh my God. I was like, bro, this is the bigs?
Those cheap SOBs.
This is the bigs? Come on. Plastic forks like breaking on the styrofoam plates and all that. Anyway, the Giants, as they're walking around in their sliding shorts and their flip-flops, are looking up at the screen and seeing they're getting roasted by their own clubhouse, telling them, hey, you suck.
Yeah, get on base, you bum.
Yeah. Now, they had another TV showing a graphic that said Team SF BB/9, meaning walks per 9 innings. 3.9, and then it said rank 23. Now, I thought that meant how many walks they're drawing, but they're not drawing 3.9 walks a game. So Bagley said it was about the pitching. They thought the pitchers were walking too many guys. I didn't know that was a problem, but apparently it was, and that's what Trevor McDonald attacked last night.
Yeah, there have been some walk issues. Adrian Hauser has got his totals up a little bit. Tyler Malley has had some issues with the walk. Even Wemby a little bit with his control and adjusting to the ABS system. So I think maybe that was part of the message and why Tony Vitello praised a guy like Trevor McDonald last night for attacking the strike zone and being so competitive when it came to throwing strikes.
So here's Buster about those, no more Mr. Nice Guy, telling the veterans they're going to have to sit sometimes.
It's challenging because you appreciate they all want to be in there every day. Of course. But at the same time, I got to live it. And sometimes when you're off, a little bit of a reset is a good thing. So, yeah, it's a consideration. I think that we have to be considerate about being strategic. Like, can you give a guy a day off before an off day? And now maybe he's getting 2. So, yeah, we're taking all that into consideration.
Okay. So, like, for example, they have an off day Thursday. Said maybe do you give Devers a day Wednesday and he gets 2 days off?
Maybe.
And he comes back a little fresher.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly. So it's going to be creative, dude. Yeah. Every day, the lineup every day is now going to be very interesting.
I would say this is a good problem to have for a team that's been the worst offense in Major League Baseball. I'm not going to sit here and complain about having too many bats. They're going to have to mix and match, and this is what we're going to see, what type of manager Tony Vitello is, and if he can have some of these tough conversations with some of these veteran players.
Yeah, there's a quote in here in one of the stories I read. I don't know if we have the audio. We have all this audio. I'm not sure. Do we have the one where he talks about a hockey team and it's time to push forward? I'll read it for you guys. Vitello said, after Sunday's loss in Tropicana Field, there were some words. Quote, there was a lot of things to talk about, Vitello said. It's not like we can change out like a hockey team and get 9 fresh guys out there, but it'd be good to have some fresh legs. That's what we were just talking about. He goes on to say, there was a lot said in the last couple of days, and it's time for us to push forward. Not just the coaches, but everybody should have a little bit of edge to them. How about that? A little bit of edge. Our fan base deserves that at the very least, but also what we've done is not working. So there's got to be a change in mentality, attitude, and then the actions that go with it too. You can't just have thoughts. So is Tony grabbing the steering wheel a little bit?
I think he is. Yeah. And he needs to, because it felt like this car was starting to drive off course, losing 6 straight games in the fashion that it happened, getting walked off 3 different times in 1 week. It was starting to feel really, really bad. But there's still a lot of baseball left. And that even goes back to what Buster Posey was saying about some of these veteran players. Like, I know it's easy to pile on Willie Adames and Rafael Devers. Trust me, we've been doing it the last 3 weeks here on The Sports Leader. But you need those guys to carry your offense if you plan on having any type of success, not just this season, but the next 3 to 4 as they're still under contract.
Yeah, by the way, 2 things. 1, you're listening to KBR AM and KBR FM San Francisco, The Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. And 2, thanks to the Alice Cooper Army that stepped up to remind me that.
No more.
Mr. Nice Guy. It was Alice Cooper. My bad. How could I? It's early. I'm on Ricola. Dude, I'm on NyQuil.
Yeah,
I'm on everything.
It happens.
You're going to have to forgive me, man.
It's live radio.
You're going to have to forgive me here. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. They all say Alice Cooper. I got you. And 808-KMBR is the phone number. People are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 408 says, does Tony V need his guys? He's starting with a buffet of leftovers there. 310 says, yes, go ahead.
I would say he's starting to get some of his guys.
Yeah.
Drew Gilbert was literally his guy at Tennessee. Blade Tidwell is now back in Sacramento. That's literally one of his guys. And I think he looks as the youth on this team as his guys as part of the future. Like, he looks at Bryce Eldridge. We've talked to him about their relationship, going back to him trying to recruit Bryce when he was in high school to go play at Tennessee. I'm sure he looks at Casey Schmidt and Jung-Hoo Lee as one of his guys, even though that came from a prior regime. He was just out in South Korea with Willie Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee this past offseason. So he views all those guys as his guys. I don't think he's sitting around saying, man, I can't wait for 3-4 years for a fresh slate of players.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's very interesting. And listen, I mean, we overreact to every loss. We overreact to every win. I mean, they go out there tonight and lay an egg. We're back here Wednesday morning bitching and moaning and everything.
We'll rip them.
But, this and the other thing I would say skeptically is that in June of last year, they made the changes. Changes made uptown again. They get rid of Lamont Wade. They bring in Dom Smith. They trade for Rafael Devers. They're 10 games over. Buster says it's time to go. And they go ... in reverse is what they do. So we've seen it before. We got to caution ourselves a little bit about it. But we thought the dust up in Cincinnati on April 16th was going to change them, and it did for a while. So we go through these phases. It did. They won 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
and we thought things were good. I mean, really, so much comes down to, bro. I hate to, I know it's 162, but so much comes down to those 2 blown walk-offs in Philly, man. Those were brutal. Those were devastating. We're going to be licking our wounds and stitching our wounds for a long time from that one, man. So, I mean, yesterday was a start, and it was new blood. Trevor McDonald, Jesus Rodriguez, Bryce Eldridge, Casey Schmidt at third, giving Chapman a day. What they do with the lineup today to change it up, we'll see. But just something different, right? Something to change the energy, something to change. As Tony said, you can't just have talk, you got to have action.
Yeah, you can't just keep running out the same lineup every single day when they continue to struggle. And Tony has moved guys around in this lineup, and to his credit, they kept Casey Schmidt over at third yesterday. We'll see how they find a way to fit him into the lineup today. They've also talked about the possibility of Casey Schmidt getting an outfielder's mitt and playing out in the outfield as well. Kyle Hart, if you could dig it up in the system, Casey Schmidt actually talked about this yesterday, going back to his high school days where he does have some experience playing outfield. Here was Casey Schmidt when John Shea asked him after the game if he could pick up a glove and go out to the outfield.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm open to anything. yeah, just do whatever I can. But yeah, I mean, I think I could be able to do it.
You were a good outfielder as a freshman and sophomore.
I was pretty decent. Yeah, I wasn't too bad. I played let's see, my freshman year I played left field, and then a little bit of center, and then I played right like my sophomore year for a good, at least half the season, half the high school season.
Listen to Casey Schmidt with his outfield history. This was down at Eastlake High School in Chula Vista, where they raised Mexican. By the way, I cleared it up. His mother was 100% Mexican. His father's half Cuban.
Oh.
So he's 75% Latino.
Wow.
Yeah.
Young Tony didn't call out the Cubano effect.
Right.
The factor. Like, that's the connection right there.
Come on, Tony.
Come on, Tony. This is why we fired you.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, the point is that, so Casey Schmidt could grab a glove and be like Eastlake High School.
I mean, I think the first time that we see a lefty on the mound take Drew Gilbert out of the lineup, move Jung-Hoo Lee over to center field, put Elliot Ramos out in right, and give Casey Schmidt an opportunity in left.
Or do you put Schmidt in right?
Nah, I don't want him playing the wall.
Okay.
The bricks are too complicated, I think.
You okay with Ramos in right?
Yeah, when Ramos first got called up his all-star season, he actually played right field pretty decently and threw out a couple of guys playing the wall.
So now we're getting away from the whole I want to know my lineup every day thing.
I just want Casey Schmidt in the lineup every day.
Well, I think the reason why we're getting away from I want to know my lineup every day thing is because it wasn't working. It wasn't working, and that's when you put Jalen in.
I know Patrick Bailey is the better catcher, but it wasn't working. So you put Jesus Rodriguez in.
415 says, I'm so happy Schmidt is swimming and not sinking. True story.
Yeah, good for Casey.
415 says, I can't understand why manufacturing runs is not the main focus and operating system of the Giants because the factors that make it difficult to score runs in this ballpark. You would think they would be stealing bases, hitting the ball the other way into gaps, bunting, and doing whatever it takes to get on base to get to run to the next base. Bro, you are preaching my freaking language. When Ramos tripled off the right field wall last night, I was jumping out of my chair for going the other way. And there was a case, Ramos was up. Who was on second? Arraez and Ramos. I said to my kids who were annoyed, I said, he has one job. He's got to get that run. And he hit a ground ball to short. He did not try to put the ball to the right side. And Arraez took a chance and went to third and got lucky that Bogaerts threw it a little high. That was a big moment in the game because Ramos didn't do his freaking job. Arraez took a little bit of a chance based on where he thought the ball was and maybe what he knew about Bogaerts as his old teammate, perhaps.
And even with all that, Hector Borg didn't even get him thrown out this time.
Dude, and Borg was crouched down in the grass giving the safe sign like he had something to do with it.
Oh, he did. Yeah. I'll give him credit.
By the way, I want to say this. Somebody wrote in and said Ron Washington deserves, some sort of medal for the way Arraez is playing defense.
Oh, yeah, all the praise in the world.
Why was it Hector Borg hitting ground balls to my man Bryce Eldridge before the game yesterday?
Great question.
I don't know about
I
this.
don't have an answer for you.
Let wash be wash,
Yeah,
Borg.
let wash do wash things.
You got to stay out of the way, bro. Let wash be wash.
I mean, Ron Washington is out here just creating Gold Glovers.
I know.
We've seen it with Marcus Semien, and damn, this year Luis Arraez is playing like a Gold Glove second baseman.
That's what I'm saying, man, too. All right, guys. 831 says, does this mean Casey can roll his R's like Y2 Kyle?
Definitely.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah,
There you go,
definitely
Kyle.
think
you already have a reputation there, kid. And 646 says, who would have guessed that Casey Schmidt, Luis Arraez, and Jung-Hoo Lee would be the Giants' best players so far?
Yeah, the funny thing is, a couple weeks ago, we probably would not include Jung-Hoo Lee on that list.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Would you sit Adames, Devers, and Chapman for more than just a handful of games, like 10 to 20?
No. Like consecutively?
No,
or like
no.
total?
I'm talking about when the season's over. And you look, should they be playing 140, not 158?
Well, it depends. If they continue to hit 195 on the season, then yeah, you're going to take more days off. But I've also seen people throwing out the deal like, you should just bench Rafael Devers and Willie Adames for a week straight. Like, I don't think these guys are going to get better without seeing pitches and seeing the baseball. We'll see how the season plays out, but if they continue to struggle, yeah, that's going to lead to more days off and more opportunities for the young guys like Casey, Bryce, and Jesus.
Even if they're not struggling, just long-range planning, these guys are better when they're a little more rested. Give them a little more rest. Just something to think about.
Yeah, Matt Chapman now 33 years old.
Yeah.
Well into his 30s.
Right? Mike Trout's 34 and having a career year. Hey, Buster Posey on, calling out the veterans here and how they need to get them out. Cut X here, Kyle.
Offense is obviously the one that we're all pointing to, and rightfully so. The biggest thing for me, and I've been saying it for a while now, it feels like our guys are trying to go get everything back in one swing or one at bat. And I'm just a firm believer that you really just have to compartmentalize and try your best to chip away. And hopefully that's a place that we're going to get. And look, in all reality, we're going to need our veteran players that hit in the middle of our order to help lead us out of this. I mean, we're going to have them be productive for us to get out of this funk that we're in.
All right, that was Buster on NBC Sports Bay Area, calling out the veterans and saying, just take it pitch by pitch. Go the other freaking way. Elliot Ramos, when there's a runner on second with less than 2 outs.
Do a job. You don't need to leave the ballpark every single at-bat. I was stoked just seeing Rafael Devers hit a sac fly last night and score Luis Arraez from third base.
Yeah, that was actually a big at-bat for him. Adames did have a couple of strikeouts last night. They throw the high fastball right past him. He's still at 197. So there you go. All right, well, listen, we wanted to address that big, giant elephant in the room about what do you do with Casey Schmidt? What do you do with the veterans resting? And how about the fact that they called up Bryson Jesus, and we were all about Bryson Jesus, and we made them hum babies. And it turns out it was Trevor all along.
Yeah,
Trevor McDonald.
It was T-Mac.
Number 72, bro, doing his thing out there.
Old McDonald had himself a hell of an outing.
Dwayne Kuiper is going to join us at 7:30 on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk to my man Steve Moscowitz bright and early on a Tuesday morning. Steve's our tax attorney, and there are guys and gals with unfiled tax returns out there. So, Steve, I have an unfiled tax return. What do I do? I got to call you, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? So many people call and say, hey, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And they think they're all alone. Folks, if you haven't filed a tax return even for years, you're not alone. You got a ton of company, and we have a ton of help for you. The bottom line is most people don't file because they don't have the money to pay, and that's okay. The first thing we do is we go ahead and we file all the returns we need to file. Then we make a deal for you, and we want to make a sweet deal, a deal that lets you live your life, and we know you got kids to feed and bills to pay, and that's okay. We take care of everything. Just think about the difference. No more looking over your shoulder. No more worried about it's the day the IRS agent shows up. You just live your life, enjoy the games, enjoy your family. Let us do anything for you. You don't talk to the government. That's our job. We have a free consultation. We explain everything. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Yep, that's him. That's tax attorney Steve Moscowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Pitch on the way. Slider grounded softly to second. Racing in and with a barehanded pickup. Arraez over to first. He got him. Wow. What a play.
Man, 100%. That's why I got a routine every day with Rob Washington and Borgie. So I prepare my hands, my legs, and then I just need to go there and have fun.
There were so many different plays that Luis Arraez had last night. I'm thinking about that line shot that almost ate him up. I'm thinking about that slow roller. He went to his right one time, dude. It's one of the more shocking developments of the season has been his play at second base, dude. I mean, it's not just passable and it's not just excellent. It's like Is there a better second baseman right now defensively in baseball? I mean, I'm not looking around at defensive stats and metrics. I guess I should before I say something stupid like that. But
well, I can tell you because I've seen a lot of those stats and metrics popping up on Twitter and social media right now. And according to the outs above average stats, he is the best defender at second base right now. Like, he's one of the best defenders in baseball the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, and who knows? How can it? This is what we talk about. This labels. Guys get labels. Yeah. And label hits you, and we get labels around here, buddy.
Yeah, we do.
You know what I mean?
Oh, trust me, I got plenty of labels.
We label the kids in the bullpen all the time. But label, he can't do it. He can't do it. He can't do it. And man, oh man, he wants to show San Diego what he can do.
Yeah, imagine being one of those Padre fans or any member of the organization watching Luis Arraez and seeing what he did on the field last night. But I mean, it wasn't just last night. To your point, he's been doing this all season long, going back to spring training when we sat down and talked to him about working with Ron Washington every day. And we talked to him about his decision to come to San Francisco because the Giants were, sounds like it, the only team that even offered him the opportunity to play second base.
And does that go back to the metrics and the analytics, people just not wanting to believe in a guy because of OAA and range and all that stuff?
I would say yes. And it brings me back to our conversation with Ron Washington when we asked him about some of those advanced metrics and analytics. And he goes, look, it's good to have those, but bring them to me and I will tell you how I can still make a better player, how I can improve those analytics. Just don't say the analytics are the end all be all. Like, let me get my hands on this guy. Let me do some work. And we're seeing that work pay off this year.
I'm holding up my laptop to the screen here. I know you can't see it, but just look. Do you see the red?
I do.
Red is good.
That's a lot of red.
Red is good. Blue is bad. And in range, in fielding, 99th percentile, okay? In fielding run value, the overall one, ready? 100th percentile, literally at the top of the freaking food chain, dude. He's at the top of the food chain. So
it's unbelievable.
Now here's the question is, what's it going to cost to keep this guy around here?
Yeah.
And he's not really the same way, the way that Bryce Eldridge Devers thing was weird because Devers is kind of blocking Eldridge. There's really nobody he's blocking unless you're looking down in the lower levels, the Johnny Levels, the Luis Hernandezes, the Joshua Gonzalezes.
Yeah, a lot of middle infielders in the system, but they're still a couple years away. Really, the only thing that he could potentially be blocking is Casey Schmidt every day at second base.
Yeah.
But right now, you want both those guys in the lineup.
That's true. Casey, you can't, we're talking about where to put Casey, and we're moving him around like a chess piece, but you don't want to put him at second.
No, not a lot of people are suggesting giving Luis Arraez a day off.
My God. Luis Arraez doing his hitting 316. Have we checked? Have we pondered? I heard overnight Dave saying this. Have we pondered the possibility of another batting title?
I would not be surprised.
And does anybody still like batting titles, by the way?
I still like them.
You do?
Overnight Dave still likes them.
I'm going to go here right now.
I'm sure Luis Arraez still likes them.
And by the way, this whole idea of, I have officially made the switch to just, I'm not even doing National and American anymore. When I look at my stats, I just look at Major League Baseball. There's no difference.
It's all the same.
Well, they play a balanced schedule now. Mm-hmm. Everybody plays the same amount of games other than your division, right? Everybody plays their division a little bit more. But you're playing every team in the league, and every team in the league is playing under the same rules. Mm-hmm. What's the point? Why do we even have leagues anymore other than just to create the illusion of a World Series here?
Illusion.
All right, in the National League, actually, there's a fair number of people. What's going on?
Ooh.
More people hitting over 300 right now. I know Dwayne from Stockton used to call in and say, man, Murph, you know how it used to be when we watched 300 hitters. Well, right now, Ildemardo Vargas of Arizona, Otto Lopez of Miami, Xavier Edwards of Miami, Ozzie Albies in Atlanta, Nick Gonzalez in Pittsburgh. Do you guys have him in your fantasy team?
He might be.
Michael Harris in Atlanta, Troy Johnston in Colorado are all hitting at or better than Luis Arraez.
Interesting.
So those are not many big names there other than Ozzie Albies. But
well, I'm just glad that some type of skill when it comes to contact is getting back to the game, it seems.
So what's going on? Is it the ABS? Is it a re-emphasis on contact?
I think there
or is
might
it just
be
early in the season and all these guys will drop off?
Yeah, I mean, that is also probably the number one option that we'll see if these guys can consistently do it for a full season. But I do think we're seeing a bit of a shift when it comes to overall kind of philosophy. When we've seen so many people get obsessed with the launch angle and exit velocity the last couple of years, a big reason why teams were not interested in signing guys like Luis Arraez because he does not have exit velocity or launch angle or some of the numbers that you're looking at when you're trying to make a math equation turn into a home run. And I think you see it with teams like the Miami Marlins and even the Tampa Bay Rays this past weekend with the bunting and the small ball. There is a small movement of getting back to small ball just to kind of zig when everybody else is zagging.
All right, so it's not a sea change, but maybe a slight pushback. It is also early. It's May 5th, so we'll see. We should probably check back on August 5th and see how many of these guys are in 300. But maybe there is a slight a shift back. I remember I saw this from, I think it was Matt Chapman. Was it Chapman or was it, who was the Toronto Blue Jays slugger? Was it Matt Chapman? Somebody, it was like 6 or 7 years ago.
Josh Donaldson.
Yeah,
he was like the OG, the creator of the launch angle.
I saw he said he was wearing, it was like 2018 or something. And I was reading a story that he was, the reporter was interviewing him while he was taking swings. And he was wearing a T-shirt that said, "Just say no to ground balls." And I was like, huh, all right. I mean, listen, I'm not looking to hit a ground ball, but what does he mean, just say no to ground balls? And it was the advent of the launch angle.
Yes.
We're just trying to hit everything in the air.
He was probably the number one advocate.
Bringer of rain is not, wasn't that his Twitter handle?
Yeah, on the bringer of launch angle.
It wasn't bringer of earthworms in the ground, right?
Which is funny because, yes, he was playing for Toronto Blue Jays. Obviously was an Oakland A before that, but you look at the Toronto Blue Jays and they kind of set the model last season for a team that almost took out the Dodgers. Everybody's trying to figure out a way. How do you beat the Dodgers? How do you beat that payroll? How do you beat Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto? Well, the Blue Jays were only 90 feet away, and they did it by having one of the best contact hitting teams in baseball. And that's why Buster Posey poached away Hunter Ments and took him from the Toronto Blue Jays organization, because I believe Buster Posey does want to have more of that small ball approach when it comes to contact first. It hasn't resulted in the greatest results early on this season, but I do think, to your point, there is a small shift when it comes to overall baseball culture and philosophy.
Okay, I'm with you. Jesus Rodriguez is a contact guy. By the way, get used to that funky stance, huh? That left foot is turned inward. The bat is held in a strange
He's got
spot.
his hands tucked in before he pulls them back.
His swings were balanced. He just hit balls right at guys last night.
But think about not just him, but Parks Harbor, who was included in the Camilo Duvall trade. Like, he's a high contact guy. Gavin Keelan, Trevor Cohen, a couple of their first and second round draft picks the last couple of years. Like, it seems like they are building more of a contact first approach throughout the levels in the organization. We'll see if it does ever come to fruition at the big league level.
408 says, how do we keep Luis Arraez? That will be an ongoing question as the season goes on. And then 925 with the cynical take on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, the one guy without a big contract is the only one playing well. Funny how that works.
Contract year.
I mean, Chapman, Devers, and Adames get into their, what do they call those cars? The Maybach? Is that what they call them?
Maybach, yeah.
Is that what I'm not a car guy.
Maybach music.
Aren't those really expensive cars?
Yeah, Rick Ross is always rapping about them.
Those guys get into their Maybachs knowing that their life is set for generations, whereas Luis Arraez gets into his 1991 Toyota, his Nissan Sentra, and he's hungry.
And that's why I respect Luis Arraez.
And that's when he plays for Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Them belly full, but we hungry. See, he's hungry.
We hungry.
All right. Dwayne Kuiper on a smooth Tuesday. Next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union, the local financial institution right here in the Bay Area. Just saw the good people from Provident last week. We're here in the Bay helping your savings grow. That's a good thing. You're going to check out the Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union because it fits your timeline. Do you need some money to grow for 3 months? Do you need some money to grow for 6 months? Do you need some money to grow for 12 months? You can choose any term and earn up to 3.50% annual percentage yield while you are saving. So it's flexible, it's easy, it makes sense. It's the Pick a Term certificates. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local community branch and step up your savings game. That raise effective May 5, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer. Start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuip on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday we talk to Dwayne Kuiper. He must be like, what's the big deal? I go to a game, the Giants win. He was away from the 6-game road trip when they went 0-6 with 3 painful walk-off losses, but Kuip gets back in the booth, and the Giants pull off a 3-2 win over the Padres last night with lots of action, big roster moves. In come Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. Out go Gerard Encarnacion and Will Brennan. On the mound is Trevor McDonald, dazzling everybody, throwing to Rodriguez in the crowd. So many different things happen, Kuip. I don't even know where to start, so good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kuip.
Yeah, you know what? I really appreciate the Giants, winning last night. Just from a selfish standpoint, if I had to do the show today.
Yeah, it is a show thing, right? Yeah.
What a stand-up group that is. I'm so proud of them. Dealing with the 6 losses on the road, and, when I spent the weekend in Reno, and I watched and listened, and I don't know what's more difficult, to not be there and suffer through this, or to be there and suffer through it. I do know this. The one thing I never enjoyed was when a team plays like that, and then you have to get on a plane for 5.5 hours. That's the tough one. Because, you got your stuff that you're going to do. You're going to watch your movies. You've downloaded some things on your iPad. You can read a book, music. Guys are playing cards. But it's not as much fun. And I know that they had to sit on that plane from Tampa to San Francisco. They didn't get in until, 10:30, 11 o'clock. And they sat on this one. So it was good to see that they came out and, look, in the blink of an eye, they're losing 1-0. And then all of a sudden, Casey Schmidt comes back and lets you know that they're in it for the fight. So I agree with you. A lot of things happened last night. And I'll tell you the one thing that stood out for me, and that's why I took him on the post-game wrap, was Caleb Killian, who at the end, after he gives up the home run to Liriano, he's got the beef coming up now in a 1-run game, and that's Tatis, Merrill, and Machado. And he strikes 2 out of those 3 out. And he gets a great play from Luis Arraez. So all in all, that was my take on the game. And I just thought it was just a well-played big league game. And that's something that we needed to see.
Yeah, Kipe, I'm with you. I think two of the most important moments in the game last night came when Caleb Killian was able to settle down after giving that home run up to Laureano, but also Trevor McDonald able to settle down after giving up that first inning home run to Jackson Merrill. So talk to us about what you saw from T-Mac yesterday, whether or not he deserves another start after that performance, or what do you think his role could be with this team?
You know, I don't think the home run bothered him at all. I think he probably felt, look, it's the second hitter of the game. You know, my stuff was good in the bullpen. I feel good, and you know, after that, he just kind of shook it off. You know, I listened to a bunch of people say, "Well, why did he go out there for the eighth?" And if you look at innings pitched for him in Sacramento, he never went more than 5, and most of his other starts were 2 or 3 innings out of the bullpen. So I'm not sure that he was arm strength was there to risk going out in the 8th inning. I mean, I thought the same thing. I said, look, he's throwing great. Let's run him out there. But then when you look at the numbers, it just didn't play along with you know, having him risk going out there for the 8th inning. Plus, you'd hate to see the guy blow up in the 8th, and then it would ruin his night. And then you don't even look back and see how well he pitched for 7 innings. So, anyway, good for the bullpen with Wynn and Killian, because if you don't nail down that one, then you got some problems.
Oh, boy. Yeah, let's not even put that in the universe. But, man, oh, man, it'd be really interesting to see what they do with Trevor McDonald. Going forward, Eric Miller goes to the IR, so there is some flexibility there. And Wynn and Killian, big night for those guys. We got to go to your position. We got to go to second base. I know we'll talk about Bryce and Jesus and all that, but, man, oh, man, Kipe, that second baseman is playing some great baseball all the way around. I don't even know. Which was your favorite play last night? There were so many. There was like 4 or 5.
I know, you're right. I mean, I think the importance of that play in the 9th inning. I mean, look, all of a sudden you got a 1-run game. He does strike out Tatis, but, I mean, Jackson Merrill, he can do just about everything, include run. And I said it on the wrap last night. I said, you know, look, I was really cocky when I played. And for me, it's like every time he made a great play, I wanted Arraez to look at his dugout and say, hey, you played me at first base last year. And but he didn't. And I think the Padres realize now that the kid can play second. He was great.
Kipe, we've now gotten to the point where we're shuffling around this infield, trying to figure out ways of how to get Casey Schmidt into the lineup, but nobody is bringing up Luis Arraez as an option at second base because of the way that he's playing. But what is your game plan? How do the Giants keep Casey Schmidt in the lineup? He had another home run yesterday. How are the Giants going to mix and match to keep that bat in the lineup, Kipe?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take, it's going to take a little bit of work to figure this out. But I do think that he's probably going to start taking some fly balls in the outfield. We're not talking about slotting Casey Schmidt in left or right field every day. I mean, this is an option where you can give one of those guys a rest out there and play him. I think I heard Murph say, maybe Adames gets a day off, Schmidt plays short. Maybe that happens today, or maybe it happens tomorrow, but I do think it's going to happen. So he's going to get his at-bats, and you know what? He absolutely deserved it. I think what Buster said was so true and so to the point, where you cannot punish this guy for other people not doing their jobs. So why punish him? So he's going to get his at-bats. I mean, probably center field and behind the plate are the only two spots that he can't play, but he's pretty talented athletically, so he's going to get his at-bats.
You just never know how these storylines evolve. Like we said, next thing you know, Travis Ishikawa is starting in left field in the World Series,
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Boch left him in late in the game against that Cardinal team in order for him to get one more at bat.
Oh, my God. That worked out.
And then he hits it out of the park.
That's old Boch for you. So we've buried the lead. I mean, if we were doing this interview yesterday, it was all about Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. That's all we talked about all morning long. Now, Gerard Encarnacion and Will Brennan get the brunt of it. And for Gerard, that's a DFA. He's out of options. I don't know if you had a thought on that, but man, Bryce, what you thought about seeing him back last night? Because we saw him last year at the end of the year. So it's not his first big league at bat. But Jesus Rodriguez, it was his first big league at bat. And he also caught a game. The big thing, Kuip, was can this guy catch a big league game? Well, my goodness, he caught a great Trevor McDonald outing. So your reaction to those call-ups and how much do you think we'll see those guys?
Well, I think Rodriguez is going to play. I think a hot player plays. Now, maybe it's 4 times a week, maybe 5. But I think he's going to play. And the thing I like about Eldridge is, when you come up as a rookie like he did last year, your eyes are wide, and you got to take everything in, and everything happens very, very fast. But when I read in the paper this morning that he told somebody that he felt sexy, I thought, this kid's arrived. He has. Because if he's got the nerve to say that, then he's pretty much ready to tackle this big league thing. So I'm anxious to see all of his at-bats, and then I do want to see if he's sexy or not.
Yeah, well, he was feeling sexy swinging the bat in Sacramento. Did get a walk last night. We saw him in the lineup at DH. Kuip, how much do you want to see him over at first, and do you expect to see him in the lineup each and every day, regardless if it is at DH or at first base?
I don't want to see him at first. I mean, I think Devers is doing a really good job over there, and let's just not mess too much with the kid where maybe first DH, maybe that affects him offensively. So my point is what I would do is I would just leave him alone and let him hit.
Yeah, I liked his look. I mean, look, Sean Essa said this on the NBC Bay Area postgame, but no, he didn't have a hit last night. He struck out. He did draw a walk, by the way, which counts for something huge. But he said it's that word we keep hearing in baseball, Kuip, presence, and that is that even if you think the kid's not arrived yet, or same thing with Devers. As a pitcher, you have to be careful with him. That was Estes' point, yeah.
Well, first of all, Estes would know what sexy is all about. So,
yes, he did.
Presence is a great word. It's a great word for any athlete in any sport. And if you got presence, then you have confidence. And if you have confidence, then your thoughts are on that day that you're going to do something really good. So presence, it's great. You can have presence, but you still have to do something. Mm-hmm. And he's got a chance to do a lot of really great things. And, the one thing I think we all like about Eldridge is obviously his size and his power, but his ability to hit the ball out to left field. And I don't know what it's going to be like for him to play a full year when everything is figured out by him. But if he ever hits 30 home runs, I'll bet he hits more home runs to left field than into right field. And if you can get a guy that can do that, that means that he's staying on the ball, and you're going to see his strikeouts go down too. So, hey, he's here. He'll be in the lineup tonight. I can't wait. I can't wait to get to the park.
Mm-hmm. And Kuip, we heard both Buster Posey and Tony Vitello talk about Bryce Eldridge and that presence of having a top prospect in the clubhouse, bringing up a guy like Jesus Rodriguez also. Yeah. What do you think this can do for the overall lineup as in far as terms of creating a spark or maybe even creating a little bit more competition so that maybe some of these veteran bats do start turning it around?
Yeah, the competition thing, I always kind of looked at that from a distance, to wonder, does Willy Adames really, does he need that? And I always think, what? When you wake up in the morning, if you're Willy Adames, you want to do really well. And if you've got the contract that he has, with some kid breathing down your throat, is that going to make you better? Well, maybe some guys it does. So, we'll see what happens. But all I know is these guys did not come here to sit on the bench. So they're going to play somewhere. And the veteran guys that are used to playing, they may have to take a day off or two to keep these guys in the lineup because they're too young to sit with pom-poms in the dugout, saying, hey, nice at bat. They need to play, and they're going to play.
Good stuff, Kai. Hey, before we let you go, we talked to Mike about this yesterday, and it caused a big reaction. Of course, anything to do with the New York Yankees and the New York media market is a huge reaction. But, a fellow broadcaster and a fellow Ford Frick finalist, John Sterling, passed away at the age of 87. There was a lot of incredible tributes, including at Yankee Stadium last night. I know he wasn't on the calls when you were playing for the Indians, but I don't know if you met him through the years. You guys didn't play the Yankees that much. Did you have any Sterling memories and reaction?
Yeah. Well, I got one story is I was with the Giants when he was broadcasting for the Atlanta Braves.
Oh.
And and I went up in the clubhouse to have a cigarette. So I was watching the game on TV. And Sterling, and I don't know who his partner was. It might have been one of the Carey boys. And they were going over some of the nicknames on the Giants. And mine popped up, which, the press guide had my nickname as Smoothie. And John Sterling said, well, clearly that doesn't have anything to do with how he plays. So I almost choked on my Winston. So I couldn't wait to see him the next day, right? So he was down on the field, and I went up to him, and I said, John, seriously, dude, what are you talking about? He said, no. I was just having some fun. Anyway, we joked about it. But then about 3 or 4 years later, the Braves come into town, and it's my first year as a broadcaster. So that would have been 86. And he pulled me aside and he said, look, you want to make it in this business? He said, you need to start doing play-by-play. And I said, John, I'm so far removed from doing play-by-play. I mean, I'm closer to starting at second base today than I am to doing play-by-play. Wow. And he said, just wait. And he said, when they ask you if you want to do it, you cannot refuse. And when they asked me, I did refuse. And then Corey Bush said, no, you're going to do it. But it really was John Sterling that put the thought in my mind that, maybe this is something that I should try to do. And I never forgot it. So when I saw yesterday, when I popped on my iPad that it passed away, yeah, I did think about him. And, say what you want about all the stuff he said for home runs and his Yankees and everything else. You know what? He was exactly what New York needed. And he'll be part of the history of that franchise forever.
That is such a great story about your history with the Braves. His career with the Braves, I didn't even really know about it. I just knew he was a Yankee guy. I saw he broadcast 28.7% of all Yankee games in history and like 44% of all the postseason games they ever played.
I mean, Kuip, he had a streak where he called 5,060 straight games for the Yankees without missing a broadcast.
Yeah. I've been nominated a number of times for the Ford Frick, and I think a couple of times he was on the list as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I always thought, look, for what he did with the Yankees and for all the years that he was there, I mean, that's kind of the true definition of what that award means and what it's all about. So I always say this even about the Hall of Famers that are ball players. Put these guys in while they're alive. Let them enjoy that moment while they're alive. And unfortunately, he's going to go in eventually, but he's not going to be around to enjoy it.
That is too bad. I know Mike felt the same way about Ron Santo for years. But at the least, though, the guy's impact was undeniable. All the way down to we are thankful that Kuip does play-by-play because John Sterling planted the seed. So there it is, man. Great, great, great story. But you're not going to say, the Giants win. The Giants win. You're not going to do that?
No, but you know how many announcers, when they play the Yankees over the years and they beat the Yankees on that given night, how many announcers mock John Sterling by saying exactly what you said? It's just out of habit. It's like, oh, right, Sterling You want to do that crap? All right, we're going to do it right back at you.
Didn't David Ortiz do that during the playoffs last year? Wasn't
I
he?
think he did.
He was mocking
Yep.
them. Red Sox.
The Yankees lose.
But I mean, look, that's the beauty of baseball. That's the beauty of being a broadcaster. You come up with stuff that your fans like. It doesn't matter what the Red Sox fans like. If your fans like it, then you're going to keep doing it. And that's what he did all those years.
Oh, man. Great stories. All right. Well, good. We got a win. We got some good stories. We remember the great John Sterling. And back at it tonight, Logan Webb against Walker Buehler, and then Wednesday day. And we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be out there Wednesday. Come say hi. And that's awesome. Oh. Yes, sir.
You know what I forgot, Murph? I forgot to take a picture and send it to you. You know, I spent the weekend in Reno.
Yeah, you did.
With my brother and his wife, Lorraine. And I promised that I'd take a picture of Mike and I, but I forgot.
I know. Well, next one then. I know, but my last time, that was one of the most popular things I've ever posted.
Yeah. How was the steak, Kipe? How was the steak?
It was as good as any restaurant quality steak I've ever had.
There you go.
But anyway, Mike, you got to see Mike and Jen, man, run around that kitchen. Mike in his chair and Jen running around, and they are a tag team match that is worth a reality show.
Real Housewives of Reno? Yeah.
It really is. And, you know, they got a beautiful house, and we sat there and we watched the end of a Giants game, and then, you know, I forget what else was on. But, I think there were some NBA games that were on. But we laughed hard, and that's what you have to do when you're with friends. Laugh hard.
Yeah, as Mike says, a couple of horse laughs. That's what you need. Great stuff, Kipe. Have a great call tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Have a great week.
You bet.
Thanks, Kipe.
The great Dwayne Kuiper. That's awesome. John Sterling planted the seed for his play. I meant to tell you, I texted Mark Cannizzaro, my biggest Yankee friend in New York. I said, where's Sterling? And he said, he's right at the top of my generation. He said, right next to Phil Rizzuto. Scooter Rizzuto now.
Wow, yeah, number 10.
Who appeared in Meatloaf's Paradise by the Dashboard Light, as you all know.
Great knowledge.
As you all know.
Also appeared in Billy Madison when Billy Madison is trying to spell his last name, but he doesn't know how to spell Z's in cursive.
I still don't, by the way.
That's not even a word. He's a ball player.
Last thing is the KMBR and Giants Community Fund auction is live now through Sunday. That's right. You know me. I'm on the board of the Giants Community Fund. This raises money for the junior Giants, and you get experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo. That's awesome.
Cholo mentality.
Yes. Delivering the game ball, throwing out the first pitch. Be a ball dude or dudette. This is very popular, I know.
Dude, by the way, shout out the ball dude that wore one off the chest yesterday. Way to get your body in front of that ball dude.
And that's always a popular way to get in there because it's hard to get those ball dude and ball dudette. And all proceeds support the junior Giants. Visit sfgiants.com/GCF. Place your bid by Sunday, May 10, which is Mother's Day. All right, big hit is, of course, the big changes for the Giants. Next on the Sports Leader.
The Yankees lose.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Trevor McDonald ended the Giants' losing streak as the Giants got a 3-2 win over the San Diego Padres. So after seeing that performance from T-Mac, should he get another start in the Giants' rotation? 808 KMBR is the number if you want to give us a call or shoot us a text.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the pitch to him. Swing and he hammers one to left field. Way, way back there. Goodbye. And this game is tied. Casey Schmidt, he's had a lot of excellent at-bats so far this year.
I mean, for me, it was just getting healthy. You know, I've said it multiple times. You know, my hand was bothering me a lot of last year, and it kind of affected me a lot throughout the year. I think it was from June to the end. But I think just going into the off season, getting my body good and just getting healthy was the big thing for me. And yeah, just building off of what I did last year and just try not to do too much and just stick with an approach and, you know, working with Hunter and, you know, and OB and everyone, just keeping it as simple as I can and not trying to go out there and do too much.
There he is, Casey Schmidt, the hero, the guy who's playing so well that Buster Posey is saying that his big money guys, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, and Rafael Devers better take a seat every now and then so Casey Schmidt can keep playing. That's the focus of our big hit. And yeah, we're a little late. If you're an ardent follower of the Murph and Marcus show, thank you. Why wouldn't you be? It's free. And on the UMA guest line, we had Dwayne Kuiper talking to us about, I want to see this guy play. And we'll have to talk to him about where we're going to figure this out after I tell you you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The great Carmen Policy is going to join us in the next segment as we get ready for the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame next week, a week from Thursday. Jesse Sapolo going in, but bringing it back to the Giants. Brandon Crawford's going in a week from Thursday, too. And he would have been proud of Casey Schmidt. His old team, did they play together in 2021?
Yes, they did.
Okay, yes.
Because I remember that was the first opportunity, I believe, where they moved Casey Schmidt to third, to shortstop a little bit, just like filling in on off days for Crawford. And I remember him talking about their relationship and how he kind of taught him the ways of playing shortstop a bit.
We got a great text. So, you know, we'll play the Buster Posey sound about not punishing Casey Schmidt here. Y2 Kyle in on the board today. Kyle, the Buster Posey sound about not punishing, I think it's cut Z if you have it here. This is on NBC Sports Bay Area with Alex Pavlovich and Kylan Mills. Check it out.
For you, when you add Bryce to this mix, when your best hitter has been your DH, Casey Schmidt, how do you envision this going? And is it going to be something where some of the veterans maybe have to take a little bit of a step back?
That's how we envision it. You know, Casey has been playing well, and I don't think he should be punished. Because others have not played well. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of mixing and matching and trying to, you know, get some of the matchups that are favorable for us with Casey in there. And, you know, he's shown in the past that he can move around the field and play some different positions. So right now that's how I see it transpiring.
Okay, so Buster said it. So we had a text come in saying, think about it this way. And I like this text, the way they thought about it. 6 guys for 5 spots. And you just basically play musical chairs. The 6 are your standard infielders. Devers at first, Arraez at second, Adames at short, and Chapman at third. Add in Bryce Eldridge as the new guy to the mix, and add in Casey Schmidt as a utility guy. That's 6 guys, 5 spots. Musical chairs. And what do you play when you play musical chairs? Is it like, you know, the farmer in the dell, the farmer in the dell, whatever the hell the music is.
Play a little Duck Duck Goose or
something. And then
something.
the music stops and you go grab a chair.
Grab a chair.
And so it looks like Willie Adames didn't get a chair. He's sitting today.
Sorry, Willie.
I mean, do you think of it that way? 6 guys for 5 spots?
I think right now you could go with that plan, and then you let it play out and see who's swinging the hottest stick. And I think that's how you're going to take it now. You're not going to look at the guaranteed money and who's making what, because at this point of the season, despite it being less than 40 games in, they've been the worst offense in Major League Baseball by damn near every metric. So you need as much offense as possible. That's why I'm looking at adding guys like Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, regardless of where they get in the lineup and what positions they play. It's a benefit. Even if these guys are not starting and they're playing the musical chairs, this gives you more weapons off the bench to use as pinch hitters. Now you can maybe bring in a guy off the bench on his off day for Patrick Bailey and then still have Jesus Rodriguez or Daniel Susak down the road as a defense replacement for Patrick Bailey, or vice versa. Like, this gives you so much more flexibility. It's a good problem to have too many bats on an offense that has been the worst in baseball so far this season.
I'm telling you last night that even though neither guy got a hit, I loved seeing Bryce Eldridge in the 7-hole and Jesus Rodriguez in the 8-hole.
Dude, I took a look at that scoreboard and I was like, damn, I like this lineup. Like, they call me crazy, but I kind of like this lineup.
When the first inning went by and some of the guys petered out, I'm like, I'm already looking forward to these other guys coming up here. So, I mean, they didn't get any hits last night, but Eldridge drew a walk, which was huge. And by the way, yes, I do have a Ricola in my mouth if you're hearing that. Like, does Murph have a Ricola in his mouth?
I can't hear that.
I know. Is that unprofessional? Is this unprofessional?
You've earned it. You've done this for over 21 years now.
I got a storm came in last night, man. My kid gave me a wicked cold, and I had a rough night last night. So forgive me my Ricola. All right, buddy?
Ricola.
And by the way, free ad for Ricola. Hope I'm not stepping on any sponsors' toes here.
No, not at all. That's because Bigelow's been taking care of you all day as well.
I'm holding up this beautiful Bigelow tea right here.
Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Here's more Buster on sitting the veterans. Like, hey man, I know you're proud, proud veterans, proud Mary, the whole deal. But cut Z2, Kyle, on veterans sitting.
It's challenging because you appreciate they all want to be in there every day. Of course. But at the same time, I got to live it. And sometimes when you're off, a little bit of a reset is a good thing. It's a consideration. I think that we have to be considerate about being strategic. Like, can you give a guy a day off before an off day, and now maybe he's getting 2? We're taking all that into consideration.
Okay, so changes afoot, and this gets to the manager, Tony Vitello, who's going to have to grab the steering wheel a little bit more. I do kind of feel like, we've said this since the Netflix series when there were dancers on the field and all that stuff. It's a feeling out process, man. The great Marty Lurie, he's not going to be Bobby Cox in a week. I mean, I even see we thought April 16th when they had a dust up in Cincy was the first sign that he was showing his personality. When they threw at the Dodgers on April 23rd, a little bit more. Maybe in Tampa when they got into it with the umps, and even though the umps clapped back hard at him, who do you think you are?
Pom-poms and rah-rahs.
It's a slow, gradual evolution of him trying to find his voice and find it. And we should probably, when the season's over, we're going to look back and say, man, of course it was going to be a lot of markers along the way where he had to find himself. This is another one of those markers where, okay, Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez are here. Your offense is scuffling. Your veterans aren't getting it done. What are you going to do about it, Tony V? And one of the things he did was change the TVs in the clubhouse to show a bad on-base percentage stat. Instead of looking up and seeing an MLB game from frickin' Miami, which usually you get is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there's a game on. No, they looked up the Giants. Tony Vitello had the scoreboard or the TV in the clubhouse, just said team SF OBP 287 rank 30th. They're looking up, they're like, damn, is that us?
Yeah. It absolutely is. And that's what they need to do. Like, you can't beat around the bush. You got to be honest with these players. You're struggling right now. That's the reality. A lot of these guys are not living up to their paychecks, which means you got to play the best players. But you also have to think about what you were just saying about Tony Vitello. He's still learning his roster at this point of the season because his roster is still changing. I mean, going back to that opening night on Netflix, they had more people dancing on cars than they had left-handed bats off the bench. They didn't have a single left-handed pitch-hitting option off the bench for the first couple weeks of the season. So that, again, gets back to the overall roster construction, and we're seeing some of that roster flexibility now. But with Bryce Eldridge on the team, with Jesus Rodriguez, with these kind of additions, this is potentially the best roster that we've seen all year. Now you got to go out and win ball games, but last night was a great start with some of those young guys and even a young pitcher on the mound, Trevor McDonald.
It'll be interesting to see what the lineup is tonight against a righty, Walker Buehler, Logan Webb on the mound. The Giants kind of drew a nice stretch of Padres pitchers because the guy that's going tomorrow is this guy Matt Waldron, has an ERA in the 9s.
Tag him.
So, and then here come the Pirates, and I know the Pirates are playing better, and they have some young talent, but that's a team you shouldn't be overmatched by.
And they're skipping a Paul Skeens appearance.
Huge. Absolutely massive.
He throws on Wednesday, so the Giants will not see him.
All right, so listen, that's kind of a mini big hit because we do have a schedule to get the clock right. Listen, when the big hit is short like this, it means we went really long with Kuiper, which was awesome. I was telling Marcus, man, I'm jealous of the commuters. I wish I was in my car for 25, 27 minutes of Kuiper. So thank you, Dwayne, for giving your all there.
Kuiper's the best.
But one of the other greats, Carmen Policy, legend, 49ers, of course, Super Bowl champ, executive, who's a big part of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to have Carmen join us. That's always awesome to have Carmen. Cooler content is stacked today. More John Sterling tributes and fun stuff. And Tony Gwynn Jr., for all the bitching about the Giants offense, Padres fans are saying the same things about theirs.
Yes, they are.
You saw Fernando Tatis look hitless last night. He has no homers. And then Marcus Thompson at 9:15. So it is an awesome Tuesday. Giants won. We called it in. And the great Carmen Policy next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's the John Joe question of the day. Trevor McDonald, Bryce Eldridge, Jesus Rodriguez. Is the future now from the San Francisco Giants, and is it enough to save the season? 808 KMBR is the number. If you want to give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube or Twitch chat. Giants baseball is back, and they're back in the win column after getting a 3-2 victory over the San Diego Padres. And that means there's only one way to celebrate, and that's with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. It's smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching a game at home. It only has 100 calories, it's got 0 bubbles, and it goes down nice and easy. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, and they are a proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. Must be 21 plus to drink, and please drink responsibly.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right. Anytime we have Carmen Policy on to class up the joint is a time we embrace. So he's here to promote the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame a week from Thursday. We can talk to Carmen about anything. Life, football, grapes, Hall of Fames, you name it. On the UMA guest line, the 5-time Super Bowl champ executive of the 49ers and member of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Board of Directors, which we will party a week from Thursday. And they will be partially sponsored, the event, by Casa Piano Wines. Don't you know? You can find that up near the Policy Abode. So, Carmen, it is always great to have a conversation with you. Welcome back to your home, Murph and Marcus in the morning. How you doing?
Hey, Carmen.
I'm fine, thank you, gentlemen. I told John, your producer, that whenever I'm on with you, it just makes my whole day. I could carry on for. I'll tell you, I could carry on for 24 hours after that.
I love that. It'd be like 5:30 in the afternoon. People are like, Carmen, you're in a good mood. You're like, yeah, I was on with Murph and Marcus today, and my day is made, right?
Yeah. As I'm toasting to both of you. Yeah.
Now, is there morning wine, Carmen? Is that possible? Morning wine.
Well, there's wine for all time of the day. I mean, some people waste their effort and their money and their calories on orange juice. There's nothing better than champagne. I mean, early in the morning, to take away the taste of the of sleep and say, okay, the day is going to get even better.
That's it.
There's no question about it.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said, man. Hey, we're going to have some fun next Thursday. Casa Piano Wines, Eddie and Candy DeBartolo Foundation. We're going to do the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. From your perspective, it's a great class, I know, but in particular for you, 49er Jesse Sapolu. I mean, Carmen, you saw many stars come and go when you were there. And who was that rock? Just that rock in the locker room year in and year out, Carmen.
Oh, Jesse is so special. And, there are certain people who just have it. And whatever you want to define it as being. Well, let me tell you, in the locker room, it is a combination of authenticity, quiet strength, and quiet leadership. And that summed up Jesse Sapolu. He was just magnificent as a team member and as a player, as a person who did what he had to do to make things work for everyone, but also insisted that there'd be this almost unwritten and I have to tell you, with Jesse, it was even not so vocal demand for accountability. And I understand he comes from a lineage of, for want of a better term, I don't know how to explain it better, chieftains in his cultural ties to the islands. And it's not surprising because he has chieftain qualities. And he was so special. Even Bob McKittrick, our Marine special human being coach who controlled not only the offensive line, but also controlled the running game for Bill Walsh. And even he put him on a pedestal. although he got mad at him one time, wouldn't talk to him, only called him by his number for a series of weeks. But they got over that.
Carmen, we know that Jesse has a connection to the 49ers and the Islands, like you said, but Brandon Crawford is also going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. He not only has a connection to the San Francisco Giants, but he was born and raised here in the Bay Area. We've all seen the photos of him as a kid when the Giants were thinking about moving to Tampa. So what does this mean for Brandon Crawford being born and raised in the Bay Area to now going to the Bay Area Hall of Fame?
Oh, that's extra special. I mean, when you think about it, first, even, well, I mean, it has to mean a lot to Brandon Crawford, but I think it means a lot to the Bay Area. This is a homegrown jewel, and it's not only an athlete that's been out on the field and displayed, tremendous talent and contributed significantly to two of our World Series, but he's kind of a fun quality guy. I mean, you loved having him on the team. You loved having him as a star you could root for. And I just feel that there's a double dose, shall we say, of pride that goes into welcoming him into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
It's awesome. The event is a week from Thursday at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero. Individual tickets are available at bashoff.org, BASHOF.org, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.org, or you can sponsor a table. Heck, I was playing golf with my guys from Redwood Credit Union. I was telling them about it. Next thing you know, Carmen, Jim Ernest, the CEO, is on the phone with Mario, and he's sponsoring the cocktail reception now. How about that?
Oh, I heard about that, and that is such a wonderful gesture on their part, and coming through the way they did, and sponsoring the reception, and the reception's fun.
Yeah,
The problem with the reception is
getting people out.
It's fun. Yeah, and no one wants to leave the reception.
I know.
Getting everybody into the dinner and making sure that we get everybody, there, fed, and the main reason for the event, and letting people get out at a reasonable hour. I mean, that reception's a problem, and we send those wranglers in there, saying, "Okay, it's time to leave the pasture. We're going into the corral now. Let's go."
I need to. I know that I've done this event, and I have to single you out on many occasions for over socializing.
I know. You're right, by the way. They start grabbing me by the back of my jacket and say, "Come on, we got to go now."
Oh,
I felt like I'm dealing with security back in the '80s, but it was pretty cool. Oh, by the way, I have to. I'm sure you guys might comment on it, but how about Cal rising to the top in connection with this class?
Yeah,
I think we have Cal being up front and standing proud for three of these candidates.
We should
right?
Yeah, we should mention this. Number one is Missy Franklin, the Olympic swimmer who swam at Cal after she became a superstar at the 2012 London Games as a high schooler from Colorado. She came and became an NC2A champion at Berkeley. The great Eddie Hart, the sprinter, legendary, like Brandon Crawford, a Bay Area product. We had Bob Beeman on last week to talk about him, one of the great Olympics. And then a man who's in the news right now because the rugby team won the national championship on Saturday, just 4 days ago, edging out the mighty Navy midshipmen in an epic brawl for the rugby title. And Jack Clark's going to be coming in with yet another title. So, yeah, 3 of the 5 are California Golden Bears. So, as they say, Carmen, around Berkeley, go Bears is what they say.
Wow, I mean, that's really impressive. And I spent a weekend with Coach Clark, and he's well, first of all, he's special when you look at his records. I mean, I thought there were misprints when I first got introduced to this gentleman's record. I can't be. No one has a record like that. But then that's true. He did have a record like it's almost unblemished as far as wins are concerned, and championships and accolades that flow with that. But on the other hand, what a great guy. I mean, just again, as I said, spending a weekend with him, having a few meals a day and a few glasses of wine at night, he was just, you could understand why he is who he is and did what he did. He'll be a lot of fun to be interviewing that night, and he'll be a lot of fun to listen to during that interview.
Oh man, the rugby! If the rugby crowd comes the way rugby crowds come, we better. You talked about security, Carmen, earlier.
Yeah, bring extra wine, Carmen.
We have to have Jesse. Might have to bring a few of his friends from the islands to start administering justice around there. Yeah.
Well, we want you two to help explain to the rugby crowd. You drink wine from a glass, not the bottle.
I think we might hear some hiss and crack of some beer cans somewhere out in the crowd too. The hiss and the crack. The rugby crowd will come strong, and they're always a good time. I'll tell you that. Carmen, I almost tell a little slightly off-color story, but I do it at an Olympic Club Hall of Fame event years ago, and a rugby team was going in, and this was a very the event was filled with decorum. There were a lot of women in their 70s, dressed to the nines, who were just kind of there to have an elegant evening, and the rugby crowd got up and started telling some of their favorite jokes. Oh, boy, Carmen. Oh, boy. I had to dive for the microphone a couple times, man. Oh, man. Let's just say if you know the joke about the guy flying to the convention and sitting next to the... anyway, we won't get into it. Anyway, if you know, you know. The gal
you got me pumped up now. I can't wait to get there.
I will tell you this joke. You will love this joke. It's about a gal. She's flying to a convention, and the guy wants to impress her. Anyway, we won't get into that. Hey, I want to get one football question in there because, you dealt with the higher-ups of the highest league, of the most powerful league in America, the National Football League. Roger Goodell won't stop. He's going to Australia now. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have said, you know what? It's not really, doesn't really fit our plan to fly down to Australia, but I guess we'll go do what we got to do. And then Roger Goodell said, you know what? His job is to go play football. I was like, oh, okay. We got a little situation here. So, Carmen, I mean, how much is too much? They're looking for global conquest here, huh?
Well, I have to tell you, when I was involved in the league, we said the sky is the limit. That's as far we can go, as far as we possibly can. We can go as far as we can in terms of building a franchise, which of course under Eddie's leadership and direction we attempted to do, and we can go as far as we can as a league. And why put a limit on us? We could even maybe expand into Europe, and who knows where it goes from there. Asia's a possibility. And, there was a little bit of doubt as to whether we could then really make it work because we were of the impression we had to play the game on the field in the country with local players, bringing it up as a local sport. And that became so almost impossible to accomplish. But what we didn't realize at the time, at least most of us didn't realize, but the extent of media and event presentation, and all of a sudden now what's happening is you don't necessarily have to be on site. You don't necessarily have to have a football team in Australia in order for Australians to want to watch football, and that's what we're really zooming for now. Or we're looking now. We're not gonna displace soccer in Europe, or even perhaps in any other part of the developed world. But, we could be in there and maybe be the second or third sport, but a sport that's really, really followed as far as media is concerned. And that's what's happening. That's the growth. That's the expansion of the sport. And Roger's been on top of that from the beginning. And by the way, they're going to have a league meeting I think in about a week and a half or two, and don't be surprised if the ownership doesn't insist on him re-signing for another 4 or 5 years, because I know they don't want to let him go, and you could see it. You could see what's happening, and I think if you really dug deep and spoke to the Players Association, I don't think they want him to go either, because I think they sense that this whole collective bargaining agreement that we have connected to the cap, connected to them being the partners of the league in terms of the gross revenues of the league, it's working. and they're bringing it in, and the league is growing. And with the league growing, that means that the benefits to the players today and tomorrow are going to grow. So forgive me for rambling on like that, but I think it's incredible, just incredible. And now, you know what? We don't say the sky's the limit anymore. We say the universe is beyond us. The universe is space. The universe is infinity. There is no limit. And oh well, that's kind of that's kind of the way I think we sense it.
Did you just say football on Mars? Is that what you said, Carmen?
49ers on the moon?
Oh, can't you just see Kittle on the Mars now?
Waving it from the spaceship there?
Oh, he'd be great. His spaceship, I know. He'd want to have special patches on the spaceship. You know,
if we're going to send anybody to an alien galaxy to represent human life on Earth, I think George Kittle's number one. I think he's number one. He's the guy we're sending. Yeah, so him and you.
Even I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
But I'm going to send him and you. You bring the wine and George brings the energy. All right. Always great to catch up. People go to the bashof.org, bashof.org. You can get a table, you can get tickets, and we'll see everybody at the Hyatt Regency in Barcadero a week from Thursday for this great class featuring Jesse Sapolo, Brandon Crawford, and then the Cal Golden Bear crew, Missy Franklin, Eddie Hart, and rugby legend Jack Clark. So, Carmen, we're looking forward to another great party. Thanks for hopping on.
Thanks, Carmen.
And Murph, we can't close without noting your wonderful performance every year. The way you handle the athletes, the way you understand the subject, the way you understand the personalities and what you bring out in them. You're the maestro. You're the composer and the director there with the baton, and the performance is excellent.
You are a silver-tongued man, I'll tell you that, Carmen. All right, thanks for the compliment, and right back at you, buddy. We'll see you next week.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
The great Carmen Policy. Cooler content is stacked next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Boy, am I teeing proudly today, man. Fighting through a cold there, so poor me, right? Poor me.
You're about 5 mugs deep this morning.
Oh, bro. And the Ricola and everything. Cooler Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Tony Gwynn Jr. going to join us on the other side.
Nice.
Talking about this Padres offense. Like I told you, everybody's concerned about the Giants offense. Padres are feeling the same way about their offense. And also want to remind you, Giants Community Fund, we love it. I'm on the board. Our auction with KMBR is live now through Sunday. And this helps the junior Giants, and you get experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo, delivering the game ball, throwing out the first pitch, or being a ball dude or dudette for a game. That's a very popular one. All proceeds support junior Giants. Visit sfgiants.com/GCF to place your bid by May 10th. Still giving away Black Crows tickets, too, Marcus. Wow.
Very nice.
A lot going on. Fernando Mendoza, your guy.
What's my quarterback doing hanging out in the cooler this morning?
This one went very viral because the Indiana Hoosiers won the national championship, and as is custom now, the champions get invited to the White House.
They go and eat McDonald's.
Sometimes I did another McDonald's hit on Sunday. I told you guys.
Yeah,
in and out.
You
man.
are a Mickey D's guy.
Well, because we need to hit the road.
Yeah.
I'd been at Maria Carrillo High School since 9 a.m. It was like 4 p.m. I just need to hit the road, bro.
Quick question for you. How much was a cheeseburger at McDonald's when you were growing up?
I mean, less than $1.
Yeah, I was going to say.
89 cents, something like that. Yeah,
dude, it's ridiculous.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. I almost riffed. I
Yeah,
won't do
sorry,
anything.
quick digression.
It had to do with the White House, too. You can always blame the previous administration.
Yeah.
That's what you can do.
Can they bring back the dollar menu, please?
Right?
Come on.
So Fernando Mendoza was asked about going to the White House. Here's maybe, some people are saying, I saw some guy tweet this, maybe the finest PR answer ever because he kills many birds with one stone here. Check it out.
I believe May 11th is the first day of OTAs. If I'm not mistaken, I have the calendar. However, I don't have the calendar. Sorry. Well, maybe I do. I'm sorry. I gotta check Teamworks. If it is on the first day of OTAs, like I said, I'm on the bottom of the totem pole here. I gotta prove myself. I can't miss practice. I don't know anything official. I don't have the calendar, but I just wouldn't. As a rookie, I don't think that's a good look. And I want to, try to best serve my teammates. And I don't know if that'd be accomplishing that goal because although it'd be, yeah.
Yeah. Got to give him the applause.
Oh,
This is
100%.
fantastic. Whether you like it or not, going to the White House now is somewhat controversial in some corners, and no matter who's president.
Yeah, and
somebody's pissed off.
And regardless if you go or you don't go, somebody's going to be mad about it.
Right. So here is the perfect answer. I can't go. I got to earn my stripes as a Raider. I got to respect. You know what? Just some said the finest PR answer.
I mean, that was fantastic. That to me displays leadership, great decision making. Like this guy's a future Hall of Famer. Give him the gold jacket now.
And it's like Carmen Policy, silver tongue ability to get out of a jam too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Because nobody's going to be upset if you're saying, "Sorry guys, I got practice."
So
not
good.
a game. Practice. We're
So
talking
good.
about practice over the White House.
Does Y2K have access to the Fernando song there, buddy?
Ooh.
No?
There was something in the air that night, but I don't know if Kyle Haar saw it.
Don't worry about it, man.
Don't worry.
Listen, we've been talking about John Sterling. We had Dwayne Kuiper tell a great story. Mike Krukow yesterday. He passed away. Huge deal in New York, obviously. Yankees won for him yesterday.
The Yankees win.
Aaron Judge hit a home run, said when he was going around the bags, he was thinking about him, kind of chuckling to himself.
That's cool.
So here it is. They get the big win over the Orioles. Here's Yankee Stadium. And do we have a video here? Or no, it's just audio only. There's video. We got it here? Oh, here it is. There it is.
Nice.
Look at Kyle. Look at Y2 Kyle.
Look at Kyle and Curly working their asses
YouTube,
off.
Twitch, and Twitter. Check out your video here.
Ground ball. And this should do it. Ground ball. Game over. And this should do it. Win. Ball game over. Yankees win. Yankees win. Yankees win.
So there you go. They played John Sterling right into frame.
Yes, and if anybody could not hear it on the radio, I hope this becomes a new tradition. Immediately after the win, before Frank Sinatra, they played John Sterling at the stadium saying, "The Yankees win." And then they start spreading the news.
Drop the mic on Sinatra.
I
went out of order. Michael Kay, in the first inning on Judge's homer, we have the call. And he realizes as the ball's going over the fence, it's his time to pay tribute to Sterling. So there's a video on this one, too. Here's Big Aaron Judge going right center field tank here. Check it out.
And the pitch. High drive, right center field, going back to Barris. It is high, it is far, it is gone. Aaron Judge, a Judgian blast. Here comes the Judge.
There you go. Pretty good. He didn't say all rise,
He did not, but he went with 2 out of the 3 home run calls. That's how you know you've really made it as a Yankee, when you have multiple home run calls by John Sterling.
Oh, man.
A judging and blessed.
Oh, man. So what a life, right? He called. I saw that stat. 28% of all Yankees games ever and like 45% of all their postseason games.
I mean, he called damn near every Yankee game of my entire lifetime, starting in 1989, the consecutive streak where he called over 5,000 straight games between 89 and 2019.
He started in 89?
1989, dude.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, Kuiper started in 86.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, with the Yankees in 89, and as we heard from Kuiper earlier today, he knew John Sterling from his days calling Braves games.
That's good stuff. Go back and listen to Kuiper. The Mets radio booth paid homage to John Sterling after yesterday's win. So check out the Mets here. Y2 Kyle.
Devin Williams comes set first base side of the rubber. He'll try again, 0-2. His pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. Mets win. The Mets win. That was for you, John Sterling.
There you go.
All right.
Now, Kuiper said that when Sterling was alive, other teams would do it to almost like needle him because they got the win. But that was a tribute.
People would mock him all the time. Yes, that was a tribute. Nicely done by the Mets broadcast. But, I mean, we played some of the sound earlier. Not sure if Kyle Harr still has it up, but David Ortiz last year in the postseason, as soon as the Yankees got eliminated.
Yankees lose.
Like, it's become such an iconic call, and as I just said earlier, I hope it becomes a part of the tradition out at Yankee Stadium to start off every win package with John Sterling.
By the way, 916 says Mendoza was asked about it again, and he added, I'm not going to go to the White House until I win a Super Bowl with the Raiders.
Tell him, Fernando.
He's got every
Tell
answer.
him.
Oh, man. 415 just said blank Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, how dare you?
How you feeling about that? And then there's an anti-Sterling text. I don't know if we should read that one.
Yeah, I get it. There are some Sterling haters. Some people don't like the home run calls and the cheesiness or the corniness. But as Kuiper told us earlier today, broadcasters do home run calls for their fans. And if you're not a fan of the Yankees, guess what? You're going to hate the Yankees, so you're going to hate John Sterling. You're going to hate Derek Jeter. You're going to hate everything the Yankees do. But let's pay tribute to a man that spent most of his life calling ball games.
Marcus says, bring on the hate.
Yeah.
Hate. All right, the 49ers had a golf tournament recently, and, their social media team went out there. So now I want to see this movie, Michael, in the theaters. I'm an avowed... I mean, listen, I'll give you a 30-second digress. I'm driving the other day, and on Saturday mornings, I listened to the 80s at 8 Top 40 Countdown, and it was May of 83. Guess what was the number one freaking song in May of 83? Shocker, Michael Jackson, Beat It. How many times have I heard Beat It in my life? I don't know, 10,000, whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're driving, and you're just like in the mood, and you just turn it up, and I just was like, blank, yeah. Give me frickin' Beat It right now. Give me frickin' Beat. Give me Eddie. Give me everything. Give me the whole thing. And I was just like, God, what are you going to say about Michael freaking Jackson, right? So then I get to the event I'm going to, which was the doubleheader, and I got to shout out the Maria Carrillo High School field DJ. They were mixing in tunes all day, and they mixed in my number one all-time banger for Michael, Wanna Be Starting Something. That's my number one. So I was like, I just told people in the crowd, I said, I need to go to the movie, man. I need to. And so I guess based on that, the 49ers asked their social media team to go, here you go. Yeah. Well, they said that the story that Mark Goodman told us that Quincy Jones told him, he said, you need a rock song on the album. Same way, what's his face? Landau told Springsteen, you need a pop hit, hence Dancing in the Dark. And they said they need a rock song. They said, we'll get Eddie to come on in too, by the way. So, I mean, Quincy Jones. I mean, and it's like the lyrics are like kind of dumb. It's like, you're going to beat it. Don't get caught in it. I don't even care. It's just the freaking groove, the time, the moment. Michael, dude, I think don't we get a hee hee? Don't we get one?
Of course.
I mean, come on, man.
How could you not?
Come on, turn it up, Kyle. Hey. You ride with a Beat It?
I mean, it's a classic, Murph. I mean, it
Jump
got
ahead to the
it was so good that Weird Al did a parody song called "Eat It."
In fact, later on, this was number 1. Number 2 was Jeopardy by Greg Kinn. And Mark Goodman came out and said, I confess, all I hear is I Lost on Jeopardy by Al Yankovic anymore instead of I Loves in Jeopardy. Yeah, anyway, appreciate it. So that's why they did the damn Michael Jackson impression and song out there. You get Brock Purdy and Mac Jones here on the social media. Check it out here.
Favorite Michael Jackson song would be Beat It because the beginning is really good.
I have to go with Liberian Girl. That's I don't think a lot of people know that one, but it's a good one.
Is that CJ West?
Yeah,
CJ. Jerry.
Probably Billie Jean.
Beat It.
Pretty young thing.
Oh,
PYT.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do that. Ask Mac Jones will get you on that one.
Dude, is that who's this? Is that guy Jake Tonjes, right?
That's terrible. That was bad.
I wish I had more support in the golf shoes, though.
The girl is mine.
Oh, yeah.
Human Nature.
Dirty Diane.
Thriller.
Yeah.
Can I move
Willis?
That's bad.
That's
embarrassing.
John Weeks?
I don't know that. You guys should watch that video. Who do you think was the best?
Oh, Mac Jones, easily. Look at those dance moves. Look at the cackle. I mean, Mac Jones can do it all.
Beat It because the
Dude,
beginning is really good.
Who said PYT? Jake Tonjes, I think?
PYT.
I don't think a lot of people know that one, but it's a good one.
All of them. Quincy Jones, bro. Would you go see the movie?
Oh, yeah, I'd definitely check it out. I was talking to Copes, who I believe just went to go see it the other day.
Did?
Yeah.
All right.
He had good reviews.
Really?
Also, Fresca next door said it was a good movie, too.
Mac Jones will
I
get
think
you
it
on
made a
that
lot of
one.
money at the box office. Now, why to Kyle? Michael Jackson's like an old museum artifact to you.
Pretty good.
Setting aside, we're not talking about
That's
anything else.
terrible. That's terrible. That was bad.
Talking about the music. Not talking about anything else. Did that music reach your generation, buddy?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are your dance moves to like a Beat It and all that?
Oof. Not at a good enough level. I'll tell you that.
I would like to see Kyle Har on the dance floor because I'm sure the pretty young things would love to see Kyle Har as well.
I feel like I could do a mean moonwalk.
Can you moonwalk?
Actually, no, but I think it's better than it actually is.
Can you moonwalk?
I have attempted the moonwalk. When I'm in socks, like on a hardwood floor, yes, but I don't think I can just do it on any given surface like Michael Jackson could.
It's hard to describe to the moonwalk he did on the NBC 25 Years of Motown show. So you go back and look that up. It was like a huge cultural moment in America. It was like, people were going nuts. So
that, and then the moment where he leaned all the way over and then came all the way back up. Michael could dance.
My man had some moves. All right, there's your cooler of content. Thank you, 49ers social media team, for that digression. Tony Gwynn Jr. on the woeful Padres offense, but still, can the Niners beat the Can the Giants beat the Padres? Tony Gwynn Jr. next on the Sports Leader. Hey, let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. And while weather is still a little cool out, I even had the fireplace on last night. You want a little substantial evening meal. That's why I'm urging you to get the Detroit-style pizzas at all 10 Bay Area locations. You can always get the thin crust if you like, but the Detroit-style pizza is perfect. Rectangular, cut into square slices, thick crust, still light and airy in the middle. Outside of the dough is coated in a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheeses that caramelize against the high side pans that during the cooking that creates a crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. So there are some specialty options featured on the menu, but you can build your own and add all your usual favorite toppings to the Detroit-style pizzas if you wish. So always available for dine-in, always available for takeout and delivery. You can order at amichis.com and use the app. So do your taste buds a big old favor. Indulge in these crunchy, pillowy, Detroit-style pizzas. 2 words, baby. Amichi's delivers.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's talk Giants Padres. Tony Gwynn Jr., of course, longtime big leaguer, and, of course, the radio analyst for the San Diego Padres. And it's funny, reading about the Padres, it's like reading about the Giants. They're talking about all their underperforming big stars and where's the beef and all that stuff. I'm like, wait a minute, is this about the Giants or the I'm not sure which team I'm reading about. But let's talk about it with Tony Gwynn Jr. Tony, welcome to the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher here in the morning on KNBR in San Francisco. How you doing, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Isn't it funny? I mean, I know when you were boning up for this series, did you start saying, like, wait a minute, this is just like us, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, one team is, in second place, a game and a half out. The other is 8.5 out. And you would listen to the fan bases, you would think they were in the exact same spot. But there's no doubt the Padres have certainly underperformed offensively, I think, from the standpoint of some of their big guys in the numbers. But they've also found ways to win. Not talking about last night, which was, I thought, a great performance by Trevor McDonald.
Yeah, great performance for the Giants. Despite some of their offensive struggles, they have had success against this Padres team so far this season. But one guy that has not been struggling offensively for the Giants has been Luis Arraez, who was in San Diego last year. But, Tony, I got to ask you about what you saw last night defensively from Luis Arraez. This was a guy that was labeled as a guy who maybe couldn't play second base at the big league level. So what was your reaction seeing some of those plays that he made, especially in that ninth inning, being able to get Jackson Merrill on that barehanded ground ball?
I haven't spent the last 2 years with Luis. I mean, anybody who would listen, he would tell that he could play second base. And so for him to get the opportunity to play it, and then to also, have a guy like Ron Washington in his back pocket, I think you saw all that work in yesterday's game. He made 3 really tremendous plays that aided in that win yesterday, along with his 2 doubles and 2 runs scored. So, I had no doubt that, Luis was going to have a productive year. I think he was bogged down a little bit by that concussion that really nobody talked about, but I think it affected him throughout the last year. And to see him doing what he's doing offensively and be able to back up how he felt defensively, it was pretty cool to see.
Tony Gwynn Jr., the voice you hear. Giants-Padres tonight, 6:45. Logan Webb against Walker Buehler. Giants have won 3 of 4 against the Padres. Kind of surprising, but you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So for us, all the focus is on the big money guys, particularly Willy Adames and Rafael Devers just not getting it done at the plate last night, although Devers did drive in 2 last night. And for you guys, I guess it's Fernando Tatis Jr. Tell us, what's going on? No home runs, longest homerless streak of his career, and another 0 for last night. I mean, we're overanalyzing Adames and Devers forever here in the Bay. Is that what's going on in San Diego? I mean, people are just searching for the answer for Fernando Tatis?
Certainly. I think it's the exact same thing, honestly. I think Tati is experienced a lot of bad luck. He's hitting the ball as hard as anybody, if not the hardest in baseball. But I think you have started to see some of the frustration start to wear on him a little bit. I thought last night was really the first time you could visibly see the frustration on Toddy. But I think it's a matter of time. I really do, and that goes for Adames and Devers as well. Like, these guys are dudes for a reason, and I think we'd be all in a bad spot if we were going to judge them based on, the first month and some change of the season. These guys are the type of players that are built for, 162 and thereafter. And so I fully expect that all of these guys will get going and be the players that, I think we all expect them to be. It's just been at least in Toddy's case, it's been a lot of bad luck and some frustration to go on top of that.
Tony, your dad was one of the best to ever swing the bat. It seemed like he was never in a slump throughout his entire career. But if he ever did get to a point where he was struggling, what advice do you think you would have for not just guys like Fernando Tatis or Rafael Devers or Willy Adames, but for any young hitter who's trying to find their way at the plate?
It's funny you say that because, having been around him my whole life, you wouldn't have thought that he was the type of person that was in a slump. But according to him, he was always in a slump, it felt like. So it just goes to show you guys have such high bars for what they do. But I think his advice would be to get back to the basics. When my dad started to struggle, in his mind at least, that's the one thing he always kind of went back. Get back to the basics. For him, that was T work. And, it's going to be different for everybody that, is playing this game. But and I think the other thing that he would mention is not to panic. This is a long season. Over the course of time, you're going to make some outs. That's the way this game is designed. But if you stay the course and you trust the work that you're putting in, eventually those things start to turn.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Slump and Tony Gwynn does not match. But, yeah, it's true. It's baseball, man. It is baseball. A little bit about the rest of the Padres. In similarities, we talked about Tatis and Devers and Adames. But here's another similarity, unproven managers. Now, the Giants one is really unproven. Tony Vitello is a college guy, and we even saw it play out Saturday in Tampa. I don't know if you saw this, but when his pitching coach, Frank Anderson, was getting ejected, the umpires started yelling at them about, who are you college boy, all this stuff, or pom-poms, rah-rah, I guess was the line that Tony Vitello relayed. So we have a whole yeah. You heard about that. Hunter Wendelstedt apparently said that to Frank Anderson, the pitching coach from Tennessee. But Craig Stammen doesn't have that, but he's also unproven. So what's your read so far on Stammen, and then your view across the dugout about Tony Vitello?
I think for Stam, I mean, in my opinion, he seems like he's built for this. Like, I mean, I think the outside of, managing a bullpen, the hardest part about this job, I think, is dealing with the media every day. It has become a lot more than it used to be. I mean, these guys talk to the media pretty much every day of the week and have to answer questions, good or bad days. I think he has done that part well. I think the other thing is an advantage for Stam is he came into the job not thinking he had all the answers and willing to lean on his staff, and he has a very, very good staff. So I think he's used those things to his advantage over the course of the season, and I think by all accounts he's done a terrific job here at the beginning. In terms of looking across, it's hard for me to judge. I don't watch the Giants every day. You can obviously you can get caught up in reading clips and things being cut a certain way, but I think you got to give him some grace. Tony is a new manager, just as Stam is, and he's gonna be learning some things on the fly. Just a real quick kind of anecdote. I played for 2 first-year managers, and both one was a Hall of Famer and one could be a Hall of Famer, and Don Mattingly and the late Ryan Sandberg. And both of those guys in their first year, I think they would tell you learned a lot. Like, and those are guys who had played the game and were really good at the game. But when you get in that seat, things have an ability to speed up on you real fast. So it's important that you do use your staff, but I think it's also important to kind of take your lumps and learn from them, because both of those guys got better as the year went along, even though they were pretty well educated in the game.
Few more minutes here with Tony Gwynn Jr. on the UMA guest line ahead of the Game 2 for the Giants and Padres tonight at Oracle Park. And last night, Tony, we did not see Mason Miller, and I'm guessing most Giants fans would not want to see him this series, but talk to us about what you've seen from him so far this season. I know he had the streak where he had over 34 consecutive scoreless innings. Like, are we approaching the territory where Mason Miller is in consideration for the Cy Young this year already?
If you'd asked me at the beginning of the year, I would have laughed at that, because it's so hard to do out of that spot. But having watched the beginning of the season, I don't think that's a far-fetched idea at all. Like, he's been that dominant. His ability, obviously, throw up near 104, but I think it's the slider that he can throw at any point in time, and he's actually throwing it more than his fastball, but he can command it. And to me, that's the equalizer. When you can throw 104, even at the big league level, guys can get to that, right? But if you have a secondary pitch that you can throw for a strike, and not only throw it for a strike, throw it where you want, that is an ultimate equalizer. And so, I don't think it's far-fetched at all to be thinking of Mason as a Cy Young candidate, because of how dominant he's been out of the bullpen. He literally is an immaculate inning waiting to happen on a nightly basis. I don't know of any other person you could say that about.
I mean, he truly is a special talent. I remember going out to his first big league start across the bay over at the Oakland Coliseum when he was still a starting pitcher. But, Tony, I did want to ask you, because earlier this year during the World Baseball Classic, he did bring up that topic of maybe talking to the Padres organization about transitioning back to being a starting pitcher. Have those conversations led anywhere? Or after seeing what he's done so far this year, are they just going to keep him in that closer role?
I think there may have been some discussion before the season started, like before WBC, but I think, I think that they have made the right decision leaving what it is, but I think they'll be open to it down the line. I think I know one thing is certain, that if that is a decision they go, it can't be a spot where a player is like, yeah, I'm willing to do whatever. They have to be fully invested in doing that in order for it to even take place. So it'd be hard for me to believe that, given the success Mason is having, that he's going to be all in on just becoming a starter, given how dominant he's been as a closer.
I didn't bring this up with you, Marcus. I'll bring it up with Tony Ryder. Did you see Jason Stark's piece in The Athletic making the case that he's the most unhittable pitcher who ever lived?
Wow.
I don't know if you saw that, Tony.
Yeah, I did see it. And again, having been in the box facing Chapman, who was throwing 105, I don't think even him at that point it was more unhittable than Mason Miller is right now, and that's hard to say. Being a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher who was throwing that hard, Mason seems like it's a surprise when somebody even put the bat on the ball.
The numbers showed it. Stark did an extensive numerical breakdown. He's been more dominant than Chapman at his prime, which is incredible, man. Hey, last one, sort of off the field. You guys are going through. Padres are going. We're talking to Tony Gwynn Jr., radio analyst for the Padres, of course, longtime big leaguer. The ownership transfer. I don't know how tuned in you are. Is there a general narrative like, we're a little concerned, we don't know what's going to happen, because there was so much love for your owner who passed away. What's the narrative? Is there a little fear, or what's the word?
I think before there was an actual, lead candidate or someone who took over, as we saw Mr. Feliciano and Mr. Jones end up winning or end up getting the bid. I think there was some fear initially that whoever bought it might want to move the team out of San Diego. I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of heartbreak from the Chargers leaving still, and so I think that was at the forefront of mind. But since the new ownership has kind of been, taking the forefront, I think those fears have kind of gone away. There are a lot of people very excited about, what the new ownership brings, and that most importantly, they continue the legacy that the Seidler family has kind of started and moved in this direction. So it's been all positive for the most part. I mean, at least from what I've seen, I haven't seen any negative thoughts about it to this point.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It's always an interesting time. By the way, Petco is just so on fire the last, 5, 6, 7 years. It's incredible. I've been down there multiple times last few summers. I just want to know, when can I get when's the mariachi band locked in? Is that every Friday night, or is it just a special deal?
Yeah, come on down every Friday night.
Okay.
That is when the mariachi band is at it. They're on the big screen, and everybody loves listening to them.
Oh, the place goes crazy. I mean, they go crazy anyway.
Yeah.
But there's something about something about a Friday night out there, Tony. When they hit those notes, it goes off. So, all right. We'll see if the Giants can continue their strange early season wins against the Padres, or see if the Padres break out of their offensive funk in this cold, weird weather. So we appreciate you hopping on with Murph and Marcus. Enjoy San Francisco and enjoy the call.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
You guys have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn Jr. And yes, everybody notes he sounds exactly like his dad. Mm-hmm. Do you sound like your dad?
I don't think so. But then again, we've never had him on the radio.
People say there's mannerisms you don't even know that you mimic from your parents.
Yeah, I'm definitely a hothead like my dad.
Let me tell you something.
I can tell you that.
I don't see you you're not a hothead compared to me.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, my God.
I mean, yeah.
I think of you as very mellow.
Thank you.
Anyway.
There's probably a few things that help out with that.
For me, knowing Mike Silver as well as I do, I trip out every encounter with Greg Silver. He has so many mannerisms and tics of his father.
But do you think they sound alike?
No.
Neither would I.
But there's a general demeanor and manner and bearing and slight little gestures and things that remind me of him. I don't know if they say that about my kids. I don't know. Candace thinks Declan and I walk the same. I don't know.
Interesting.
Sort of a loping gait. I don't even know.
We'll go to the tapes.
Curly, you sound like your old man?
We'll figure it out.
No, he doesn't sound like his old man?
Although I will say Kyle Hart laughs just like his dad. I've met Mr. Hart before, and he started laughing just at the fact I called him Mr. Hart, but I'd say they have a definite same type of laugh and same personality.
I've heard that one multiple times, yeah.
All right, good stuff, man. Hey, Marcus Thompson on the Warriors in the NBA playoffs. I have a question about LeBron, because I want the Lakers to lose. I want them out. Somebody said going into this series that if LeBron and the Lakers beat the Thunder, it would be the greatest accomplishment of LeBron's career. And I was like, doesn't coming back from 3-1 down against a 73-win Warrior team count as a pretty big accomplishment?
That's my first response.
But there, recency bias, but still, we'll ask Marcus about that next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our final John Joe Curley question of the day. We've been talking a lot of Giants, a lot of T-Mac, Trevor McDonald, Bryce Eldridge, and Jesus Rodriguez in the lineup yesterday. But we're about to talk to Marcus Thompson about Steve Kerr's future with the Golden State Warriors. 808 KNBR. Do you want Steve Kerr back, or should he take some of that TV money? Shoot us a text or give us a call, 808 KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, Marcus Thompson time. Always like talking to Marcus about life in general. The Warriors, the NBA, the 49ers, Alyssa Liu, you name it. MT2, how are you, man? What's up, dude?
What's up, Marcus?
What's going on, homies? We chilling.
Yeah, we are. And we're chilling without a Steve Kerr verdict. There's certain sports stories we do this job, like Brandon Ayuk's contract or things like the Jonathan Kuminga, and they become so mind-numbing after a while because we got to talk every day, Dude, Kerr's not there yet. But we're sort of flirting with the outside potential of becoming a mind-numbing story. So please tell me that the people you're talking to say we're going to get resolution sometime soon?
I mean, yes, soon, but what is soon exactly, right? This is clearly, to me, it feels like trending to working out how this thing is going to work. Because it feels like if you're not coming back, you need a third meeting, right? So it's almost like working out some kinks or something. I've never seen anything like this, really, like with a coach. So it is very interesting that there hasn't been resolution yet. So I do think it's gonna happen. It's gotta happen because you're getting into the time of the draft and free agency, and you need to know who's running it. You got to have a coaching search if he doesn't come back, that type of stuff. So I feel like it's got to happen pretty soon, but soon is a relative term.
Yeah, that's the question that everybody's wondering. When is this going to happen? There was a report this weekend from ESPN that they were expected to meet yesterday. Marcus, what can you tell us? Were there any updates? Is there an actual set date of when this meeting's going to happen? And what is going to happen, Marcus?
Yeah, I'll be reporting that stuff in The Athletic if I knew it.
Yeah.
No, I'm in San Antonio for the Minnesota Spurs series, and this is all people are like, it's a conversation like what's going to happen with Steve Kerr. They're being very close to the vest about this. Steve Kerr just really doesn't want people. He doesn't want this to be a topic, but he's made it a big topic. So it's pretty close to the vest. I don't want to speculate out loud. I've heard some things, but I'm not ready to report it yet.
Okay. Sounds like we're looking forward to the reporting then.
Yeah.
My goodness.
You want to call us back, Marcus?
Yeah, maybe. You'll see it. You'll see it when it drops.
Okay. I look forward to it, man, for sure. All right. We're talking to Marcus Thompson. Hey, there is life beyond the Steve Kerr drama. I threw this to Marcus as I was driving in this morning listening to the NBA guys, and they're previewing tonight. And they said, if LeBron and the Lakers beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, it will be the greatest accomplishment of LeBron's career. Some guy threw that out there, and I was like, wow. Well, that's kind of a statement, but they were trying to say how big of underdogs the Lakers were. And I think they're 15-point underdogs tonight. But I mean, I said, I would have thought coming back from 3-1 down against a 73-win team was a bigger accomplishment. But are they that big underdogs for you to say it would be a monumental thing if LeBron led the Lakers past the Thunder?
Yeah, I'm not calling it the greatest thing, but it would be monumental. We often go into these series feeling like, all right, we know the answer. But, then you see the series play out. It's like, yeah, maybe it wasn't that far apart. So I could totally see there being a world where, okay, maybe the Lakers weren't as far off as we thought. So we could be just wrong about it. And that's typically how it goes. They were down 3-1, and we had 4 games of evidence why they weren't the better team, right? Like that wasn't conjecture. That wasn't speculation. That wasn't past. And the stakes were much higher. So I just don't think you top that. With that said, it would be shocking if they beat the Thunder. Just who they are and who the Thunder have been, it will be shocking for that to happen. I'm not putting it on 2016, but it's definitely up there.
Marcus, bigger story for you in San Antonio, Anthony Edwards making his return for Game 1 or witnessing Victor Wembanyama set an NBA record with 12 blocks last night?
Yeah, I'm going with Ant's return because it really shaped the game more than – Wembanyama did his thing, obviously, but Ant being there changed everything for the Timberwolves. Like, this dude could – he's still not Anthony Edwards, right? He didn't drive to the fourth quarter and he grimaced after that. So he can't even really do his thing, and they're still double-teaming this guy. He's starting to get the Steph Curry treatment. And Wemby, as good as he was on defense, wasn't good on offense. So I'm going with Ant mostly because I want to spark this beef between Ant and Wemby that's going to lead us to the 28 Olympics, right? I'm thinking about this long term. Team USA led by Anthony Edwards against Team France led by Victor Wembanyama for the gold medal game in what? Where they play? Intuit Dome? Crypto.com? 2028. I'm setting this up, the drama. So it's going to be a quarter gold part 2 after I'm finished.
I love it. Will Steve Kerr be coaching that USA team?
No. Who's it? Spo's turn?
Spo? Will Brandin Podziemski be on that USA Olympic team?
I don't know how Steve Kerr's not coaching.
Quick talk.
He could, now that I think about it. He could, maybe.
Whoa! Because we joke because did you see the tweet he sent out when after the what was it? Was it after the Olympics? Somebody sent out early look at the 2028 roster and they sent out like 15 names and Pods retweeted it with a shrug emoji because he wasn't on it. And we were like, come on, bro. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I do know. He's not on it. Right?
Nah, I would guess he's not. There's a crop of players coming that they're going to get a couple spots in 2028. So it's going to be tough, Pods.
By the way, when it's all said and done, where were you with Pods, man? I was playing golf the other day with a guy who's a Warrior fan. He was telling me how much he hated Pods. And I was like, wow. And we got into it, and he was talking about, the off-court persona, maybe a little too braggadocious, not matching the production, turnover. I don't know. I mean, Kerr played – part of the thing that drove Kerr haters crazy is how much he played Pods. What do you think of the Kerr-Pods relationship and Pods' evolution as a player?
I think Pods is a good player. I feel like sentiment sometimes gets in the way of actual evidence. People hated Jordan Poole, with a similar like veracity. Like it was just like, I hate Jordan Poole. The Warriors are not winning, and somebody's gotta pay for that in the minds of Warriors fans. And it just feels like sometimes they just pick somebody. Is Pods supposed to be the savior of the Warriors? Like, if so, they were cooked anyway. He was like a late first round pick. So I think he's a good player. I feel like he has some strengths that really helped him. There's a reason when he's on the floor, they typically outscore the opponent. He isn't this guy who can feel their greatest need, which is somebody to be next to Steph to say, I got this and I got your buckets. He talks like that. He walks like that,
but he's not that guy. I don't think that means he's not good, though. He's been a good player for the Warriors. He's been one of their better draft picks, and they haven't been great at him over the years. I think he gets a bad rap because he made it to the NBA with an insane level of confidence. That could sound like delusion, and a lot of players do, right? And if that's what he needed to make it, that's what he needed. I mean, you got to back it up, right? If you're gonna talk like that, you got to be that. But if you take away all the noise and just look at his play, Pods is a good player. He's a good reserve player on a really good team, and those players are invaluable.
Marcus, before we let you go, I did want to ask you about the East because there was some speculation before the playoffs even began that if Mike Brown and the Knicks flamed out this year in the playoffs, that Mike Brown could lose his job and he could be a potential option to replace Steve Kerr with the Warriors. But right now, it does not look like the Knicks are flaming out after they took care of the Hawks and whooped up on the 76ers yesterday. I know the Pistons were able to survive that 3-1 scare from the Orlando Magic, but who do you have as a favorite in the East right now?
Man, Mike Brown's Knicks. Yeah. It's funny because it's still the question in the air, right? And part of this mystery is James Dolan. Like, he could very well fire another coach who makes it to the East Finals because he didn't make the finals. So, like, if anybody could do something wild that would make much sense, it could be Dolan. So he still might be on the hot seat if they don't make the finals because now it feels like, oh, this is definitely the year. So if they don't make it, you can imagine how mad Dolan would be. So I'm not counting out the crazy yet. I think it still could happen, but they look like the clear, more experienced, more explosive postseason team in the East. They look like they're going to be a tough matchup for whoever they're facing. There aren't that many great teams left. So it's kind of like, Mike Brown might get to the finals. And if that's the case, does he just say, hey, I'm out. I gave you your title. Joe, where my money at?
Hey, 2 of the final 8 coaches are Steve Kerr coaching tree. Although I don't know if Mike Brown counts as a Steve Kerr coaching tree. He had a career before Kenny Atkinson, too. But the fact is they both were former Warriors assistants. Kenny Atkinson, Cleveland. So we got some rooting interest there for sure. Hey, just a quick one on the Valkyries, because we never, year 2 now. Marcus, we have Hum Babies and Bum Babies on Monday morning, and Marcus wanted to put the Valks on Bum Babies for cutting Marta Suarez after trading Flaw J. Johnson for her. Is there a method to this madness here?
I think there is. This is very Golden State basketball. Ohema and Natalie, the GM and coach, they have a very good idea of what they want in a player. And it's clearly not a player like Flaugier, like an ISO player, kind of random, not quite efficient, explosive, but a bit chaotic sometimes. So to me, them trading Marta or them cutting Marta and maybe putting her in a development program was a sign that they just didn't like anybody in this draft. They didn't like what was available to them. So that's crazy. But we've seen this with Golden State. Like, you know what? Here's this player right here. He should be there. And they're like, he's really not that type of guy. I feel like that's how they operate. They know how they want to play. They know the type of player they want. So to me, the cutting Marta wasn't the problem, except for, you root for the Cal local, right? But the issue was it shows you how much they value that pick. Like they didn't really look at that pick and say, we're going to get a good player. They were like, there's nobody here. Let's do something with this pick.
Wow. Is it a problem that they almost don't value their first round picks?
Not in the W, because this is what happened. Look, last year they did the same thing. They cut the top pick. It's just the W, like it's not that many spots. The competition is tough. You're not guaranteed to make the squad. And they've made some of these tough choices before and been right. So, I figure after the first year to get a little patience. With Julie Van Loo, right? Remember? Mm-hmm. They were under fire for cutting her, especially how they did it. W's a bit different. The first round pick isn't what it normally is in sports. With that said, I'm not sure it's something you can just kind of whatever with it. You might want to figure out a way to make that more valuable. And essentially, what they got was a second round pick and a development player at best for a first round pick. That feels like devaluing the pick, but it isn't that bad. It doesn't kill you in the W as much as it does in other leagues.
Year 2 for the Falcons is going to be huge. WNBA blowing up. I don't know if you guys I watch SNL because I stay home at night. Did you watch Cam Patterson's monologue about Megan Thee Stallion and Clay? Did you see that?
No.
Oh, he had a funny.
My wife was telling me about it though.
It was funny. One is riff. He goes, "Man, who is this Clay Thompson anyway?" He goes, "Who is that?" He goes, "What does he play in?" He plays in the NBA. He goes, "What is that? The MNBA? What is that? I don't even know that."
Yeah.
It was pretty funny, man. Pretty funny. Might be worth cutting.
This is a whole narrative out there that Clay is like a nobody who Meg made popular.
Yeah.
It's funny that's an actual narrative out there.
That was the national narrative. The guy was like, "I don't even know who this guy is." And then Michael Che had to jump in. He's like, "Come on, man, you know Clay Thompson." He's like, "No, I don't." But anyway, also joking about the W being bigger than the M. So, oh man,
it's an interesting world we're in. I'm still shocked there aren't sports people like, "Oh, I watch sports." Like, it still makes me like, "Yo, what do you do with your time?"
I know, right? I know.
There's a lot of people like that out there, so I can see it, but it's still a wild thought. 4-time champion Clay Thompson.
So
who is that?
Well, did you see? I always joke about this. I watched that show Abbott Elementary, and Andre Iguodala did a guest hit on it, and he so clearly wasn't like an obvious star that the character had, when he showed up, the character said, "Why? Hey, you're 3-time NBA champ Andre Iguodala. What are you doing here?" It's like they had to write his resume. Yeah, they had to write it into the script, you know.
Show up with a name tag.
University of Arizona's finest, potential future Hall of Famer.
Oh man! Hey, so just in the end, then, what's the next clue we're looking for in terms of Lacob, Dunleavy, and Kerr? What's the next sign?
A press conference.
That's it. Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. Waiting for a notice for a press conference. You're definitely hearing like the doomsday thing going down. Now it's like, oh, Steve Kerr clearly wants to coach, and he clearly wants to coach the Warriors. So that's kind of the latest message. So it's time to start. Hey, there's an emergency press conference. You know, I need the message from Raymond Ritter. Like, hey, you gonna be in town? You know, where they try to keep it a secret, but everybody know what it is. That's what I mean. Knowing Steve, he might just announce it with Tom Tolbert's house.
Yeah, right on in the backyard, Tolbert's backyard. All right, Marcus, enjoy that, man. Minnesota lands blow 1, and you'll be there to write about it. I look forward to reading about it, and thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
There he is, Marcus Thompson in San Antonio, a city I've never been to, Mark. I got to travel a lot in my career as a writer.
One of the rare U.S. cities that I've been to, and you haven't.
There it is.
I've been down to the Riverwalk.
My other big miss is Cincinnati. You been there?
No, I've never been to Cincinnati.
I've been to almost every other major American sports city, but Cincinnati and San Antonio I missed.
Damn, you've never been down to the Alamo.
San Antonio?
I went to a bachelor party in Austin, and we decided one day just to go down to San Antonio.
It's not that close.
Not that close. It was definitely a bit of a drive, so definitely had to hydrate.
All right, good stuff.
If you get what I'm saying.
All right. Okay, listen, we'll wrap it up on the other side. It was good to get off the Giants for a minute there and talk about the Warriors. We can finish up strong, get ready for some of the Tony Vitello and Buster Posey shakeup, revisit those, and figure out what's going on tonight at Oracle Park on the Sports Leader.
Hey, the Stallion, who even is this guy? You don't know Klay Thompson? No.
Hey, the good people at Provident Credit Union are a local financial institution right here in the Bay Area, helping Bay Area workers, helping Bay Area families grow your savings. I have my mortgage with Provident. You can have your pick-a-term certificate with Provident Credit Union, and that is where you have some money and you want to grow it, guaranteed, and get it back quickly. That's what you do. You pick a timeline that fits 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. and you're going to earn up to 3.50% annual percentage yield while you're saving. So it's flexible, it's easy, and it just makes sense. You can learn more on the website, providencecu.org, or stop by a local community branch for a good old-fashioned in-person meeting. Ask about the pick-a-term certificates to step up your savings game. Rate is effective May 5, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Limited time offer. Start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Why are those the Black Crows, y'all? Why don't we give away 2 tickets to see the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers Thursday, August 20th at Shoreline Amphitheater. We're giving these away right now because Live Nation has their Summer of Live $30 ticket promotion. You can get $30 tickets to over 4,000 shows. This offer ends today. So go to livenation.com and get your tickets. The giveaway is a $30 ticket deal for every show this summer. We're talking about Toyota Pavilion in Concord, Lil Wayne. Talking about Chicago, Rob Zombie. We're talking about Shoreline Amphitheater, Mountain View. My parents' hometown, Kid Cudi, Santana, John Mellencamp, Luke Bryan, Black Crowes, who you're hearing right now. Train, Muse, The Roots. All happening right now. LiveNation.com. It ends today, though. $30 Summer of Live tickets. $30.
Oh.
Bro, that's like you were asking for cheeseburger prices?
Yeah. I'll take $30 concert prices. You don't get too many tickets to concerts for $30. They ain't charging you $30 down at Coachella, I'll tell you that.
P1 Chuck, who's an ardent listener in Charleston, South Carolina, says minimal fees, too. So he said he got like 2 tickets for James Taylor for like $62.
Dude, and it's worth it. Like, regardless if you're even a fan of the band or the artist, I love concert season down at Shoreline. Sign me up for $30. I'll just go out and enjoy the concert. I mean, it's essentially the same price as buying a beer and a pack of peanuts at a ball game.
That is a little too close to home.
Yeah, no, literally. I've spent $30 multiple times this year on a beer and a pack of peanuts.
Did you guys see the viral thing going around from Tiger Stadium? Guy going, man, you can't even take a family of 4. Do you see this today?
I can barely afford it for myself.
No, he took a picture of the receipt. It says 4 hot dogs times 7, $28. It says 3 bags of peanuts times 5, $15. Mm-hmm. And then it said 4 Coke for $2, $8. And then it said 17 Coors Lights times 10,
That's my kind of dad.
$170.
That's the kind of dad I want to hang out with.
Guys like, man, you can't even take a family out to the yard anymore. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is for the Bouchers. Every time we go to a game now, like all 5 of us order beers, and you're like, oh, damn, there goes $125.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, dude, just wait until your kids are 21, Murph.
Take me to Summer of Live for $30, man.
Yeah, take me.
If I'm going to talk Shoreline Amphitheater, great moments in your partner's history, Madonna 1987.
Wow.
The True Blue Tour.
At Shoreline, huh? I didn't know it was at Shoreline.
I feel proud I checked off that box because I wouldn't go to a Madonna show now. She did, but this was like True Blue, and the Giants were playing well. It was August, and she came out. She did one costume change and came out, or somebody threw it up on stage, and she wore a Giants hat for one of her tracks. I was fired up. Because I had a big old honking crush on Madonna. I was 19 that day, and I had a big old honking crush on Madonna. And she was wearing the hat of my favorite team.
Wow.
The Will Clark Giants.
Wow. Sounds like you were touched for the very first time.
Very good, buddy. You know your Madonna playbook.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of playbook, what's the lineup tonight? What are you doing?
I'm finding out a way to get Casey Schmidt into the lineup, which means if we're going around the horn, Willy Adames, it's time to take your medicine and take your day off. I think you reward Rafael Devers for having a pair of ribbies yesterday. You're not taking Luis Arraez out of the lineup. And Matt Chapman got the off day yesterday, and I want to see more Bryce Eldridge. So that means Willy Adames looks like it's the odd man out unless they decide to bench Casey Schmidt, which I don't think you can afford to do right now with the way he's swinging the bat.
How does Willy Adames take that news?
He's going to have to take it like a pro and tell him to have his bat ready to go for a pinch hit situation. And if not, stick around for the 9th inning to get that cooler ready to go to dump on somebody.
No, you're right. One of the things about this is bats on the bench.
Yes, which they haven't had all season.
No, they haven't. And they haven't used them either. So if anybody missed it, we had talked all morning yesterday about what the moves were going to be. And Gerard Encarnacion indeed did get designated for assignment. We'll always remember you, Gerard. We hardly knew ye.
And those then, big yellow cleats.
And he always had that he liked to have the pocket out, like the donkey ear, whatever they call that, the elephant ear.
Oh, yeah, the right turn right back to the dugout.
Oh, man. And Will Brennan, who was like, what did I do? But Christian Koss stayed.
Yeah.
Which was cool.
Good for Koss.
Yeah. And in terms of Logan Webb tonight, listen, he's due. Last outing was good.
Really good out in Philadelphia.
And the Padres are struggling. I mean, the Padres are, and, so are the Giants. That's why Walker Buehler's like, cool, I get to pitch against the Giants tonight, right? But, I mean, listen, I go by that stupid fan graphs thing where they, by analyses, that if you look at if you go to a team and look at their schedule and results, they predict by fan graphs, and they have the Giants as a 60% favorite to win tonight's game. based on metrics.
They're looking to light the beam tonight.
They also have the Giants favored to win Wednesday afternoon with Adrian Hauser against Matt Waldron.
Light the beam.
Yeah, I think that tells you more about Matt Waldron currently with his ERA in the +9. But look, Adrian Hauser has not been lights out either. That's why I think Wednesday is a big start for Adrian Hauser, because if he does not have a great outing, I think the Giants have to take an honest look at Trevor McDonald and give him another start after what we saw on the bump last night.
Don't forget Hauser, 2-year deal.
Yeah, well,
2 years, $22 million.
Trade him.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's still early in the season, but T-Mac looked fantastic last night, and I've had this thought going into the season, both with Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle, who I was not a big fan of signing either of those veterans. I know you got to eat some innings throughout the season, but I've been looking at Trevor McDonald, Blade Tidwell, and Carson Wisenhunt since we were down in Scottsdale at spring training as those type of guys taking over spots in this rotation at some point this season.
Yeah, and there's the old Rodney Dangerfield Caddyshack, my arm is broken for Adrian Hauser. I mean, listen, I kind of feel like that's what they did with Harrison Bader.
I broke my back, spinal.
Are you going to bring back Bader, by the way?
Yeah, if he wants to be the fourth outfielder off the bench right now, because I think Drew Gilbert is giving you more production, giving you more spark, giving you more energy. By the way, something we haven't talked about. Have you seen the celebration at the end of the game where last night it looked like Drew Gilbert tried to kiss Jung-Hoo Lee?
No.
They do a group hug in the outfield.
Yeah.
And there are screenshots where like Drew Gilbert's like trying to kiss Jung-Hoo Lee, like pucker up as a joke. Obviously, I would assume. I don't know. I'm not in the clubhouse.
On the lips?
Yeah, no, I mean, it looked like Jung-Hoo Lee was pulling away.
The famous Magic Johnson, great kisses between athletes, Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas. I want to say they went lips, too, before the 88 NBA Finals.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to say
any other famous kissers besides Morgana, the kissing bandit?
Yeah, but
right?
athletes, opponents about to kiss or teammates about to kiss. Sometimes, well, Matt, remember Jim Harbaugh planted one on Matt Barrow's head in Lambeau Field after the
That's right.
Phil Dawson kick in the snow.
Mount Kissmore.
They were running down the little tunnel, and he pulled off Barrow's little beanie and kissed his bald head.
Just seeing that image in my head makes me laugh.
That's some pretty good stuff, man. All right, well, then a little bit of Giants there for you to get going. I agree with you on the lineup, and it seems kind of obvious that it's Adames' turn. Then Wednesday afternoon, I don't know, it depends on how tonight goes, right?
Exactly. Day by day.
Musical chairs. And when the music stops, one of you doesn't get a chair, right? All right. And then Casey Schmidt, who knows? We'll see if we'll take some fly balls out in the outfield today, too. So, all right. On the other side, what one of us learned today, by the way, there was young Tony sighting at the ballpark. Jack Loader ran into him in section 122.
So I heard.
He said that it's a very professional environment that he's working in now, as opposed to the very unprofessional environment that he left.
He's not working with any more slapsticks like you and I?
Slapsticks or slap?
I made sure to say sticks because we're on radio.
Yeah, the slap D quota is low over there.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, different environment.
We'll figure something out and then hand it over. Is it JD again today? Is that what we got? On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Marcus hit the jukebox here, buddy. What do you got?
A little suavemente as we close out a Cinco de Mayo Tuesday, Cinco de Drinko. This is the king, Murph. Elvis Crespo, suavemente.
Bro, any relation to Felipe Crespo?
Oh, that I am not aware of.
Felipe Crespo was the first, and I know the crowd will yell at me if I get this wrong, first non-Barry Bonds splash hit for the Giants?
Ooh.
I think. Here's this date in Giants history.
This date in Giants history.
I think he was. Felipe Crespo, or Elvis Crespo from New York.
Little suavemente.
American merengue singers won multiple Grammys.
Yes, and this is one of my favorite Spanish songs. We played La Chona and a couple other songs earlier today, but really a real quick digression. Now every time I hear this song, I think of Sam Spear, because I told you when I was running the board on the weekends for Sam Spear's horse racing show, he would almost always control all the music we played, which was mostly Bing Crosby.
Yeah.
But
old jazz.
There was one day where we had a jockey from Mexico on, and he started scrambling. He goes, Marcus, I need a song. I said, Sam, hit him with a little suavemente. You'll hear this in the parking lot at a Coliseum for a Raiders game. Yes,
because I did
you
a
will.
little research. I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to cause a stir at 9:56, but apparently they consider this Puerto Rican music, not Mexican.
See, it's Spanish.
Okay.
Sorry to offend anybody. I just wanted to hear the damn song and tell my Sam Spear story, because he introduced the jockey on air and he goes, you hear this? This is because this man is suavemente.
Well, who's the,
so I was proud I was able to throw the alley-oop up to Sam Spear.
Well, you did great, and look where it got you, buddy. Who's that guy, the Frank Sinatra of Mexico? He's the guy.
You're talking. Maria Lopez is gonna kill us.
I know. It's
Fernando.
Is it Luis Miguel? No. It's Is it? Come on. It's the guy who's like so great.
Yes. Maria Lopez is yelling at the radio.
Vicente
right
Fernandez.
Now. There it is. Vicente Fernandez. Great pull. Whoo! Had to get that one in. Bless you. Kazoon.
I got worse as the day went on, by the way. I apologize.
Way to power through it.
Oh, man. Let's go.
Your performance today was suavemente, Murph.
Let's learn.
So smooth.
I hope I'm not getting you sick, brother.
It's all right.
Okay, let's go.
The ladies want to know.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
That's a good one, man. That's a good one. So you learned, and I threw this at you in honor of Cinco de Mayo. I said, hey, Casey Schmidt might hit a bomb because his mother is Mexican and his father, being half Cuban, he's 75% Latino.
Yeah, I had no idea with the last name Schmidt that Casey Schmidt is part of the Latino heritage. I didn't know that Casey Schmidt had that cholo mentality that Sergio Romo was telling us about the other day.
Cholo mentality, gun ho.
We should ask him about it, by the way, if we ever get Casey Schmidt on. But it did lead us to some Casey Schmidt fun, because he was talking about last night's hero, Trevor McDonald, who threw 7 shutty and is deep-fried Mississippi. You got some Trevor McDonald to set the tone?
I mean, I'm just being thankful for the opportunity to be up here, It's a big moment, big opportunity. Obviously been on a little bit of a skid, so there was some, I guess adrenaline's the word, to go out there and try to give us a spark, and do the best I can to help us get back on that winning streak.
Get us off our skid.
A little bit of a skid.
Get us off our skid. So they actually were talking to Casey Schmidt on the NBC Sports Bay Area postgame, and he was asking about Trevor McDonald, and he didn't want to talk about his sinker and slider. He wanted to talk about his cadence here. Check it out.
Yeah, he's an athlete. He's a hell of an athlete. He's awesome to be around too. I don't know if you guys have heard him, heard his accent, man. That accent's really nice to listen to.
Straight Mississippi, right? Straight Southern.
Oh my God, I want him to read me a story before I go to bed.
So there you go. So we got outfielders kissing, and we got guys reading bedtime stories. to each
Yeah,
other.
we have Southern Fried Story Time with Trevor McDonald.
Marcus learned that today. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Boy, did I ever today.
Yeah,
Grab
thank
a
you,
mug and
Bigelow.
tea proudly. All right, get the hell out of here because my nose is running. I can't get out. I don't want to get everybody sick. JD's in for Papa. Papa and Silver, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Oh my God, I want him to read me a story before I go to bed.
You don't know Klay Thompson?
No!
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
And the pitch. Swinging, he hammers one to left field. Way, way back there. Goodbye. And this game is tied. His former teammate in Boston way over toward the middle. Swinging a ground ball right into the middle where nobody was. Base hit right center field. Arraez is in to score. Over to third goes Ramos. 2-1 Giants. Now he swings and he hits a high fly ball into right field. Over to his left goes Tatis. He's got a great arm. Here's the catch. Tagging is Arraez heading for the plate. And the throw in is cut off by Sheets. So scoring easily is Arraez, and it's 3-1 Giants. Second RBI of the game for Devers.
3-2. He throws. Sheets swings and foul tips into the middle. Rodriguez, strike 3. Trevor McDonald, his 8th strikeout of the night. Man, has he pitched well. And that might be it for him. If so, what a 2026 debut.
Pitch on the way. Slider grounded softly to second. Racing in, and with a barehanded pickup, Arraez over to first. He got him. Wow, what a play. Delivers. Slider struck him out swinging. The losing streak is over. They're back home where they now have won 9 times in their last 11 games at Oracle Park.
Just as everybody predicted, the stopper of it all would be Trevor McDonald. Hey, how about it? The Giants snap a 6-game losing streak. We got a little look at Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez. Casey Schmidt stays hot. Rafael Devers starting to put it together a little bit, piece by piece. And we got a whole bunch of lineup questions, not just from what we saw last night, but also moving forward. It's a little musical chairs action, particularly when you look at the infield. So good morning, everybody. Greg Silver, John Dickinson. Walter is back after his nice long weekend. Hope he celebrated the birthday extra spectacular. And we have got a lot to get into today. As you know, as always, 415-808-5627, the phone number to join the conversation. And JD, again, I think how the rest of the series plays out is going to dictate the larger conversation. But for one night, for all the pomp and circumstance about Eldridge and Rodriguez, it was really Trevor McDonald who didn't get the chance when he was on the road trip as the 27th man, getting his first start of the year, going 7 innings, and outside that home run from Jackson Merrill, man, he was spectacular.
Yeah, surprise from Trevor McDonald. Surprisingly dominant start against the Padres. But it was Casey Schmidt, of course. You hear the home run there to answer back after the Giants do go down immediately 1-0. Arraez, doing everything. Couple of doubles, scoring the other 2 runs. And Devers coming through situationally twice, driving in Luis Arraez on 2 occasions. Arraez took advantage of a poor decision by Xander Bogaerts there on that ground ball where he gets from second to third. That sets up what proved to be it looked like it was going to be the difference in the game there. I guess it wound up being the difference in the game that they're able to get that run where if Bogaerts just takes the out, maybe the Padres get out of the inning and they're still playing into the night at Oracle Park. But alas, the Giants do a lot of little things well. They win a game where they don't hit a lot, but situationally a little better. And to your point, Casey Schmidt does it again. So the shuffle. The shuffling is going to continue here, but the Giants, give themselves a real quick opportunity to win a series now with Logan Webb going tonight because Trevor McDonald was outstanding.
Well, you know what's funny is you heard John Miller just say it in the open package that they've won 9 of 11 at Oracle Park, and I know the road trip was what it was. They didn't add on to their win total, and that was the big focus of yesterday, but for all the roster construction, for all the money going different places, for the investment in what you would think would be a more offensive-oriented team rather than pitching, even with all that, the Giants have a very clear recipe of how they're winning games. And when you saw the Dodgers series, and then when you saw last night, it's take advantage of a couple of hot innings. Still weren't great with runners in scoring position, although, as you noted, Devers situationally got it going, which was important. And just getting 3 runs is enough. And as long as the bullpen doesn't have a 1-run lead to protect in the 9th inning, they've been able to hang in there. But the closer thing, still a bit of an issue. I'm happy for Caleb Killian. He has by and large been one of the bright spots for a bullpen with a lot of unproven arms. But again, we don't really know what to expect if they got a 1-run lead. So good thing Devers helped drive in that extra run to make it 3-1 so that they did have that margin for error to be able to take the win.
Well, and Caleb Killian on the spot, and yeah, that extra run there ended up allowing us to not be talking about another blown save with a third different closer in the last week. Of course, Ryan Walker and Keaton Wynn trying to pitch that second inning, and Philly couldn't get the job done. And Killian gives up the homer, but has the margin for error. And Killian now on the spot. I think it was the right call by Tony Vitello and staff to have it be Killian after Keaton Wynn had given it up in the one opportunity he had. Of course, Ryan Walker have to go away from him, I think, in 9th and 8th innings. Here moving forward, try to pitch him more mid-game, 6th inning, 7th inning. But with Eric Miller going on the IL, somebody's got to step up and, at least in the short term, take over that closer role. And I think, Killian is kind of the next best option here, right? He hadn't really had the opportunity, but when you look at his numbers, he's pitched, I think, better than anybody overall in the Giants bullpen from start to this point. So why not give him an opportunity? He hung some pitches. I think he got away with a few in watching it in real time. He didn't get away with the one to Laureano, but it doesn't matter. He gets the job done. The Giants stopped the bleeding, which for all of the discussion about blame shifting and shifting attention and trying to shake things up, mission accomplished, even without Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez factoring in really to the overall outcome of the game. Part of making those moves is trying to wake others up, and I do think we talked about this yesterday, Greg. I do think Devers is starting to come around and has started to come around since really Saturday. I feel like in St. Petersburg, I think the at-bats have been a little bit better, and I think you even saw that situationally last night. But what can you say about Arraez, and what can you say about Casey Schmidt, who continue to, in many ways, carry this team right now and prevent what feels like a pretty dire situation from being even worse? Yeah, when you have a road trip where you go winless, 0-6, and 3 of those losses happen in a walk-off fashion when you very well could have or should have been able to close it out, you'll take a stop in any way you can get it. So, yeah, we can nitpick the 9th inning, and Killian wasn't perfect, and he hung the ball to Laureano. But to your point, it doesn't matter the fact that they were just able to stop it for the moment. And again, the one calling card that the Giants have had right now is winning games within their division. So we're going to be back at 58 Social tomorrow for the first time in a while. At the very least, the Giants will have a chance to capture that series, although you would think with Webb tonight and Hauser tomorrow that tonight would be the one you want to go and get with Webb pitching in these evening conditions. So lots to get into over the next 4 hours. 808 KNBR. We took a lot of calls, read a lot of texts yesterday. And Walt, as I welcome you back, by the way, the 2 words I offered yesterday, I wrote them down on a piece of paper. They read no closer, or you could also have read it as no closer. Well, I was getting ready to revisit that piece of paper had the Giants not come through in the 9th inning, but all's well that ends well, JD. They found a way to get that done, and so we got a lot to talk about. Eric Miller, the quick note I wanted on that is for all the roster moves yesterday when we were off the air, that was the one thing we weren't necessarily prepared for or didn't discuss much. Now, it helped for a night because Trevor McDonald was able to come up and give you a great start, but back to the point on who do you trust in the bullpen, that's another valuable arm out there that you're not going to have as he went to the 15-day IL dealing with this back soreness. So the deck continues to shuffle. We saw a very, very much new look lineup last night, and it was really hitters 2 through 5 where the bulk of your offense came from. But Rafael Devers, again, maybe not going to jump off the screen with the highlights, but the way he was able to cash in situationally, that went a long way, particularly with getting that extra run to give Killian some breathing room in the 9th. So we got a ton to get to, and Murph and Marcus threw out the analogy about musical chairs. That's what I want to get into next, because there's a lot of different players fighting for many different spots. Not everyone's going to be able to go on a given night.
And I got a couple of points I wanted to make about that, so I'll do that when we come on back. Getting ready on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 6-game losing streak has been snapped. Giants take the win 3-2 over the Padres. And while much was made about Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez coming up, it was last night's starter Trevor McDonald who stole the show. What do you want to see from Tony Vitello's lineup tonight? Give us a call, shoot us a text at 415-808-5627.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
And the pitch to him. Swing, and he hammers one to left field. Way, way back there. Goodbye. And this game is tied. Casey Schmidt, he's had a lot of excellent at-bats so far this year. But that one, he took 2 or 3 really close pitches. And one so close that the opposing catcher challenged the call with the ABS system. And Schmidt was right, and Schmidt ultimately launches a home run. What an at-bat.
Casey Schmidt in the bottom of the first. It was looking like it could be ugly because on the third at-bat of the game, it was Jackson Merrill that went deep. You're thinking, here we go again. Well, guess what? The Giants didn't need to score first. They just needed to homer, and generally, they find a way to win those games. So a little bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye-bye, Casey Schmidt. And good morning to everybody as we welcome you in on Papa and Silver. 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says there's a new dance step in San Francisco. It's called the Casey Shuffle. Well, I know we were discussing yesterday about the potential lineup variations and what was going to happen. We didn't think Casey Schmidt was going to be left out of the lineup, and there's a good reason why. As probably the best overall offensive player, along with Luis Arraez, but Schmidt gives you that element of power. His team leading 5th home run. So, yeah, JD, look, I wanted to go back to what Murph and Marcus talked about with the musical chairs analogy, because what they threw out earlier this morning is that you got 5 spots for 6 players, effectively, with the infield and the 2 utility/DH guys. Devers, Arraez, Adames, Chapman, Schmidt, and Eldridge. And I'm saying, yeah, in concept, I get it. But right now, you got 3 spots for 4 players because Schmidt and Arraez aren't leaving the lineup. The hell you're taking them out. Baseball seasons are long enough where, particularly in the case of Schmidt, he might have a point where he goes a little bit colder, and then maybe you can sit him a couple of days. But going back to the less is more, it's been more is more for Casey Schmidt. He's not going anywhere in the lineup. Luis Arraez isn't going anywhere in the lineup. So Devers, Adames, Chapman, and who's the fourth one? Devers, Adames, Chapman, and Eldridge can figure it out as it goes with those 3 spots.
Well, and look, it's all part of the shakeup. And Devers, I don't think, is going anywhere at this point because he is starting to hit the ball a little bit better. And again, sac fly, base, seeing eye single to drive in another run there. So I don't think he's necessarily going anywhere as they try to get him going as well. I was a little bit surprised, and look, we've gone back and forth about Casey Schmidt. I've sort of been up and down on Schmidt at different points. I didn't think it was good practice to just make him in the offseason the everyday second baseman and say he was going to play every day there. I foresaw more of kind of a utility role, and it felt silly to even suggest it given how Adames and Chapman and those guys want to be everyday type players. But I really foresaw Schmidt being somebody that could be kind of a part-time player, part-time to most of the time player, but somebody that would move around to a bunch of different positions and basically spell guys, once a week or here and there at different spots. And he basically was, either the first baseman when Devers was a little banged up or the DH up until last night. So I think it's interesting as far as, Schmidt at third base last night for Matt Chapman. I was surprised, and we talked about a couple of things just in the way they did it last night. I was surprised that it was Chapman out with Adames staying in, but it does make sense to allow for Casey Schmidt if he's not going to be the DH or play first base, to play his most natural position, at least in maybe starting to get comfortable with this more of a utility or move around and shuffle positionally in the field type of a deal. So you give Chapman the first night, and will it be Adames tonight? I mean, we shall see. But I'm with you. I don't really think Arraez at this point is factored into it. I really don't even think Devers at this point is factored into it. But I do think it's interesting, because I think you could even maybe throw Casey Schmidt in the outfield a little bit at some point. That was something that was kind of on in my mind as different ways to maybe get him more at bats in certain situations. So for one night, part of the shakeup is, can Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, come up and be productive? But the other part of the shakeup is putting the pressure on others within the lineup to perform. And I think, that in conjunction with the weekend that Devers had already started to put together in St. Petersburg, maybe we're seeing a little bit of that. Now, you don't want to get carried away, because they still did only score 3 runs. There were, good chunks of the game last night that did kind of look like the struggling Giants offense. And because McDonald was so good, they were able to basically out-pitch it. But 3 runs feels like 6 the way the Giants were going on the road trip. So just to get the 3 and to stem the tide and stop the bleeding is a big deal. The other just quick thing on the lineup, we should have known. I should have known that Jesus Rodriguez was going to catch last night right away, because it's kind of like Eldridge. You bring him up at least immediately because you want him to play. And that doesn't mean Rodriguez is necessarily going to play every day to the extent that Eldridge would. But you bring him up to throw him in there immediately, and the easiest way to throw him in there immediately, especially against a right-handed pitcher, would be to just have him catch. And I thought he looked good behind the plate. I keep hearing that he isn't a very good defensive catcher, but I thought he looked capable enough last night behind the plate to where I wouldn't hesitate to maybe throw him out there again.
And it made sense that with McDonald getting the start, you would have someone he was comfortable with in Sacramento be his catcher for the night. And I agree with you. I thought he called a hell of a game. He got a hell of a game. And, that funky stance, I know if Papa were here, he'd have a lot to say about the funky stance with the leg going back. But, yeah, I mean, 0 for 5 combined between Eldridge and Rodriguez. So, again, a lot of the noise was about those guys coming up. But in terms of the larger shakeup, you got contributions from Trevor McDonald. And, again, it's going to have to be your best players and your carriers waking up at some point if this team wants to turn the season around. But when you lose 6 in a row, at some point, you just got to have a stopper. You got to have a night to just stop the bleeding. And when you do it at home against a division opponent, that's all the better. So Schmidt, parts of Ramos, obviously Landon Roop. We talked about Susac, Eric Miller, now on the IL, and now Trevor McDonald last night. They've all had some positive flashes or maybe positive seasons as a whole. But that's not going to be the reason you can turn your season around. They should be rewarded for their playing time. They are being rewarded for how they're playing right now by continuing to be in the lineup. But the other side of the shakeup is exactly what you just outlined, which is it's also a bit of a wake-up call for the guys that were just slated to be everyday players, making a lot of money and not performing up to those expectations.
Yeah, and it I think goes through the entire lineup. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee, before he started facing some lefties, was really getting it going and as hot as anybody maybe in the major leagues. If he is colder, again, if he dips back into where he was before that hot streak, then he's somebody that can be taken out of the lineup at some point down the line. Elliot Ramos has been, I think, pretty consistent. I don't think he's been great. He's had his moments, but he hasn't been as bad as some of the other guys in terms of the lineup. So he's getting opportunities to hang in and stick in there because he still has performed at a higher level than a bunch of the other headliners, and I think rightfully so, but I think it's the same thing for somebody like Ramos. If Ramos goes into a hole, now you've got a few more options in terms of guys to just throw out there. And again, I think it starts with the infield. It starts in particular on the left side of the infield with Chapman already sitting last night. Does Chapman sit again tonight? Is Adames the guy who sits tonight? Do you start rotating it around in that way? And basically what you're doing is you're opening everything up to a competition. You're basically saying, hey, Matt Chapman, if you want to play, you got to perform better the next time you get the opportunity. And if Adames sits tonight, then you got to start performing better the next time you get your opportunity. And basically what you're hoping to do is yes, stem the tide and start to win some series to crawl back toward 500 now from 8 under to 7 with the win last night. But the goal truly is to create this competition of the best hitters throughout a given stretch are going to play, and the manager and coaching staff are going to have to identify the best hitters and mix and match them. Right now we're talking about Chapman and Adames, but you know what? We might at some point be talking about Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and others. We're talking about Bailey with Rodriguez getting in there. So it basically goes back to the whole, nobody is safe if you're not going to perform. And now it feels like the Giants, at least in the short term, have created some different options to throw out there in terms of guys that might feel like they're at least a little bit more of a threat. Now, eventually it's going to be on Eldridge and Rodriguez to perform if they're going to be in there every day, or they're going to be the guys that are going to wind up getting replaced maybe by the guys that they replaced. But again, that competition, if you get some of these other guys going just by the mere presence of Eldridge and Rodriguez, it works to your benefit.
808 KNBR will take some calls coming up in this following segment. Text from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 831. They will all sit at some point. I agree. Says Devers' little taps does not justify anything for how bad he's been, so he will have to take a seat as well. Well, look, Devers is definitely going to get his time, but I don't think that time should be right now. And nobody's saying the way he played last night justifies how bad he's been. The calendar finally flipped to May. I know it's Cinco de Mayo for everybody out there, but for the Giants, May 1st was yesterday. Today's May 2nd after April 31st, 32nd, 33rd, extending into the weekend. Now we're in the month of May. They finally stopped the skid. For Devers, though, we're talking about the bar being set at worst WAR on the team, OPS at 537, among the very worst of players with 120 plate appearances so far this year. So for him to go a walk, an RBI single, and a sac fly last night, it's something, and we can say that he contributed in a valuable way to a scrappy defensive-led win. Now, if Devers had that performance and he was still clear the weak link on the team, we'd say, okay, yeah, we'd be examining it a little bit more. But instead, it was Chapman, who didn't play at all and was set to pinch hit late in the game. It was Adames, who did get the start, had a couple of strikeouts, and I would say he's probably the favorite to be the one sitting out tonight.
I would agree with that, but I don't want to act like Devers has completely righted the ship here.
No, of course not.
But he does have hits in 5 straight games, going back to the second game of the doubleheader. He's driven in runs in 3 of the last 5 games. So I mean, there have been legitimate signs of progress. Now, it's only been a couple of doubles. It's been no homers. But again, he has driven in 4 runs total over the course of the last 5 games here, and he does have 5 hits in the last 5 games. Only 1 in each of these games, but he's got the sac fly to help drive in a run last night. Again, it's not the guy that you're counting on to hit 35 home runs and drive in 100 by any means, but we are seeing some small signs of progress, and I think once you see those signs, you need to, allow for him to continue to try to see if it can turn into something bigger.
And the small signs of progress is the question that I want to throw out for everybody today. What about the shakeup gave you the most reason for optimism moving forward? We're not saying that the Giants have all of a sudden fixed everything, and the 2 guys that had a lot of hype around them getting brought up went a combined 0 for 5, so it wasn't like Eldridge and Rodriguez alone carried this, but we also saw a team with a little bit of life. Casey Schmidt continues to play strong, hits his 5th homer. What about the shakeup maybe gave you a little bit of hope and inspiration? Because, hey, the one thing they've been able to do, beat teams within their division, the Dodgers and the Padres, and they got the chance to take the series tonight after Logan Webb came off of his best start last week, albeit a blown Webb gem. It's Papa and Silver with JD, 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, the big thing was just to flush that road trip. You know, it obviously didn't go any way that we wanted to go. So that was the big thing, is just going out and flushing it. And it's a new series, new day. I mean, it was a great game out of everyone. And you know, the plays that Louis was making out there were outstanding. And you know, Jesus behind the plate and Trev throwing the ball. You know, it was a great game all around for us.
Casey Schmidt on the Giants needing to flush the road trip. It's a new day, a new month, and one of the only people on the team, I should say, that should probably continue their April into the month of May is someone who did it last night, and that is Casey Schmidt, whose home run tied the game there early, and then the Giants would add on to the point where they had a little bit of a buffer in the ninth inning, and Caleb Killian gave up the solo shot to Laureano, but ultimately gets his first career save in the big leagues, first one he had since his time at Texas Tech. And it is Papa and Silver with JD on a Tuesday to talk about the stopping of the 6-game losing skid. Haven't told you the guest list, by the way. Sam Amick is going to join us at 12:50. And as always, we will talk to Susan Slusser, who will be joining us at 11:50. Susan had it first with the moves that Eldridge and Rodriguez were left out of the lineup in Sacramento. Ultimately came up here last night, and we got a good look at those two, and we will see what it all happens with the lineup, and I'm sure that will come out after our show with another 6:45 first pitch today. But the question I threw out to all of you at 808 KNBR is, what about the shakeup gives you a little bit of hope and optimism? Because this isn't some cure-all that's going to fix the entirety of the season, right? Like last year we saw it's time to go. That was in June, and we talked about that yesterday. Well, that provided a temporary shakeup. I think they went on a 7-game winning streak, but then we also saw how things went later in the summer. So it was a little bit of life, a little bit of an injection of something different. 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. What gave me hope is that I'm always in favor of young talent over free agent or traded veteran hopefuls. That only works if you already have the talent, but trying to turn a bunch of free agent veterans into a great team never works. Well, it hasn't worked in this case, and one of the things that we brought up yesterday, JD, was maybe there's something with the development path that you can look to. I know you used the word deflection as try something different, right? Take the blame off of Devers and Adames and Chapman and all the normal talking points we've been hitting and this slow and disappointing start for the Giants. But the trade for Devers hasn't produced to that end so far. Big free agent signings like Willy Adames have not produced to that end so far. Maybe let's see what we got in the development side of things, and I guess you could talk trades if it's in the case of Rodriguez, who was acquired with all those late deadline deals last summer.
Well, you had to do something. I mean, we got into it yesterday at length. I mean, the timing in terms of whether you think it was a deflection away from either the guys who were struggling or Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. I think it's, you could characterize it as a deflection away from them a little bit as well. Hey, focus on Eldridge and Rodriguez and the new guys and not the team that we've put together that's been so dreadfully underachieving, to the point where they fell 8 under 500 going into the game last night. But the temporary shakeup, I think it is aligned with, you look at what like the Phillies did with the managerial change. I think doing what the Giants did is similar to that. And I think the results often, unless the guys who come up and are just awesome, and obviously that hasn't been the case, at least in the first game. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, nothing that we saw last night from Eldridge or Rodriguez should be any reason to not continue to put those guys out there and see what they can do. I don't care if it was a 0 for 5 with a walk. That's fine. You can keep running those guys out there, but it basically is, it's a short-term bump. It's a make everybody uncomfortable. It's a take the pressure off of some of the guys who are facing a ton of the pressure, and then hope once they get back into the mix that they perform at a higher level. But the truth, I feel, I go back to our conversation with Susan from last week where we were going back and forth about teams that make managerial changes and how often there is the initial bump. And then, those teams, and Susan had the numbers where those teams typically, by the end of the season, don't wind up being all that much better, and certainly don't more frequently than not turn from, bottom of the barrel teams in the standings to playoff teams. But I think doing what the Giants did, I mean, they obviously aren't going to fire Tony Vitello, 35 games into his first year. So what are the other potential things that you can do to try to shake up the roster or the team a little bit? And I think, when you have a couple of guys performing at the minor leagues, that becomes the easiest and really in some ways the only course of action, right? You're not going to DFA guys with 3, 4, 5 years left of their contract. Like, that just doesn't happen. So, you go the next closest route, which is take a guy out of the lineup, for a couple of days and then infuse a little bit of youthful energy into the lineup. So I think it's a short-term fix for now. But again, the Giants need anything they possibly can for the short term, because this entire season it was hanging by a thread at 8 under. Still plenty of time to turn it around, but if 8 under becomes 12 or 14 under here in the next few weeks, then you really are cooked for the entire season. And right now, it's basically by any means necessary, figure out a way to turn that 8 under. Can you get that 8 under back to like 4 under by, in the next couple of weeks? Can you cut half of that off by basically by the end of May? As I kind of joked yesterday, can they go 12-8? And then we're talking about the 12-8. They'd still be 4 under, but we're talking about, 12-8 since they made the changes. So to me, it's more about that in terms of just sort of shifting the narrative toward, hey, that first team, forget about that first team we built. That 8 under team, this team's 4 under, and they're trending more positively in a different direction. And maybe that team can get back into some semblance of a postseason race in the next few months.
Let's get out to the phones. We'll start with Roy in Stanley. Andro has called into the show a handful of times. What's up, Roy? You are on The Sports Leader with Silver and JD. What's on your mind?
Yes, I'm just calling. I was talking about, I don't know what the Giants are basically looking for in this year's draft. But, what I'm saying is that I think the Giants need to get the best player in the amateur draft. Forget about pitching, forget about all that, because, I'm not going to say the Giants put too much emphasis on pitching, because pitching, you need pitching to win. You and I and everybody there, KNBR, knows that. But, just like that situation with Adam Duvall, he turned out to be one of the best power hitters in baseball. And then, and the Giants just had to trade him, for some.
All right, Roy, let me ask you a question, because we got a ways to go before we're worrying about the draft or anything like that. And then even so, they're not going to be playing on this team. So if we're talking about the development currently and what we saw out of Eldridge and Rodriguez last night, what did you like about the shakeup? What gives you a bit of optimism with what you saw?
Okay, I was glad that they did that, because to me, Encarnacion shouldn't even been with the team. I don't care how good a spring he had. If you look at the man's track record, you can see that he really wasn't up to par as a major leaguer. I didn't know too much about that guy named Brian, but I know that Encarnacion. But I am glad that they shook the team up, and it gives all of those players on the team something to think about, because nobody wants it, and it is a really embarrassment to the fans. But I am saying, like, the reason that I said earlier about the things with that Duvall stuff is because I'm not saying to go back to the past, and nobody's looking to the past, but don't make those mistakes like with Schmidt. Last year they were talking about even trading him and all that. Well, they don't need to trade Schmidt. See what he could do. We've seen a little bit what he could do last year and this year. And just like we don't want the Giants to fall into that category like last year with the White Sox. We don't want that. Even if it means bringing up some more, 1 or 2 more, if when players get hurt.
Hey, Roy, we're going to keep it moving because we got a couple of calls, but we really appreciate you jumping in here. As far as it goes for last night in the development, I think, I know Roy was getting deep into the weeds on the draft and everything like that, and we appreciate all that, but it's not a discussion for today, right? It's like how we had people bringing up things of like, what would you do trade-wise? Like, let's see where we're at as we get closer to the trade deadline. If we're looking at the here and now, yeah, Schmidt has been a really good player that you're glad you didn't trade right now because you haven't gotten anything from the guys that you paid to be that guy.
and they do have the 4th pick in the draft. And again, to your point, I mean, that guy's not helping in 2026, and he's probably not helping in 2027, and he might not even be helping in 2028. As you look at, but I will say this: I do agree. Go with a hitter, because I think you can find pitching. If especially in the ballpark by which the Giants play, but I'm not gonna go Krug on you and get into the draft here on May the 5th. But the MLB draft or the NFL draft, although there's always an NFL draft just around the corner, only about 50 weeks away from the next NFL draft in 2027. But no, I think look. This is a veteran-laden team with a bunch of guys that have big-time contracts. So while you can maybe reduce their roles at the expense of other players that are performing at a higher level, these guys are still going to get opportunities. And if Chapman gets back in there and struggles and Schmidt continues to perform, then Schmidt's going to continue to play. If it's basically, and I think, we got into, 5 spots for 6 players, 3 spots for 2 players, whatever it is. The truth is right now, I think in the short term, it's basically, is Casey Schmidt outperforming Matt Chapman or Willy Adames? And if he's outperforming, and it's those 3 guys, and Schmidt's the incumbent because of the way that he started the season, it's those 3 guys for 2 spots. Now, if Adames takes a seat tonight and Chapman comes back and Chapman gets hot, then Adames might be the guy that winds up sitting for a week and then has to get back in either via injury or get back in via another player potentially struggling elsewhere. And again, that may be a move Schmidt around in an attempt to get Adames back in, but you're putting Adames back in for somebody else at another position that's struggling. So there's a lot of different ways you can look to do it, but in the immediate short term, is Schmidt performing better than Adames and better than Chapman, and it's the best 2 of those 3 that are going to be the guys that I think are going to get the playing time. But again, it's always a work in progress. When you make the moves the Giants made yesterday, everybody is being evaluated.
Right, and I think that's what Roy was getting at with what he liked about the shakeup, because it reinforces that message that nobody is safe. What we talked about with Kruko yesterday. So,
and it gives Vitello a little bit more of permission to change things up a little bit, which I think is, the organization said, hey, we're playing Eldridge and we're playing Rodriguez. Like, that didn't need to be a Tony Vitello decision, right? Like, so nobody, if they are mad, Patrick Bailey or anybody else, nobody should be mad at Vitello, right? Because this was an organizational decision, right? Not a managerial decision. They said, hey, these guys are coming up because they've been outperforming in the minor leagues what you guys have been doing in the major leagues, so we're going to give them a shot.
808 KMBR will continue with your phone calls and texts when we come on back. I also have a little fun with numbers activity. That was a segment we started together on Dubs OT, so I'm going to get the other end of it where I'm giving out numbers to JD, and we'll find out what it all means. And if it goes well, maybe I'll give out Walter's personal phone number that you can all call. But if you want to just call him in the studio, it's 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver. We'll continue this next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. Monday was a big reaction to a disgusting dumpster fire of a road trip, and they finally snapped the losing skid last night with a 3-2 win over the San Diego Padres and a chance to take that series tonight with Logan Webb up on the hill, who's starting to round into the form that we all know and love. So 808-KNBR is the number to join the conversation. Let's go out to the phones and continue with Sunflower, who is going to be in the Valley. Sunflower, you are on the Sports Leader with Silver and JD. What's on your mind? What do you think about the shakeup?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you both?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. You know what bothers me most about the Giants, and I've talked to JD about this in the past. We just don't do proper rebuilds. We don't commit to one or the other. Farhan did it years ago where he would just bring on fringe players and try and make sense out of journeymen. Here we are again, signing players long-term who it's just like, are they really the long-term fix? We've never actually committed to young prospects. When we bring them in, do we actually commit to giving them enough ample starts? And I'm okay with being bad. I'm actually okay because that's a good rebuild. It's like I've mentioned numerous times to JD about how Scott Harris did it with the Tigers, or how the Washington Nationals do it. You're okay. I'm okay with being bad if we're really bad, but hanging around mediocrity, which I've talked to JD numerous times about, it's nothing. It does nothing for us. There's no long term. It's all what with Farhan. It was all 1-year deals. Now we're getting caught in these long term deals where again we haven't developed our own. There's no priority to developing our own. And until we do, like the Sharks have, we're never actually going to fix this long term. It's all going to be temporary.
I think it's great thoughts, Sunflower, and we appreciate it at 808-KNBR. Yeah, JD, it goes back to what we discussed in the past and the term that Walter threw out to us about the unintentional two timelines and how we weren't exactly sure what lane the Giants were trying to pick with some of the decisions that constructed the staff and the roster of this 2026 team. But here's what I'll say about the shakeup. He's like, why can't we commit to a rebuild? If this shakeup can't spark the veterans to turn their season around to play better, if we get a prolonged raging slump of Chapman, Adames, Devers, yeah, we know you're not going to DFA a guy with that much left on his contract. We know that they're also pretty untradeable contracts, but maybe it starts forcing the issue of committing to younger players and development, because right now, if you look at the best players on this team, everybody not named Luis Arraez or Robbie Ray is under that $10 million threshold from the payroll that we did yesterday. And that's just a fact.
Well, yeah, I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think we do know what the direction of this team, and we can debate, the level of success that they've had with it, and we could debate the certain aspects of the roster as we have with the bullpen, which obviously looks like that of a rebuilding team compared to other aspects of the team. But I think it's pretty clear that the goal is to try to make the playoffs. I think it was pretty clear that the goal. I mean, this is a veteran-laden team with a lot of guys on big contracts that were signed by this regime, couple that weren't. When you look at like Jung-Hoo Lee, but I think the goal is. They thought that with some tweaks and a different manager that they could get to that 85 to 87 win plateau, especially if they were good enough to be able to add at the trade deadline coming up here in a couple of months. So, I mean, it's a layered question. I'm not going to get into every layer of it. We can continue to get into every layer of it, kind of going back and forth here. But I think we know, you can be dissatisfied with what the goal is for the Giants, but I think their goal is, be a little bit better than they were last year. And if they're a little bit better than they were last year, they'd get into the playoffs, and then everybody would be happy, and then that would stem the tide until some of the younger players that are in the low minor leagues come up, either into 27 or at some point in 28 and beyond. And then you start peppering those guys in, and then maybe you've got some action in a different way at that point. They just don't want to do the thing where they tear it down to the studs. And again, you can't really tear it down to the studs now because they're so committed to the veteran players and the contracts that they have. So but I will agree with the caller in the sense that they haven't been willing to just do the full tear down to the studs. And if they had, then maybe they would be in a better position to this, right now than they are. But they're reluctant to do that because they fear that Giants fans are going to completely lose interest and stop going to the ballpark. And so again, I think they've tried to cater to the people who spend the money. I think from a business standpoint, we could debate, is that the right thing or not? I think from a business standpoint, you could debate, you could say it probably is the right thing from a sheer business standpoint. Like, look at what the people who actually spend money on our tickets want. And they want name players and fewer strikeouts. And, so I think they've tried in some ways to cater to that while rebuilding
but what do people ultimately
the system
want?
on the fly.
It's winning. They ultimately want the winning.
They want, no doubt.
Yeah.
They want winning, but I think they clearly believe that they would be winning at a greater level than they have to this point.
So my point is,
implied.
My point is, if you have a 90-loss team this year, I understand there are certain contracts you can't just entirely get out of. But does that force the issue a little bit to committing toward more of a youth development and somewhat of a rebuild?
You mean for next year? Or I mean
everything thereafter, yeah.
I I don't know who the other young players that would come up, but this year would even be. I think we're basically seeing the two, and we've already seen Drew Gilbert come up, and so I think next year is kind of its own entity for me because there could be a major labor stoppage, there could be a complete differentiation point in terms of contracts, and there could be a salary cap, there could be amnesty of players. Like, I know we were talking about that a little bit. I was throwing at you during the break. Like, there could be a completely new, way of doing business across MLB because I think, there are many out there that believe it's going to be a lengthy work stoppage next year. Like, there may be half a season next year. I think you talk to some people that think, maybe by June they'll actually be a season, and it'll be a short one. So, again, we'll see whether that comes to fruition or not. I don't want to get in the weeds on all that, but I mean, if they lose 90 games, will there be changes? Sure, but it doesn't mean you can get rid of Matt Chapman or Willie Adames or Jung Hoo Lee or Devers.
Yeah, no, okay, I hear you on that, and it's a fair point that it might not even be a normal season next year.
They're trying to get to the point where, like, I think some of it is also they're trying to bridge the gap while remaining as competitive as possible and keeping the fans engaged, right? Like, especially the fans who spend the money and come to the park, and I think that group has, I think, specific tastes that are catered to, name players and different, things like that. So I think they're trying to cater to that and be competitive enough to where they can grow in the minor leagues the next group of young players. And yes, in a perfect world, that would have been done 2019, 2020, 21, 22, and those guys would already be here. But that's where ultimately the Farhan regime, after the Bobby Evans regime, both were unable to have that next group of players come up. So now it's almost like you're just trying to get by until you have those guys that you're really high on able to come up, and then you figure out where you are at that point in terms of some of the contracts of the veterans and who's being productive and who's not.
We got a few on the phone, so we'll get right back to it. Let's go with Rick in the city. Says he doesn't understand the Buster Posey approach. This fits right into the topic we've been on this segment. What's up, Rick? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah, my point was when you're in the West, and in the current MLB as it is, and you're on the budget we're on trying to compete with teams like the Dodgers and the Mets, I mean, just look at standard budgeting in life. If you're in a case where you got less coming in and you got to spend more, it becomes about quality, right? So I don't understand this approach that Buster and the front office have taken to paying top dollar for what I refer to as a half a player. You signed Devers because you thought he was going to be this big power hitter, which he's been atrocious, but we knew coming in that he was a defensive question mark. Didn't have a set spot, was kind of an unproven entity on defense. You get Arraez, again, he's a high average batting champ, great, but again, defensive question mark, doesn't have a set spot. You got guys like Casey Schmidt who are kind of utility play all over the place. If you're going to spend your top money, it needs to be guys, hopefully younger, but like Chapman, where you're going to get a bat and a glove. Somebody who can own a spot, develop in that spot. Hopefully with Eldridge, you'll do it first. This whole, we're going to piece together, this guy can hit, but he can't really play defense, and this guy's a great glove, but, Jun-Hoo Lee is going to, slap hit or strike out. These guys are all fractions of baseball players. I took my son to a game and he wanted to buy a jersey and he said, who should I get? And I go, I don't know, get a throwback because none of these guys are going to be here in 15 minutes. So, yeah, I would like to see the approach of let's go get complete ball players. I don't mind a reset. I don't mind a losing season if I see the pieces coming that are going to be your Crawfords and your Belts and your Lincecums next gen. But this ain't it.
And now I hear you, Rick, and I appreciate the call. It's funny, right? And I get what he's saying about Arraez. Like, although Luis Arraez doesn't fit that description now because he's been so good defensively, he was out there on the market as a free agent in large part because teams didn't want to pay him to be that everyday second baseman. So the intent of bringing him in, you didn't think he was going to be an 8 outs above average kind of guy at this stage in May. So you have brought a lot of different players in where it's like, yeah, well, they could do some things really well, but others not so much. And if they're not doing the things they do really well at a high level, then what's the real use in this? Like when Matt Chapman isn't hitting the bat, like when he doesn't have his bat going, it's like I've heard they should just move him off of third base. I'm like, well, then what's his value out there on the baseball diamond, right? Willy Adames, if he can't give you a little bit of pop, then why are we going to justify that he's the team leader in strikeouts right now? So we've had this conversation with the Warriors when we worked together on all the Dubs OTs and Just Dubs. I had that issue that I brought up before where like they had players on the team that they did some things kind of well, but then others they really lacked. And it became just this whole like disjointed puzzle of a roster that really until they got Jimmy Butler, they didn't have any kind of identity. They didn't really have any kind of way of it all fitting together. And that's why there was constant tinkering with the lineups. When you're constantly tinkering around, generally, that's not a sustainable approach, even if for a night like last night, it gave you a positive shakeup.
Well, they're signing the best guys they can get. And I think that's the part of it. Like they're trying to get guys, and because they had failed to get maybe that top tier of player to be able to come and join them, and they hadn't drafted and or signed / developed those players in terms of coming up through the system. They're basically taking the best guys they can get, and we've gotten into that in the past. They're paying, number one money for number 2 level players, or they're paying number 2 money for number 3 level players. Depending upon where you want to rank, Chapman and Adames and Devers and the like. So that's what they've done, but they've done it because they want to put, and I think this is the part where I don't know the economics of it, and I don't want to be I don't want to sit here and pretend that I know it all in terms of that. But I'm guessing the Giants have done studies in terms of the business model on the people that are actually coming to the games and spending money, because we get a lot of calls all the time, and you talk to people that make the point that the last caller did, Greg, where it comes down to, I'd be okay with a rebuild. I'd be okay with a losing season. But I get there's a lot of Giants fans out there that are like, yeah, if it was going to lead to, a bunch of young players that we can root for the next 5 to 10 years, I would take a 100-loss season and all of that. But I think the people, the people inside Oracle Park are on the business side are doing the math, and they're thinking, yeah, that's not going to be good for business. It might be good for business 4 years from now, but it's not going to be good for business in the interim, and we need to make sure that it's good enough for business in the interim. And so that and I my point is, I think they've done the research on who's spending the money and who's not, and it's a different person that's spending the money to come out to the games than the people that are calling and saying, yeah, you know what, I'd be cool with a 100-loss team if it meant they were going to be good in 3 years. Like, those are the guys that aren't necessarily spending the bucks to come out to the game that generate the revenue that a big league franchise wants and needs.
Hey, I mean, it's a good point. I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on it either, but I do know that we'll be out at the ballpark tonight. Right. So maybe we got to run a poll with all the people that stop by 58 Social and try to get our own info on this reveal of Thursday.
Yeah, it's my theory on it, and try to be as good. Like the Giants, they've never been a franchise that rebuilds. They just haven't. I mean, I've gone back through this at different times. The only year that I can remember, and I'm going back, like I could basically remember from being a kid and growing up a fan, every year since about 89, right? Like that was my 0 year as a kid under the age of 10. And I mean, literally the only year the Giants intentionally said, hey, we're taking a step back, we're going to rebuild, was 2008. It was the year when they, 2007, Bonds breaks the home run record. Lincecum's already on the team.
Yeah.
And basically they said, hey, Bonds, you're not coming back, and we're taking a step back. Bruce Bochy's second year. We're going to take a 1 year, let's see what we've got, and then build it back up from there. They already had Kane on the roster. Posey was drafted and going to be coming later. And so they didn't have much on that roster. And, if you recall, and the OGs will recall, they signed Aaron Rowan also as a free agent in that offseason as sort of just a leader, type guy. And they signed him to a pretty big contract, not to necessarily be the savior, but basically to be kind of a tone-setting veteran for the young guys that were going to be coming up and developing. And if you remember, Rowan became this horrible albatross of a contract. But you know what happened with Rowan? Eventually, they found better young players that came in and took his spot, and he became, over the course of the contract, he became somebody that was more of a part-time player, even though he was on a big-time contract. And why? Because they had better players that ultimately came up and took some of those spots. And eventually he was moved on from, but he was moved on from like 4 years after they had signed him, but that's the only year I can remember. And, at the end of that year, you had, a Cy Young Lincecum. Sergio Romo came up that year for the first time. You're like, who's this guy? It was the first year they just said to Brian Wilson, you're going to be the closer. Hey, the young closer, you're going to be the closer. We're going to lose 90 games, but you're going to be the closer. Pablo Sandoval came up in August of that year. Like, who's this guy? So you saw the makings of what was eventually going to come, but that is the only year in the last, whatever that is now, 36 or 37 years, where you can look at the Giants and say they went into a season basically not trying to at least compete in some form for a playoff spot.
That's a good look at the history of the San Francisco Giants and not wanting to rebuild, and we certainly know that has not been the intention here for this year, despite being 14 and 21.
By the way, though. They benefited. They benefited from that year.
And it was a quick turnaround, right? 2009, did. All of a sudden it was like, oh, we might have something, and then we all know what happened thereafter in 2010, in 2012, 2014, etc. So nice little Aaron Rowan poll here on a Tuesday. Papa and Silver with JD. We'll continue with your calls, and we'll talk to Susan Slusser coming up at 11:50. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 6-game losing streak has been snapped. Giants take the win 3-2 over the Padres. And while much was made about Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez coming up, it was last night's starter Trevor McDonald who stole the show. What do you want to see from Tony Vitello's lineup tonight? Give us a call, shoot us a text at 415-808-5627. All right, Steve Moscowitz on a Tuesday. He will help you out with tough situations such as unfiled tax returns. We just had tax season right around the corner in April, or I should say it just passed, coming around the corner. So, Steve, if you're dealing with unfiled tax returns, how can you help the people today?
Big time. A lot of people think they're all alone. They're the only one that didn't file a tax return. A lot of time people say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? The answer is yes. Thousands of them, literally. The bottom line is most people don't file returns because they didn't have the money to pay in the first year. When the second year rolls around, they say, now how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. And then it becomes a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over the shoulders. Today, the day the IRS is going to come knocking on your door. Folks, don't live that way. Don't live like every day your bank account may be wiped out, your business may be closed, or all the other horrible stuff they can do to you. Instead, we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything we can do for you. And then we go ahead and do it for you if you want us to. And we want to take this problem, put it behind you so you can enjoy your life, enjoy the games, enjoy your family, and just live a normal life. The only thing you have to do is just pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There you go. Unfiled tax returns can be dealt with today if you call Steve Moscowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go online to MoscowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you on this Tuesday, Papa and Silver. We got some calls to continue getting to. Susan Slusser will join us at the end of the hour, and a lot of our topic here for the first half of the show is what did you like about the shakeup last night? And maybe you didn't like it at all, because we've got some messages that also imply that it's just a Band-Aid for a team that needs to admit they are not competitive and maybe head in the direction of a rebuild. That is a discussion we've been throwing out there. As far as last night goes, though, I do have a question that I wanted to throw your way, getting back into the shakeup, the meaning of it, how long the effects can really last, if it's going to show some positives. And what did you think about the fact that Matt Chapman was the one taken out of the lineup? I know it's just one night. He's probably going to be back in there tonight, and everybody is likely going to take their turn sitting down. But there was a text that came in from the 916 that led me to this, which is start Eldridge at first. Doesn't matter if it hurts Devers' feelings. Feelings don't matter when you're losing. This team has zero alphas. Looks like a bunch of happy-go-lucky dudes. Now, I know in terms of performance and stats, Chapman has not lived up to his end of the contract. But in terms of leadership, I think of Chapman as the guy who is closest to that mold of an alpha, of a guy that wants to be an everyday player. You used the term red ass yesterday, which I think is apt to describe the personality of how competitive somebody like that is, and we know him well from his time across the bay when he was playing with the A's. What did you think about the fact that it was Chapman, the first one to have to get taken out, rather than Adames, Devers, or anybody else?
I was surprised, and again, as I've said, I don't think Devers was in the mix, at least as it related to yesterday, and I still don't think he's in the mix because he's performed a little bit better here over the last 5 games. But I was surprised. To me, it was Adames or Chapman. I was surprised because I think Adames has struggled more lately, that it wasn't Adames who took the seat. I think both of those guys are the leaders of this team, and I think that's what makes the whole situation all the more delicate. Is because Chapman, I feel, is maybe along with Logan Webb the more serious of the two leaders, and then Adames, I think, is the vibes guy, right? The laughing, joking, throwing the cooler around when they win during interviews, that whole thing. So, but I think both of those guys, as veterans, are the two leaders of this team. So you're going to pick one or the other. And so I think, I don't know what the career numbers were, against a particular pitcher and all of that. I'm sure that might have factored into it. It could also be Casey Schmidt just playing his more comfortable position, at least the first time out. I didn't really think much of it, although I was surprised that it wasn't Adames first and then Chapman. So I don't want to speculate too much. Maybe that's something we can ask Susan for her take on, why one versus the other. But it sounds like it's going to be both here, at least moving forward in the short term.
Yeah, again, it's not something to fixate on for one night, but since that's the only sample size we have with right now, I was a little bit surprised that it was Chapman as opposed to Adames. And I'm with you. I think Devers, not going to go as far as to say he's fixed it and it's all right, but he has slowly pieced together better days, better strings of at-bats, and what he was able to do last night, that had a lot of value for a game that the Giants have a winning formula in their own ballpark, regardless of where the money is, regardless of where you would say the talent is. It's low-scoring games where you can be opportunistic and driving runs in and have pitching that can close the deal.
If Devers, to me, Devers is not in the conversation. I think people need to relax a little bit when I say Devers is not in the conversation. Devers could be in the conversation by Friday, right? I think he's performed well enough where you got a couple of right-handed pitchers going against the Giants the next 2 days. To me, Devers is in there tonight. He's in there tomorrow afternoon, no matter what. Now, if he goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and 0 for 4 with 3, couple more strikeouts tomorrow, then he's definitely going to be in that mix come Friday. And the Giants lose both games, then he's in the mix, obviously, to be among those that are going to be rotated out. I just think right now, Adames and more so Chapman are the pressing of the group of guys as they try. Because remember, the goal, Greg, is to get the guy. It's not to cast aside the players that are underperforming as veterans on big contracts. The goal in this is to get them to perform better because you need them and you can't get rid of them completely.
Oh, 100%. And by the way, if your team is going to get to where you want them to go and dig your way out of this hole, as much as I can admire and praise somebody like Schmidt or stretches that Ramos has had or stretches that Jung-Hoo Lee has had, it's not going to be because those guys made the most of their opportunities and carried your lineup. Casey Schmidt's been awesome. He shouldn't be your carrier when he's making I got to do the math, but it's like 1/50th of the contract of some of these guys. That's not the expectation for him.
It's not at all.
Let's go back out to the phones. JT is in LA, wants to talk about something that a caller actually brought up yesterday. Let's open back up with Pandora's Box. What's up, JT? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, dudes? Yeah, I've heard people talk about it a little bit, but with trading what's your perspective on trading Webb? Mostly because, if we can't score, how is he ever going to get wins? He's getting Matt Cain, and he doesn't have Lincecum or, any of the other guys that, made them successful back then. I want to build basically a softball team. I want us to get smashers, right? Could we trade him for somebody on an existing contract who could smash the ball and maybe like a stopper, a closer? Why not? By the time we get good enough for him to be relevant, he's going to be over. He's going to be over his prime, and then we'll just be without him, So, it's what we got. We could bring up some pitchers. We need smashers and a closer.
Yeah, look, they got to go and get hitters, and appreciate the call, JT. Like we discussed with Roy and bringing up the draft, we're a little bit of a ways away from having that conversation, and if the Giants continue to slide and this thing is looking really ugly as you turn the corner into July, it's probably going to be more of an everyday conversation on trading somebody like Logan Webb. The plan is to win now. That was the vision for this team, even though they haven't performed to that degree. So it is a little bit early for those conversations. But like we said yesterday, it's the caller who mentioned it said, I feel crazy even saying it. It's not the world's craziest idea with the way the season's gone and performing below what everybody's expectations were for them.
Yeah, we're way premature on that. And we touched on it a little bit yesterday. I do think if this team, if they get to July and they're looking like they're going to lose between 90 and 100 games, which is still the pace that they're on, even with the win last night. Again, I don't think that they're that level of team, but if they get to June and that it looks like they're going to be that bad, then I think everything's on the table in terms of guys that you would potentially look to move to maybe facilitate more of an infusion of younger players. Because, it goes back to just briefly, when I was kind of going on and on about, that 2008 year and the one year that they actually took a little pause and evaluated some of the young players that they had. I think the hope here is that they can develop some young players that start to come up and yes, either supplant some of the veteran players or just complement them to a point where you don't need to be as dependent on them as you are. It's the Bryce Eldridge is sort of the extreme example, and I don't think that anybody is trying to put this level of pressure on Bryce Eldridge at all. But if Bryce Eldridge, and this is a big if, like hold tight here, Greg. This is a big if Bryce Eldridge comes up and shows himself in the next month to be the Giants' best hitter, right? If he comes up and it's like, oh my God, this guy's Nick Kurtz. He's just hitting home runs left and right. Then all of a sudden, if he can come up and be, and again, I'm not saying that's what they're putting on him to do. If he can't, it's fine. He's not ready yet. But at that point, if he almost becomes your best hitter in terms of a threat, now all of a sudden it's like, well, how does Devers look if he can be your second best hitter? And how does Chapman look if he can be your fourth best hitter? And if you get a couple of guys that can come up and do that at some point, then those contracts, while still bad, don't quite look as bad because you're able to lessen the load that those guys are going to have to carry on a team. And I think that will increase your likelihood of obviously being able to win more games.
Well, and that also goes back to Harrison Bader, for example. If you can play him some of the time and he's not considered your everyday center fielder, then yeah, the contract isn't going to look great because you paid him a good amount of money to come. But if you could throw him in the mix with other outfielders and say you can get a decent enough amount of production from Drew Gilbert, who can hit against right-handed pitching, then it's not going to look so bad as well.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's just right now they're just searching. They're trying to piece it together. But eventually, it comes down to if the guys that you've signed aren't capable of fulfilling the roles that you signed them for, then you're going to have to some way or another eventually find guys that can actually carry those roles. And if you do, while those first group of guys are still on the team, it can help hold up those guys and make them look like better players. Again, long way to go as it relates to that, and I don't think the Giants are trying to put that level of pressure on Eldridge. But part of the reason Eldridge is up is, hey, let's see if he can't come up and hit 5 home runs in the next month and drive in some runs and be a threat and be somebody that maybe starts out hitting 7th but winds up hitting 4th.
Hey, maybe Eldridge, by drawing a walk alone, showed some value last night because the Giants have the league worst, and as Ken Rosenthal noted yesterday on Foul Territory, it's historically bad, the walk rate they got going. So 0 for 5 between the two guys that were brought up. Trevor McDonald was the pitcher for last night because of the weird doubleheader and the rain delay, and he was great, but we are trying to make sense of all of it, and a little bit of shakeup sends a message in the short term. What can the effects be in the long term, particularly for those who are reminded that no job is safe? Got a couple more on the line. We'll continue with that, and then Susan Slusser will join us in about 20 minutes. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union for you, for community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter Icabalsetta with you. Here's a little piece of sound from Buster Posey about the guys needing to continue earning their reps. Casey Schmidt's going to continue with his playing time, and he showed you with a big swing in the bottom of the first last night why Buster Posey has no plans of taking him out of the lineup.
For you, when you add Bryce to this mix, when your best hitter has been your DH, Casey Schmidt, how do you envision this going? And is it going to be something where some of the veterans maybe have to take a little bit of a step back?
That's how we envision it. Casey has been playing well, and I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of mixing and matching and trying to get some of the matchups that are favorable for us with Casey in there. And he's shown in the past that he can move around the field and play some different positions. So right now, that's how I see it transpiring.
So that was Buster Posey with Alex Pavlovich before the game yesterday. And look, when you're 13-21, now 14-21 with last night's victory, you're going to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. The question is, did you like the Giants shakeup, or do you feel like this is just a temporary Band-Aid for what a larger problem is? Let's get right back out to the phones. Jerry is in San Rafael, has been waiting, wants to talk about that very thing that happened last night. What's up, Jerry? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's on, gentlemen?
What's on your mind?
Hey.
I really enjoyed the shakeup, honestly. I mean, Trevor McDonald pitched a gem last night. It was only 7 innings, but it was worth watching. I really like the idea of them benching Chapman, because not only does it send some people might perceive it as a negative message. I look at it as a positive because, as a manager, you got to show everyone else below him that hey, this is our top guy. He could get benched too. And that's what everybody needs to look at if they want to play better.
Absolutely, Jerry. Do you see the call-up of Rodriguez and Eldridge? I guess more specifically Eldridge. Do you think that this was bad timing because he's going to be looked at as a savior, or with 8 games under 500, now 7, do you feel like this is the time to figure out what he might have at the major league level?
I mean, most definitely. I mean, I personally liked it. I mean, I'd rather watch him strike out if he's going to strike out than Devers. I mean, and then there's a possibility that he's going to, hit a nuke or just mash the ball. And that's what, as a fan, I want to see. I don't like, if a guy's struggling, but there comes a point in time where they need to, take a seat for a game or two. And I think that's what I want to see out of Tony V is riding hot bats when it comes to that, or the hot arm in the bullpen. And I feel like Eldridge could bring that. I saw Rodriguez. He was batting like 330 before he got called up in AAA. I don't know if I'm right or not about that, but I could have sworn that's what I read. And I want to see him come along. He was part of that Duvall trade, and I really want to see what he has in store for the team.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate the call, Jerry, and thanks for tuning in to The Sports Leader. It's funny. I wanted to ask him about the Eldridge part because he said he'd rather see Bryce struggle than Rafael Devers. And I don't know if what I'm about to say is exactly how Jerry feels, but when I hear something like that, going back to the fan perspective, that has me believing a team that is just looking for something of excitement and maybe more accepting of losing in the short term with the hopes of building something for the long term. Fans in that perspective right there screams like, all right, cool, I want something to look toward, whereas the construction of the team and the makeup and the stated goals is, no, we're going to be a playoff team right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a temporary Band-Aid until they prove otherwise, I think is probably the short and sweet answer on that. But here's the two things that stand out to me still today, right? And the Giants get the win last night, and we got into all the reasons why, and we'll continue to do so. People are still mad. That's my big takeaway today. People are still mad, and it feels like, for whatever reason, and maybe I'm off base, it feels like people are still the most mad at Devers. It feels like it's okay. We've had a lot of Devers. Like Devers drove in 2 of the 3 runs last night. People like but it feels like even more than Adames and Chapman, that Devers among at least the fan base is kind of wearing the bulk of this thing. I agree with the take on Chapman kind of being the more stoic, hard-lined leader, and maybe he's the guy that first has to take the medicine to set the tone. That was something that did cross my mind, but I didn't necessarily want to completely go there. But Adames is right there in line as the fun-loving, vibes guy, in terms of the number 2 that might be taking a seat as soon as tonight's game. But yeah, people are still mad, Greg. Like people are not thinking, one game, this thing is shifting. Although, nobody should be obviously thinking that off the one game.
Well, I love the fan interaction element with our job because nobody's saying that I'm always right, JD's always right, Papa's always right when he comes in. Like, it's just having discussions and giving you different ways to think. And so getting the calls and texts and the different takes, especially on a team that is disappointing, is going to make you think about things in different ways. I get why people are the most mad at Rafael Devers, and I can acknowledge that last night was a productive night for him. Of all the big boys, he's probably been the best offensively between Lee with that road trip and Chapman certainly after he got the day off because he was 2 for 24 on the 0-6 road trip. Willy Adames probably would expect him out tonight because he continues to get a couple of different strikeouts. I was kind of surprised that they were having Chapman sets a pinch hit for Eldridge and not just throwing him in for Willy at a certain point. But look, you gave him the night. That all didn't matter, and Chapman never even got up to the plate. I get why Devers is the one that still got the target on his back, even if, literally speaking, he has performed the best. That was the guy that was supposed to be your dude. We were saying that was the Mookie Betts level trade for the Giants that we'd been waiting on them to do something big last June when it happened. We were talking about it as the biggest trade since Matt Williams, right? Like, people had been waiting for that level of move, that level of just putting it on the table, and Buster Posey went and did it. The problem is, as of right now, it's looking like one of the worst trades in franchise history, and until Devers can really turn it around by not just driving in runs and hitting singles, but showing that 35 home run level power, I think fans are going to be really up in arms about it. So I get it, and I'm with them.
Yeah, it's baby steps these last handful of games, but it's nowhere near what the people want to see, and in fairness should be demanded of Devers, given the contract and the level of player that he's been throughout the course of his career. We talked about the shuffle and the mix-up, shake-up in terms of the, giving certain guys nights off and kind of rotating that around. I think the other thing that stood out from the Buster Posey clip there with Alex Pavlovich was the, Posey talking about matchups and playing a few more matchups. And I mentioned the fact that, these moves give Tony Vitello permission to make some lineup changes. They also give him permission, I think, to go with what he really sees fit in terms of some of these pinch hitting they can play the lefty righty game a little bit more now, where because you're going to always have, if for the time being, one of these vets or guys that have been starters for you are on the bench. That means you can plug that player in any situation you want to try to get a right-left matchup, or to try to get a hitter with some maybe positive experience against a certain pitcher. You can pick and choose. So I think the opportunity to create more matchups and play a little bit more, I don't want to say platoons, but a little bit more of having a righty come up in a big spot when a team has a lefty pitcher lined up, or vice versa, is another one of these ways where you can attempt to try to win a little bit more on the margins than this team's been able to do to this point.
Let's get Susan Slusser's take on this when we come on back. Great first hour 45. If we didn't get to you on the phones, just hang tight on the line. We'll continue taking calls and taking all the interaction today at 415-808-5627. Susan's been writing a lot in the San Francisco Chronicle. She had the scoop that Eldridge and Rodriguez were going to be called up. We got a first look at them last night, and she was out there for all of it. We'll get her thoughts next, as we do at this time every Tuesday on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
It's great. I'm feeling really great. I feel like this is a great time for me to get brought up. I told Jared earlier, I'm feeling sexy at the plate right now. So I'm gonna try and keep that moving. And obviously it's a different ball game, but it's not. It's the same ball game. I'm just gonna keep trying to trust myself and trust my teammates, and that'll bring me a long way.
That was some pregame audio from Bryce Eldridge yesterday as we wait to make the connection with the San Francisco Chronicles. Susan Slusser joins us every Tuesday. Eldridge says he was feeling sexy at the plate down in AAA, and he got brought up at a time where it was an interesting one, right, JD? Because the thought of not having him on the opening day roster was, all right, well, he's going to have to kick down the door if he's going to end up in the majors. And while I wouldn't say he necessarily kicked down the door, he hasn't been performing poorly, but a lot of it was also the veterans and the guys you paid so much money to had performing so poorly that you're going to call Eldridge up at a time where he has the chance to do a little bit of threatening of some of their jobs. So they get the win last night. That's ultimately the most important thing in terms of quieting the noise within the clubhouse. But nothing from Eldridge and Rodriguez as far as getting any hits. 0 for 5. Eldridge gets the walk, but hey, confidence is a big thing with him, and he talked about not being in the right mental space. So if he wants to use the word sexy to describe how he's feeling at the plate, I'm open to seeing what he can do tonight, tomorrow, and going forward.
Yeah, and he's going to get the opportunities. And at some point, if a team is playing poorly enough, you have to make changes. And the logical candidates to come up were both Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez to try to generate some level of a spark.
No question. 808 KNBR is the number. We can sneak in some calls while we wait for Susan Slusser, depending on what her situation is for right now. I also got a little fun with numbers activity for you for the 12 o'clock hour. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get that going right now, and we can always interrupt it if we connect with Susan. So got a bunch of numbers from last night. Some of them I think have lesser significance than others, but it was a good way to talk about different elements of the team, different players within the team, and get your take on a lot of what we built up yesterday following the 6-game losing skid. The first number I got for you is the number 3. That is for, you want to guess? It's not that exciting.
No, lay it out. Lay it out.
3 walks drawn last night, and I understand that's not a crazy number by any means, but that has been something of a major issue for the Warriors with their 5.6% walk rate. That is historically bad, and when you're not hitting homers and you're not getting the long ball, well, you got to find ways to get on base and advance those runners. So they did that just enough to be able to get the win. But perhaps what was more noticeable about the walks rather than the quantity was also who drew the walks, and that was Schmidt, that was Eldridge, and that was Devers. And so good sign for the 2 big lefties that have the threat of power, and for Schmidt, he has been proven to be your best overall power bat in the lineup, leading the team in homers right now. So if you can get pitchers pitching around some guys in the lineup, even if it's just 1 or 2 of them, that's a great sign. And obviously anything with Eldridge, I think the strikeout rate is always going to be something fixated on, with whether he's putting up good numbers in AAA or whether he's struggling a little bit. People are always going to watch the strikeout rate, which was a little bit too high in spring training for the front office's liking to put him on the opening day roster. Well, one thing he's also improved in, particularly in the minors, is being able to get on base through walks. So good for Eldridge drawing 1 last night. I'll take the fact that it was those 3 getting on base by walk as a positive sign.
Yeah, and Casey Schmidt's on an unbelievable run. They were talking about it a lot on the telecast last night, Kruk and Kuip, and just the fact that he has grown so much in terms of his plate discipline. And maybe it is just the fact that he's hot right now. He's seeing everything. He's confident. Whatever it is, I mean, he has taken some close pitches. And he used to be somebody that was, free swinging in the dirt. He's good at hitting a hanging breaking ball, so I get it. Sometimes I think he almost sits and waits for breaking balls. But if you got it down far enough in the zone or off the outside, he'd be chasing it. And now even closer pitches to being strikes, he's taking. And so, yeah, I don't think we've ever seen Casey Schmidt perform as well as his ABs are getting better and better, right? He was productive and hitting doubles and hitting homers before, but it feels like his production has gotten, has grown even more here over the last week or two.
Well, it's a good call the way he would chase pitches outside the zone. A couple of years ago, I remember it was really frustrating. We had the low slider away always getting him. He would also check swing a lot where he just went a little bit too far. And the strikeout numbers were a big bummer for a team that, kind of like this year, needed a little bit more offense, needed the potential of the pop off his bat. So now for him to be producing at the plate, also getting that ABS challenge right before the homer, the way he's seeing the ball right now, certainly a lot of reasons for confidence. And you hope that if Eldridge and Devers can start generating walks, in the case of Devers, just be something to take those little steps to slowly get back into form. And for Eldridge, as he looks to get into major league form from AAA, something that can give him a little bit of confidence to get on base. So 3 walks drawn last night, and those 3 guys were worth pointing out. Second number I've got for you is the number 9. 9 is for the amount of extra base hits that Luis Arraez has on the season, and it was talked about a lot, both on shows, both on TV, that, yeah, he was a guy that had been productive offensively, but he only had 7 extra base hits. He only had 7 extra base hits. He wasn't a guy that was going to get doubles and triples. Well, guess what? Last night, he got 2 doubles, and every time you hear noise about this guy, he's the one that does have a pretty great response, and it's a big deal for a team that only scored 3 runs to take that extra 90 because they're not stealing a lot of bases. I know Adames ended up getting 1. Luis Arraez, aside from being on a freaking Gold Glove tour right now, defensively at second base, always finds a way to answer offensively. And actually, one of my favorite at-bats of the road trip, because let's be honest, there weren't many, was the 2 RBI single he had with the bases loaded and 2 outs in that second of the doubleheader in Philly. They ultimately ended up losing that game. But that was one where I thought, hey, the Giants had some real fight, and that was the guy you wanted stepping up to the plate in that situation.
Well, the 2 doubles last night, I mean, you could make the case, not to get carried away with it, but if those 2 doubles are singles, maybe the Giants lose the game 2-1. I mean, and the base running in terms of taking advantage of Bogarts and his slight indecision there to throw that ball on the grounder to third base and try and get a rise. I mean, that I think wound up being the difference in the game in some ways. The fact that the Giants were able to plate that run, and then you had a scenario where the Padres tried to advance on a play like that, and you saw Adames make the play and throw the runner out at third base. So the little things were kind of going the Giants' way to a much greater extent last night. But Arraez just makes stuff happen. He's just been terrific to this point. And I mean, if he can hit even a few more doubles, they got a better shot of those turning into runs.
Well, to your point on making things happen, he also does the best job of timely plays, whether it's at the plate and coming up with a timely hit, or whether it was that out in the 9th inning. I mean, talk about how stressful the 9th was with Killian giving up a homer, and then all of a sudden it's a 1-run game. Jackson Merrill's a guy that's given them major problems, as he has a lot of other teams in the league, because he's a great young player. That out to barehand it in the 9th inning, that was fantastic on what's otherwise been a really strong defensive showing. To do it in that moment, though, that's the one that stuck with me.
Yeah, it was big. It was big time. He's just made plays all over the place, and it was huge. And yeah, it spares a continued conversation, at least for now, about the closer role, and it gives Killian a chance now to get that first one out of the way and get a shot to go back out there again the next time and continue to work and grow. I think if you're a Giants fan, you're really pulling for Caleb Killian to not, somehow be, the third in line here in a week to basically blow a save opportunity as they search for the guy that can be the guy. I think Killian among all of them, I know we talked about Keaton Wynn, but I do think Killian above everybody just kind of has the look a little bit of a potential future closer. Again, I don't want to put too much on him. We'll see. But I getting that first one, maybe he can relax, because he did hang a bunch of pitches. It he got the end result, and you tip your cap to him for doing so. And again, it gives you a chance to go back out there and pitch even better and more relaxed the next time out. But that was a more dicey save than I think even met the eye because, in addition to the defensive play.
Oh, don't worry. I have a number on the whole save situation thing coming up in a bit as we got our fun with numbers here. And I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. As we go on to hour number 3 on a Tuesday. Yeah, with Killian, man, you'll just take the results however you can get them. With Eric Miller down, you're just looking to go with the win. So, all right, we'll pick this up later in the 12 o'clock hour because we have now made the connection with the San Francisco Chronicle's Susan Slusser. We talk to her every Tuesday, and she joins us right here at the top of the noon hour. Susan, good to have you on as always. How you doing?
Okay. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well, trying to make a lot of sense of the Giants and the shakeups. And, of course, as ugly as that road trip was, that Buster Posey in the front office saw time to go ahead and make some changes. And you were on it first, having the report that Eldridge and Rodriguez were going to be sent up. They were a part of the lineup last night. So lineup-specific questions, and I'm not going to focus too much on what we saw one night because I think it's pretty clear that there's a lot of guys competing for limited spots, and there's going to be a handful of shakeups. But what did you think about the fact that Matt Chapman was the one to sit out last night as opposed to Willy Adames?
I wouldn't make anything of that. I suspect they're just going to probably do some sort of a little bit of a rotation, Schmidt, each one of those spots, maybe mixing in DH, maybe getting his own possible day offs at some point. One thing I like about this, besides just the sheer let's try something different because what we're doing isn't working, is the fact that this makes the bench so much better too. When you've got somebody like Chapman or Adames or Devers, no matter how much they're struggling, if you've got a position late in the game where you've got a runner in scoring position and you've got somebody who's maybe not quite, basically the name hitter these guys are, you've got them available, and this can, affect the pitching decisions other teams make throughout the game, knowing those guys are on the bench. So I like it for a lot of reasons. And also, it kind of, Tony Vitello alluded to this yesterday, it makes him use his bench now.
Yeah, it's we were talking about he's got the permission to do it, right? Because you bring up guys that you want to get a look at, but now that obviously shifts the bench to where you have a more talented player on the bench, and it kind of ignites things a little bit. That's a great point about the late game situations. What do you think of where Devers has been in these last 4 or 5 games? It seems like maybe he's starting to snap out of it a little bit. He, sack fly last night. He gets the seeing eye single to drive in another run. He drove in 2 runs, so it's baby steps, even if it wasn't exactly loud contact. But do you feel like there has been some signs with Devers here the last handful of games, Susan?
Yeah, definitely better at bats. When he spoke to us last week and he said, I'm not making any changes. I'm sticking with what I do. But you can tell the approach. He's not necessarily changing anything with his swing, with the mechanics, with his setup. But the approach, I think that's been the emphasis, and it does look better. I think he, like so many of the other guys in the middle of the lineup, was, big swings, trying to do a little too much, especially in close games, or trying to get them on the board early, all the things they've been struggling with. A guy in the middle of the order thinks like, okay, I go deep here, that sets the tone. And we've seen, these guys have been going out of the zone far too much. The strikeout numbers are up. They're just not getting good pitches to hit because the word on them now is they are swinging at stuff out of the zone. It should be easier than ever to draw walks right now. The ABS system has actually shrunk the strike zone a little bit. Guys need to really wait to get a good pitch, and I think we're going to start to see that. We're going to start to maybe see some of these guys turn it around, and when one goes, we might get a bunch of them going at once. But just getting a little bit of a difference in there, just change the vibes, if nothing else. I love everything about this. It's a slightly, cautious is maybe not the right word for the way this front office maybe approaches transactions, but maybe a little more patient. Don't look like you're panicked. Don't make change for the sake of change. Don't make little incremental moves that don't add up to much. But I like this because this was done for a reason. And, mentally it could help a team. And honestly, these two are so talented. It's in their hands how long they stay. But especially somebody like Rodriguez, he fits in everywhere, and he brings a lot of energy.
Well, Susan, to the point on walks that you just made, before we had you on, I was talking about with JD. I've been throwing numbers his way, and both Eldridge and Devers were guys to draw walks last night, which for a guy who's trying to prove himself in Eldridge and a guy who's trying to really get back on track in Devers, that goes a long way for a team that has not been able to do that at all. Well, at all, 5.6% walk rate. It's like historically bad so far. So good to have Susan Slusser with us on the UMA guest line. While we talk about Eldridge and say somebody like Devers, do you think there's more pressure on Eldridge or the vets who need to compete for their job? Because I get that Eldridge alone is not expected to be a savior of this team, but I think John Shea of the SF Standard said it well when he said, yeah, Eldridge isn't the savior, but man, could the Giants sure use one right now.
It's the middle of the order, guys. They've got to step it up. The pressure's on them. It's definitely not on Eldridge. I know there was this sort of thought like you can't bring a kid up and tell him the savior. That's not what this was about at all. This move was made because those guys who are supposed to be the big bats are doing next to nothing. So the pressure remains on them, and perhaps is even a little bit more now. Not always necessarily a good thing in baseball, but sort of you'd like to see message received. I don't know if they could try more than they have. I think there's, as Vitella says, there might be a little too much try hard in there already. Maybe try smarter, all that kind of stuff. The approach, the at-bats. That's what everybody wants to see is the better at-bats. And the thing I think that was alarming on that road trip was the at-bats were getting worse later in games, in close games. You get rid of a starter who's faring really well, a good starter, or maybe somebody's not a great matchup, and you get into a bullpen. That's when you should sort of be like making some hay. And instead we were seeing sort of worse at-bats the later in the game. So you hope that all of this kind of combined starts to change things, the tide starts to change a little bit.
Susan, what do you foresee for Trevor McDonald? He was obviously spectacular last night. I know the Giants were somewhat maligned by some for not just throwing him in Philadelphia, but he ended up with the open spot last night because of the way they played the doubleheader and came through in a big way. Is he just kind of waiting for the next opportunity here, or do you think the Giants are going to look to maybe get him a little more consistent run at some point?
Well, either way is perfectly valid. If they want to send him back and keep him stretched out, there's an obvious spot in the rotation that's been wobbly. If you want McDonald to potentially be in line to take a spot that maybe is not being adequately filled, you could do that. But I've liked him in the bullpen. He's got some experience doing that. If they want to throw him in there, great too. And he's available. He's stretched out enough where he probably could remain so for, several weeks, maybe even close to a month. Kind of a win-win situation, I think, with McDonald if he continues to perform like that.
Talking to Susan Slusser here on the UMA guest line. Would you expect that we would see Casey Schmidt in the outfield at some point? Because he hinted at how he had past experience there and spoke on that a little bit. I'm in the camp where you can't have him out of the lineup, so if that's what it takes, let's see him in the outfield, but I don't know if you know how seriously the coaching staff would consider that move.
Well, they've talked a lot about it, but he hasn't gotten any work out there. I don't feel in general like you should send anybody out to a position where they haven't gotten some reps. I'd prefer a lot of reps. I'd be hesitant to do it. Now, Casey Schmidt's a very good athlete. I'm sure he could handle it okay, but he is not going to be an elite outfielder by any means. And we know what a poor outfield defense did to the Giants last year. It was really, honestly, it was one of the reasons they were not a playoff team, was that outfield defense. So I would have him work on it a ton, see how he looks, especially get him work at Oracle Park if you're at all thinking about that. But for now, I'd hold off.
My last one for you. Do you think that Caleb Killian's ninth inning between the save but also giving up the solo shot, you think that's going to give Tony Vitello confidence to keep trotting him out there in closing situations until he might have to pivot to something else?
I don't know if they have a perfect answer in the ninth inning, especially with Miller now on the IL and Walker and his struggles, everyone knows. But Caleb Killiam right now looks like the best bet out of all the bunch. I personally would say keep running him out there, but, they've been willing to mix and match based on where the opponents are in their lineup, all that kind of stuff. They have a lot of lefties. Joel Peguero was pretty obviously in the dugout yesterday. He could be a possibility at some point here soon. He's got the kind of stuff that you associate with the modern closer, throws very hard. So I don't think anything's written in stone, and that's probably how it should be for now.
Well, hey, we know Casey Schmidt was a closer at San Diego State, and with the way he's played, maybe that's the option they'll have to go to if you got to hit the panic button again.
So you want Casey to play pretty much every position, including closer, and I want Jesus Rodriguez to play every position. So let's make all those things happen. That'd be fun.
I mean, hey, they were both in the lineup last night. I would hope to see them again tonight. I think Casey, we certainly will, and maybe Patrick Bailey's back behind the plate, but the defensive versatility of Jesus Rodriguez will give us a lot to talk about. So for the sake of having Susan Slusser on every week, let's get him in left field. Let's get him in second base. Let's get him behind the plate like we saw last night, and we'll be following it all. So they stopped the losing skid, still got a long way to go, but they've been able to win games within their division. So, hey, they'll take the one calling card. And Susan, always good to have you on. I know stuff's going around right now. Murph's probably going to get me sick by me sitting in his chair right now. So hang tough, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle joins us every single Tuesday. Might have a little bit of an update for you. Let's see. Sam Amick might actually want to change some times too, so I'm going to work that out with him as we're navigating time zones with him. I'll keep you updated on all of it, but 808 KNBR, phone lines are open no matter what. And like I said, if this number segment goes well, I'll give out Walter's personal line at the end of the day. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues, and we do have a quick little update. Sam Amick is going to move from 1250 just up a little bit to 1230. He is actually out in Oklahoma City getting ready for Thunder Lakers in the second round. So we got some second round action last night. Hey, turns out Anthony Edwards coming back to play was kind of a big deal. How about Minnesota, man? They're playoff risers. Wemby goes for the 12 blocks, and it doesn't matter. That was a crazy finish right there. So of all the second round series, that might be the one I'm most looking forward to watching.
Yeah, and we're still here in the Bay, obviously awaiting the news that could be coming at any point as it goes with Steve Kerr and whether or not he will return and all the ramifications of that here locally as to what the Warriors ultimately do this offseason.
And we all know Minnesota in the second round, not a team to underestimate based on what happened last year. Of course, the injuries, et cetera, but Sam is out in OKC, and we'll get his thoughts coming up in about 10, 12 minutes. Just to wrap up some of the talking points from Susan that we had just now. You know, it's interesting. You mentioned the whole Trevor McDonald outing and what the Giants could do with the fifth starter. Well, we learned yesterday and the day before that 40 games into the season, that doesn't have to be the benchmark where that's when you can make a move. That's when you can do a real evaluation. It was 34, and the Giants decided to go ahead and have a big shakeup. So if Hauser goes out there tomorrow and struggles, you do have to wonder, is it time to let Trevor McDonald maybe go ahead and take that spot?
Yeah, it's creating some competition, I think, there as well, as to where you have somebody, you know, to be able to make a change, you have to have somebody that's worthy of being thrown in. And I think that's the one thing that Trevor McDonald did was he proved that he's ready to be thrown in. And he could be a reliever, as Susan laid out as well, obviously after getting the appropriate time to rest and recover. So I think they've got some options as far as how they look to play things out with Trevor McDonald. But, yeah, I think we've talked a lot about the competition within the lineup and different players around the infield in particular and having to continue to perform to get out there. And I think – you know, Adrian Hauser may be pitching to remain in the rotation. Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch for tomorrow specifically, but maybe. And you know, if it's not tomorrow, it's, you know, you're a start away. I think, you know, you're a bad start away from being a start away. I think from that level of change maybe being made.
Yeah, I mean, look, the noise could get real loud. If tomorrow's an outing like he had in Philadelphia, where it looked ugly early, but then he really got it together, that's probably not one that's going to warrant him losing his job. If we're talking another Marlins level start or another Baltimore level start, it could be a very different conversation that could be happening quickly, especially if this team can find ways to stack wins without Hauser being in the lineup. Say Webb gets it done tonight, they take the series, Hauser's a disaster tomorrow, and then they're able to take a series against Pittsburgh. That's just going to magnify it even further.
The margin for error right now for the Giants is still pretty thin. Like if they're going to get, and I mean that not necessarily on a night-to-night basis, But in terms of 7 under 500, even with as many games as there are left to go, they're going to have to figure out every possible way that they can win games and win series. And that means that you can't have as many clunkers in the starting rotation as you've had, even if you think that the starting rotation overall has been solid and steady enough. It means in the bullpen, if the overall numbers look good, you can't have ninth inning blown saves, regardless of whether it's Ryan Walker, Keaton Wynn, or Caleb Killian, or Eric Miller, or anybody else that's out there in the ninth inning. If this team is truly going to turn it around, they're going to have to shore up a lot of those areas and just not have it be so free-flowing, let's say, about mistake here, mistake there in different parts of the team.
It's funny. I've been thinking about my own thought process with the Giants and how we're talking about them today. And it's not that I want to get too much into the minutia of a Trevor McDonald or a Caleb Killian, but in a way it kind of naturally comes back to them, because as much as the shakeups were about Devers, Adames, and Chapman, the observation of last night is the Giants have a way of winning. They have a formula, and it was shown through the pitching and the defense and everything. And so it's going to come back to who's that starter going to be? Who's the closer going to be? And with all that in mind, you are going to fixate more on the ninth inning, and you are going to fixate on guys who have been a little hit or miss in the rotation, like Malley and certainly Hauser at the top of the list.
I think the one thing we know, and the recent home success after the 1-7 start, what is it now? Is it 9-2 or 8-2? Whatever it is in the last stretch here after the tough start.
Home games, it's 9-2.
9-2 in the last 11. So what it has to be, they're gonna have to win some games 3-2 and 3-1 and 3-0. I mean, sure, they're can have some games where they hit some home runs and they score 5-6 runs, like they did against the Marlins. But I think the template is going to be, as much as we're fixated on the offense, and the offense is going to have to perform at a significantly higher level than it has to this point, they also are going to have to win more games 3-2 and 3-1 and 2-1 and win games that look like maybe they're going to lose late, and they come back and they're able to pull some rabbits out of the hat, which they really haven't done much this year to this point. Only one, I think, the game in Washington, but nothing crazy, at least to this point, in terms of the home schedule.
Well, we'll get back into that, and I'll finish up my fun with numbers before the end of the hour. But let's change gears when we come on back and take things out to Oklahoma City, where we talk to the Athletics' Sam Amick, joins us every other Tuesday. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues on your Tuesday. Normally we go a little bit later in the show, but we had some adjustments because it's playoff time, and playoff schedule is when things get funky, and we watched the Warriors in a lot of playoffs where we enjoyed this time of year. Now we're living the harsh reality where early May comes around and their season has been over for a bit. We're going into week 3 of Steve Kerr Watch. So joining us on the UMA guest line and our really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam brought to you by Zoolander is the one and only Sam Amick, getting ready for Lakers and Thunder. What's going on, man?
What's up, gentlemen? Good to be with you. How we doing today?
Yeah, we're doing well, and let's actually just start with the place that you're in, getting ready for that series. So you've written a lot about LeBron and the Lakers and the ownership relationship seeming to fray. He might retire. He might go to Cleveland. There's a possibility he could go to the Warriors. Well, after that series where the Rockets completely fell apart, LeBron and the Lakers, once again, this happy marriage, like, is it looking more likely? Like, do you think he's going to come back for an age 42 season? He just won't go away.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. I wrote a column last week or the week before that I took some grief for, but I still stand by where I was basically kind of whining about how, you know, he and I are in our 40s together and we're having very different physical experiences as we battle father time. And yeah, I mean, it is, I do think he's been good enough that you know, coming back seems to be the way that I would kind of handicap it. It is still hard to imagine him walking away when he's this good. And more importantly, when he has a situation with the Lakers where, you know, maybe there is a home for him after all in terms of signing a new contract this summer. Now, it's going to be tricky because in their offseason, they really want, you know, and listen, everybody expects them to get kind of run over here in this series against by OKC. But regardless, like, they want to have a balanced roster around Luka Doncic, and they want Austin Reeves back. You know, he's going to be a highly coveted free agent who's going to demand a ton of money. And so as far as like finding the right number for LeBron and kind of, you know, re-upping on this partnership, they got to work that stuff out. But it is a whole lot better than it was about 3 months ago.
How much do you sense that the Lakers could be the better fit for LeBron just based on the fact that he's able to be fresh now because they were good enough to navigate the time in which he needed to be out? I mean, it's sort of that discussion we always get into with the Warriors where they haven't been good enough in the regular season to make, you know, to get into a position where they can actually make the run, you know, consistently in the playoffs because they haven't had the balanced roster. Do you think the Lakers offer LeBron that best case scenario?
I mean, JD, it depends on, you know, health, right? Like if, you know, they did, I mean, in terms of supporting cast around him and potentially allowing him to be a third option and to your point, to be healthy at the right times, yes, at their best as designed, you know, and they're going to want to add defensive pieces to this group. You know, this is a team that ironically knows that they need to have a roster that is more reflective of what Luka had at the back end of his Dallas days when they made that finals run. So they need more pieces. But yes, if Luka's healthy, if Austin's healthy, then you get 41, 42-year-old LeBron able to, you know, be the third option for the entire season. And that's something that, you know, they had to kind of have growing pains through, if that makes sense, during this year. And so, yeah, like handicapping it for next year, you know, they've kind of figured those dynamics out. The one disclaimer that you got to keep putting out there, because I know we all marvel at how great LeBron is at this age, is like the cliff is going to come at some point. And I do find it interesting as they decide what kind of money to give to him, what kind of length on a contract. You know, that's got to be in the back of your mind. Like, okay, you're incredible, but, you know, at some point, if he continues to choose to play, one of these contracts is not gonna look good.
Sam, we all get so caught up in legacy talk, especially the second a series ends, right? It's one of the things that actually drives me crazy as a lover of the game of basketball. But in terms of Kevin Durant's career, I know you just wrote about the Rockets a bunch. How do you think this will all be viewed when it's said and done? I mean, he's a great player. He's an all-time talent, yet after leaving the Warriors, he hasn't been that close to a title.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, Greg. Like, we all get tired of the legacy talk, but it is part of it, right? Like, we're talking about LeBron adding to his legacy by helping the Lakers, get out of the first round. And conversely, you've got KD on the other side. Now, in the context of that series, you can't obviously put much on Kevin. He got one game coming off of the knee injury, the fluke knee injury, got doubled and triple teamed the entire time, didn't play very well. But that series was lost largely without him. The thing in terms of whether you call it legacy or just kind of the conversation around him that unfortunately is not great for kind of his story, again, is that it's another team where, and it's not just us, like, we wrote a big story, the ESPN had a big story, and when you talk to people around the team, you start hearing the words like vibes, you start hearing the words like moodiness, you start hearing, questions about culture. And it's always challenging for me, if I'm being honest, because I've always enjoyed Kevin as a guy. I mean, he could be prickly at times, especially at the height of the Warriors' uncomfortableness. But in terms of his personality and how it fits within a locker room, there's just so many examples of times when he wasn't able to get the mood right collectively, if that makes sense. And that's one thing that I think even in the Bay, fans know that Steph is one of the best in the game at that. LeBron's pretty good at it. He can be petty and have little sideways battles with teammates. But there's an art to it, and it just feels like over the course of time, Kevin has struggled to figure that part out.
Well, and what does it say that you could almost go, everywhere he's been, even including the time with the Warriors, and the culture, not putting it all on him, but the culture seems to be worse at the time in which he leaves than it was when he came. I mean, this Houston team had some good vibes last year as the 2 seed, and before they got beat by the Warriors, needed more. But now it just seems like a team that doesn't really like each other all that much.
Well, and I mean, listen, guys, elephant in the room. We tried our best to write about this, and then again, ESPN did too. I thought we were going to put the social media story to bed in terms of the burner account.
Yeah.
And I thought that eventually, he would say, guys, it wasn't me. And honestly, as a reporter, I was almost rooting for that. Like, it's fine. If you just flat out say it wasn't you, then we'll move on. And then we get to the end of the season and it's like, damn, there's not really denials here. But, and even his teammates, we were told that they all met and addressed it when it happened, and all agreed to keep it in-house. But then, those prominent players, agents, and people in their camp will tell you, like, from a human nature standpoint, like, yeah, of course it was not great. You got stuff online where he's, criticizing Jabari Smith and Alperen Şengün. And so, as it relates to this Rockets team, that subplot never really went away. Some of the Rockets people push back on the idea that they had, bad chemistry, or however you want to define it. Ime Udoka in his post-season press conference talked about that, and it's fine. But I mean, you're dead on, John. Like, they dealt with, vibes, chemistry stuff all year long, and Kevin was certainly a big part of that.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. One of the last times we had you on, we got into the 65-game rule and the minimum to be eligible for awards, and we talk a lot about different rules and proposals, and you've been writing a lot about the 18-team lottery 3-2-1 draft reform proposal. So it would be the bottom 10 teams each having an 8% chance at the top pick, and then the remaining 20% being split among the other 8 teams in that group. I know the NBA Board of Governors has to vote on it.
Greg.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, just to make sure we don't get it wrong for the audience. That's the proposal that had momentum previously. That's not the one that's getting pushed forward. So the 3-2-1 is 16-team lottery, and 3 balls. I don't have it in front of me. Make sure I don't mess up the information. They tried to simplify it rather than doing percentages. They did, you either get 3 lottery balls, 2 lottery balls, or 1. But the most punitive part is that the bottom 3 teams essentially get a 1-ball penalty where they get 2 balls instead of 3, whereas positions 4 through 10, and stick with us, audience here, gets 3 balls. but you only get 2 if you're on the bottom 3. I mean, the easiest way to understand it, and that kind of tells you everything you need to know, is that the 9-10 play-in teams have the same odds of getting the number 1 pick as the bottom 3 teams. They want everybody scratching and clawing their way out of the basement all season long, and they want it to, they literally use the language of relegation, to, a la international soccer, and kind of a page out of that book, where they want the bottom 3 tier to be relegated from a lottery standpoint and punished for being on the bottom 3, and they're convinced that this is going to, nip it in the bud. We'll see if it works.
Okay, so the 18-team lottery is the one that has a different name from the 3-2-1. I'm seeing it all in one bunch now, but as far as the one that has the most momentum for the 18-team lottery, I guess my question to you, to simplify this whole jumble of jargon for the audience, is it likely that it will happen, and do you think it will work?
Yes, it is likely that it will happen. It feels at this point like one of those things where, like, once the league, it's like politics, right? Like they know how to figure out if they have the votes or not. And the fact that they are moving forward in these meetings with 1 proposal now instead of 3 tells you that, they have all their eggs in one basket. Now, they could continue to make small changes to the proposal. But yes, I think it'll pass. It's got to have 23 out of 30 governors approving it, and that's on May 28th. And I do think it'll work. I'm going to yield a little bit to, at least in terms of getting rid of a lot of the tanking. Now, you could argue that it's taking away the effectiveness of what the draft is designed for. I mean, the worst teams, like, the irony is, guys, you are going to find out who the worst teams are. And then those teams are going to have a significantly, worse chance of getting the help they need than they did before. So, like, as a talent distribution system, the draft in the NBA just got significantly worse. And it's a price they're willing to pay because they think that's what they have to do to get rid of the tanking.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Sam, to see how that all shakes out for a number of reasons that you've laid out. Anything you're hearing on the Steve Kerr front? I know you're pulled in a bunch of different directions with series and other storylines. I know you wrote about some other coaching stuff across the league as well. Is there a connect in any of these guys that are maybe looking at jobs in certain places that could find its way related back to the Warriors if Steve Kerr ultimately doesn't come to an agreement to return?
Well, I mean, I feel like as far as the way the wind is blowing, John, suddenly we've gone from the beginning when it seemed like Steve had, 1.5 feet out the door, to things coming back the other way where, everybody you talk to leads with the fact that he wants to coach. And we know that he loves coaching number 30 more than anybody else. And it seems like the desire is there. And so now it's, can they check the box contractually? I was streaming you guys earlier and heard my buddy Marcus Thompson talking about how the next step is, let's hear a press conference, and get this thing done. It feels like we are going that direction. Certainly not done. They are keeping it somewhat close to the vest. I laughed yesterday. I hit up one of the prominent people involved, and on background was asking if they could pull the curtain back a little bit, and got a very polite nope in terms of what's happening now. But handicapping it, I feel like we're closer to Steve coming back. But if he does shock the world and leave, all the major names here. That you got to watch the Knicks with Mike Brown and see what happens there. Some of the other, I do wonder if some of the Warriors players, Andre Iguodala and names like that have kind of been floated. These guys are getting to an age, like Rajon Rondo is a candidate for the Pelicans job right now. Like, some of that class of players is taking a crack at coaching, even though Andre hasn't been on a bench. So, but again, as far as where I think it's going, it's starting to feel like maybe Steve sticks around.
Well, I know that the Warriors camp has been keeping things pretty tight in terms of the information that gets out there. So just off of your opinion and vibe, when do you think we will get a decision one way or another?
I mean, I went into the week, thinking like I would still be surprised if we got zero clarity by the end of the week. I mean, for one, the combine is, the lottery's on Sunday. The combine is starting this weekend and all the way through next week. They have a pick that matters. They need to get their ducks in a row and start game planning in terms of this roster and really staring at that chessboard and figuring out, what kind of big moves are they going to go for? What kind of middle moves are they going to go for? And they can only spend so much time and energy and bandwidth on, who's going to coach the team. So I would still, I think, be surprised if we didn't have clarity by the end of the week.
So what you're saying is if they end up in a top 3-4 pick, that's not going to change anything. I'm saying that half kidding. The decision is the decision.
With that,
Yeah. No, just another battle over a lottery pick, I guess, one way or another, potentially.
Maybe they'll trade for JK again. They'll undo, right that wrong.
I mean, Sam, that was my joke.
I'm kidding. Before everybody thinks I was serious, I was kidding, and I didn't mean to make you comment on something that was going to put you in a bad spot there, Sammy. That's why not wait till it's a little of the Papa streak in me. That's the Papa streak in me. Well, let's wait and see what pick they get, and we'll see who wants to be where.
See how I feel. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Sam, we'll let you get to it.
Joe and Steve do this again.
Yeah, no, we'll let you get to it out in Oklahoma City. But the joke I was making to JD off the air is he's like, well, if Steve doesn't come back, I could see them trying to go for moves of players that Steve probably wouldn't have wanted in the past and something that might be able to sell. And I'm like, what? So trade back with Atlanta for Kuminga and run that back? But I think it's safe to say that ship has sailed. So thanks for coming by. Go enjoy the series.
I mean, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I was going to say a final thought. I think you're getting at something there, Greg, that is really important. If he does stick around, I would love to learn more about the dialogue with Steve and Joe and Kirk and Mike, because it seems like they have years of evidence now that their vision for the game and their vision for, style at times is that they're not on the same page. And that's a pretty important element when you're trying to win together.
Yeah, no question. So, I mean, if we get any news that he does return, I think that's going to be where the offseason conversation gravitates to, and we'll probably ask you a good amount of questions about all that. But in the meantime, go enjoy a little Lakers Thunder and whatever the playoffs give us, because always a fun body of content, injuries aside, but the drama's there, the fun's there, and we got Austin Rivers and Draymond Green taking shots at each other online. So, as we like to say, never a dull day.
Indeed. All right, boys. Good seeing you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Sammy.
Sam Amick of The Athletic. Man, I felt like we had a slight delay where I accidentally kept cutting him off, but I never would want to cut off Sam Amick because we love having him on every other Tuesday. All right, JD, so since we had a little bit of a schedule snafu, you want to finish up the fun with numbers, dive into the Sam Amick topic? Where are we going to steer the ship off of that? Because I know we kind of had to do some 12 o'clock hour adjustments, so we got the next 70 minutes to figure it out before dirty work.
Yeah, long way to go here. We can react to Sam. We can do the numbers. I mean, a lot of different ways we can take it. Get into some Niners.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little Sam reaction. Then in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to finish the fun with numbers. And then we do have a couple of little Niner rumors out there. And Kyle Van Noy had something to say on Up and Adams this morning. So we'll get into some of that as we make our way toward 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You've heard me talk about it on the shows. Maybe the one calling card the Giants have so far is winning games within their division. And with Logan Webb on the hill tonight, they have a chance to take the series against the Padres. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame starts at 5:45, and we'll be out on the patio at 58 Social tomorrow for some day baseball and a series finale.
sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver rolls on your Tuesday. Giants getting ready to face the Padres tonight. See if they can take the series with Logan Webb up on the hill. We'll get some 1 o'clock Niners talk for you in this hour. And, of course, we just had Sam Amick of The Athletic as he's getting ready for a little Lakers and Thunder. The Thunder look like the only team without some serious vulnerabilities. But, hey, anything can happen in the postseason. And as far as the Warriors and missing out on the postseason, the question becomes, how can they get back there? Well, you can't have a lot of those conversations until we know who's going to be coaching the team. Is it going to be a year 13 of Steve Kerr, or is it going to be somebody else where basically everybody not named Steph Curry is up on the table? Everything is up for grabs, and kind of like the Giants in their lineups right now, it's a whole world of possibilities. But I want to play this cut from Marcus Thompson from a couple of weeks ago, and it's on the front office and Steve Kerr needing to be more aligned, because that's something that Sam just brought up to us as the two sides try to find a resolution one way or another. Here's what Marcus Thompson had to say on the morning show a couple weeks back.
I think these two are hand in hand, right? I think if this happens, it's because, the Warriors front office has decided they wanted to do things a certain way. And Steve is going to say, hey, I don't want to do it that way. I'm out. So to me, those two kind of work hand in hand. Now, if the front office just decides we don't want to lose a 4-time championship coach, then they'd probably just acquiesce. So if they don't go this way, that's them deciding, you know what, we're off Steve Kerr, right? We've done that. We've tried it. We're on to the next thing. We need to progress or advance. And I think that's the part where Steve Kerr is saying, if that's what you want to do, I'm not the coach for that.
So as this has gone on further and further, well, the more time that passes by, I think we're more leaning toward the likelihood of Steve Kerr being able to come back, because if he decided that he was going to be done and he wasn't feeling it, that decision probably already would have been made. Now, it doesn't mean that he can't walk away, but the door is continuing to stay open on that. And so as far as the compromises go with front office and ownership and Steve Kerr, kind of what we got into with Danny Emmerman yesterday, it does beg the question, if Steve Kerr is to come back and announce his return this week, where does he compromise with front office and ownership as the Warriors look to have a very different season than 37-45? And yes, the injuries are a part of it, but as we noted with Danny, well, he also can fairly get dinged for the 13-15 start.
It's an interesting question, because it almost makes you wonder, and I agree, we're kind of, it feels we're beyond the point of which, those things are necessarily going to be deal breakers. But at the same time, going back to the conversation with Sam, how much truly needs to be, mutually agreed upon in terms of what's going to change moving forward. And does that lead to a smoother relationship? Because I think if it's really that bad, there's a part of me that's kind of like, well, what are we doing here? Like, if it's really that bad, then why are you trying so hard potentially to make it work? In particular at this stage. So I am fascinated, as Sam kind of laid out, as to what some of the inner workings are in terms of things that do wind up being compromised upon. And I joke about the lottery pick, but and of course it would be a wonderful problem to have, and I say problem jokingly, if the Warriors move into the top 4. But if they move into the top 4, I think we're having a different conversation, because at that point you're talking about best and most talented player available, as opposed to maybe need or specific type player that can fit with an older crew. You just got to get the best guy, and how does that maybe change the dynamics between the end of the Steph era and the beginning of who would project to be the next franchise player for the Warriors. Now, look, there's a 90% chance or whatever it is that's not going to happen, and they're going to wind up at 11. But I think even at 11, it's easier on paper to look at it and go more in line with a player that, can be really good down the line, but a player that can help you next year, maybe first and foremost.
Well, it's funny too. 11 is still the best pick they've had under Dunleavy by 8 spots. We talked about Dunleavy. Could he do this? Could he do that? I know we kind of defended him when a listener said that he's the obvious one to blame. As far as how he's drafted, I think for the most part, it's been pretty well with the picks he's had. So even if it is 11, this is going to be the best pick they have in this draft class, and the next one on paper do show to be having high potential.
There is a difference, though. There is a difference between picking in the lottery, I feel like, even 11 versus 19, especially obviously if it wound up being in the top 4. I do think there is a little bit more pressure on making sure that you get the right pick. I think it's a little easier at 19, or if you're in the 50s in the second round, to just find guys that can play. The interesting though part to it is, and we've seen this with some of the lottery picks that the Warriors didn't select. And guys who went elsewhere, sometimes the safe pick winds up being the superstar pick. And I think even with Podziemski, who most definitely is not a superstar, but Podziemski has overperformed his selection number at number 19, and he was considered, even as a younger player, somebody that was much more NBA ready from the start.
Yeah, well, and then also back to the 11 thing. It's like 11 can also be the difference between getting someone who is a superstar and someone who can just be a nice player. Like what was Donovan Mitchell's pick, for example? That was around that ballpark of 11, 12, something like that. Devin Booker, I think, was in
Giannis,
a similar category. Yeah, Giannis, and there's not going to be a lot of people with the Giannis kind of physique, right? That's one where it's like, is it going to be closer to a Giannis and what he became, or is it going to be closer to like Thon Maker, for example? But
SGA,
right?
I mean, SGA is another one that was a late lottery pick.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one where there's pressure, but I also think the potential of someone that could be a future franchise player is much, much greater. So we'll get finality on that by the end of the weekend with a little Mother's Day lottery and see if the Warriors can end up in that likely spot of the 11 to 13 range, or if they can break that 9% mark and hit into the top 4. It's funny. You said, if Steve comes back, where does he compromise? And your point was, if they're still having these discussions and it's so hard and it's so bad, the relationship and the differences in philosophy, then why are we still even at this point? Well, it's because Steph Curry might say so. Like, Steph's not the kind of guy that's going to go to the podium and exert his influence, but he'll make it known behind the scenes, and he's going to be consulted on every big decision. Steph Curry is a powerful enough force to where Steve might want to come back for Steph Curry, knowing that he wants him to be the coach, and the organization is going to want to appease the greatest player in their franchise history and probably will be for a long, 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 long time.
Well, I also find it interesting as to, the debate about, 1-year deal versus 2. Are they going to demand, that it's a 2-year deal? And we know Steve, obviously, if he wanted to after a year, could walk away, or they could mutually part ways if things are not working out. But I wonder if this is, that's one area just off the top when you think of compromise. Like, would the Warriors compromise on 1 year versus 2, or continuing to go year to year? Or does it have to be we part ways now versus, hey, we need a 2-year commitment from you, Steve? And then the accountability questions. And so there's a lot of things. I said kind of tongue in cheek, of course, about the lottery pick and the number and where it shakes out. I wonder, as we get closer now, look, we're only to Tuesday. We still have 5 days away, and I think everybody's kind of anticipating that this is going to be wrapped up one way or another before Friday. But there is that part of me that does kind of wonder, as much as I say it jokingly, like, would the front office and or Steve want to know where that lottery pick is before they ultimately finalize? Like, I wonder if that's something that is even brought up in the conversation, because I would imagine if you're having the level of conversations that they are, just about everything would be brought up.
I would think so. I don't know how much weight that would ultimately hold on the Kerr, Lacob, Dunleavy front. But I to your point, I think everything's on the table in these conversations, to where if they're meeting multiple times, if there's still no decision on this, I'm sure that has come up during the past 2.5 weeks when they're figuring this out.
Yeah, so it's something that kind of popped into my head. It's we dismiss it and even kind of laugh about it, but I wonder, like, the difference between, let's say, if they do wind up lucking out and getting that top 4 pick versus 11, like, would that make a difference? Because obviously, and how much input would Steve want to have, maybe compared to other years, in terms of the ability to, have a voice in the overall selection process? Because if the Warriors end up, let's say, number 2, somehow, and again, that's an extreme long shot, but if they end up number 2, there's going to be you're going to be deciding between 3 players that are all, in their own way, kind of similar in terms of the way people view their ability to not only impact the game in the short term, but potential future stardom. I just used 2 because then, you wouldn't be able to pick anybody you want.
Yeah.
But you definitely know you would have, you'd be picking among 3 people, that would have varying degrees of impacting your team, let's say, in different ways.
Well, we all know when the Warriors get the number 2 overall pick, the best things happen. And of course, I kid going back to the Wiseman year. But here's why the lottery pick is going to be important, though. Whether it's 2, 6, 11, whatever it may be, that's your best path to a regular season contributor. That's your best path to getting an 82-game player that can help you next year, regardless of who your head coach is. But it's funny, you'd think that the disconnect between Lacob and Kerr, and who knows where Dunleavy would fall on this spectrum, right? But if they were to get a pick that was in the top 4, Lacob would be thinking about the player that could be the face of the franchise and sell tickets and be the best player on that team with life after Steph Curry. If you're Steve Kerr, you're going to be thinking about who is most capable of helping us from day one in year one. Who is capable of being the best player for us in this first year in the regular season, even if maybe the ceiling per se isn't quite as high as somebody else?
Yeah, and I wonder if that's in fact true, or is it just you take the best, you just take the best guy, and those are things that I would imagine would have to be discussed at some point here. Again, if you're discussing everything with the eye toward a potential multi-year commitment, I would think that it would have to be something that would come up. So I'm curious as we get later in the week here, does it wind up being something to where maybe they do just wait and see what pick they get, and then ultimately have the discussion or the press conference or whatever after the fact?
I wouldn't think so, given the way that there's been a lot of coverage on this and they're having multiple meetings, and I think they met again yesterday. I wouldn't think that they're just going to say, well, let's do a little coin flip, right? And if we're at 11, I'm coming back, and if we're at top 4, then I might not be doing it. It's not going to be that simple, but it is a fascinating thought to think like, okay, well, when are we going to get a decision? And then let's say Steve agrees to come back. Like, are we going to have the drama where they do end up getting into the top 4, or is it going to be the more likely outcome, which is just 11?
What if part of the equation, should they get into the top 4, is hey, from a management and ownership standpoint, hey, we really want to focus more on we're going to keep Steph but rebuilding. Like, what if – because I do think it is fair in that sense in terms of, 11, we're more committed toward maybe the now, but if it's top 4, then we need to make sure that, Steph will be on the team, but we need to commit more to the development of the young players that are on the roster and the young player that becomes the draft pick, and maybe, looking to go in a different direction in terms of some of the other players that are on the Steph timeline. Like, I'm with you. I am with you. Like, I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I wonder if there isn't. I wonder if it's less of a stretch than maybe we think in terms of not that the decision is hinging on that, but that you'd at least want to know if there are two dramatically different organizational directions that would be desired.
No, I think it's totally fair because Steph said he's got multiple years left, he feels, in his exit interview after the loss in Phoenix. But Jimmy, Draymond, Horford, Melton, all the guys you think of as Steve Kerr guys, and you got younger ones too, like Pods and Gee, but just that older group I laid out right there, that's understandable why if you were to get a top 4 pick, you would be focusing more toward that next generation. Not saying you're going to embrace a full teardown, but you might understand that, like, hey, look, Steve might have one more year coaching these guys, and also Draymond might have one more year with the organization. Jimmy Butler's contract is going to be done. Like, it is fair at that point to look at life after Steph Curry if you can get a pick that's that high where you have the potential of getting a franchise changer after the fact.
You could just make the case that you have more, a greater percentage of your roster that would be future driven. Like, even though Steph still accounts for the most important part of your roster by a lot, you would have a greater percentage of your roster that might be more contingent on development and that sort of thing. And I think that's where maybe the conversation would be a little bit different.
Totally. And to be fair, take someone like Brandin Podziemski. You and I both agree and understand he was not an unproductive player. Like, if you looked at the numbers and the fact that he played all 82 games, it's like, oh, that actually was an effective regular season player for you. The issue is you had so much time without Jimmy Butler, without Steph Curry. Then Moses Moody goes down that, well, you can't ask Podziemski to be a guy that's going to score 30 points on a given night and get you enough wins in the way that Jordan Poole was able to help keep the team afloat when Clay was dealing with the injuries and then Steph went out late in the 2022 season. Doesn't mean that Pods is a bad player, but you might be looking for someone that has more of those capabilities because you don't have that right now on your roster with anyone who is under the age of 36.
Well, it is going to be interesting because everybody we've talked to, with maybe the exception of Danny Emmerman, it seemed like Danny was a little less sure that it was just this foregone conclusion that it's going to leak out at some point here between now and the end of the week that Steve is coming back. But it does definitely seem like it's trending more toward that direction. And, I do think that's a positive, regardless of what winds up happening with the pick, regardless of what winds up being the direction of the offseason and whether they look to go more rebuild around Steph versus retool and try to make one more go of it. Or with Jimmy potentially coming back and bringing Draymond back and all of that. So it'll be interesting either way, but this is truly going to be, with the lottery pick and the decision surrounding Steve Kerr, it is going to be a pivot point type of an offseason, even if it winds up not being the full-blown teardown that maybe some would appreciate at this stage.
No question. It's like we talked about with Dalton Johnson. Even if it's Steve Kerr comes back and a lot of the roster is intact, there's an understanding from even the people at the top that you can't be saying championship. Doesn't mean that that's not a goal, but you got to reshape the standard and the expectation from what it's been since 2022.
And it's easier to integrate younger players if that's not the stated goal.
Correct.
And I think we've seen that through the two-timeline era, right? It's if you can take some of that pressure off of younger players, then maybe you can allow for those younger players a little bit more time to get on the floor and develop and make mistakes, which wasn't necessarily afforded some of the younger players that were drafted by necessity, because if those guys had been playing more regularly, the Warriors would have lost more quickly than the years where they advanced beyond Sacramento in 23 and beyond Houston last year in 25.
Well, right. And 2022 was the last time they built such a fast start that they had a little luxury of having different lineup variations in the regular season.
Yeah.
Even the year
the
after
young guys
that,
didn't play, though.
Yeah. And
the young guys hardly played.
That's true.
I mean, it was spot minutes.
It
was spot minutes that year, but they were so good it didn't. I mean, Wiseman was hurt the whole year, didn't even play at all the whole year that year, and it wound up being kind of a benefit. I don't know if you recall, like it was, when's Wiseman coming back? Could Wiseman come back? Is Wiseman going to come back? And then it finally got to the point where they were like, yeah, we don't even. I mean, they would probably dispute this, but it got to the point where it's like, we don't even want him to come back because we don't want to try to integrate him into this team that we think can win a title in March and April for what? And think that he, even if he's not going to play in the playoffs. So the young guys did not play hardly at. I mean, they were basically all red shirts in that year. Spot minutes here and there, even in the playoffs for Moody and Kuminga, but they really, for the most part, did not play hardly any meaningful minutes at all.
No, and it's a fair point that the young guys haven't been afforded the opportunity, and that goes for both the ones that it didn't work out for and the ones that it ultimately did, right? Like Wiseman and Kuminga are the ones that are going to come to top of mind, but Moody didn't have a defined role on this team until year 4. They got the 3-year, $39 million extension on him, and then when Jimmy Butler came over, he was part of that lineup with Podziemski and the Big Three that was so effective, but even for someone who it ultimately worked out for, he was not getting that opportunity. Like the only guy that you can say got that opportunity and the leash was Jordan Poole because of the unique circumstances of the 2019-2020 season when everybody was injured and they went 15-50.
Yeah, Jordan Poole got the leash, but he was one of the worst players in the league that year,
yeah.
And the Warriors were the worst team in the league. But he also went down to the G League, and immediately by year 2 was a playable, quality rotation. Like he was immediately a combo guard by the end of 21. So he went from being maybe the worst player in the NBA in his rookie year to being a playable combo guard by the end of his second year. So his trajectory shot up in that year 2, and then obviously the third year when he was starting for Clay and then eventually starting for Steph and then starting with both of them through that Denver series when they went to the small lineup in the first round. But he did what the others did not do, which is prove himself to be a much more impactful player on a good team by the second or third year. Like, people forget that. Like, he actually became a guy worthy of playing by the end of the second year, where these other guys did not.
808 KNBR to join the conversation. It is Papa and Silver with JD. Got about 45 minutes left here, and we are very much on Steve Kerr watch. So we got the short one tomorrow out at the patio. Perhaps we'll get some news by then. And if not, then we got another full one on Thursday, as the Giants will be off in between home series. Speaking of, I will finish my fun with numbers, and then we'll also sprinkle in some Niner talk here before we send it out to Dirty Work. They're going to be at the patio today, getting you ready for a 6:45 first pitch. It's Papa and Silver with JD, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Indeed, and we move on in the 1 o'clock hour. Silver, JD, Walter with you in a little 867-5309. It's more fun with numbers on the San Francisco Giants, who are shaking things up right now. Got some Trevor McDonald strikeouts here on the replay up in the studio. 8 of them last night in his first start for the Giants this year and snapping the 6-game losing streak. So a little bit earlier, before we had Susan Slusser on, we talked about the 3 walks drawn last night. Schmidt had 1, Eldridge had 1, and Devers had 1. Then 9 total extra base hits for Luis Arraez, who added a pair of doubles. Also, the Gold Glove tour is continuing at second base. It's been a beauty to watch. All right, let's continue with the number of 45. This one, not quite so positive. 45 is the number of strikeouts on the season for Willy Adames. That leads the team, and he had 2 more last night. I know we opened up this topic a little bit earlier, but I would expect if any of the typical everyday starters are going to be out of the lineup, it would be the man who dumps the Gatorade cooler after wins. I think Willy Adames has a decent chance to sit this one out, JD.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the case. And in talking to Susan, I mean, she sure made it appear as if it's going to be, and you know, from what she knows, just a flat out rotation, right, where everybody's going to kind of be not so much directed at performance, although we know it is about performance, but more just kind of, we're going to keep everybody fresh and everybody's going to get there one day a week, and Casey Schmidt's going to move around and accommodate. But yeah, I would be stunned if it's not Chapman back in there after getting a day and Adames being the guy who gets the night off tonight with Schmidt shifting over to play shortstop.
And the other part of that equation, too, is Rafael Devers is slowly putting it together, so you would not expect him to be sitting out. And why would you bring up Bryce Eldridge just to sit him down a couple days after getting brought up? So as Papa always would like to say about the guys who strike out routinely, well, they strike out, but they'll strike back. And when you're not striking back, then 45 strikeouts on May 5th is going to look pretty rough when you're looking at a stat sheet. Let's go to the number 26 because that relates to someone who has turned it around a little bit. 26 is the number of days in between Rafael Devers' multi-RBI games. His last one prior to last night was on April 8th. That, of course, was when he had the big 3-run homer in the day game against the Phillies, and they took that series. So a single, a sac fly, a walk last night, and even if that doesn't jump off the screen, he's slowly putting it together. He did contribute in a meaningful way to the Giants winning. Obviously, it's just a start. He's got to do much, much more over the long haul of this. But if Ken Rosenthal's going to say it, that he doesn't see a way out of this for the Giants if Rafael Devers can't hit, well, then you'll take the baby steps. You'll take it in bunches, and a multi-RBI game is not nothing when you win the game 3-2, so well done.
Yeah, no, you got to have it. And again, I think I know it's not what people want to see at this point. They want doubles and homers and runs driven in a big way, and 5 RBI games and all of that. So but I do think to get to that, you have to go through a little bit of a process from where it was to what it's been these last 4 or 5 games. And again, I even go back to the weekend in Tampa, which was, or St. Petersburg, that was not what anybody wanted. But I think there were signs of him potentially snapping out of it even in that series. And again, he does have a hit in each of the last 5 games. He cracked a 24 hopper through the infield for an RBI last night. Hey, whatever works. Whatever
on a mid-90s fastball, by the way, which he was doing a lot of swing and miss at.
And I think, again, it does seem like the approach is a little bit more singles-oriented. And you know what? To get out of the funk and work your way back into a mode where the power will – like, I'm okay with that. Hit singles right now. There are a bunch of guys on the Giants. I know we want power and all of that, but there are a bunch of guys on the Giants right now where it's start with hitting some singles and then let the doubles and the homers come from there. And I think Devers is absolutely in that conversation.
No question. All right, let's go with a few more. So this is going to be a couple of decimal numbers. It's 3.63 and it's 3.69. Now, this is a little bit in the weeds, but it's pitches per plate appearance for both Casey Schmidt and Luis Arraez. Interestingly, lower numbers for the best hitters on the team. And I was also getting some note that Schmidt has done well in pitcher-friendly counts. So for a team that's trying to cut back on strikeouts, for one that isn't walking very well, and for one that's also seeing a lot of strikes because teams aren't afraid to pitch at them, in some ways it makes sense where if there's going to be no fear instilled in starting pitchers, then the ones who will be your best hitters might not need as many to go and swing the bat. But for all the not being able to work things deeper into counts, well, if you're Schmidt and if you're Arraez, you don't have to.
No, you don't. And I think, again, whatever Casey Schmidt's doing, keep it going. And he has been much more selective at the plate. I think he guesses on pitches, which would explain some of the ability to hit ahead in the count. Obviously, most hitters hit better when ahead in the count, but I do think he kind of sits on certain pitches and does his homework in that way. And when you're in a position where you have count leverage, you have a greater ability to do that and do that successfully. So I think that's been a big part of why he's been able to, being able to take more has been able to lead him to be able to find his pitch and really drive it when he gets it.
Couple of more numbers on our Fun with Numbers. This one's going to be Walter's favorite. 0 times that the Giants have had a 500 record this year. Now, I know you could be 1-1, you could be 2-2 very early in the season, but the 5 teams that have never hit the 500 mark in 2026, it's the Giants, it's the White Sox, Braves, Dodgers, and Yankees. For the Giants and the White Sox, that's for the wrong reasons. So for as much as people wanted to escape the 500, they're going to have to find a way to get back there before we can even have that conversation about finding something a little bit different, because it has been different. It hasn't been a different version of the same when they were on that skid of a 6-game losing streak, but now they got to get back to the haunted place just to even get to where they want. Have not even touched 500 once this year.
Yeah, and it is a long churn unless you're going to get extremely hot. And again, I think at this point, I almost look, once you get to 8 under, I almost go out 8 series and think, all right, if you win every series, which of course you probably are not going to do. If you do, great. But it's like I go out 8 series and I think, all right, that's a reasonable amount of time just to get back to 500. Now, of course, you want to get hotter than that, and if you get on a streak, you can make it up much quicker than that. But I sort of, it's kind of the recalibration of expectations. Once you get that far removed from 500, the first goal is just get back. And so I kind of laid it out with, the Padres and Pirates series, and then the Dodgers and the A's series coming up. Beyond that, Arizona and the White Sox, and then Arizona again before they go to Colorado. And it actually coincides with the end of this month. in terms of like if you win every series the rest of the way, you could get back to 500 by the end of the month. Which I think, again, given the way this team has played, let's not get carried away. That's extremely unlikely.
A lot of NL West this month.
But a lot of NL West this month, and they have, as you've noted, they've played pretty well, small sample size. 5-2 now against the Dodgers and the Padres, and 3-1 against the Padres at these first 4 matchups. And the Padres have been beating just about everybody else, although they're not playing. They've lost 5 of the last 7. They got beat by the Cubs and the White Sox last week, 2 out of 3 apiece. And so, when you play teams matters. And I think, the Giants did play the Padres early in the year when they were not playing well. And they did play the Dodgers at a point where the Dodgers were not playing as well. But the Giants obviously still playing worse than both of those teams overall. So they've been able to get up for those games and show in some ways that maybe the talent disparity it isn't as great as people would think, although I think both those teams obviously are more talented than the Giants. But the other thing that we've seen, unfortunately, is the talent disparity against some of these other teams equally isn't as great, which allows for these other teams to be able to beat the Giants as much as the Giants can beat the likes of the Padres and the Dodgers.
Right. I mean, remember when the Pirates came in and swept the Giants last year at home, and that was looking like a miserable series? Well, Pirates aren't no slouches this year right now. That whole division is playing really well to start the year, but they're not even going to face Paul Skeens, and the Pirates are not a bad baseball team. So, hey, look, 5-2 against the Dodgers and Padres. I mean, what were they last year? A combined 7-19. So take them where you can get them if you're going to be struggling in other areas.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, final number for you is 3-4. That is the Giants' record under what circumstance? Do you want to take a crack at it, or you want me to just tell you?
You can let me have it.
The Giants have a 3-4 record in 1-run games this year. Here's the catch. When I was thinking about that, I thought, okay, what were their 1-run games in which they won? Well, it was last night. It was the crazy 7-6 game in Washington, and it was that win in San Diego early in the year. In all those 3 of those games, they had a lead that they let get a little bit too close for comfort, the 2 San Diego games, and then the Washington one, they blew a save before they found a way to get it back in the drama of extra innings. And so that's not to poo-poo the Giants taking advantage of being able to win those games, but it is another reminder of, okay, 3-4 in 1-run games doesn't sound so bad, but when you think about the how in which they've done it, it does highlight the issue of needing someone that can just close the door, as well as the bullpen is pitched at times. You got different arms out there. That was great for Caleb Killian. Another reminder that you got a gaping hole if you want to try to close out good teams when you have a lead to protect.
True, but 3-4 is within the realm. If around 500 is always within the realm of expectation. So I think this team has been flawed enough in enough ways to where, like, I know some people do this. I'm not somebody that's looking, and we can even throw the 3-4 out, because I think if this team's going to be successful, they're going to have to win a lot of 1-run games, a lot of close games. But I think it's going to be interesting because I think, this team is going to have to – they're going to have to win a lot of those games, as I said, but they also are just going to have to figure out a way to out-hit, having to be in those games where it's constantly going to be on the closer to get the job done repeatedly, or I think they're probably going to come up – they're going to come up short more than people are going to be happy with.
No question. And the way they won last night, I alluded to the formula. They're going to have to win games that are probably more low scoring. And when there's lower scoring games, likelihood of it being a 1-run game is going to increase. So there you have it. A little fun with numbers. Perhaps we'll do this at some other point as we check in on the Giants and how this all goes as they try to bounce back from the low watermark of 13-21. They got one last night. Logan Webb with a chance to make it 2 in a row tonight. And we will continue this going forward. Before we get on out of here, though, did want to play a little piece of sound from Up and Adams with Kay Adams. Kyle Van Noy is a free agent out there. He said he'd like to play with his little brother, or his big brother, rather, Fred Warner, and maybe come to San Francisco. He thinks there might be something cooking over here. Let's talk about that when we come back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson. There you go, Walter. I did it for you. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Final couple of segments here. We'll kick it out to the patio at 2 o'clock, where Dirty Work will get you ready for a little Giants Padres round 2. Pre-game will start at 5:45, and we'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. So we got Niner rookie minicamp getting going at the end of the week. Krug's going to be with me on Friday, and I'm sure we'll talk all about your Romello Heights. And by the way, is it Dejan Stribling? I saw a little note about that. Now I'm seeing Dejan Stribling out there after we've all been calling him Deshaun for a week. Kalon Black, all the new faces coming your way. And there still are some free agents out there on the market, including Juwan Jennings, by the way, who we're waiting to see where he ultimately signs elsewhere. But as far as one Kyle Van Noy, 2-time Super Bowl champion, he was on the Up and Adams show, and he expressed some interest in wanting to come and play in San Francisco. Here's what he had to say earlier on the cast.
I want to throw out a team, that a lot of people may not know.
Kyle, you're so awesome. You're such a generous person. Go for it.
Yeah, who cares at this point? I really like to play with my little brother Fred Warner with the Niners. I think they got something cooking over there. I know they love Joey Bosa, right? Because Nick and all that. I get that. But I would love to play with my little brother. That's my guy, and I think they got something cooking over there.
What have you talked to them?
I'm not going to go into those details, but I would love to play with Federico a little bit.
The way he said, I'm not going to go into those details, I feel like that's exactly what John Lynch would have said. And maybe as a result, they have had some conversation. But he also brought up Joey Bosa as a name that, of course, has been floating around. And then John Lynch said at the owners' meetings, I don't think we can ultimately afford him. Now, those were a couple guys that are still out there, and Van Noy, like Fred Warner, went to BYU. That's why he called him Little Bro Frederico. But that would be an interesting twist where they did end up trading D. Winters. We talked about it with Matt Barrows after the draft, where he's like, I was a little surprised they traded D because you have injury concerns and availability questions with Dre Greenlaw, as well as Nick Martin, your third-round pick last year, who was in the concussion protocol toward the end. So could they end up adding on the linebacking core and going out and getting a Kyle Van Noy? I don't know what it would cost, but I would find that very intriguing for what's otherwise a pretty young defense.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be intriguing. And you look at, going back to 2024, he had 12 sacks. So he would be that, in line to be that outside pass rushing type linebacker that you'd be looking at in a scheme change, type of a shift. He would be somebody good. And I think, with Dre Greenlaw being brought back, that's what made Winters expendable. And we were just talking about Romello Height and his ability to step in and be able to play and be a pass rusher. Having one more veteran type that could sort of fill that role a little bit, you could do a lot worse than a Kyle Van Noy. That would be a great veteran leadership type of a player that could also provide a little bit of maybe the skill set that the 49ers are looking for to be able to get to the quarterback.
And I'm not saying he's by any means the similar player to John Franklin Myers, who ended up signing with Tennessee and joining Robert Saleh. But when we were looking at John Franklin Myers, just looking at the stat sheet and the football reference page at a glimpse, I thought, wow, he's been a really durable player, something the Niners could use. Kyle Van Noy, every year since 2018, has played at least 14 games in a season.
Yeah, and again, even at the 49ers are not looking for a full-time player at that particular spot. They're looking for, I think, a bunch of guys that have skill sets to where they can be mixed in certain packages. And so I think having somebody with with the reputation of a Kyle Van Noy would, that's not even something I thought of as necessarily being on the radar until he put it on everybody's radar with the interview and the clip that we played here. But that's definitely one that I would co-sign too if I were the 49ers.
Yeah, no question. So that was an interesting one and someone to keep an eye out for. He is 35 years old. Will be 36 next March, so just turned 35 for his age 35 season. Was a Pro Bowler as recent as 2 years ago when he was with Baltimore. And so I also was a little bit, I just kind of noted, I wonder how players around the league are thinking about this, where he said, I think they got something cooking over there. I wondered what the perception of the 49ers defense would be by other players after Robert Saleh had left. I think it was pretty clear that they overachieved for what they had and the players that they lost that they had to overcome last year. That defense was... Go ahead. I was going to say, my point is, they overachieved with that, but I wonder how much of that was viewed as Robert Saleh did this with smoke and mirrors.
Well, I think you have to consider each individual source in its own way, and I would say going back to the clip and the relationship with Van Noy and Fred Warner. If Fred Warner is the guy, the point of contact, let's say for Kyle Van Noy and the Niners, and you're a Warner guy as he clearly is, then you're going to like what the Niners are cooking. And I think maybe not necessarily look at what Saleh did or a particular defensive coordinator did.
I was going to go and look at what the athletic free agent tracker was that we were using very heavily for a lot of the free agency frenzy, and I can't find the Kyle Van Noy on there, but I was going to go what his projected contract was, because Joey Bosa, what they had projected for him at the Athletic was around 1 year at $11.5 million. So I wonder how much cheaper you'd be able to get someone like Kyle Van Noy for if he was on the market. And going back to Lynch's comments about maybe Joey Bosa ends up being a little bit too expensive, but hey, as time goes on, Joey Bosa also might be ready to go and play football somewhere, and maybe the Niners can give him the best offer at a lower price.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think it's, I think it would be less than what you would, I think it would be less than Bosa. For sure.
Yeah.
And so I think that would make it obviously all the more appealing.
No doubt about it. So Kyle Van Noy on Up and Adams saying, hey, I think they got something cooking in San Francisco. And to your point, the individual source is always going to vary, in his relationship with Fred Warner, both being BYU linebackers and some of the greats, it's probably going to pull some weight. But as you start to welcome in the rookies and they get mini camp going, there's still also a handful of players that are out there, and we're going to learn throughout the course of the summer that moves can happen at any time. Like, we have the frenzy, but then there is a little bit of that baseball-like stretch where, there's a lot of guys are still out there unsigned, and you could get some news at any point. So there you have it for a little bit of a 49er tidbit, and we'll get into it a lot more with Krug at the end of the week. We'll get ready to wrap up the show when we come on back and get you over to 58 Social, where Dirty Work will take you live from the patio. It's Papa and Silver with JD, wrapping up a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You've heard me talk about it on the shows. Maybe the one calling card the Giants have so far is winning games within their division. And with Logan Webb on the hill tonight, they have a chance to take the series against the Padres. It's a 6:45 first pitch. Pregame starts at 5:45, and we'll be out on the patio at 58 Social tomorrow for some day baseball and a series finale.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
The best way I can say it, sum it up, is not a good road trip, not a great start, not a great first month. I know a lot about this organization and the fan base, and there's a lot of fans that probably at this point have had too much frustration, more than they deserve, or too much heartbreak. I feel like we're in debt to them a little bit. If anything, at least for Giants fans that have young people in their family, we had to have made up a little ground tonight. There's a little bit of a trade-off for some of those losses. Have your son or your nephew or your young player or a player you coach watch that game tonight. That is exactly how you want your son or your nephew or anyone you know or anyone you coach to play baseball, is the way he played baseball tonight.
High praise for Luis Arraez from Tony Vitello, and a little bit of a Steph Curry promise to all the fans. We will figure this thing out. Well, long way to go, but it is always nice to snap a 6-game losing streak and get a win at home in front of your own fans who he knows. Tony Vitello knows that this is a fan base that 8 out of the last 9 years, they have not had a winning season. They have not been in the postseason. They have not won a playoff series in even longer than that. And so what's fun about what's coming up with the Giants in the near future is that there's going to be a lot of decisions for Tony Vitello to make between the lineup, in-game management, where you want to pitch hit, who's going to be getting days off. And as we kind of got into yesterday, yeah, there might be some hard conversations that need to be had along the way. And Matt Chapman's probably going to be back after being the one to have to take a seat last night. But this is where we can really evaluate Tony Vitello in a unique situation, because if the Giants aren't trying to save their season right now, then, well, when's the point where they're going to have to really give that a shot? It's either now or never, so might as well see what they got.
Yeah, and it starts with Logan Webb pitching like an ace in a spot in which he can clinch a series, and then they can have the opportunity to maybe get a little bit greedy beyond that and make up a game or two off of this 8 and now 7 game under 500 hole that they've dug for themselves. So long way to go still, as difficult a spot as the Giants have put themselves in here at the bottom of the National League standings, or near the bottom of the National League standings. Still the Mets between them and the bottom. But, yeah, it starts tonight with the ability for the Giants to hit a little bit more than they did last night, and for Logan Webb to pitch like Trevor McDonald did last night, where you look up and it's the 7th inning and it's 1 run or no runs on the board against a lineup that's been struggling here of late for the Padres.
It's a lineup that's been struggling of late, but it's also a lineup that took advantage of Logan Webb, and he did end up getting the win because back in that series on the road early in the season, I think that was the matchup when German Marquez was on the mound and the Giants got 16 hits, so it ended up being fine that Logan Webb gave up a handful of runs in a flurry, but you can't have that expectation tonight. And he did have his best start there in Philadelphia. Was a spoiled Webb gem in the end, and we belabored that whole discussion. But if he's starting to put it together the way we've seen the last couple, then this could be a really big night for Logan Webb. We've said that every time he's getting ready to go and take the hill, but that's what happens when your ace has a slow start. You get a chance to kind of find yourself into a form, and he's done that the last couple of outings.
He has, and so, yeah, we'll see. I mean, Eldridge and Rodriguez didn't do anything really other than the walk last night for Eldridge. Can they make more of an impact? And then, of course, it's going to be who is out of the lineup. We're expecting, I think, because Chapman was last night, that it'll probably be Adames tonight as they rotate through.
I would think so, but I'll take your quote from yesterday. Can you imagine the outrage if Casey Schmidt was somehow not out there? Then I'd say find a way to get him in there, like I told Susan Slusser. Hell, make him the closer if you got a lead to protect back to his San Diego State days. Great stuff, JD. Appreciate you. And I will see you out there at the patio tomorrow. So, I mean, look, the law's the law. We got to have some bloodies in honor of Papa.
Always ready to roll. 10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have the bloodies out forefront. Come by and see us. Always a blast.
Walter, appreciate you as well. I know you were bummed because, your 3-day weekend got cut and you had to actually get back to reality and spend your day with us. But, I don't treat you too poorly. So always good to have Walter running the ship. It is time for Dirty Work. We'll get it over to Copes, Depop, and Raph, who is going to be running the show for them. Thank you to our guests, Susan Slusser and Sam Amick. And we will have a lot more coming your way live from 58 Social tomorrow. But before we go to the patio, let's send it out to the fellas who are there right now. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we send it off to Dirty Work.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, hanging out with you from the patio at 58 Social. I got nothing.
You got me?
Yeah, I think we got you.
All right.
Me.
No copes. We're live from 58 Social. Little Dirty Work action. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. Taking you until the start of Giants and Padres. Giants got off the schneid last night after
They did, yeah.
a 6-game losing streak. It'll be Logan Webb taking on Walker Buehler tonight.
I can hear myself.
As we work out these technical difficulties, and we'll get you on the stream hopefully a little bit as well. I'm breaking up a little bit too, Shane, as we're tap dancing on air here. We'll be joined by JT Snow at 2:50 and Kerry Crowley at 5:15 to talk about the Giants and the big shakeup yesterday. You got me now, Copes?
I can hear you. I can't hear myself, and I don't know if I'm going. Can you hear me?
No, I cannot hear you over the air.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So.
Oh, I am going out over the air. I just can't hear myself. Interesting. Okay. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio at 58 Social. Giants and Pods tonight. 6:45 game 2 of a 3-game series.
There we go.
As the Giants got their first win in their first game back home after the 0-6 road trip. And you mentioned the shakeup yesterday is we didn't have Matt Chapman out there. You did have Bryce Eldridge out there. You did have Jesus Rodriguez out there. And Trevor McDonald was really the story of last night's game. 7 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, the 1 earned run. Jackson Merrill hit that home run against him early.
Yeah.
8 strikeouts is what he goes. And what was his pitch total in the game? What did he throw?
Whatever it was, it was impressive
81 pitches, dude, and 60 strikes.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was the story of the game last night, and dare I say, it should be a conversation. Maybe he should be in the rotation going forward. And honestly, I didn't think much was going to change with the offense. I know yesterday we talked about, was this a desperation move? And now that I think about it a little bit more, no, it was just a necessary move. It was something that needed to be done to call up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez and kind of send a message to everybody else in the lineup right now, especially Willy Adames, Rafael Devers, and Matt Chapman. And I guess we're all anticipating that Willy Adames will be the odd man out tonight. But no, it was just, in hindsight now, was it a huge shakeup?
Hindsight's 20/20, my friends.
Of course it is. And it's not really a huge shakeup in my opinion now. It's more so just, sending a message to those 3 guys. A huge shakeup could be where you actually start making some changes here. But it was a necessary thing to do. And I think going forward, I guess the recipe for the Giants to win is just kind of win like last year. It has to be pitching. It may be games like last night where you win 3-2 or 3-1. It's not going to be offensive explosions. You might have games like we saw in the series against the Nationals, but I think for the here and now, it's going to be just, can you get a nice solid 7 innings from your starter, have the bullpen go to work, and probably win a game in low-scoring affair?
Well, I think everybody would love to get 7 innings from their starter. That's not really baseball today. You know what I mean? What you need to do is get your starter to have an efficient outing. It's really more about efficiency now in the way like Logan Webb throws, the way Landon Roop is pitched, where those guys can go deep into games because they're filling up the strike zone, and that's what a game like last night did for Trevor McDonald. He goes into the 7th at 81 pitches thrown in the game because he was filling up the strike zone. 8 strikeouts. He was letting them put it in play when they could. Now, do I feel any differently about him? I was here last night. It was a fun win. By the way, pitch clock in effect last night. I think the game was over before 9 o'clock.
Nice.
I'm pretty positive the game ended before 9 o'clock last night. I mean, it was flying because of all the strikes that were thrown, and there wasn't a lot of runs in the game. There also wasn't a lot of hits in the game. What I would say, though, is like, I don't think anybody feels any better about the ninth inning situation.
Okay. Well,
I mean, Killian got a save last night, but how many different guys have they had get a save this year? You know what I mean? And how many different guys have they run through in that opportunity? He was the guy last night, and you don't have Eric Miller right now, who's probably been the best reliever for them all season. The bullpen has not been terrible, but they have not closed out games in high leverage situations. But congrats to Killian for getting his first big league save. They had 6 hits, and they were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Nothing was really fixed last night. Let's be honest.
That's what I mean. So, again, nothing changes, I don't feel like, in the scope of Giants fans, because it's not now just about getting better and having to win. If you want the Giants fans' scope or lens about this organization and team to change, it's got to come with consistency. You got to make the fan base believe again, right? And right now, I don't think there's a lot of belief in the fan. I think there's trust in Buster still. I think there's a belief that at some point he'll get it done, but there's so many unknowns with Vitello and with the rotation and with the bullpen. And can you wait until Foley comes back? Is Killian going to be the guy that can close it down and nail the door? I mean, a lot of times you wait for a guy to get an opportunity. We talk about Eldridge getting thrust into a spot where the optics from the fans are that he has to be the savior. What about Caleb Killian? Isn't that the same thing for him? I mean, he's pitched well this year, but now you're saying, hey, nobody else can do it. You're the best guy here right now.
It's a little different with Eldridge, though, as the top prospect, and the offense is sputtering. So
I will say this, too. Yeah, I agree. But I'm just talking scope and position he's in. I will say this, too. I would way rather have a guy do what Killian did last night in the ninth, attack the strike zone and give up a bomb to Ramon Laureano, than come in like Walker has on numerous occasions and walk somebody.
No,
or Baracki's, you walk somebody, and then you try to find the zone. Now the game's tied. So I'll take that 8 days a week. He had a couple of huge strikeouts.
8 days a week. Sorry.
At the end of that game last night. But Devers, by the way, hit now in 5 straight games. He's hit safely in 5 consecutive.
Yeah.
Which is a positive. Jung Hoo Lee 0 for 4 at the top. Casey Schmidt stays hot. And he said he'll do anything. He's like, I don't care where... this dude's taking his pants off right in front of us. You see this, Derek?
Oh, yeah. No, I see it.
There's a dude walking.
Giants baseball, man. Willie Mays Plaza. Nothing like it.
Nothing like it, man. I don't know what this guy's doing.
This guy's giving us a show. There you go, sir.
Is that serious?
Yeah, take his pants off. Earlier he was trying to get into the stadium, and he was saying hey.
There was a guy, well, you should set this up.
Yeah.
There's a guy out here outside the stadium who was trying to get into the stadium. He is not a worker.
No.
He is not an employee of the ballpark.
He's got merch now for some reason.
Dude, he's wearing a lot of new merch, but I don't know why he's got all that stuff.
I hope he didn't find a way to get into the team store. Anyway,
well, he's not wearing tags or anything. But anyway, he tried to come to the patio while we were getting set up, and he yelled to Shane and asked if Shane would let him in the door. And he was trying to shake the doors of the 58 Social. And
why wouldn't you let him in, Shane?
I said they're closed, and I was coming back with our Moss. You know what I mean? I went to go live Moss, and I'm walking through the gate here, and he goes, "Hey, does that door from the 58 Social patio go into the ballpark?" I said, yeah, but it's closed. And he said, that doesn't matter. I said, yes, it does. And then he walked off and he ran.
Well, you have no idea who that guy is, Coach.
No, I won't tell you.
He's obviously someone of importance.
I know he needs a shower. I'll tell you that. Anyway, Giants get the win last night. 3-2 over the Pods. 808 KMBR 415 808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We'll be with you until 5:45 when Giants pregame gets going for Game 2 of this series. The Giants still, by the way, 7 games under 500. Eldridge drew a walk last night, did strike out once as well, didn't get a hit. Rodriguez 0 for 3. They brought Bailey in for some defense, and I thought that made sense, right? Bringing a guy like Keaton Wynn. He was the one who came in right after. Yeah, it was Wynn after McDonald. When he comes in for the 8th, I'm like, you don't want him bouncing splitters in a 2-run game right here in front of a catcher who's never had him behind the plate. So Rodriguez didn't get a hit. Giants weren't great with runners in scoring position, but Casey Schmidt powers them. You get a sacrifice fly and some good baseball in the 6th inning. Sacrifice bunt, a sac fly from Devers. I thought that was all pretty good. Arraez, a couple of good defensive plays. So, yeah, it was a nice little win. I don't think anybody feels much different. But there's some stuff to talk about with McDonald. Do you believe he should just be in the rotation? Are you just going to take Hauser out of the rotation and put him in the bullpen? Is that what we're suggesting after one big start? Now, McDonald's a guy who had a chance to make the team out of spring and then kind of lost the job at the end when he stopped throwing strikes. He wasn't having a great start to the year in Sacramento already.
Right.
He'd had 4 starts and I think 5 appearances and had a whip in the 1.5s. So there's something to, we'll get into this. We'll talk Ryan Jensen effect, and more commonly known, I think, as the Don Trell syndrome. The Don Trell syndrome. You know what I mean? Where you're really good the first time through the league, before anybody sees you. He's never faced any team twice. I mean, he'd never faced anybody on the Padres at the major league level before yesterday. Last year, he faced Colorado and the Dodgers and had 2 huge starts. He's been really good at the big league level in 3 starts to this point. We said this about the hitters. Do you just ride the hot hand? Would you do the same thing with the rotation at this point? Or do you let Hauser keep trying to go? You know what I mean? We can talk more about this.
No, definitely. And I would say, we're not going to overreact to one win, too. I still think that there's a lot to fix here. I think that yesterday was just kind of a Band-Aid and also kind of giving the fans what they want to show up to the ballpark. And they should. You should be excited about Jesus Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge coming up.
Did you think people showed up to last night?
It didn't look like they did,
Oh,
honestly.
bro. Me and Marcus were here hanging with my buddy. That was probably the lightest attended game all year.
Yeah, I saw the Casey Schmidt home run, and I was like, is anybody out there?
It was tough.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it was like we had our pick of the sections in the club level. You know
honestly, listening to JD and Greg Silver, all the people that called in today, nice win last night, but people are still pissed.
It was a fun little win. It was a fun little win.
But that's not going to change things. I totally understand. You're still 7 games below 500.
You're
yes.
7 under. That's exactly the point, dude. So it's nice to do it against the Padres, who they're now 3-1 against this year, and Pods have had their number for the last several years, but they're not competing at the level they need to. Now they held them to 3 hits. That ain't going to happen a whole lot with the Padres.
No.
And at some point, dude, I'm really, really fearful, and I'm not going to be the one to blame for this because it's been happening all year. Tatis doesn't have a home run yet.
It's bound to happen.
Somebody's going to give that one up. Now, I'm not saying it has to happen here, but I'm just it just kind of feels like that.
Well, now that you said it,
that's how negative it feels about the way things have gone this season, where it's like, what else?
Yeah,
what else do you want to have happen?
I get it. He hasn't homered this season yet, but would it be oh my God, they gave a home run to Tatis? He's still a great player.
No, it'd be really frustrating though if you hit the first one. It's like a 3-run tank to take
deciding
the win. That's
factor
what I mean.
game.
It's if it's oh really, this broke it open.
You don't want it to be where Logan Webb gives that up tonight.
Okay, see, now you're getting too specific, dude. Now this
you brought it up.
I mean, the odds are at some point.
I don't know, Coach. The team's 7 games below 500. We got people taking their pants off. Things are not great.
By the way, the home run by Casey Schmidt, his 5th of the year. The Giants and the Mets entering the game yesterday were the only 2 teams in baseball without a guy with 5 homers.
Well, there you go.
But the Mets have Soto. You know what I mean?
They do.
That's wild.
God.
The Mets didn't have one. But
their struggles are unbelievable.
Casey Schmidt's got 5 now. We'll talk more about this one from last night and more about what we can look forward to today as the Giants get ready to take on the Padres in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Trevor McDonald, do you think the Giants should just hand him a role? I mean, Vitello talked about how he's going to be in the bullpen. He's going to pitch in some key situations, and they really liked what they saw from him in spring. Again, he wasn't off to a super hot start, but he was on the 40-man and a guy that you could bring up for this spot start, and he was very effective to snap the Giants' 6-game losing streak. We got some guests joining us today as well. We'll get to those here in just a sec.
JT Snow
at 250. And then
Carol Crowley at 5:15.
Kerry Crowley, 5:15. Nice. We'll talk to him a little bit later in the show. Is he coming by?
No, he was here last night. He's going to be here tomorrow. Not here today.
I did not go by. I got a text from Mayoko, but I didn't go by to see Mayoko and Krug last night because the game was so fast.
Didn't have time.
I got here and it was already the bottom of the second.
Yeah.
Staley City Park getting here.
I mean, you talked to them enough.
On pregame. Yeah, but I really wanted to get a piece of Krug watching McDonald, man.
Well, I'm sure he was upset that his guy Bo Davidson wasn't up.
I like this guy. He caught a line drive back at him, and he still went out there and he shoved. It's the kind of guy you want.
I kind of like Krug, on Twitter being like, man, this team sucks, but I got to go to the ballpark and see him.
Yeah, dude, and then taking photos, beautiful night at the yard, man. Yeah. I mean, it is, dude. You're always guaranteed a beautiful night, no matter what the scoreboard says, dude. Oracle Park never disappoints. Adam Copeland, Depop with you, live from the patio at 58 Social, just outside of Oracle Park. You want to see a guy take his pants off? You know where to find us. We're right here. And it's neither of us. It's just a dude walking around here. Well, on the patio still? On the property you'd do it?
I'd probably leave on 58 Social. I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about that.
I mean, you're wearing shorts underneath. You got something on underneath. You got your briefs on.
I'm not disclosing what I got underneath there. It's Cinco de Mayo. Copes could be anything.
Hey, it's Cinco de Mayo. Today is Cinco de Mayo.
Yes.
It is Cinco de Mayo.
It is Cinco de Mayo.
It is your birthday. 808
Yes.
KMBR is the number to call and the number to text. The Giants take on the Pods tonight again, 6:45, 5:45 pregame. JT Snow going to join us in just a little bit. We'll talk about Bryce Eldridge and his debut in 2026, and then Kerry Crowley at 5:15. It's dirty work. It's a Tuesday. It's kind of cold out, too. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Now it's time for the... And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Three and two. He throws. Sheets swings and foul tips into the middle. Rodriguez, strike three. Trevor McDonald, his 8th strikeout of the night. Man, has he pitched well. And that might be it for him. If so, what a 2026 debut for the still young right-hander Trevor McDonald.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM. And 680 AM, the sports leader.
It was the kid, Trevor McDonald, last night who got the job done for the Giants. 7 innings pitched for him. He gives up 1 hit, 1 earned. It was a home run to Jackson Merrill. He issues 1 walk. He picks up the win, 8 strikeouts in this one, and he does it with 81 pitches, 80 pitches, 61 of them were strikes or something like that.
Nice.
Incredible. So he pounded the zone, which was an issue for him at the end of camp. I just want to make this note really quick, because I went back and looked at his other 2 starts from last year.
Yeah.
He made his first big league start. How about this for the Giants? You remember this in September of last year at Dodger Stadium? He goes 6 strong. 6 hits, 1 earned against that Dodger offense, 3 strikeouts and 1 walk, and he got a no decision. Okay?
When was this? Sorry again?
This was September of last year.
Yeah, okay.
And then he made 1 more start after that. He pitched in 3 games last year, 1 in relief,
right.
2 starts, and in 2024 he pitched in 1 game in September where he finished the game. He came into the 7th and he threw like the last 3, and that was in a loss.
Alrighty.
So against Colorado last year, he pitches on a regular scheduled rotation spot again. He goes 7 innings in that game, 4 hits allowed, no earned, 10 strikeouts. He picks up the win. Doesn't walk anybody. So then yesterday, he goes 7 innings in the hit. So he's gone 2-0 in his 3 starts, 20 innings pitched, 11 total hits allowed. He's given up 2 earned runs, and he's struck out 21 in 20 innings. He's issued 2 total walks, and he's got 1 no decision against the Dodgers. So he's pitched against all 3 starts he's made have come against NL West teams, which then, I think immediately begs the question from people. He is a starting pitcher. They're going to use him out of the bullpen now.
Yeah.
Like with Eric Miller going on the IL, so it wasn't just a straight spot start after deciding to go with Adrian Hauser and Logan Webb in that doubleheader last Thursday against the Phillies in Philadelphia. 808 KMBR, are Giants fans feeling the same about the rotation where it's like, hey, if this guy's throwing well, even though it's just 1 start, and even though he wasn't putting up these numbers or anything similar to this in AAA, are you of that mindset? Do you think the shakeup? I mean, the shakeup has to happen across the board. The offense, though, is really where the focus is right now.
Of course.
Because we said that's how many times we talk about this. That had to be based on where the investment went. While it wasn't as much as we'd all like, where the investment went was the offense. The offense has to perform.
Yeah.
And it hasn't. So I don't feel there's as much in Buster's mind, at least right now, or maybe organizationally, that like that guy, Adrian Hauser's not doing enough for us. We put him in the bullpen. Like, you paid him, and it was the first month of the season.
He's not pitching well, but it's not the huge problem.
Malley
right now.
wasn't either, and then Malley's had a couple of good starts. He's mixed in a few. Where I had like no confidence in him, and he comes out and goes 7 against the Dodgers and give up, 2 hits or something? 3 hits? So, I don't know that I feel the same, but I do think that when things are going poorly, nobody is safe.
Yes.
And everybody, like McDonald, like Jesus Rodriguez, like Casey Schmidt has shown, has an opportunity to claim a role. And if you outperform or you continue to outperform, I would say in the same way we saw Buster operate the rotation at the beginning of the season last year, where it was Landon Root made the rotation out of camp. Hayden Birdsong was in the bullpen. Kyle Harrison started in AAA, I want to say.
Yes.
And then at some point, they put or was Harrison in the rotation? I can't remember exactly.
Harrison was not in the rotation.
He wasn't to start the year. That's right. And then they put Birdsong, because he earned it after all the great bullpen outings, into the rotation, and he pitched well for a little while, and then things fell apart.
Yep.
But he allowed a guy to earn a role and take one from somebody who was not performing at as high of a level.
Yeah.
Which I think we could see, but I think Buster's going to make McDonald prove that he can do this over a period of time when the league gets a book on him. And I'll talk more about that in a minute.
No, I agree with that. I don't think you need to do anything drastic right away. It was a great performance last night, way more dominant than anything I've seen from Adrian Hauser or Tyler Mahle at this point. But yes, the way that Tony Vitello was talking in postgame, you should use him more. You should use him in the bullpen, and that also gives him an opportunity to maybe have more starts as a starting rotation pitcher. But yeah, I don't think you need to make any drastic changes. I just think that anything's on the table right now, whether it is the offense or the defense. The way this team is performing, as we said, 7 games below 500, anything is on the table when it comes to this guy helping us out or this guy is not a factor right now. So, no, I wouldn't do anything right now to make him a starter, but in time, he may earn that right.
What's interesting to me, too, though, about this situation is, like, Vitello, and I think we'll hear from some sound from him later, but his quote about McDonald's use and, like, how he was asked, like, will he stay a starter? You're going to keep him in, not in the rotation. I guess they don't have a spot
Wherever
for him.
you need him, man.
They need the bullpen arm. What's interesting, though, is usually with a guy like this, and like we saw with Birdsong last year, it's a multiple inning guy because you don't want him to lose his length, right? You want him to be able to stretch out. Now they've sent Tidwell back down. He's going to stretch out a bit because they were using him just in relief and some late inning stuff. But if you believe this guy's a starter, and McDonald is listed as MILB.com's one of the Giants' top 20 prospects, and he is a starter. He's been a starter, again, 5 outings in Sacramento this year. 4 of them were starts. So they want him to keep his length. What I would say is what's interesting is Vitello said they're going to use him in big spots and key situations. What does that mean? Because usually with a long reliever and a guy you're going to stretch out, you're usually using him in the middle innings if your starter didn't go deep into the game or gets into trouble. So you put him in to throw a couple, or you put him in when your team is up big, like Tidwell got that 3-inning save at the end. Those aren't high leverage. The Giants were up like 8-2 at that point or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm intrigued to see how they'll use him. But I do think part of the reason he remains here and is here is it's not getting late in the season and you're not running out of time, but you're running out of time, I think, if you were given a job at the start of the year to say, hey, I better start performing at a higher level. If Hauser and Mahle struggle or somebody gets hurt, he may be the first guy tapped.
Well, let me ask you this, too. With the shakeup yesterday, and again, I don't think it was a huge, drastic shakeup. I think it was a necessary one, but when we talk about huge shakeups, that's when guys are actually traded away.
That was the 6 guys off the roster in June of last year. That's a pretty big swath of dudes, like when they Lamont Wade and that plus the trades. Like that
was more significant yesterday. Like, let's be honest, it was only a matter of time before Gerard Encarnacion was going to be off this team. So I don't think anything was drastic yesterday. I just didn't love the timing of it, but when is it going to be perfect timing for Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez to be called up? Let me ask you this, though. Okay. At this point, you're 7 games below 500. There's a lot of baseball to be played. What is the goal for this team going forward? As far as the front office perspective, like, are they still trying to win, or is it just like we're evaluating the roster, see who remains?
Nah. I think you're always evaluating, right? I think that's the chalk answer.
That's your job as a front office.
We're constantly evaluating. We're constantly looking at options and ways to make our team better.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I've heard that line many a time from Buster. Yes.
But I hear from John Lynch. You hear from
that's great GM speak.
Are you looking at Kyle Van Noy? We're looking at everybody. We're just so yes. Well, yeah, of course. We're always
we watch the Up and Adams podcast every day. So
we're always trying. He's like, I don't really listen to Up and Adams, said John Lynch, but he did say I catch bits of it in the Sound Soiree on Dirty Work regularly. He's like,
no chance.
He goes, I listen to the K Adams podcast via Dirty Work and the Draymond Green pod. He goes, Baron Davis was on that show.
Yeah, I know. It was a good duo for a while.
That's
lay off Austin Reeves, Draymond. Jesus,
dude, I didn't hear this.
Oh, they're going back and forth at each other. It's nothing to talk about, honestly.
It's pretty. Anyway, the GM speak of we're constantly evaluating. We're looking at everybody who's available. We always take a look and do our due diligence. That's a big John Lynch one. We do our due diligence. And I appreciate that, and I actually believe that to be true because the Niners have been in on so many big players over the years. I don't know that was always true with, Farhan because he operated differently, and you kind of were like, he's not going to spend – if a guy wanted – as a starting pitcher and wanted a 5-year deal, they weren't going to spend that. But also now, Greg Johnson and the Giants are telling us they're not going to do that either. And maybe they should have, dude. Like, had they made an offer to Framber or had they gone after another – not even the A-plus pitchers. I mean, I really would have liked to see, Zach Gallen or – something like that. I know Merrill Kelly went back to...
Framber would have given you a whole new expectations for this season.
Of course. And again, they're going to free money up after this year with Robbie Ray, too. So I'm like, there's an expiring deal. It's not like Framber he got a huge deal, but the Giants kind of said we're not in the business of doing that. So, are they evaluating the talent on the team to be like, are we getting rid of guys? Of course, because if a player shows you enough that you feel like, hey, Benji Molina, we have our guy now, we can move on, then we're giving Buster the job because he offers us a different opportunity to win, then you go from there. Like, anybody with a 1 year or a 2 year is kind of in that boat. Yeah. The guys who aren't going anywhere, and you mentioned this yesterday, like, Chapman's not going anywhere. He's 32 or something, and he's in like year 2 or 3 of a 6-year deal. He's got
I know. It'd be
he
hard.
signed through his like 37 season.
I would consider it if it was more manageable contract.
Generally, you'd have to pay a lot to get him off the roster. I don't think the Giants are going to do that. I don't think they want to do that. Unless they have somebody else they can put there. Like, it's the whole thing of if you're not gonna say Minnesota Vikings, if you're not gonna sign Aaron Rodgers and you're not gonna bring back Sam Darnold, and your plan is Dan Jones and then he goes elsewhere, and you only have JJ McCarthy, like if that was your plan, or the Dolphins having Tua go down again and they only have Skylar Thompson and they had to sign Snoop Huntley. I'm like, then what was you don't have anybody else. If you're going to get rid of somebody, what's the plan? Or if you're not going to have a backup, like why would you allow this to be all the eggs in this basket, I guess is the point I'm making here. So I'm at the point where they have to be evaluating everybody. They need to be giving opportunities. And when guys have an opportunity like McDonald, guys like Hauser and guys like Malley and anybody struggling has to be on high alert, because Logan Webb is putting together some good outings now. He's put together a couple of really good ones, and he's still getting hosed. Robbie Ray's been great. Even when he got a high pitch count or went super high pitch count in the game on Sunday. Is that Sunday? No, I'm thinking of their last start here against the Marlins Saturday. They should all be evaluating in season to give other guys opportunities, but I think the goal is to still win. I think you look at it in May, and a lot of things can change in May. But that's why they make the change now and say, we've got to put our cards on the table and say, here's what we have. We know that these are contributing pieces. Are they going to contribute enough now so that we know the direction for the remainder of the season? Or if things continue as badly as they are, do you get to sit some guys down or start moving guys and say, let's just give these young guys an opportunity. Let McDonald make 15 starts. You know what I mean? Let Jesus Rodriguez get more behind the plate. That's when you do that. But I think that's down the road. I think that's when you get into June, when we're about a third of the way through the season.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I think yesterday was phase one of what could be massive changes, but nothing where it's going to be you trade Willie Adames or Rafael Devers or Matt Chapman off the roster. But everything needs to be on the table as far as who can contribute right now. So, yes, Trevor McDonald, great outing yesterday. Let's see what he can do, and maybe in relief as a bullpen arm. But I wouldn't be opposed to it if Malley and Hauser still have their struggles, that he should be a guy that's starting for you.
Well, I always talk about this. I used to refer to it like this to Murph all the time. The 2002 Giants, as you know, like my favorite team ever.
Yeah.
And I texted my mama Susie last night about this, saying, dude, the Ryan Jensen effect. She said, had she seen the game? She said, no. I said, I hope McDonald's not hitting the Ryan Jensen effect. And she said, I'm all for it. 2002 Giants fans, you remember Ryan Jensen was the 5th starter to start the year. Actually, he was the number 4 starter. The Giants had traded for Jason Schmidt the year before. Mm-hmm. And if you want some reference in time, this is back in the Bush II administration.
Okay.
We like to classify it by which president was in office.
Thank you for that.
Anyway, they trade for Jason Schmidt, but he started in 2002 on the IL, right? Yeah. Or the DL at the time. So it's Woody, Levon Hernandez, Russ Ortiz, Ryan Jensen, and then a 5th guy, Kurt Ainsworth. Okay. Then Schmidt comes back. They send down Ainsworth. I always liked Ainsworth more, neither here nor there. Jensen ends up kind of shoving for the Giants. He was a right-hander, 6 feet tall, didn't do anything like extremely well or particularly well. But his rookie year, he wins like 13 games. I think he had like 11 wins at the All-Star break. After that, he completely fell apart. Yeah. Didn't do anything in the second half of the season. In fact, wasn't on the postseason roster like at all. They ran with Jay Witasick. And this is when I really became aware, I felt like as a kid, of like, okay, so guys can be really deceptive and deceiving as starting pitchers. And then once the league gets a book on you second time through, they're all like, well, we know what we're looking for. We know how to attack this guy. The next year, he wasn't even a Giant. I think he was a Royal, and he part of a year, maybe a cup of coffee, and we never saw him again. That was it. So, like, I don't think that's where McDonald's headed. No. He's a much better prospect than that.
That's an extreme.
No, that's not really the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, like, Dontrelle Willis was that guy. Dontrelle Willis is maybe a less extreme, but he was more astronomically good until his gimmick or deceit was figured out. I don't want to call it a gimmick. His motion and his deceit was kind of figured out by the opposition. Hitters at the big league level are really, really good.
Yeah.
You can get by and you can use a little bit and you can chicken wire and bubble gum it together for a while, but eventually they'll figure it out. And he had good stuff, but Dontrell was a guy who it looked like, oh man, burst onto the scene. Nobody can figure this guy out. And he didn't last because once they got a read on him, he was easier to hit for the opposition. So I don't think McDonald's heading that way. But it's also where I'm like, I want to see a starting pitcher. Like Landon Roop is coming to form.
Yes.
Right? Like Landon Roop last year after the first wave, I think I kept saying, it's like the Brock Purdy when he came into the half of the year. You want to see a big chunk of the next season to know that this is who this guy is. Because you get a lot of guys who have great starts to their career and they fade and you never see them again because baseball's such a game of adjustments. If you've got the skill set in the NBA, you generally just kind of are that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't get by with that.
Grow,
in
but yeah,
grow and develop. Baseball, though, it's different. There's a different element to that.
Right.
So we're live at the patio, 58 Social. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, hanging out with you until 5:45 when the Giants and the Padres get going at 2:50, about 15 minutes. We'll catch up with former Giants first baseman number 6, JT Snow. He's going to stop by. We can also talk to him about Daniel Susac.
Yes, we can.
Arizona guy. I think JT knows him pretty well.
Okay.
I think he's wearing number 6, too. Susac.
Oh,
yes. JT's number, former Arizona Wildcat.
A lot of connections there. There you go.
We'll see if he's putting a call to Kerr as well.
Yeah.
Any updates on Kerr?
Nothing today. And I know Tim Kawakami was on with us yesterday saying that we should get some news pretty soon here. But everyone seems to think that the more this goes on, the more it's likely that Steve Kerr does return. So hopefully we get news. Sam Amick was on today with JD and Silver saying he would be surprised if we don't get any clarity by the end of the week.
Sort of feels like if he was going to leave, we'd know by now. It's been so long.
Well,
but I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows? We'll find out a little bit later this week, and we'll catch up with our guy Sam Amick, I believe, tomorrow, right?
No, we'll catch up with him on Thursday because we got a shorter show tomorrow.
Thursday. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got about 15 till JT Snow joins us. How valuable is Casey Schmidt to the Giants right now? We're going to thank Farhan for him. We'll do that next. Dirty work on the patio of 58 Social.
We should.
We're thanking Farhan for Schmidt. Only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
And the pitch to him. Swinging, he hammers one to left field. Way, way back there. Goodbye! And this game is tied. Casey Schmidt, he's had a lot of excellent at-bats so far this year. But that one, he took 2 or 3 really close pitches. And one so close that the opposing catcher challenged the call with the ABS system. And Schmidt was right, and Schmidt ultimately launches a home run. What an at-bat.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work live from the patio at 58 Social. That was Casey Schmidt yesterday in the first inning to tie the game 1-1 after Jackson Merrill goes yard off of McDonald. The first settles down, and that was about it. That's all McDonald really gave up. And then the Giants took care of business and played some good defense. Luis Arraez, fantastic. But Casey Schmidt putting him on the board again immediately. He was in there at third base yesterday for Matt Chapman. He was batting second, I think, in last night's game.
I believe so.
Was he number 2 last night? Anyway, he hits his 5th homer of the year. He leads the Giants. Now, if I were to tell you, if I told you what are they, 14 and 21, so they're 35 games in?
Yes.
If I were to tell you 35 games in, Casey Schmidt's, without knowing what anybody else was doing, without knowing what anybody else on the team was doing, and I showed you what Casey Schmidt was doing, I would think, in that number of at-bats, I'd first think, did somebody get hurt?
Yeah.
Is he playing for somebody? My second thought would be, damn, they must be doing pretty well. Because I would never have expected Rafael Devers to have the start to the year that he's having.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected. Now, I would have thought offensively they were doing pretty well. Because I would have been like, dude, right now what Casey Schmidt's doing is what every championship or successful team needs.
But I would have the same thought process that you would have, where it's like, well, if he's playing that much, what's going on?
Well, I tell you, nobody's hurt, but he's the DH every day. You'd be like,
right.
Well, damn, okay. I would think that's found money. That's production that we weren't anticipating or counting on at all at this point. So I would never have thought Devers, Adames, and Chapman were all performing as poorly as they were. I might believe that Bailey was performing where he's at, but I really would have been hard. And then Arraez, what he's doing, I would have thought that at least 3 of the 4 of Arraez, Bailey, Chapman, and Devers were doing okay enough. And if Schmidt were doing that, I thought, man, they're putting together a pretty good lineup because that's a found level of production you weren't expecting.
Yeah, but okay, if you're just showing me Casey Schmidt's numbers and you say he's leading the team in home runs,
I wouldn't have said I said you don't know anything about what anybody else is doing. You just see his numbers. I would have thought, damn, if you told me that 35 in and everybody's healthy, I would have thought, man, they're swinging the bats well. That's found money. I would not have thought he would be the best. If I told you 35 in, Casey Schmidt's the best player on the Giants, I would think differently. I'd be like, okay, something's going wrong.
Right.
They're probably 14 and 21.
Well, the fact that he and Luis Arraez are the best players on the team right now does speak to their failures. Because, yes, that can't be the case. Love Casey Schmidt. Love his versatility. Love that he wants to play everywhere on the field right now. But it can't be where he's the best player. It has to be where it's Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman. So while this is fun to see him do this, and I didn't think he was going to have these opportunities with Luis Arraez, the acquisition that happened in the offseason.
He earned it.
He did earn it, and I want him to keep playing more. He deserves that. As Buster said yesterday, you can't punish him because other guys are making more money and need more opportunities. That being said, it needs to be where Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman are your best players.
Yeah, so after the game, they did talk to Casey Schmidt. And he was all smiles, dude. I like Casey Schmidt.
As he should be.
By the way, I kind of like Casey Schmidt. You never see this from guys. You'll see it like, in football where a player in the facility goes and talks to the media and he's wearing, a Niner sweatshirt or something like that.
Right.
But baseball players usually leave and they get out of their unis and then they're gone or whatever. Mm-hmm. Casey Schmidt's out there rocking different Giants hats when he's leaving.
Oh, yeah.
He's wearing backwards, a backwards hat that's something he'd wear on the street almost, it's like streetwear. And he's hanging.
He's proud to be a Giant. Good for him.
Proud to be a Giant, dude. So here's Casey Schmidt. They asked him because we heard Tony Vitello yesterday say, and this is what I've been telling you, it's an old baseball axiom. I was referring to Bryce Eldridge is if you hit, because everyone gets, where's he going to play? If you hit, they figure it out. And yesterday they figured it out because they needed some guys who were hitting better in the minors, and Chapman was the casualty of yesterday's lineup, and they win the game. And it works, and Casey Schmidt, the guy who fills in for him, continues to produce. So now that they're looking for opportunities to get Casey in the lineup, because ideally all these guys start to figure it out, and then you've got tough decisions to make. How do you keep his bat in there? Do you give him an outfield glove? Tony Vitello said he's going to start working at the corner outfield spots, which is a necessity because they are so stagnant in terms of their one-position players. They don't really have any versatility except for Casey Schmidt. So here's what Casey had to say about the possibility of playing outfield going forward.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm open to anything. Yeah, just do whatever I can. But yeah, I mean, I think I could be able to do it.
You were a good outfielder as a freshman and sophomore.
I was pretty decent. Yeah, I wasn't too bad. I played let's see, my freshman year I played left field, and then a little bit of center, and then I played right. Like my sophomore year for a good, at least half the season, half the high school season.
No, I mean, he should feel that way. He should. I mean, I love the fact that he's open to doing anything on the team right now, and I don't know what it was like when Luis Arraez was signed by the Giants, because I'm sure for him it's like, well, what does that mean for me? And there, Susan Slusser in the offseason said maybe they do trade him. But it's always been where Casey Schmidt has the best attitude and optimistic about the situation, and he knows his value. He could be a utility guy all across the field. And now when they need him in the outfield, that's good to know. So the fact that he's that type of player, they need that right now. And as Buster said yesterday, you're not going to take him out of the lineup because he's not Matt Chapman or Rafael Devers.
Right. Everybody else struggles. You bring up the minor leaguers to hit, and you're like, well, sorry, the one guy was hitting. He's like, no, dude, you were in the spot. You've been so good there. We're going to keep your bat in the lineup, and I'm with it, and it pays off.
So for tonight, Matt Chapman was the odd man out. What do you think tonight? Everyone's saying Willie Adames. I kind of agree with that one.
Yeah, I just think he had a hit last night, didn't he?
Willie, yes.
I think he had a knock last night. Again, they only had 6 hits yesterday. Devers did get a hit and
2 RBIs. Yeah.
We should just note Devers does now have a hit in 5 consecutive games, 1 hit in each of those, and he has not struck out. I don't think he struck out yesterday either. He drew 2 walks.
Yes. No, 1 walk.
1 walk.
He did not strike out. He had 2 strikeouts on Sunday.
That's right.
But yeah, he's had 5 consecutive games with a hit. So
there you go. I mean,
he's
there's,
improving.
Again, maybe there's some confidence that you did have a couple of doubles, but you need more power. Who do you go with in the lineup today or out of the lineup? Everybody's saying, like you said, Willie Adames. I'm kind of interested to see does he have any numbers against Walker Buehler, tonight's starter for the Padres? Because that's another thing you might go with.
Yeah, definitely. But
by the way, I believe the Giants lineup is out.
Is it right now?
According to MLB.com, there is a lineup out. And by the way, Giants out of the cellar moved up above the Rocks last night. So
ooh, hey now.
Did you see that, by the way? Over the weekend, the entire National League West was on like a combined 17-game losing
streak. The Dodgers
streak.
lost 4 in a row or something like
11
that?
game. It was the first time ever that
bad.
every team was on like that long of a losing streak in one division.
But I'm sure no one had the type of back-to-back series that the Giants had.
No. Nobody had a road trip in the way the Giants did. The lineup for tonight is out.
Okay.
It reads as follows. Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and right. Casey Schmidt is playing second base.
Oh, okay.
And batting second. So that's where we're at. Rafael Devers is at first base, hitting third. Ramos in left, cleanup. Eldridge is hitting fifth tonight. He's the DH. Matt Chapman hits sixth at third base. Adames hits seventh at short. Drew Gilbert in center field hits eighth. Jesus Rodriguez is behind the plate again tonight for Logan Webb.
Interesting. So no Luis Arraez tonight.
No Luis Arraez. And again, Patrick Bailey doesn't get the start. And it's not just because they're putting Haas or Rodriguez in the lineup to hit. He's out there to catch Logan Webb today.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a changing of the guard there. We'll see what happens when it comes to Daniel Susac getting healthy and what happens with Patrick Bailey down the line. But kind of surprising that it's Luis Arraez after Tony Vitello talked so glowingly about him yesterday. But yeah, that's just the way it's going to go going forward, where one guy's out every single game. It's not necessarily the guy that we think of as far as the guys that are struggling, the big money guys. So yeah, if you're just joining us, it's not going to be Luis Arraez tonight. It's going to be Casey Schmidt at second base.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Schmidt is in there. No Patrick Bailey again either. It is Jesus Rodriguez catching and hitting ninth tonight. He's catching Logan Webb as they go up against Walker Buehler and the Padres. And Casey Schmidt is in there batting second and playing second. Adam Copeland, Depop with you from the patio at 58 Social. Why don't we talk to JT Snow about this? What he's seen in the development, in the swing, even from a guy like Bryce Eldridge. Also, defense at first base, what we'll see of him at first, his evaluation of what the Giants have done to this point. And I want to know, like when he got to the big leagues and he finally stuck, what was the adjustment he made? Because that's what you're looking for from Bryce. Not just what's the big difference between AAA and the majors. How do you figure it out? What code did you crack to stay up? We'll talk about that with JT Snow, who joins us next. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
The Giants are finally off the schneid as their 6-game losing streak came to an end last night with a 3-2 win over the Padres thanks to Trevor McDonald. McDonald came up yesterday and pitched 7 innings with 8 strikeouts. Tonight it's Logan Webb versus Walker Buehler. Pre-game at 5:45, first pitch at 6:45 right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you live from the patio at 58 Social. Kind of a cold day down here, dude. Overcast, cool days. The Giants and the Padres will play game 2 of a 3-game series tonight at 6:45, 5:45 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the sports leader. Logan Webb takes the ball for the Giants, and it'll be Walker Buehler, the former Dodger, for the Padres. He's not having a great start to the season, his first season in San Diego. Should also note, we were just talking about this before the break, that Casey Schmidt is starting again, of course, after the home run yesterday. Today he's in there at second base, and Bryce Eldridge is DHing. So now it's about, like, Bryce looks like when they're going to play him, he's going to be the DH. Yep. As we said, Devers wants to be at first. He's probably the better first baseman at this point. We'll talk to JT Snow about that when we connect with him in just a second. But Luis Arraez is the guy with the day off today after, what do you have, 2 doubles yesterday too?
Yeah, and he's been great defensively too. Tony Vitello was glowing in praise last night, talking about what he meant to the team, giving like a pep talk before they went out there with their 6-game losing streak. So it's interesting that that's the decision, but I kind of get it now with Eldridge being called up.
We made the connection with former Giants first baseman JT Snow and the current manager of the Modesto Roadsters getting ready to get going. What's going on, JT? Welcome back to the show, man. How you been, dude?
What's up, JT?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? Been a while.
Yeah, dude, it has been a while, man. It's good to have you on. And I know we had John, I think, right at the start of the year, right before the start, when they decided Bryce Eldridge was not going to be on the roster. It goes down to AAA, dude, and all he did was mash for like a month and change. And I know it seems like maybe they brought him up out of desperation, but I think he was ready, or as ready as he was going to be, at least at this point. How did you view his call-up and what he's done so far in AAA to the majors this year?
Well, I think it was the right time. I think also if you watch the Giants lately, there needed to be something had to be done, right? You couldn't keep going on with what was going on with that last road trip. But I had the privilege of working with Bryce last year in spring training. Bus invited me. I went down there for a week. I was in his back pocket every day, on the back field, early work in the cage. Went to Sacramento twice last year, once in July, once in August, and we were out there grinding, 100-degree weather. And I think I talked to you guys last year when I was out there. And I thought last year he was ready to go. When I was there, 2 stints, like 8 games, hit 5 home runs. He played pretty good. He played really good defense. He didn't make any miscues when I was there in 8 games, and really had a chance to just get down with him and just tear it down and talk to him. And I really got to know him well, and I just was real honest with him about playing first base and what plays bother you and what plays, and it was very interesting. He said he struggles with cutoffs. He doesn't know when to cut the ball. He doesn't know when to let it ride, and so we worked on that one day, and so I gave him a very just easy point. I said, when I played and there's a guy in second, there's a base at the center field, you know the score of the game, you know the speed of the runner, home plate, second base. When I would go into the cutoff spot, I would just watch the third base coach. As I'm running into the cutoff spot, you have plenty of time. I'm watching the third base coach. If the third base coach is waving him, we got to play at the plate. And if the throw's online, we're going to let it ride. And if the throw's offline, it's not magically going to get back online, so we got to go cut it. But we also have, if it's online, we got to give the fake with our fist in the glove to hold that runner, the batter runner at first, so that it keeps a double play in order. So just like little things like that. He struggled with that. I remember him saying that he tracked the ball from the pitcher's hand to the catcher's glove while I was in flight. And I was like, no, we don't do that. We watch the pitcher out of our peripheral, and then when he's about to release, we shift our eyes to the catcher, and we look at the catcher's shin guards and chest protector and mask, because that's where the ball is going to come out of the hitting zone. So just little things like that. But he's a great kid, and he got it. And the one thing I did like about him last year was we were talking one day, and he said, I know I got a target on my back, and I'm going to get everybody's best. And right when I heard that, I'm like, this kid's ready. So, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, they brought him up. There could have been some, if I was playing GM or whatever, there could have been I think some things could have been differently. Like if you get a guy to work with him down in AAA and in the minor leagues, maybe, I thought he was ready to go last year. I think that's my point. I bring him up, and it's okay to bring up young guys and let him struggle and let him figure it out. He's a mature kid for 21. Let him sink or swim. That's what happened with us when we got called up. They threw you out there, see if you can do it. So, but they traded for Devers, and then, all this stuff started happening. So I felt bad for him when they traded for Devers because I thought he was going to be a roadblock, and I would have liked to see him up last year. I don't know if the Devers trade needed to happen. I would have let Bryce play. I would have put Casey Schmidt at second base. You don't need to sign Arraez, and all you got to do is go get a right fielder and get some more pitching. But that's me, armchair quarterback. But that's what I would have done.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. It's clear that he's way more confident than where he was in spring training because I think he made the comment earlier this year that he was dealing with an injury, and that was kind of getting to him in the back of his mind. But yesterday he said his swing is feeling more sexy, so there's definitely that confidence. But just the other side of it, JT, from your perspective, when you bring up Bryce Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, what the message that Buster was sending to the big money guys, Rafael Devers, like you were talking about, Willie Adames, also Matt Chapman? What do you think that message sends to those guys and the fact that they haven't performed well this season?
Well, I think those guys still have to play. I don't know what message it sent because you have a couple guys in Brennan and then Encarnacion who I love. When I was in Sacramento, that kid's awesome. He's a fabulous kid. He can hit. He'll find a spot somewhere. But yeah, you know what? The big guys got to play. The big guys got to produce. They're not doing it. I don't know if it sends like a huge message. I think a huge message is like, oh, we traded a top line guy this early. And to be honest, like the season, I think the fans out there would say like this season could not have got off to like a worse start. Like this is the worst case scenario, right? Yeah. We're 7 games under 500. We got a new manager. He's never managed in the big leagues, let alone pro ball. Our big guys aren't hitting. So this is like the worst possible start. But the good thing is there's a long way to go, and you got to keep grinding. Last night was I was at the game last night, and that was a really, really good big league baseball game. Like clean, good pitching. I saw McDonald last year in AAA, and that happens a lot sometimes when you bring a guy from AAA. The other team, the Padres, don't know him. They're scuffling around for scouting reports, and like he dominated them. So they just need to be more consistent, right? That's what in all pro sports, it's just consistent. And I thought at the beginning of the year, I go, this team will go as far as their offense will take them. Their defense has been good. The pitching, has been here and there, been good. Some of the starters have gotten rocked, and the bullpen's kind of settling in. But I thought at the beginning of this year, this team will go as far as the hitters take them because they've got proven track records. But a guy like Devers, like Oracle Park is a little bit different than Fenway. Like he can wear that left field wall out in Fenway. Yeah. This is a totally different park. So that's what we love about baseball. It's a long year. Maybe you're not talking about this in July or August or September. Maybe they're back in the hunt. So there's a long way to go.
Talking to JT Snow, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Dude, I'm so happy you brought up the McDonald, like facing a bunch of guys who have never seen him before. I always refer to, I know he was filthy, but I think about K-Rod against you guys in the playoffs. He came up at like the end of August in 2002. Nobody had seen him before, right? Like it was hard to figure him out. There wasn't much of a book. But I was telling Derek earlier, I think about in 2002 with you guys, Ryan Jensen started the year like that. He had like 10 wins or 11 wins at the All-Star break. Nobody had really seen him. And then he kind of regressed in the second half, and people got a book on him, and he didn't have a real long big league career. But I always think about the adjustments that pitchers have to make once the league gets a read on them. And he's only made, McDonald, 3 big league starts. He's been really good in all 3 of them. When, like as a veteran hitter, what were you looking for the second time when you saw a starter who you hadn't seen before or a young guy who maybe now you had a book on? How did you approach the second time through against that guy?
Yeah, the first time through is always hard, as we saw last night. But you're right. Like there gets a book on guys, and then the league starts figuring it out. This game, baseball is all about competing and making adjustments. You go out there, you compete, you do all your homework, you get prepared, you try and do your best. But when you haven't faced a guy, hitting is the hardest thing to do in any sport consistently. But when you haven't faced a guy, you don't know what his fastball is doing. Does it cut? Does it sink? Does it rise? Slider, change up, all that. But and then the next time through the league or through, the next time you face a guy through the lineup, that's where you start doing your homework, and that's where you start making a guy pay. And like you said, like back in those days, Adam, we had that's the one thing that was great about Dusty. He took chances on guys. He brought Jensen. We had a remember Chad Zerbe. Like this guy came out of nowhere.
You won a World Series game, bro.
Yeah, like
Kurt Ainsworth. These guys were great.
All those guys, but that's my point nowadays. Is like you got to take chances on guys, and one of my personal beliefs is down in the minor leagues. Now, when I came up in the minor leagues, like we had ex-big league guys coaching and managing because guys weren't making all the money that they're making nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, I had amazing coaches in the minor. Nowadays, guys are making so much money when they retire, they don't want to go into coaching. And I don't know if the guys are getting the right, nothing against the coaches down in the minor leagues, but it's about developing guys. And you gotta take a chance and develop guys. The Giants might have to take a couple years and say, hey, we're gonna ride with these young guys, and we're gonna get some guys in here that can develop them and build their confidence. And that's what the fans want. The fans want to attach to a player that came up like a Ramos, is a homegrown guy, but Eldridge is a homegrown guy. They want to attach themselves to those guys, and nowadays it's just not happening in the minor leagues. I think there's a lack of instruction and coaching down there, and the guys aren't quite sure what to do because of all the analytics, and they're trying to make everybody the same ball player, and it just doesn't happen that way.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line, of course, worked with Bryce Eldridge a year ago, and you mentioned that briefly, JT. And for the time being, it seems like Eldridge is going to be a DH. Just a year ago, where was he at as far as his development as a first baseman?
When I saw him in spring training last year, it was pretty rough. And the telling sign to me was, Adam will probably remember this because he knows baseball in and out and watches everything. But the first game he got into in spring training, there was a ball hit down the first baseline, and he missed it. And he came in the dugout, and there was debate if it was fair or foul. And I said, what happened on that play? And he's like, oh, it was a foul ball. It was a foul ball. And I was like, well, the umpire called it fair, and it went through his legs. And he's like, oh, yeah, but it was foul. It was foul. And I'm like, okay, so that tells you a lot right then, right? He's a young kid. He's trying to say it was a foul ball. But as he worked, he got better. And the one thing that fans and people don't see is the work that these guys do before the game or in spring training. So he got incrementally better. And then when I saw him in Sacramento last year, I thought he was really good. He said he struggles with pop flies. And I'm like, that's not good at Oracle because of the wind. But we worked on it. It's in early work. We're shooting him fly balls by the dugout, by the netting, by the sand. And he really, really improved. And you pull for guys like that. You want them to do well. And I was at the game yesterday, and I pulled him aside, and I talked to him. And, we had a good talk. And so I'm rooting for him. I hope he gets out there and gets to play a little first base and not just a DH, because he's a young guy. He needs to be out in the flow of the game.
Yeah, and he was playing mostly first base in AAA. In Sacramento, I think he'd only played 5 games at DH this year, so they really did want him to get that work. And Tony mentioned that yesterday, that he is a true first baseman. So I think they're just navigating how they figure out this roster crunch. One more for you, JT. I know you came up for 7 games at one point, like the first when you made your big league debut, and then you played like 120-something the following year. When you got that little taste, kind of like how Bryce did last year, what did that do for you? You'd been to the ballpark already at that point, right? You knew at least some of the faces. It wasn't all brand new when you finally stuck, but what code did you have to crack? Like when you finally got to the majors and stayed, what did you know about yourself or about your game that had to be corrected or maintained? Just what we're looking for in Bryce and what is going to keep him up here.
Yeah, so when I came up through the Yankees organization, so my first call-up was to Yankee Stadium, and that's a pretty intimidating place. Like, with all due respect to fans everywhere. Like Yankee Stadium is a different animal, and people knew my birthday. They knew my mom's name, my sister's name, my dad's. And so it's intimidating, but I'm thankful for it because they taught me how to play. And then when I got traded to the Angels, I was lucky enough to have a guy, Chili Davis, was our DH with the Angels, and he took me under his wing. And we talked a lot. We hit a lot. We talked a lot in the clubhouse. And he told me, this is before interleague play, and he's like, the first time around the league, they're going to throw you fastballs so you can hit a fastball. And so I was raking fastballs, never had a problem with fastball. The second time through the league, I got introduced to a big league changeup. And I was back in AAA 2 months later. And so I went down and worked. And that was the thing. And when I came back up, I just had to learn to lay off. If the changeup starts at your thigh, it's going to be a ball. You got to make it start above your belt. And so then I made adjustments. And then, that was the biggest thing. You get humbled really fast because we were talking earlier about how the book gets around and, this kid can hit a fastball, but I never had a problem with a curveball or slider, but the changeup is the equalizer. And, I was back in AAA 2 months later, and then I went down and worked and got back up and then learned how to hit a changeup.
Before we let you go, JT, let's talk about what you're doing in Modesto with the Roadsters as a manager in the Pioneer League. Yeah, so I'm gonna been trying to get back into baseball for a while now, and then our owner Dave Heller, he Main Street Baseball, he owns 5 minor league teams, and he reached out to me back, I believe, in October, November, and so I reached out with people in the Giants organization, Randy Wynn and Kyle Haynes, and said, do you want me to do anything more, less? They couldn't really commit to anything, so I took this job. And, to be managing, something I've always wanted to do. I haven't managed since my son's 12-year-old Little League All-Star team. So
how far did you guys go? I mean, do you have a track record? Did you guys go deep?
Yeah, so we won the district tournament with a bunch of undersized kids that I got them just to play hard and catch the ball. And I got all our players to move up on the plate. I said, crowd the plate, just like Barry Bonds did, and we're going to pull the ball. And we're going to get home runs to left field. And so we start doing that. So anyways, in Modesto, it's been cool. We're in the Pioneer League. It's pro baseball. We're in the league with the Oakland Ballers. Yuba has a team. There's a new team in Long Beach managed by Troy Percival. His bench coach is Troy Gloss.
Oh, wow.
So there's guys coming back. Yeah. And they're all guys that have signed and played professionally in affiliated ball that maybe have got released. We got 2 kids on our team that are second-round picks, and they get into pro ball, and it doesn't work out, but they come back to independent ball, just trying to keep the dream going. The players are anywhere from 23 to 25 years old. The owner bought the Modesto team used to be the Nuts, and they were the A's for a long time, and then
the Rockies.
They were the Rockies, and then the Mariners. So I'm excited. Dave Heller called me. He's like, do you want to manage? I'm like, absolutely. So we report on Friday. We have a 10-day spring training. Our first game's May 19th.
Nice.
We're playing a team that is managed by Dimitri Young, who played the big leagues, and his pitching coach. His pitching coach is Ray Young. They're a traveling team. They're going to travel. Amy Gutierrez, Amy G is their assistant GM. So this is good stuff. It's fun. I've been I designed the uniforms. I designed the clubhouse. I've got full power.
Yeah, dude.
Wow. Yeah, it feels good. So we play a 96-game schedule. And, the fans out there, when the Giants are on the road, come out to Modesto, check out a game. Tickets are like $10.
Yeah.
We have a Thirsty Thursday, $3 beers, and Tuesday nights are $2 hot dogs and drinks. So it's going to be fun. It's pretty comparable to like the San Jose Giants.
Sure.
Level.
Yeah.
But the kids are great. We have 35 guys on our roster I've signed, and we got to release 10 because we have a roster of 25. So that's going to be the hardest part for me is letting these kids go. But it's going to be fun. We're going to coach them hard, and we're going to play hard, and we're going to play smart, and we're going to have some fun. So the goal for these kids is to get picked up by an affiliated team.
Sure.
So they can sign a kid, $7,500 transfer fee. and they're on their way back in affiliated ball. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm getting nervous. I'm gonna make some mistakes. I'm gonna pull the the wrong decision sometimes, but that's how you learn. So I'm excited.
Well, we're rooting for you, man.
Absolutely.
Well, not Derek. He's a Ballers fan. I'm rooting for you, bro. But much
Used to
you,
be,
bro.
used to be,
And
JT.
JT, I asked for one thing, dude. I'm not asking I'm not a sick kid asking Babe Ruth to hit 3 home runs. I'm just asking you not to lose to Troy Gloss again. All right? I need you to shove on Percival and Gloss. That's all I'm asking.
We play them. So we play 6-game series. It's every Tuesday through Sunday.
Yeah, right. A whole week. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Ballers manager, Aaron Miles, a good friend of mine. He played in the big league.
Yeah.
They had an incredible year last year. So
yeah, we'll get out there, man. Yeah,
No, definitely.
Adam, come out to a game. You can exchange a lineup card. You can sit in the dugout with me and manage for an inning.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Perfect, dude. Perfect. I just don't want to do the interview afterwards. I'll let you talk to the Modesto B. All right, JT Snow, dude, the voice that you hear on the UMA guest line. Modesto Roadsters start May 19th to kick off their Pioneer League season. JT, always fun catching up, bro. I'll text you. We'll talk to you later.
Good luck, JT.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate having me on.
Good deal there. Dude, the great JT Snow, man.
That's awesome.
Good insight, man. That's pretty, dude, 96.
He's running the team, man.
Dude, that's why. Dude, how about how they got JT designing the unis, too?
Designing the unis, the dugout, just doing it all.
That's incredible, dude. Dude, how about how he said, I think I have to make that happen now.
Oh, yeah. Go
He
out
said,
there.
Copes, come to a game. You can sit in the dugout with me, exchange the lineup card. I'll let you help manage the game.
We got to see on the schedule when the Ballers and Roadsters play each other.
I'll be the guy who's like, how many days in a row is this guy throwing 4? Run him back out there, dude. We need him again. By the way, dude, he's got to cut 10 guys.
Yeah. 96 games.
Well,
wow.
dude, you got to come with some extras to spring training because otherwise everybody knows they made the team, dude. Then you end up with
I'm checking the Ballers schedule.
then you end up
right
with
now.
Adamas and what they're doing. They're just entrenched in there. You know what I mean?
No, exactly.
Great stuff from JT Snow. You ever get cut from a team?
Like not picked in like dodgeball or something like that. No.
That's not the same.
I know.
It's not like
in football, like we all made the team.
It's like the bully.
Whether it was JV or varsity, either
the
way.
bully's picking teams, and he comes over to you. He's like, "Dude, I'm really sorry.
Yeah,
man.
no.
You're not going to make this one."
Oh, did I call your name? Well, better luck next recess.
I tried out for a Pop Warner team one time.
Did you?
Andrew Crusaders. I was like 9.
Yeah.
I didn't make it, dude. I didn't want to get hit.
I get it.
You know what I mean? I think I went through. I think I made the first cut. Truth be told, maybe everybody made the first cut. You know what I mean? And then they have you sit on a knee, like in your pads, while they like call guys behind you.
Right.
Or they call everybody else. Like if you heard your name, same thing. You made the team, and the coach didn't call my name. It was just me. And like how you always like you peg yourself against other people.
Right. Yes.
It was me and the kids where I was like, dude, those guys aren't making this team. Yeah. And I look over, I was like, dude, it's just us sitting here, and the coach called us all over and. He's like, dude, I'm really sorry. It's the first time I think it's the only time I was ever cut from a team like that.
Yeah, it's all good.
They did, dude, on the way out, dude. They give us all little consolations. It was pretty cool.
What was that, Copes?
Well, this guy, he handed me a big old potato sack looking thing. First, he handed me an empty one, and he was like, shove your pads in here. Now this one's for you. And it had 2 words on it. Well, it was 2 words and an acronym. It was an initialism, really. What it said was, to 9-year-old Copes, NBA grab bag. And
Come
we
on,
do
Raph.
it next from the patio
Come
at
on,
58.
Raph.
NBA
grab bag.
Thank you,
There we
Raph.
go.
Dude, Raph's sitting on his hands. More to come. The grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Body Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. I've almost said Friday like 40 times because
It always feels like a Friday morning
This
on the
year our
patio.
schedule is a little different for 58 Social and our patio shows, but I've been thinking it's Friday. Not that it feels like Friday, just whenever we're here.
I know. It should be a Friday. Cinco de Mayo should always be on a Friday.
Well, the other thing, it's not Friday. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing, but it's a filthy Tuesday.
Well,
what I'm getting at here is it's a good thing only because the Giants and KBR Community Fund auction is live now through Sunday. If it was Friday, you'd have limited time to get your bids in. And the Giants Community Fund, an awesome organization, helping kids get on the field, boys and girls, softball, baseball, free games. You can volunteer to be a coach and all that, but all of this goes to support the Junior Giants. You can bid on experiences like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo, delivering the game ball, or throwing out the first pitch. And that's at a Giants game. Unlike me, I'll be managing with JT down in Modesto. You can even be a ball dude or dudette for a game. All proceeds support the Junior Giants. So visit sfgiants.com/GCF, Giants Community Fund, sfgiants.com/GCF to place your bid by May 10th. All right? So that's going on through Sunday, and it's live right now, sfgiants.com/GCF.
Well, Copes, we got some breaking news. You got a little breaking news. Oh, there we go. So Trevor McDonald, great performance last night, right? Goes 7 innings, 8 strikeouts.
Dude, what are you going to do?
He has been optioned. Yohel Peguero has been called up.
Okay.
So get him, arm in the bullpen, even though Tony Vitello says we want to use Trevor McDonald different ways.
But I guess that shouldn't be a total surprise. I guess there was no actual confirmation on any of that yesterday. And that's what I said to you earlier. I thought, that's a little weird to put Trevor McDonald in the bullpen and not keep him stretched out because you can't. I mean, when would you throw him, and you can't throw him on regular rest? Then you've maybe moved a starter off of his normal days to throw. Because even now, if you wanted him to be back up in the bullpen, you wouldn't throw him for like 4 more days.
Right,
You know what I mean? Because he's on normal rotation
No, that makes
rest.
sense, I
So
guess. Yeah.
I guess that all makes sense. Joel Peguero comes up for the Giants into the bullpen. Interesting still, we haven't seen dudes like Bivens.
Yeah.
Who's on the 40-man. I mean, I guess they got a handful of dudes with experience, but I haven't seen what he's doing in AAA either.
So then we can talk about more with Carey. Patrick Bailey, little by little, 3 games in a row
3
right now.
straight games.
Getting phased out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Daniel Susac were here, I'd have to believe he'd be the guy in there if he was still swinging the bat.
I would think so, yes.
You know what I mean? So, and he's working his way back. Was a report yesterday from Pavlovich that he's going to start swinging and is getting ready or getting near to a rehab stint. And I believe Harrison Bader's making a rehab stint, they said, right now. Interesting to see what will happen when Casey Schmidt starts working his way into the outfield. If he keeps swinging the bat, Bader's going to have to earn some more of that playing time.
I would say so, yes.
You know what I mean? I mean, he may not be the everyday dude. I sort of think you're looking at a platoon with him in center with Drew Gilbert, like a back-and-forth righty-lefty, which would mean you're getting more of Drew Gilbert against righties than you would Bader against lefties, and I'm okay with that right now. Gilbert's in there today, but as you pointed out, Patrick Bailey out of the lineup today for the 3rd consecutive day. I guess the bigger surprise to me is that Jesus Rodriguez is behind the plate for Logan Webb.
Yeah, and some people are going to say, like, why is Luis Arraez out tonight? I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think he's missed much time this year. Maybe in the game after he got stepped on, whatever series that was. He's played great, but, yeah, just needs a blow every now and then. So I don't think it's that big of a deal that he's out of the lineup.
So that's the news right now is that Trevor McDonald's been optioned back to AAA Sacramento. Joel Peguero has been called up. That sort of derailed what we were going to do right here, which means we'll do it next. It's a patio edition of the NBA Grab Bag. We do it each and every week, and we got it for you next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moscowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've talked to you about all sorts of different tax issues and concerns that people have. What does somebody do now that we're into May if they've got unfiled tax returns from the past? How should they handle that?
They call us. A lot of people have 5, 10 years or even more in the past. They don't know what to do, and they're scared. What's the IRS going to do to them? Let's not find out what they're going to do to you. Let's avoid it instead. We'll file all the returns you need to file, and then we want to cut you a deal, a sweet deal, so you can forget about this. You can enjoy your life, your business, your family, the games, and let us take care of this for you. We don't have to talk to the IRS. That's our job. We just come back to you with, here's the deal we can cut for you. The bottom line is we want to take care of you. We have a free consultation. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call. The number is 888-TAX-STILLER. Find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work from the patio at 58 Social. Talking some Giants ball. Just had a great convo with JT Snow, who is the manager now. He's been named the manager of the Modesto Roadsters, the Pioneer League.
Ah, the Roadsters.
Did I tell you about some of the team names in this?
Oh, yeah.
The Roadsters start their first ever season in the Pioneer League.
We still got the YOLOs?
Yeah, dude. I mean, some of the names are great.
I think you and I, 2 years ago, we caught Bill Burr in Berkeley, but before that, we caught a Ballers game.
Yeah, how about that? Fun little Saturdays are for the boys' day for us, dude.
It was Ballers and the YOLOs.
We went out to the Ballers. Dude, that was a hot-ass day.
No, dude. It was like this. It was a little gray outside, but I still got sunburned somehow.
Yeah, Derek got sunburned. Yeah, that's right. And then we went to a Ballers game.
Yeah.
Then we went to Berkeley.
Yes,
got some pizza.
Yeah, and then we saw Bill Burr. Yeah.
Then we saw Bill Burr. Yeah, that was a good day.
It was a good day.
That was a good day, man. Anyway, the Modesto Roadsters are the new team that JT is managing. Their first game is again ready. The Red Pocket Mobiles.
Okay. A little red pocket, huh?
A little red pocket, dude. Yeah.
Red pocket, boy. Red pocket.
little red lipstick. Little red pocket, dude. All right, we do it every week. It gets delivered sometimes nearly 30 years ago, and it's a big old potato sack
How
looking
about
thing.
that?
I know. I've just been holding on to it. It's
It's
big
a
old
legacy thing.
It's sort of like the Santa Claus. You know how Tim Allen's like, dude, how do I get all the toy? How is everybody's toy in this thing? He pulls like a canoe out of it. I think the grab bag's got some magical properties to it. Anyway,
hope so.
it's a big old potato sack looking thing, and it's got 2 words and an acronym or an initialism, and what it says is NBA grab bag. No.
I'm trying to say
Raph,
it.
what happened?
Do we have the voice? There we go. It's all over the place.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, it's time for the NBA grab bag, my friends. And where else will we start then? NFL labor negotiations. Copes, we may have a breakthrough here. The NFL and the NFL Referees Association are close to a new deal with a ratification vote set for Thursday. We may not have replacement refs after all.
So wait, the NFL and the Refs Association, hold on real quick. Are the referees a union?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Where's my music, Raph? What's going on?
Raph, keep it going.
Raph, keep that thing going.
There we go.
A little higher. Yeah, there we go. Well, there we go. Okay. Doesn't feel right if it's not going.
Come on.
I can't talk refs without the polka. So I just always wondered, my buddy and I were talking about this maybe last week or a couple of weeks ago, like, why can't the NFL just run their own academy, hire refs, and just have them be league employees? But instead they're league employees, but why do they have to reach an agreement separately with them?
That I don't know.
Why are they
the whole rigmarole, this whole thing. I know about the NFL Referee Association.
Sound like our bosses. Why are you union?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In the end, it sounds like there will be a resolution. There's going to be a ratification vote set for Thursday. If that goes through, then you don't have to worry about the whole, Seattle, whatever that was.
I mean, I know there's a lot that goes into it.
Fail Mary, that was it.
Well, there's a lot that goes into being a ref, and it's a difficult job. It's so hard, and it is a grueling physically. But that's got to be one of the better jobs you could have, dude. NFL
as far as
ref,
referees?
dude, they make good money, the refs do.
Not apparently to them.
Well, not apparently to them. I've looked at some of these numbers, dude. I was like, this would be a nice gig for 17 Sundays, you know?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they become full-time employees. I highly doubt
they're not full-time. That's the issue.
Yeah. Well,
that's why Gene Steratore was calling the NFL games, and he was a Big East basketball ref, he and his brother.
I think they'll settle for less. I highly doubt the NFL was like, you know what? Out of the kindness of our heart, you guys are full-time employees. Not going to happen. Probably.
Yeah, I remember that famous line from 42 when Branch Rickey says, I want a referee with shallow enough pockets not to make more money.
Man, Branch Rickey was covering it all. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
There we go. Last night, the second round of the NBA playoffs started with Anthony Edwards returning less than a week from a hyperextended knee for Minnesota and got them the upset in San Antonio. The Knicks beat down the 76ers 137-98 in Game 1. But the real story is Knicks diehard fan Ben Stiller blew off the game to go to the Met Gala. Although the true Knicks fan, Timothy Chalamet, decided to attend the game instead of the gala. Copes, where do you come down on fandom over gala?
Well, dude, you got responsibilities, and Ben Stiller is a big time celebrity. Timothy Chalamet decides, hey, this is more important. I got to be at this. You got other responsibilities. Sometimes you got to do things you don't want to do. If you recall, Ben Stiller was at was it an award show or maybe it was the Met Gala last year, and he was watching the game on his phone at the table. Do you remember that? So I'm
vaguely. Yeah.
I would virtually guarantee Ben Stiller's watching whatever it is. I bet you he's watching the game wherever he's at.
Of it.
I mean, he's a legit diehard.
Yes.
I mean, did you see the real celebrity row last week? It was like Tracy Morgan and Tina Fey, Timothy Chalamet, and whatever Kylie Jenner, whoever he's with. And then you had
Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller, and there was like a few. I was like, dude, there's like 8 celebs sitting in a row.
Yeah, the same crew that always shows up to Knick games. My thing, the Met Gala, I don't know if you saw any of those, like some of those photos last night.
Yeah, I saw it.
Bad Bunny dressing up as an old guy. Like, what's the whole point of the Met Gala? To like freak out people?
Somebody said he looked like Colonel Sanders.
Okay.
Give me Colonel Sanders if he were homeless. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what Bad Bunny was doing there either. Again, what I look at the Met Gala and I go, oh, that's not for me.
No, definitely not for me.
They didn't make any of this for me.
No.
So I
have no interest in that whatsoever.
I'm not here to yuck your old man yum.
I'm
Bad
not
Bunny.
interested in the Met Gala as much as Timothy Chalamet's not interested in opera and ballet.
Oh, dude, apparently that's catching more heat, dude.
Every day.
I can't.
It's the whole reason he didn't win the Oscar.
No, stop it, dude. Why didn't it win anything? Why didn't that Oscar win? There's
a lot of things going on with Marty Supreme. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The ultimate odd couple who are constantly horny. Skip Bayless is reuniting with Stephen A. Smith on First Take. It'll be the first time both men appear on ESPN since 2016. Copes, how excited are you?
I didn't know this was happening. Skip Bayless is ESPN.
Well, was ESPN.
No, I'm sorry. I know he was ESPN. Then he went to Fox.
Yes, and now he's unemployed.
I know he's been unemployed since after the whole Joy Taylor thing, right?
Yeah, people have forgotten about that. Apparently.
Yeah, not me. People don't forget. Really quick, speaking of people don't forget, with the NBA story a minute ago, Anthony Edwards, pay for your children, dude.
Yeah.
I thought that's where we were going with that story, but I got distracted. But people don't forget. Anyway, what story were we on now? What was this?
Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith are
Wait, so what do you
reuniting.
mean? He's coming back?
They're coming back to First Take.
He's going to be a co-host?
Yes. ESPN's letting him back in the building.
This isn't good for anybody.
I don't think so either.
Who is this for? As I said about the Met
Old
Gala,
fans of First Take.
Nobody was.
Well,
I mean, it was First Take worked, I feel like, before where we are now in media. I think it helped set ablaze with the type of media we have now.
Of course it
But
is.
I'm like, that's...
Argumentative, yes.
Well, yeah, but I'm like, we hear Stephen A. argue with everybody. Do we really need to hear him more with Skip?
No, I don't, because...
I won't. I mean, I'm sure we'll play some, but-
I never watched Undisputed. I never watched First Take. I'll admit, I did watch a little bit of Cold Pizza back in the day when it was
I remember that, yeah.
Skip Bayless and Woody Page. But no, give me... I still, if I can watch it, it's on when we're on, but I still love watching PTI.
Yeah.
But that brand of like, let me scream louder than you, that doesn't work for me.
I'm gonna ask him to speak to me in French, because French makes me horny.
Yes, and Skip Bayless is a horny individual.
And so am I, as long as you speak in French.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Old friend Trent Baalke is back in the NFL.
Hey, what's up?
The former GM of the 49ers at Jags is being added as a consultant to the Cleveland Browns. It'll be incredibly difficult for fans to figure out who's speaking between Baalke and head coach Todd Monken, because I don't know if we have clips, Raph, but the two men have very similar voices.
Do we have, Raph, do you have any what's going on, Raph?
He's working on it.
He's working on it. He couldn't find any Monken.
No, it's all good. I mean, we played the clip before of Monken where he's listed through like everything he wants in the offense.
But it's more about the tones of their voice, though.
Yes.
Yeah. I honestly would have to hear them side by side.
Well,
I'm more intrigued,
the bid has died.
I'm more intrigued by Baalke just continuing to get gigs.
Oh, this is just a consultant role. He stays home. He gets a call every now and then from the Browns.
They just send me the X-rays, and I say, it's not a torn ACL. You don't want them.
But it's a good thing. I get to stay home because when I was doing press conference with the Jags, I passed gas, and I'm not going to stay home and pass gas freely in my house.
What do you need me to do? Run your team into the ground? I'm here for that.
Moving on the NBA
I don't know.
grab
I don't get the whole Baalke bit, dude.
NBA grab bag.
We all know what's going on with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, but
what?
Rossini did have a bit of good PR during the scandal with a report of her actually saving an old man and a dog in a car crash.
Did you see this story, by the way?
Yes,
it was like a day or two after the whole scandal started coming out. Rossini's driving was driving with her mom, and the report is that a Jeep flipped, got hit by another car T-bone, and it flips on its side. The report initially was that she had some other bystander lift her on top of the car, and she pulled the dog and the old man out, with help of other bystanders. And it seems like now the stories are changing.
Well, in a wag the dog fashion, where you change the story for good PR, there's an update to the story where Rossini did not climb into the vehicle to rescue the driver. She was indeed at the scene to help, but she held onto the dog's leash while the second witness. The second witness's husband saw the one who ripped open the canvas of the Jeep, freed the dog, and he was the true hero.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, these are other reports from other bystanders. Someone was like, dude, my husband did that. She was just there holding the dog. And I'm like, God, okay,
hairs,
all right.
yeah.
So somebody...
Can you just give Rossini her moment right now? She needs it.
I don't know that anybody... here's the thing. She didn't tweet, I climbed onto this.
She did not.
She did not. She's never even talked about this. But now they're like, dude, there may be more scandal. She wasn't the one who saved the dog. She just held his leash.
She's a liar. She's a liar across the board.
Held his leash after the fact. I'm like, I don't...
No.
What is this fascination? Dude, this story will not go away.
The dog element of it? Or?
No, the Rossini story.
Well, there might be coming a day soon where she does her side of the story.
Yeah. Now you know the rest of the story. Paul Harvey talking. Dude,
we're going to go Paul Harvey.
Dude, we're going to go Paul Harvey talking about Rossini and Vrabel. Would be wild.
Are we talking Paul Harvey Zodiac?
No, we're talking Paul Harvey, the rest of the story.
What's the rest of the story? What are you talking about?
Long-time radio segment syndicated nationally.
Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong Paul Harvey then.
Yeah, dude. Paul Harvey. He would tell you a story
right,
about
Shane.
somebody. He'd tell you a story about somebody. It was a great storyteller. He would tell you a story about somebody, and you didn't know where. And it was a crazy, wild background story. And then it turns out you're like, and then he tells you at the end who that person was.
Gotcha,
And you're like, I
okay.
didn't know. And he goes, now you know the rest of the story.
Okay. Well, there's also a Paul Harvey that used to write for the San Francisco Chronicle that Robert
Yes.
Downey Jr. played.
Right.
And he's the guy that was covering
Right. You're talking about
the Zodiac.
the cartoonist. Is that
No,
even-
no, no, no.
The
That-
writer.
that was
so the
Gyllenhaal.
cartoonist is
No,
Gyllenhaal.
not the cartoonist.
Sorry,
Come on now.
Sorry, I was thinking Gyllenhaal is the cartoonist. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway.
Who played? Never mind. Just keep it moving.
Downey Jr. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
In a celebration of Randy Johnson's number retirement, the Mariners are serving a 51-inch big unit hot dog at T-Mobile Park this Saturday and Sunday. Price?
This was last weekend.
$37. My bad.
This was last weekend. Yeah. So they $37.
$37.
51-inch hot dog.
Can you eat it, Copes?
No. What? How many hot dogs is
you
that?
You can't
like,
handle 51 inches? Come
you
on.
Can't.
It's not that big.
I love they have to put on these things now, too, meant for sharing.
Yeah, yeah.
What? Yeah.
We don't advise you eat this by yourself.
Yeah. By the way, you can't carry it to your seat. It's over like several seats long.
Well, you need some friends.
You'd have to be sitting next to them like, excuse me, sir, could you get the last 80 inches of your dog out of the aisle?
Can you reach around and get that hot dog
Stop
for me?
it.
All right.
Get it out of the aisle, dude. I'm tripping over my dog here. Yeah. The weirder thing to me was that this happened in honor of Randy Johnson's number 51. First of all, why didn't we do this for Ichiro last year when they retired his 51?
Well, he's not the big unit coach.
Second of all, why did they retire two guys with the same number and do them different years?
So wait.
Because last year they retired Ichiro's number 51.
God, they both wore 51.
And then they honored Randy this year with 51. And by the way, Randy is an all-time great Mariner. I know he's in the Hall of Fame as a D-back.
10 years as a
10 years a Mariner, 8 as a D-back. And he won, he won 4. How many Cy Youngs he won? 4 or 5?
Quite a bit.
Something like that. He's got 4,800 career strikeouts. He had a bunch of 300 strikeout years with Arizona, and he and Schilling were insane. It's great they honored him. It is funny that they did two of them, and maybe they did him after Ichiro because he's not in the Hall as a Mariner. But I don't know. I've never seen anything like that, I guess, where they honor two guys with the same number, having retired one previously.
I mean, that's great to have two players with the same number. They can only be one.
Well, it's
kind of
like
one retired jersey in the end.
Well, they're saying is nobody's ever going to wear it again.
Yeah.
But it's not like they retired Randy before Ichiro got there, you know?
Yeah,
he put up
true.
all those numbers already,
Yeah.
and Ichiro got there, and they're like, go ahead, dude, wear it.
That's kind of nuts.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's very weird. It's
sort of
not
funny.
like passed on like the Cowboys have 88s or the Detroit Lions have 20s.
And I like that in football because there's such a finite amount of numbers you can wear in sports, right? You go from like 0 to 99 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
That in the NFL with 56 guys on a roster or whatever it is, 53-man rosters,
53, yeah.
plus practice squad stuff, you got to have enough numbers available.
You do.
You can't keep retiring. That's why they go Ring of Honor. I mean, the
Yeah.
Yankees are out of. I think they're out of single-digit numbers.
Are they really?
I think so.
That's why I don't love the retirement of numbers, because I get it. You want to honor that guy. That's why I like the Wall of Fame a lot better. And maybe OJ should be there for the Bills. Anyway,
Did they retire his number?
Yes, 32.
Number 32?
But a couple years ago, they had one practice squad player wear 32 in practice, and it was big headline news. And my dad was like, "That is a travesty."
Yeah, he's like, OJ's like, man, this one cuts deep.
And that's your NBA grab bag.
OJ's like, that really cuts through my heart, man. That's gonna do it for the NBA grab bag. Oh, and I'm the bad guy? No way, dude.
No.
Anyway, he's gone, so we're okay.
Yeah.
The juice, that is. We got plenty more to come here from 58 Social. Kerry Crowley's going to join us a little bit later to talk more Giants baseball. The news today is that, the news is that Casey Schmidt's back in the lineup, hitting second, but he's playing second base today. Means Luis Arraez is actually going to miss his second game of the year. He's played 34 of the Giants' 35 games to this point, and the only other game he missed was, as you mentioned, he got stepped on. I forget which game that was. He comes out of that game and then missed the next day, and was back after that and has played every day. So
what game was that?
This is just straight a breather, I think, for Arraez. I wouldn't anticipate the same as Buster said yesterday about Casey Schmidt. We're not going to punish Casey because everybody else is not performing. Luis Arraez falls into that boat too. As a guy who is performing, who you're probably not going to see get many days off, but it's an opportunity today while they try to get some more guys in rhythm. Again, Rafael Devers has hit safely in 5 consecutive games. He's in there tonight, batting third, playing first base. Eldridge hits 5th at DH. Jesus Rodriguez is in there at catcher again. No Patrick Bailey, and you got Logan Webb on the hill. So big vote of confidence in the kid to catch Logan Webb tonight for the Giants. Again, first pitch coming your way, 6:45, pregame 5:45.
I think the game that he missed was on Sunday, April 12th, when they were playing the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay.
There you go.
Sunday, April 12th against the Orioles. You want to get into some of Buster's comments here to the team?
Let's do it.
Let's do that. Buster Posey had a message yesterday to the team and the fans. The message to the team came with the call-ups and some statements he made before the game, but 35 games in, they got a win last night. They have a long way to go before they are off the ropes here at 7 games under 500. We'll hear what Buster had to say in response to your guys' voicemails yesterday. Next, only here on The Sports Leader.
We're still waiting on Steve Kerr to make a decision on his future as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. The SF Standard's Tim Kawakami joined us yesterday and said both parties would like a reunion. It's just a matter of time. For that interview, check it out at thesportsleader.com or the Sports Leader app.
live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Tuesday afternoon, live from the patio at 58 Social, which is now open. Come on by, grab some food, get a beer, get ready for the Giants and the Padres. Game 2 at 6:45. We got a 5:45 pregame coming your way. And I have some stuff to tell you as soon as I find the proper sheet, which I don't have. This segment is sponsored by...
Hold on, I got you.
I'm going to guess it. This segment is sponsored, and Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. RedwoodCU.org.
Is one of those notes...
no, this is a totally different thing.
All right, hang on. It's on there. Hang on, I'll find
it. All
it.
right, Ralph, I'll have to read it again then. Ralph doesn't have it in front of him either. Anyway, we'll see how close I was. We'll check it against the actual script here in just a minute. Well, I'll get it, dude. I got you. Here. We'll take care of it.
I hear you. I can multitask.
Let's get into some of what Buster Posey had to say yesterday, because he met with the media, and he spoke to Alex Pavlovic actually in sort of an extended interview before the game on NBC Sports Bay Area. And Pavs yesterday had that comment or that quote from Buster where he said, Casey's going to stay in the lineup. We're going to mix and match in terms of the infield for now, basically telling you Bryce Eldridge is going to be the designated hitter. And Rafael Devers is going to play first base, which means one less spot for Casey to fill in to get him into the lineup, right? If Devers needed a break for the legs or something and he had a tweak, that's one less spot. The issue I said to you yesterday is that they have so many players who are just stagnant at their position.
Yep.
Adames only plays short. Chapman only plays third. Arraez can play elsewhere, but look at what he's doing at second. Why would you move him off of there? And he's here because that's where he wanted to play, right? And he got to show the glove off yesterday to the Padres and said, you played me at first base? What was that about? Lost him some value because he's not a power-hitting first baseman,
that's right?
You lose value there. Yep. So instead, the value shoots up when you're a second baseman who's putting up the numbers he is offensively, at least in the base hit category, but also with the defense that he's playing. I mean, he's playing a Gold Glove caliber second, and I don't think that's ridiculous to say from what we've seen 35 games in. So there are fewer opportunities for Casey to get into the lineup now. Buster talked a lot about this move yesterday, and I mean, last year we got that whole quote, "It's go time," right?
Yep, absolutely.
It's time to go. Well, they went and didn't really have. He hit go.
They did not go.
He hit go, and then it broke down. Here's what Buster said yesterday. This is before the game. Talks about how they need to chip away at the deficit that they have now. Buster played on a lot of teams that weren't in it or running away with it in the month of May or the first week of May. Here's what Buster says about what the veterans need to do to help this team get back in it.
Offense is obviously the one that we're all pointing to, and rightfully so. The biggest thing for me, and I've been saying it for a while now, it feels like our guys are trying to go get everything back in one swing or one at bat. And I'm just a firm believer that you really just have to compartmentalize and try your best to chip away. And hopefully that's a place that we're going to get. And look, in all reality, we're going to need our veteran players that hit in the middle of our order to help lead us out of this. I mean, we're going to have them be productive for us to get out of this funk that we're in.
And chipping away, Devers has done a little bit of late with a 5-game hit streak. It's just still not the numbers you hope for. Like when we were talking about this over a month ago for the roundtable right here at 58 Social, we were talking about the lineup. We were talking about the offense. We were talking about Rafael Devers in year 2, a full season with the Giants, putting up numbers that we saw him do in Boston. Willie Adames overcoming his slow starts. Matt Chapman being the guy that we know he can be. He's never been a great offensive player, great as a third baseman, but still better than what we've seen this year. So that's been the disappointment. And I know it's not really a message sent. JT talked about that earlier, but you just need a little change. And maybe you see eventually here the next couple of days, Rafael Devers does take a seat. Willie Adames does take a seat. I don't read too much into Luis Arraez being sat down tonight. Not that big of a deal. He's played 34 games at this point. So, yes, it's the offense. The offense needs to figure things out. That's, obvious to this point.
I actually think it's a little different. I think they sat Chapman last night. I think today Arraez gets a break.
Yes.
Right? I think that's the
100%,
lens on it, right?
Yes.
Today you give Arraez a break, and he played a great game yesterday. By the way, how about his little celebration with Willie Adames after?
Oh yes, with in the dugout. Yes.
Where he after the game when he was doing the post game and Willie went to go dump the jug on him and he just He hugged him a little bit softly, and he
it's okay.
And he's like, it's
okay.
Willie likes to come aggressively.
At least
and
it
he's
wasn't
like,
a surprise.
No, you come on. You just give me a hug.
Now, how about
and
Drew Gilbert's celebration with Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee? Did you see that?
Oh, the kissing each other
The kiss.
celebration? Yeah, I got a kick out of that.
All right.
Kind of feels like that's who Drew Gilbert is. It's kind of like right up his. He's so goofy. Dude.
Oh, he loves touching people.
Here's more.
He does.
What are you going, Dewey from School of Rock? I'm pretty sure I've touched your kids.
Oh, no.
And they've touched me, too.
No.
That's the, remember he says
I did not say that, Coach.
No, that's what Dewey says in School of Rock.
I know.
That's where you were going. I thought you were having fun with it. Anyway, moving on here. Jeez, now we can't riff.
About that?
By the way, one of the junior Giants joins us a little bit later this afternoon. Not a joke. He joins us tonight with his mom. He's coming by. Anyway, hold him close. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. We got more here from Buster Posey. I'm losing my rundown.
No, you're all good. Buster Posey talked about Bryce Eldridge. Has been taking great bats, but really needs to improve defensively.
Yeah, here he is on basically what he's done well in AAA to what they need him to do in the majors.
First and foremost, it was watching his at-bats and watching him continue to really play good baseball. I mean, talk about the offense, but I think what I've been most impressed about with him, watching him closely the last year and a half, is how hard he's worked his defense. Not necessarily, we'll see how much defensive time that he gets out there, but put up some good numbers in AAA, and hopefully, again, one of those guys that can be productive and kind of give us a boost offensively.
I mean, we always knew that Eldridge was going to be called up to DH for a while. We've heard improvements more so this season in spring training that he's improved as a first baseman. So we'll see when that time comes. But right now, it's just where Bryce Eldridge needs to just play. As JT was telling us earlier, just go out there and play. Don't worry too much. Just be the guy that's performing well in the minors right now. I think he was hitting .333. So just change the offense. Give us a little more juice. Give us a little more power, and hopefully that's the case. And then in time, we'll see him at first base.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that. I'm just kind of in wait and see mode. I'd like to see, if how much they take the bubble wrap off, or how quickly they do, or if they're saying throw him in the pool and just go swim. He seems confident about it, and that's why you wanted to wait until he was hitting in the way that he was. And in his last 10 games, he'd been on an absolute tear before he got here. Here's the quote we've been talking about from yesterday. This is about Casey Schmidt staying in the lineup, that they're going to mix and match basically to get Bryce Eldridge in there and to get Casey Schmidt in there. But you should also note Patrick Bailey out for the third straight game today. It's going to be Jesus Rodriguez catching Logan Webb. Here's Buster on Casey Schmidt staying in the lineup.
For you, when you add Bryce to this mix, when your best hitter has been your DH, Casey Schmidt, how do you envision this going? And is it going to be something where some of the veterans maybe have to take a little bit of a step back?
That's how we envision it. Casey has been playing well, and I don't think he should be punished because others have not played well. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of mixing and matching and trying to get some of the matchups that are favorable for us with Casey in there. And he's shown in the past that he can move around the field and play some different positions. So right now, that's how I see it transpiring.
The best ability is availability, and that's what Casey Schmidt gives you right now, being available everywhere as far as being a first baseman or second baseman, third base, or even in the outfield in time. And yes, when we were talking about the potential of Bryce Eldridge being called up, I was like, well, where do you put him? Because I don't want Casey Schmidt not playing. And you were like, you figured that out later.
Yeah.
But now I'm glad that they're like, I'm not taking Casey Schmidt out of here.
Why
They
would
shouldn't.
you?
They shouldn't at this point.
No, he's been fantastic. What I really want to know is everybody who thought today that it would be Adames out of the lineup, everyone who said that said put Casey at short.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree. We've seen him play some short. At one point, he was the most athletic dude they had with that ability. And I know he's a much better third baseman and maybe even second baseman than he is shortstop, but he hasn't played short in a while, I think is just my only question about it. He's only played 53 games at short in his career. He played one game there last year.
Okay.
And in 2024, he played 10 games there. Now, that can't be right that it's 54 then. Anyway, I'm looking at bottom line is last year he only played one game at short. This year it's been 18 DH, 9 at first, 2 at third. This will be his first game at second base because Arraez has played every day.
Right.
Then last year he played 26 at third base. He played 53 at second base. And in 24, again, it was just all over the diamond. 42 games in 2023. That's when it was.
Okay.
When he first came up in 23, he played 42 at short, 35 at third, 19 at second.
He still played quite a bit there.
Yeah, but he hasn't done it in 3 years really at any sort of regularity. But if it's a bounce around or it's a spot start to get Adames a day, if that's the plan going forward, I mean, he hasn't done it yet, but I think we'll probably see him there.
That's bound to happen with everybody at this point.
They don't have a backup shortstop really, except for him and Koss, and you're not going to put Koss in instead of Casey.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with the day game. We'll see if Casey's in the lineup again. Should be, but who would be that other guy that's out there? So this is going to change every single day, and we'll see how it goes offensively for him.
Well, if it's Adames today, maybe tomorrow's the day. Day game after the night game, we're going to sit Adames down, get him a breather again. He's played a ton as well and came cross country after that road trip. Here's more from Buster Posey here. This is, again, pregame yesterday from NBC Sports Bay Area with Alex Pavlovic. So here's Buster breaking down Jesus Rodriguez. Doesn't have his first big league hit yet.
Not yet.
And he played, I think I told you, 16 games, far exceeded any other position he played in AAA this year. Catcher, 16 games. I thought yesterday, we talked before going, well, if they're keeping up Eric Haas, it probably means that they're not going to have him catch a lot.
Yeah.
And then they immediately throw him in there, and I went, okay, that makes sense because they've got Trevor McDonald starting, and it's a guy who he's familiar with, and they knew each other from AAA. Then McDonald comes out of the game. They swap him for defense with Bailey, and I'm like, great. You got the lead. Protect it with Bailey. Make sure nothing gets by you. Let him throw anybody out that's running. I'm good with that. But then you come back today, and they go, we need the offense again. So much so that Logan Webb's going to throw to a guy he's never thrown to in a big league game, and he's catching his second career game. The read on him also is that he's not like a phenomenal catcher, but he's a contact guy. So they want his bat in the lineup. Buster is now going, we sacrificed offense for 30-something games for the defense of Patrick Bailey. We're going to sacrifice some defense now to go with an offensive bat. Here's Buster's breakdown of Jesus Rodriguez's game.
I watched a ton of video, and what stood out to me is he just sprayed the ball all over the field. Pretty poised at the plate, had the ability to adjust. You'll see him sometimes be fooled, but he can keep his hands back enough to hook the ball down the left field line. Then he'll shoot a ball the other way. I think there's a chance that power maybe comes as he gets a little bit older, but had a chance to talk to him briefly today when he got here, and main message was just keep doing what you're doing. I think he's a pretty smart and savvy guy and understands. I mean, if you go and look at his minor league numbers throughout the course of his career, he's always hit. And he's working on stuff behind the plate more and more. So a guy that I'm really excited to see again. Can he provide us a little bit of a spark?
We all know what Patrick Bailey brings as far as a catcher. He's a Gold Glove catcher in the past, but it's just, you and I have talked about it before when Daniel Susac was performing offensively. He just doesn't give you enough. And if you're going to use him as a situational catcher now where he comes in later in games, I'm fine with that. Obviously, he does bring you value, but at the same time, it's just you can't go further where you and I talked about this, and you were saying, well, if everybody else starts hitting, you don't worry about Patrick Bailey. Well, that's the problem right now.
As much, right.
Nobody else is hitting, so that's where you do have to make changes.
So you have to you got to hit the margins.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Is when things have gone this bad across the board, everybody's at fault now. It's not just Bailey's not hitting. Everybody's at fault. And so there's going to be some guys who end up not playing as much or at least have to sit down for a little bit. And again, I think it's more about Bailey's lack of production that you've got Rodriguez in the game for a second straight day, that Buster's willing to sacrifice the offense.
Right.
Just give me the defense in that position, even though he values it as one of the most important things for this team.
I get it.
But, people have to make sacrifices, and that's kind of the deal here is nobody else produced, and now Patrick Bailey also doesn't have any sort of leeway here. One more here from Buster Posey, talking more about the veterans, that they all showed up here, and we went through this wave. It is funny. We went through this Farhan wave of we don't know who's in the lineup every day. The roster changes every day. And don't get me wrong, I hated that.
Yeah.
I hated that it was dude, there's no consistency to anything. And guy's here for a day, then he's gone. It's that just wasn't fun brand. There's no denying that it just wasn't a fun brand, regardless of 2021, which was more fun because they won. But even then, it still was different than what we were used to in terms of everyday players. Then they got these guys who, as Buster said, we want guys who post. We want guys who are out there every single day. Devers plays every day. Chapman plays every day. Adames wants to play every day. That's great when they're good. And then when they're not good, you're like, damn, this guy wants to play every day? Yeah, here's Buster on the vets playing every day, and now maybe that could change.
It's challenging because you appreciate they all want to be in there every day. Of course. But at the same time, I got to live it, and sometimes when you're off, a little bit of a reset is a good thing. So, it's a consideration. I think that we have to be considerate about being strategic. Can you give a guy a day off before an off day, and now maybe he's getting two? We're taking all that into consideration.
It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary for all these guys. Necessary, and it has to happen. Because I get that there's pride involved with Rafael Devers not performing well, but the truth is, man, eventually he does need to sit. Because, yes, he's playing well of late with 5 straight hits, but he's not the guy that we wanted him to be so far at all in his Giants career. Same thing with Willie Adames. Matt Chapman's been disappointing. And, last night he needed a break. Tonight, Luis Arraez is just sitting because he's tired. He's played 34 games.
Or they're giving him a rest. I don't know if he's they've decided he's going to have a breather.
Exactly.
Which is fine.
Exactly. So I remember last year, I don't know if you remember this.
They have an off day Thursday, by the way, too.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's talking about. So if you sit Willie tomorrow, you get 2 days off.
True. Do you remember last year, Elliot Ramos was going through some struggles, and Bob Melvin wanted to give him a blow, and he fought against it.
And he went out there, yeah.
And then you and I were like, maybe Elliot Ramos should just sit. Like, I get the whole pride thing right now where all these guys want to play, but if you're not performing well, like the way that Willie Adames did a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week when he sat, I just think it's good to just every now and then just take a breather. I know, like
Melvin did that to Willie last year too. Remember he played all the. And
I
he just needs to sit down. He needs to chill his mind for a minute.
And I know the old school mentality is just play every day. Like old players say, like I don't need a rest. I get that, but when you're Rafael Devers and you're brought here and you have these expectations and you're not performing well, maybe it's good to just sit back a day and not play first base, not be a DH. Just sit back and be like, what the hell am I doing wrong for so long?
You see, I think it's good to rest guys. I want every guy who rests to be upset that they're resting them.
Of course.
I don't like the mentality of, maybe you need to sit back and figure this out. Like, that's not really how you figure stuff out.
Well, you still should be upset that you're not playing.
Of course, but every hitter, every shooter in basketball is going to tell you, any great shooter is going to tell you, I shot my way into this mess, I'll shoot my way out.
Yeah.
I don't get better at it by sitting there watching. Yes, because baseball is an everyday game and is a constant, and we get weekends and they don't get weekends, and sometimes they're off days or travel days, or you're resting up from your travel from an overnight flight cross country the night before. Like, it's a totally different beast. It goes on so long from the start of spring to the end of October, different than other sports. And football at least has like a rhythm to it. Like, you know what your week is and you have scheduled days.
There's more of a
baseball.
break too,
there's no rhythm to it. And I'm not talking the physical stress of football. I'm just saying I get that guys need the mental rest, and that's where GMs and managers have to make that happen.
Of course.
But I also think that Devers is a guy who has played every day, every year of his career. He knows the best thing for him is I need to continue to hit and work my way through this, unless it gets so disastrous that there's somebody outperforming him. But even now, if they sat Devers, it's a day at a time. Again, no, he's not relegated to the bench because you can't bench everybody. You only have a certain number of guys. So I'm with you about breathers because you got to give them breathers. I also am with you when a dude wants to play every day. If he's performing, he's out there.
But it is more of a mental thing. Like I said all the time with Klay Thompson, when he was frustrated with himself, he's like, just let me keep shooting. It's like, no, dude, sit, relax. You need to figure things out. We're just like, take a breather.
They're like, I can't relax because I'm not performing.
I know.
That's their mentality.
But sometimes, I see this with athletes all the time where it's just, you're too angry at yourself. You need to relax a little bit, take a breather. You can still be upset you're not playing, but just shut off for a second and then get back to basics. And also, we saw this a year ago with Rafael Devers, not to this extent, but remember he started the season before the Giants acquired him? I think he was 0 for 20 on the season.
He had all those strikeouts. He did start really bad last year.
And then he figured things out.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that process was, and then we know he was pissed off with the Red Sox and they shipped him off, but it's not bad every now and then to get a blow and just, kind of relax a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. Exactly. Attaboy. Give me some, dude. Yeah, attaboy. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you live from 58 Social. Shane knows what we're talking about, right?
Easy, Shane.
Yeah, it's Shane, dude.
This
sit
is a
down,
family
bro.
show on the patio.
Dude, dude. It's like when I saw American Pie with my mom.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
I wouldn't want to. I was a kid. She was like, I'll watch Shannon Elizabeth with you.
Oh, man.
And I was like, Mom,
have you seen her lately?
Dude, do you see what she made?
She's making coin.
Dude, yeah. Tim's the one who sent me the link.
That and Sophie Rain?
No, I'm kidding. Tim's more of a Sophie Rain guy, yeah. No, dude, Shannon Elizabeth started Onlyfans and made millions in the first, week or whatever it was?
Yeah, she's popular on there.
You sick freaks, all you guys. Sickos.
What's the link?
Pass me the link.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we got more to come from the patio at 58 Social. Adam Copeland, Depop. No Tim Webb with us today. We got Raph back in the studio running the show. When we come on back, what time is it?
It is 4:15.
Oh, okay. What do you want to do next? You want to do the GMs, or you want to do Joey Bosa or Kyle Van Noy?
Let's do that briefly because that popped up today with your favorite podcast.
All right. If you don't like it, Derek chose it. We'll do it next. Dirty Work on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, San Francisco, Adam Copeland here from KNBR and a proud San Francisco resident. You know I love to debate all things sports, but one thing that is not up for debate is how crucial your vote is in shaping the future of our city. Contests on the ballot this year will directly impact you and our community. Together we can make a difference, so register to vote now at sfelections.gov/register. That's sfelections.gov/register, or call the Department of Elections for help at 415-558-6100. Let's get out and register, San Francisco.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Sounds good, dude. I like this. Sounds good. We are live from the patio at 58 Social. Just outside of Oracle Park. Giants are playing the Pods tonight. As I said yesterday, dude, the Padres have had the Giants' number for the last handful of years. Really since 2021. Like, starting in 2022, they've kind of dominated. And they've become the...
Who has it, Copes?
Well, the Padres, like all these fans in San Diego, found out they existed.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, damn, we got a baseball team down here. And they're like, dude, we're big rivals with the Dodgers. We're so close. And we were like, yeah, okay. They did beat them in an NLDS. Something
with Bob Melvin.
Something the Giants did not do.
That's true.
Lost to them in the NLDS.
By the way.
But as I said, these aren't your dad's dads. You know what I mean?
Your dad's fathers.
It's not your dad's fathers.
Speaking of former Padres, Tony Vitello said Luis Arraez was a little sore last night after a swing. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. That's the reason he's not playing
So there's a
today.
little precaution today as well. So, that's why you give a cat breather. Baseball, the soft tissue stuff, sometimes you get sore. You got to watch out for that because you're playing so many games in so many days.
I hope he's not sore from Willie Adames throwing that power rate on him.
I don't think that's what did it.
Oh.
Like, out with hypothermia. He's like, yeah, Will, you got to stop dousing guys, dude.
Yeah, seriously.
By the way, are we getting a little loose with the dousing?
What do you mean?
Like, there was no walk-off hit last night. Does Willie just do it to anybody?
He does it for every post-game interview now.
I know. That's what I mean. It's like it used to be that stuff was reserved for dude, Jerome Williams.
It's really NBC Sports Bay Area's fault.
I remember Jerome Williams threw his first. I mean, not really. They just came back to the field. He was doing this last year, and he was doing it before that.
No, I know, but like if you do an interview, you're set up to get doused with a little power rate.
Well, I don't mean that. That just happened that one time because they were back in the studio yesterday.
No.
Right?
I'm saying like everybody that does the post-game interview, Daniel Susak, Willie Adames, or not Willie Adames, but like anybody that does the interview, then Willie comes and gets the Gatorade on.
I know.
The power rate.
I'm not. I liked it more when. So it's just if you win, somebody gets doused.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I'm not into that. Like it used
doesn't
to
happen every time.
Also, it used to be reserved for like a big walk-off hit. Or somebody hits a walk-off double or a home run, then you dump it on home plate. Or the guy, after he gets the walk-off hit, is doing the is talking, and then you douse him.
But hey, man.
A guy getting his first big league knock. You pie him in the face with the shaving cream pie. Or
No, that
first
made
big
sense
league
with Daniel
shutout.
Susak.
Like, that all makes sense. But it's usually special things. Arraez, hit 2 doubles, made a couple of nice plays. I was like, yeah, dude, we paid him for that. It's like that's what he's here for. He's like doing his job.
That was more like we're off the schneid, 6-game losing streak. Let me douse you a little
Can you
bit.
imagine, dude, we finished the show, we're like, that was a good one, and then Shane dumps a bucket of Gatorade on me?
I would welcome that.
I know, I was like, nice, but I was like,
Don't get any ideas. There was a lot of equipment around here.
It wasn't my first show. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? I was like, we've done a lot of these.
I think it was like the way that Willie and Luis did it last night, where Luis saw him doing, he was like, hey, just give me a little.
It was funny, but the point is that he was going to do it. I don't know about that. I know we're having fun talking Gatorade, but we have news to get to because I don't know if you know this. Kay Adams does a podcast.
Oh, she does, my friend.
And she can't stop talking Niners. Well, or Kyle Van Noy can't stop talking Niners.
That is
Linebacker
true.
Kyle Van Noy. Now, remind me, Derek, what college did Kyle Van Noy go to?
I believe Boston College?
No, you believe wrong. BYU.
Oh, my bad. Oh.
BYU.
I see what you're doing here.
Is there another 49er who went to BYU? No, not Joseph Smith. Not who you're thinking. No. We're talking Fred
the Predator.
Warner. We're talking about the Predator. We love the Predator. Anyway, here's Kyle Van Noy was on the Kay Adams podcast.
Of course.
How about this dude, a free agent just saying, yo, team, I want to be on
Calling a shot.
I want to be on you. Here's Kay Adams talking to Kyle Van Noy.
I want to throw out a team, that a lot of people may not know.
Kyle, you're so awesome.
'Cause
You're such a generous person. Go for it.
Easy.
Yeah, who cares at this point, I really like to play with my little brother Fred Warner with the Niners. I think they got something cooking over there. I know they love Joey Bosa, right? Because Nick and all that. I get that, but I would love to play with my little brother. That's my guy, and I think they got something cooking over there.
What have you talked to them?
I'm not going to go into those details, but I would love to play with Frederico a little bit.
That's interesting. And the fact that he brings up Joey Bosa, too, that's where every free agent knows what's going on as far as guys are still looking for jobs. So he knows the Niners have talked to Joey Bosa, and the last time I heard about that was, I think it was the owners' meetings where John Lynch said, no disrespect to Mama Bosa, but he might be a little too pricey for us right now. So between the two guys, if you're asking me, I'd rather go Joey Bosa because The sack numbers are not there in recent years. 5 a year ago, 5 the year before with the Chargers, but last year with the Buffalo Bills, he had 5 forced fumbles. Kyle Van Noy, only 2 a year ago. He is getting older. He is older than Joey Bosa. He did have 12.5 with the Baltimore Ravens. That's where he kind of fits a little bit more in a 3-4 defense as a stand-up outside linebacker. But then Raheem Morris has done that with his schemes in the past, so maybe that's what they do here. It's not gonna, usually with the 49ers, it's a 4-3, wide 9, but you could have different packages. So I would be down for either, but if you're asking me between the two, I'd rather have Joey Bosa, who's younger. It might be a little more costly, but a better pass rusher.
Was Kyle Van Noy previously an every down guy?
Back in the day,
because
yes.
I know he fits better in a 3-4 because you run the 4 with the 2 outside. That's what I'm more thinking of. And I know Bosa was. I know, of course, he was more that too. Like in the way Nick is for the Niners, he was in the same ilk for the Chargers early in his career. I guess what I would ask is Joey playing this third down pass rusher position more frequently now as a specialty, or has he done it for longer than Van Noy?
I think it's more so in recent years.
Fit.
Let me see.
Also, Van Noy's been hurt a lot, hasn't he?
Joey he's going to be 31 this year.
He's a young man.
Yeah, I would say.
Hate saying that now.
He's going to be primarily, if you sign Joey Bosa, and I guess, the Niners have freed up some cap space. Kyle Van Noy would cost you maybe, I don't know, $6 million, whatever, $7 million. They want Joey Bosa at $8 million. He's just not going to budge on that. You have to get in the teens, probably at 10 or 12. That's what he got a year ago with the Buffalo Bills.
Well, and he's paying Buffalo taxes versus Gavin Newsom's hellhole down here in California. You know what I mean? He's paying taxes though.
Either way, both of these guys are going to be third down pass rushers. Where my dream scenario, if they sign Joey Bosa, would be Nick and Joey on the outside, and you shift in Michael Williams and Osa Odigizua.
I mean, dude. Also, I like the lingo there, or the verbiage that Van Noy uses. He goes, "I know they're talking Joey, and he's got Nick, and he's like, but I want to play with my brother." And for those who
I like that.
And for those who haven't been invited to a barbecue, that's that's the way most brothers might say it. You know what I mean? So,
Fred Warner.
I mean, dude, they played at BYU together, very tight. Didn't they play together at BYU?
I think Kyle Van Noy is much older than
Fred
Fred
much
Warner.
older, or maybe they've just got a connection because of that.
Yeah, probably.
That might be it, dude.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Kyle Van Noy is more our age at 35 years old.
How old's Fred though?
Fred is, I want to say, just turned 30 or whatever.
All right, I'm good with that. That sounds about right. That's probably right.
Well, you should know, Copes. You're his doppelganger. He's 29. He's 29.
Nobody's brought up to me. Hey, Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Fred Warner.
Hey, Kyle Van Noy, you going to make that happen?
Dude, Kyle. You hear your brother said he wants to play with you? He's 29, actually.
Yeah,
still, 1996.
Yeah, 29. I would say Kyle Van Noy would be a cheaper option. I just don't know what type of player he is at this point, and I don't know if he fits the scheme where Joey Bosa definitely would, and you have the Bosa brother connection, and there'll be a whole marketing thing here. I would lean more Joey. But if it's all about you want a cheaper option, then Kyle Van Noy. I mean, there's a lot of pass rushers still available. Jadeveon Clowney, I think, is still out there. Von Miller. So still some options.
Would you rather have Van Noy and Joey over both of those guys?
Von Miller or Jadeveon Clowney?
Yeah. Clowney's interesting.
Clowney, I probably would fit a little bit more here.
I think I'd like Clowney more than I'd like Joey.
I mean, I still like Von Miller. Von Miller had like 9.5 sacks last year with the Commanders.
Yeah.
You got options like this whole thing of post-draft. That's when all these guys are going to sign. It's going to be a slow process here. We'll get into the summertime, and then out of the blue, you see like, oh, Von Miller signed with the Cowboys or someplace. So there's plenty of time still. It's all a matter of when these guys' egos get checked, and it's like, damn, I'm not making the money I used to anymore. Fine, I'll take the offer on the table, and I'll go sign with the Niners for $8 million if you're Joey Bosa.
Well, why did Van Noy's numbers drop so much last year?
Just got older, man.
That's what I'm saying. So he went. His only Pro Bowl season was 2 years ago. Did you know that?
With the Ravens?
With the Ravens, he was playing.
Still like 32 or 33
in a 3-4. He was 33 years old. His only Pro Bowl season, and that would have been his 11th NFL season. He makes the Pro Bowl, and I mean, dude, he's a guy who's been around for a long time. But he had 12.5 sacks.
Yeah.
This past year, in 15 games. This past year, 15 games, 2 sacks.
Yeah.
I mean, and only, by the way, 20 tackles.
I think he had
4 for loss, 14 2 years ago. That might have been. I don't know that I trust it.
Yeah. Well, there was one season where he had an orbital bone fracture, and he was playing with that. It might have been the year they had 12.5 sacks, which would have been impressive. Yeah, I mean, at this point in his career, he's just a sack artist. He like literally that's all he does. Just go get the quarterback on third down.
Van Noy.
Yeah, so
he only did twice last year. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like he had a career high in sacks 2 years ago at 33 years old, and 34, a career low since like his first year in the league.
But he got a pick, Copes, and the Niners need interceptions.
Let's not get out. Come on. Like it was tipped. He didn't jump around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He tipped at the line.
I mean, I liked him a lot more. He was way more versatile when he was younger with the Patriots, where they moved him around a ton. Yeah. He was playing middle linebacker or outside linebacker, defensive end, put him at tackle. So, yeah, I think that Kyle Van Noy would be a good option if it's where Joey's like, I don't care. I'm not taking a discount because of my brother's situation and everything. You got to pay me. If it's like, okay, fine, Joey. We'll go pivot to Kyle Van Noy.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have other options, and as John Lynch would say, we're evaluating all of our options.
Exactly.
I mean, we're doing all.
I can't wait for the next press conference. Like, Kyle Van Noy said he wanted to come here. He's like, yeah, we're talking to Fred. We're talking to everybody.
Yeah, we're talking to everybody. Fred's doing some work.
We're talking to Fred. We're talking to Coach. We're figuring things out.
Play with Federico a little bit.
Federico.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. I never heard anybody call Fred that. I've never heard that, Federico.
I don't like Federico. Does Kyle Van Noy not know my nickname for him?
Sounds like he doesn't Van know anything. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you from the patio at 58 Social, the Giants.
Everybody on the patio like that one, too.
Yeah, dude, I know. Give it up for yourselves for coming out. It's just us. Yeah. All right, we got pregame coming your way at 5:45. First pitch, 6:45. Logan Webb gets the start. So does Bryce Eldridge. He's in there hitting 5th today at DH. So does Jesus Rodriguez. He's in there hitting 9th behind the plate. He's catching Logan Webb, as does... there you go. As does Casey Schmidt. He's in there playing second base, batting second. You got more news?
Hang on, Copes. We got some news here. God, the San Jose Sharks. This might lead to a good conversation about GMs. Guess where they're picking in the draft? Number 2.
Dude, they want what?
The Sharks have the number 2 pick.
The Sharks got the number 2 pick.
Holy crap.
Dude, shout out Mike Greer. How do we get Mike Greer to like run the Giants and the Dubs?
Seriously,
you know what I mean?
he's the best GM in LB area sports.
He's the only guy giving us hope. You know what I mean?
My God.
Dude, you hear that? The San Jose Sharks have just locked down the number 2 pick in the 2026 NHL draft.
Good Lord.
Oh, my God. Did they just pick Misa number 2 last year?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Back-to-back years.
Dude, just an absolute embarrassment of riches for the San Jose Sharks.
That's insane.
Go get yourselves a defenseman, boys. Let's go get the piece, boys. And then we march into the Stanley Cup playoffs next year. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, with you from the patio at 58 Social. Best news of the day. Sharks get the number 2 pick in the draft.
Wow.
The Giants are playing tonight against the Padres. We got pregame coming up at 5:45. When we come on back, more from Tony Vitello on the postgame yesterday. He had some really thoughtful comments about Luis Arraez. He also talked about what the fans have had to deal with over the last few years. And he knows that fans are upset. They're frustrated. 14-21, 35 games in. They've got to turn things around. Tony Vitello, we'll hear from him next. We've still got a sound soiree, and Kerry Crowley joins us at 5:15, Giants pregame at 5:45. It's Dirty Work. It's a Tuesday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking about, you know what I'm talking about. One of my favorite things to talk about. We're talking Taco Bell. This is like the sports equinox of Cinco de Mayo. Dude, Taco Tuesday, while I'm swear to God, I can look, if I step over, I can see a Taco Bell right now from where I'm standing on the patio. And it's Cinco de Mayo. Why aren't you eating Taco Bell? More importantly, why haven't you downloaded the Taco Bell app where you can unlock rewards and exclusive access? If you think I'm talking to you, yeah, you, sitting in your car, I am. I'm talking to you exactly. When you join Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or like my man Shane had, a soft taco for free just by downloading the app and signing up. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, they'll get you insider access. They'll get you special rewards and drops. And as I just mentioned to you, is there a better place than the location I'm looking at right now, the Taco Bell Cantina downtown, just off 3rd and Townsend? It's spitting distance. It's a block from the ballpark. Stop by before the game. Hook yourself up. Get yourself a beer, maybe something frosty, maybe a taco. Cruise on over to the game. Or if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a cold beer and good food and keep the good times rolling. Or you can check out the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food. It's an awesome bar. Check it out. All kinds of great stuff going down. Make sure you download the Taco Bell app. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
We do not. And it's the San Jose Sharks. Mike Greer has done it again. The Sharks are going to pick second overall at the June draft in Buffalo. Smile, Mike. It's a good night for you. And look at the watch party. And now, to make it official, Pam Kelleher and Bill Daly. Do the numbers all add up?
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Well, dude, just minutes ago, we find out the San Jose Sharks, Mike Greer. I mean, this guy's got a rabbit foot in maybe every pair of pants he owns. Dude, the guy just hit the number 2 pick in the draft lottery.
Hell yeah, man.
Sharks, by the way, have like 8 picks, I believe, coming into this draft, including once. Who was it that got eliminated? They have Edmonton's pick or somebody like that. That once they got eliminated, then they got they locked themselves into like an 18 or 19. So they have another first rounder. Anyway, they win the lottery. They're going to be the number 2 pick in this year's NHL draft.
Man.
After having number 2 last year, Michael Misa. After, of course, a couple of years ago, getting both Macklin, the year before Will Smith. I mean, it has been an embarrassment of riches, at least in the early stages of this rebuild, and that's what's incredible is how big of a jump they made. And now you got to go get a defenseman.
No,
plus
you
get another full, in theory, a full season of Will Smith alongside Macklin. He really did, I think, have his season kind of derailed by the injury that he had.
Yes,
partway through, because he and Macklin were much closer in points when he went down.
The Penguins game.
That's right.
Yeah.
Was that the game that came back?
Yeah, 50.
That was the 5-0 comeback.
5-1
comeback
5-1
in the third period. Favorite moments of the year. Anyway, if you're just joining us, the San Jose Sharks, I won't say they won the lottery, but it feels like that, dude.
I mean,
dude,
by
the way, Mike
after
Greer's
the season they just had, the second overall pick.
Dude, that's like, Mike Greer's done it again is hilarious. It sort of feels like, and this is teams have botched this in the past. You remember the Detroit Pistons, dude?
Oh, yes.
Dude, the Detroit Pistons could have had, they have the number 2 pick?
Yes.
So it went LeBron.
And then they passed on Carmelo.
Darko Milicic goes number 2, right?
Yeah.
And the Pistons.
They didn't even need him, though.
That's the thing that's crazy, dude. They didn't
He's the Trey Lance of the NBA.
Isn't that wild, dude? They didn't even need him because their starting 5 was Chauncey, Tayshaun, Rip Hamilton.
Ben Wallace.
Had they already traded for Rashid at that point? Because he was a midseason acquisition.
No, that was later. They picked up Rashid, during the season.
It might have been that season.
It was the summer of 2003.
That's
so,
right.
during the season they
got him. So it was in that year that they traded for him. They have a massive defensive center there. That was a really fun team, dude. The
Pistons? Okay.
That Pistons rebirth team. But anyway, imagine what they could have been if they drafted Carmelo or Wade or Bosh. You know what I mean? Like, all those guys go after Milicic. That's what I feel like when it's like, except the difference is the Sharks are still in their infancy of this potential, right?
Yeah,
you've got Macklin at 19. By the way, he popped up in the marina. You see that?
No, I didn't, actually. Macklin?
I don't think anybody's going to give him out of this. It was on the internet. I don't care. Macklin, I guess, was at a bar in the marina. Everyone's like, man. I was like, yeah, that is funny, huh? Apparently, the bouncer was like, just come on, dude. And
come on. It's Macklin Celebrini.
No, but, dude, then the bouncer took a photo with him and let him in, dude. I was like, yeah, dude, hell yeah. Let my guy cook, dude.
Come on, man.
Just Michelob Ultras and we're good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just keep
Age
it
is
classy.
just a number for that individual.
By the way, you saw him drinking at the Boston Marathon,
yes.
right? He was like doing a keg.
The man deserves a beard after what he's done for the Sharks and for Canada this year.
Dude, the man was scoring goals for his country.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But the fact the Sharks get even yes, they're young right now, but even younger and get more talent. They need a defenseman, no doubt about that. But man, the future is teal. So yes, there will be expectations. It's going to be a fun draft. It's going to be a fun offseason. It's going to be a fun season for the Sharks.
Yeah, I'm excited, dude. I'm really, really excited. Again, we talked about this. It was when we were it was near the end of the Warriors season. Yeah. And you were asking me we were asking those questions. What's more likely? Like, how do you rank the 3? And it was like, will the Warriors get out of the plane and make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Will the Niners win the West this year? Will the Giants finish 3rd in the West?
Well,
or will the Sharks make the playoffs?
Seems like a good question in hindsight now.
We were like ranking all those. If we did all those again right now, and you were like, do the Sharks make the playoffs? I kind of would have said yes anyway, regardless of what number this pick was.
Right, because it was the recency of it, where it was going to be a couple weeks before the playoffs started.
And we know how close they came this year, and then just didn't have enough at the end.
No, but that's.
But nobody beats the San Jose Sharks 16 times in a row, and Nashville.
That's true.
Nashville found out the hard way.
They did.
Yeah.
No, dude. I mean, like in a way, again, you want to see the Sharks make the postseason, but the fact they didn't is going to make them, hungrier, and it's going to make them want even more. Macklin Celebrini is going to be better next year. So the fact that they get this number 2 pick, God, man, that is awesome. That's awesome for their potential going forward.
Yeah. It's gonna. I mean, who knows? It's gonna be a lot of development. I mean, we don't even know. Does Misa make a jump? He was a number 2
pick.
Also,
Absolutely.
goaltending, man. I'm gonna need Askarov to not. I'm gonna need Askarov to not pull the pipe out of the hole and then stand next to it.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I was way more confident in Nedeljkovic a year ago. Askarov had his moments, but. Yes, they need more from defense. They need more from goalie.
That's pretty exciting. If you're just joining us, I got a text from our boss, Mike Holler.
Yeah.
Texted me and said, "Oh my God, did you see the Sharks number 2 pick?
You're not listening to the show, Mike.
Uneffing believable." And I said, "We just hit the breaking news sounder." He was like, "Oh, nice." And I was like, "Thanks for listening, boss. Really appreciate you."
Yeah.
Ryan Covey hit me up and goes, "Dude, are you kidding me?" And then my friend Katie lives up in Canada. She's a diehard Canucks fan. And she's watched my Sharks fandom grow from afar, and she's like grossed out by it.
Oh, really?
She texted me and said, "Are you effing kidding me, dude?
Yeah.
The number 2 pick?" I was like, "Sorry, dude. We didn't torch our city after 1 cup. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Vancouver,
exactly.
I'm the bad guy next. I'm taking shots. Anyway, we are live on the patio at 58 Social. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. We do have Giants pregame coming up with the news of the afternoon. All of a sudden, the Sharks get the number 2 pick. I love Greer getting credit for it. Mike Greer has done it again.
So real quick, if we were to go through the GMs right now, like it's obviously Mike Greer's the guy that has the best approval rating going right now.
Yeah.
Like even yesterday, like we were having fun with the Buster Posey message, but most fans are like, come on, Buster, we still love you, but come on.
I mean, dude, no matter, like, Elway drafted how many quarterbacks for the Broncos?
Oh, man.
The only one that ever won was Peyton, and that's the guy he lured away.
Osweiler.
And they were ready to move on from
Yeah.
Peyton. Like, he became available, so you landed him. But how many guys did Elway draft? Paxton Lynch. Trevor
that was
Siemian.
Not
Trevor Siemian.
No, Trevor Siemian, I think, was...
That's a baseball player, isn't it?
No.
I'm thinking of Marcus Siemian. Trevor Siemian's
Trevor
quarterback.
Siemian was, I think, a 7th-round pick.
But he was a QB, right?
Yes. But then they pivoted to Case Keenum, which was a free agent acquisition, so he never was good with finding quarterbacks.
I was on to Brock. before Brock became the Osweiler, Brock Steady. Brock Osweiler. Did he draft him, or was that Houston?
No. They he left in free agency right after the Super Bowl.
Was he from Denver, though? He got drafted by Denver?
They drafted him. I want to say they drafted him. He might have been, I forget. But after Peyton Manning, it was tough to find a replacement in Denver.
And it was before Peyton Manning, it was tough.
Yeah.
Like that, he
After
didn't like
Elway.
Tebow.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Is he like Elway? My point is this. Elway shows up, and everyone's like, he should know.
Yeah.
He's a quarterback. Just because you were great at it doesn't mean... I mean, they won a Super Bowl. You obviously assembled a champion. He needed Peyton. And by the way, when they won with Peyton... When they lost with Peyton, it was Peyton. When they won with Peyton, it was defense.
It was defense.
Right? Peyton was not good, really, at the end of that season.
No, he was handing off to C.J. Anderson that whole Super Bowl.
Yeah, dude. Laney College's own and Cal Berkeley's own, dude. But Peyton Manning, he managed that game to a victory. My point here is more on the Buster and Elway front. The approval ratings.
He's always going to have love here.
I'm sure there was a huge level of frustration, but it was John Elway.
Yes.
You're going to get mad at Elway?
Exactly.
He won you, too.
Yeah, that's why yesterday...
Nobody else ever won you any.
All those voicemails were like, Buster, I'm angry, but I love you.
That's the thing, man. It's it's going to be like that. I mean, where did Isaiah Thomas... Was he with the Pistons?
No.
As a president?
No, I don't remember that, but it was the Knicks where he flamed out.
That's
and
where
was
it was
bad.
with the Knicks. And he had Larry with Indiana and all that. It's tough, dude.
Same thing with Chris Mullin coming back to the Warriors. We all loved him, but he wasn't a good GM.
Nah, he wasn't.
No.
He wasn't really.
Yes.
That's kind of what it comes down to.
But I'm not ready to say that with Buster just yet.
Buster's different than all those. I'm not Larry and them, but he means more to the Giants than Mully even did.
Of course.
Right?
Yes, he does.
So my point is more of the championships. And so people are always... And again, we're still in the infancy of this, and he's going to get a long leash in the minds of fans. We know this.
Yes.
Because, again, if this were Farhan in year one, we already watched the comparison of it, of a guy who had no baseball background or experience or ties to the organization. And how many dumb times did we hear people say, what is he, a spy for the Dodgers? No, dude.
Yeah.
He's just running things the way he thinks baseball teams should be run. And he probably swung the pendulum too much. That said, who's leading the team in home runs? Who's the guy everybody wants to see tonight, batting fifth?
A guy that Farhan.
Who's the dude in Landon Roop who's shoving on everybody that he sees now? I'm just saying, the evaluation of talent takes a minute to get there. We won't know what Buster's impact is on that front for a couple of years probably, right?
Yeah.
Until these guys make it to the upper minor leagues. That said, he's going to get leeway as long as things don't continue to backslide because the signings are on him. The trades are on him. And when James Tibbs gets to the bigs, that's going to be...
Of course.
That's going to be...
And you and I will talk about it, and rightfully so, we'll give crap to Buster. But at the same time, this fan base is not going to turn on him the same way that they turned on Farhan.
No. They turned on Farhan before he got here. Basically.
Exactly. You come from the Dodgers? Well, I don't like that.
Well, and it was also, again, it's the optics of it. And there's no denying it didn't feel like what we had been used to. It did. Also, then Boch is here for a year. People blame him for running Boch out, but I'm going, they also lost 98 games 2 years before that. They were losing games. I think they lost 98 and then 89, and then Farhan showed up.
Right.
So I'm like, it hasn't been that bad since, but this would be a big backslide.
No, it would.
And they're on pace to lose something like that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens the rest of the season, but the obvious thing is that fans are not going to have the same vitriol for Buster that they did for Farhan Zaidi. Now, as far as the other GMs...
Who's got higher approval ratings of the four major, if we're going Greer, Dunleavy, Buster, and Lynch, how do you rank them 1 to 4 right now?
Well,
approval rating-wise in your mind.
In my mind, Mike Greer's number one, but as far as popularity...
Greer has done it again!
keep that around.
I mean, if you ask Bay Area fans, because it's the Sharks, unfortunately, I don't think many people are going to know who Mike Greer is.
That's fine. Did Mike Greer Sharks?
Okay, but for me, it's Mike Greer number one. It's tough after that, honestly.
I would go Greer 1.
Mike Dunleavy 2?
I mean, my personal versus... I think Niner fans are like, no, Lynch is last. I feel like Lynch would... I feel like Niner fans think Lynch is last.
Here's the thing with Lynch, though. Love John Lynch. He's not the guy making these picks. It is Kyle. It's Kyle and the coaches, and John Lynch is the guy that comes on with Murph and Marcus or does the press conferences and tells all of us that's why they made these picks. He's not really actually in the war room telling everybody, all the coaches, all the scouts, this is what we're doing.
But
here.
his say is involved. His opinion is involved.
His say is involved, but I don't think he should get the blame as much as he does because he's not a true GM in the sense that Howie Roseman and all these other guys are.
It's all encompassing, though, and again, everybody has to bear at least you have that role to bear that responsibility.
You do.
So yeah, you're saying he shouldn't get blamed. I'm saying he has the role for that.
Okay, but you and I haven't played the sound. It was Kyle Shanahan on the Rich Eisen show where he went through why his thought process of what he goes through in the offseason. He doesn't watch tape until February. People were killing him for that. And I'm like, but that's Kyle.
Mayoka told us yesterday, I've never known an NFL coach to watch college tape in season.
I know. And then
he said nobody does that. Because guess what? If we found out Kyle was watching tape
during the season,
what would you guys say? Boy, stop preparing for the Cardinals?
I know. And then people's reaction on social media was like, is he watching YouTube cut-ups of these guys? No, of course not.
Dude, he has access to things that you don't even know exist.
Exactly.
He has access to footage and tapes in websites and portals that we as media don't even know exist. And I know this because we get access to things that like the general public doesn't know exist. That we get access to things that are media sites or portals or phone number type things or listings of other media personnel. Like if you want to try to get, like you wonder how we get things. Yes, some of it's random. Some of it is a very easy system and process to go through if you're in the media and you get access. The same happens for coaches and players. They get the ability to look at things in a much quicker upload time.
Yeah.
They get the all 22 faster than anybody does. We don't get it, I don't think, till the next day.
Yes.
On if you're paying for that subscription.
Right.
Kyle gets it on the plane to walk home with it. He can see every play right then and there. So whatever you think he's doing, he's not doing. The same as when people freaked out about John Lynch using AI, and he said. Dude, we get a Sharks fan?
Oh, yeah, Sharks fan in the crowd.
Hell yeah, dude.
Number 2 pick, baby.
Shout out Mike Greer, bro.
Yeah, there we go.
Mike Greer. What is the line? Mike Greer has done it again.
Mike Greer's done it again.
Greer has done it again.
It's all just ping pong balls.
Dude, he's like, he's done it again. And he's like, have a good time, Greer. I got to get a look at what Greer was doing. I hope he's sitting there pissed.
Dude, he's stern, man.
He looks always like he's pissed.
That's a good GM.
Yeah, dude, I like it, dude. He don't give you anything.
Okay, but just to finish this conversation on the GMs, like, they all have some sort of criticism going on right now. Buster Posey, obviously John Lynch, where people think he's reaching on draft picks. And I would say, well, let's see them play. Let's see what happens here before you come down on DeJon Stribling or Kalon Black or all these guys.
I heard Greg Silver, who is, of course, the leader in the industry in deciphering names of new athletes. Greg Silver, as you well know. He said Dejan.
Dejan? Okay. Dejan Stribling. Either way, we'll all learn how to say it. And then there's Mike Dunleavy Jr., who I think has the most pressure on him, where I don't think he's really had a chance to be a GM yet. He's made the moves to get Jimmy Butler.
Traded for Jimmy.
He did, and I give him credit for that. But at the same time, it's Joe Lacob saying, I need this, I need that.
I need this, I need that. You can't be a GM. You got to help me.
Yeah.
Got to bring me what I need.
So I think overwhelmingly it's Mike Greer doing a great job right now, and nobody else is just getting unfair criticism or warranted criticism.
Well, it's easy when you hit.
Yes.
When you hit in the drafts, it's easy to get the praise. And when the draft picks develop, like Steph Curry, like Brock Purdy, like Macklin Celebrini, like Buster and Lindsey, when that happens, you get all the credit in the world.
Yeah.
But like Sabian didn't develop anything before that, really.
Right.
Not to say nothing. That's unfair. Rich Aurelia came from the system. They got pitchers out of the system, of course. Of course they developed. But Sabian was really good at making value trades of vets to get back young players. Jason Schmidt was a John Vander Wall or Mondo Rios trade that they get him in return from Pittsburgh. He had previously been in Atlanta. And then became a Cy Young candidate and was an ace, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball for a couple of years. So he was a great talent evaluator, and he had great staffs around him. They also were really good at wheeling and dealing, and he had that sort of old school relationship with a lot of the GMs and executives from around the game.
Yeah.
They also had the money to spend, and they were trying to win to fill the ballpark every night so they could pay it off. And then they paid it off, and they were like, let's buy some property. Let's buy. We got a theater. We got a theater for you. How about that, dude?
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, dude. I don't know.
Mike Greer Sharks, baby.
I don't know. Mike Greer Sharks. I feel like I told you before, I'm like Princess Leia in A New Hope. It's just a little
help me one hope.
Little graphic. Help me, Mike Greer. You're our only hope in the bay. You're our only hope, Mike Greer.
All right.
I don't know, dude.
You got the hairdo and dress too?
Yeah, the cinnamon buns on my ears.
Oh, don't tell me about Cinnabons anymore.
What happened?
No, I remember that story I told
dude.
The Dallas airport.
When Greg got a Cinnabon. I think the quote you said was...
it's about to explode.
I think the better quote before that to me was, there's nothing better than a Cinnabon and an Orange Julius in an airport.
Yes, he did love that.
Just washing it down with an Orange Julius.
That's always dicey.
He's asking for
But
trouble,
not the reason why the bathroom blew up.
Asking for trouble. I don't even know what segment we're in. Do we have to break?
We do have to break.
All right, Raph. Sorry about that, bro. We got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop. at 58 Social. Didn't think we'd be talking Sharks and Greer, but they get the number 2 pick. So real quick, give me your rank on the way out, 1 through 4.
Okay, Mike Greer.
Confidence the least.
I'll go Mike Greer. Yeah, it's tough after that. I'll go John Lynch. I'll go Mike Dunleavy Jr. I'll go Buster fourth, honestly.
I'm flipping them. I'm going Greer, Lynch, Buster, Dunleavy.
Really?
Dunleavy can't do anything. There's nowhere to go. We got to take a break. We'll come on back to 58 Social.
I don't know if I'm that's an indictment on him, but I hear you. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah.
I don't know either, but we'll talk more. He built this thing to where it is now. We'll talk more about this when we come on back. Plenty more to come. Kerry Crowley's going to join us at 5:15. We got Giants pregame at 5:45. We get into a sound soiree next.
Yeah, we can do that.
We
Yeah.
got time for a sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Did you know Draymond had a podcast? If not, you'll hear from it next on the Sports Leader.
Mike Greer has done it again.
The Giants are finally off the schneid as their 6-game losing streak came to an end last night with a 3-2 win over the Padres thanks to Trevor McDonald. McDonald came up yesterday and pitched 7 innings with 8 strikeouts. Tonight it's Logan Webb versus Walker Buehler. Pre-game at 5:45, first pitch at 6:45 right here on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Awesome, thank you.
We're live here at 58 Social. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. Talking some Giants ball, talking Sharks with the number 2 pick.
Holy crap.
In this upcoming NHL draft. We got pregame for the Giants coming up at 5:45. The Giants and the Pods. Game 2 of a 3-game series. Logan Webb starts for the Giants tonight. The ace takes the ball, and he's not throwing to Patrick Bailey. 3rd game in a row, Patrick Bailey will not be the starter. It's the rookie Jesus Rodriguez who's going to catch Logan Webb tonight. So Buster saying pretty clearly, we're willing to sacrifice this defense. We've been sacrificing offense all season with Bailey. Let's sacrifice from defense. And you don't bring up Jesus Rodriguez just to sit. You got to get him going. So he's a bat-to-ball guy. Played a good game last night. Didn't get a hit. Eldridge struck out once, walked once. Good walk for Eldridge. So he did work a good at bat there. He didn't have a hit either. But you did get a home run from Casey Schmidt. You got 2 ribs from Devers, who's now hit safely in 5 straight games, which I think is of note. You got a sacrifice bunt at one point last night. You had a good play there from you had a knock also from Willie Adames. So, I mean, that's the bar now. I'm like, he had a hit. I'm like, how about that, dude? How about that hit, huh? So,
I'll take a hit.
Anyway, as JT Snow said, he was here last night. I was here last night. He joined us earlier. He said it was a good baseball game. It was a quality game. And I agree. I do. I think they played a really good, sharp game considering what had happened in the 6 previous against Tampa and Philadelphia. All that said, it's a drop in the bucket until you do it for like 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
Show me this is who you are. Not that, they can put it together and stop a skid. That's great. I love that.
But we've seen that the last 5 years.
1 for 9 runners in scoring position, 6 total hits.
That's been a story that's been going on.
That's about the same thing. You just got the great pitching performance. 3 runs ain't going to do it night tonight. You know what I mean? 16 straight last year without scoring 5 or more.
Yes.
So Dom Smith, and he ain't walking through the door.
17, Copes. Come on now.
Was it 17?
I think it was 17.
Ah, boy, tough. That was Aubrey Huff's number 2. Anyway, you know how I associate that bad stuff with Huff.
Hey, it's Elliot Ramos' number now. It's all good.
Oh, yeah, dude. We do love us some Ramos, dude. All right, why don't we get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with today's Sound Soiree. With today's Sound Soiree.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, May the 5th. Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, it is.
And it is Cinco de Mayo. Kyle, today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Kyle. Today is your birthday, as Derek told Kyle.
I had to let him know.
On his birthday.
Maybe he forgot.
Raph back in the studios, dude. He's been making it a festive day.
Yes, he has.
He's also like, you think Raph might be baked. He's like a step behind on all the, just like 1 beat from my head. And dude, you're doing a great job.
I'm never going to call out Raph.
I just did, you know.
I'm letting the station breathe.
Yeah, dude, let it breathe.
He's
dude.
letting the station breathe.
I don't
That's
know.
okay.
Here's the thing, too. Nobody really messes with Raph. I don't feel like.
Nor should you.
No, because Raph
It's all love.
He's also like, he's unmessable with.
Yes.
Like, he doesn't get offended or
No, he laughs it
affected.
off.
He's like, come on, bro. He texted me on my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, bro. Come on.
His go-to phrase is always, come on.
Dude. Yeah, hey, come on, bro. Anyway, Ralph's back in our KMBR studios. We're at 58 Social. Let's get into some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. And it starts where it always starts. The Draymond Green podcast.
Oh, of course.
And that's only because we played the Kay Adams clip earlier in the show.
Yeah.
Draymond Green, he's got a podcast. He's talking about Steve Kerr.
So this is from a couple days ago.
A few days ago. You mentioned this to me. He's talking about how much he loves Steve Kerr, but then he also says he thinks Steve Kerr might have hindered his
career.
Yeah. Here's Draymond Green.
He's such a unique person. There's things he's done that I can never forgive him for, and yet I will do anything for him. When you spend 14 years with someone, when you've had the runs that we've had, playing the role that I've had to play and being who I've had to be, some things like that are going to happen. Everything hasn't just been one way. You know, it hasn't just been like, oh man, Draymond did this, Steve's mad. I don't take that any way at all. You know, speaking of this December thing, you know, I spoke to him after that and it was like, I don't think you like me. I don't think you've ever liked me, if I'm honest. Like, he cried. Like, really? However, what he's meant to me in my life, what he's taught me in my life, just telling him in our exit interview, the things that he's taught me about being a winner, I'm not sure where else I could have got that. I played for Tom Izzo, and Steve just took that to a completely different level, and especially showing me things about this level and winning. Like, I could never repay him for that. It's so important to who I've become. As much as he's done for me in basketball, a part of me think he's hindered me in my career and what I could have become. You know, when KD came from 2016 on, I have not had a play in our playbook. Not a single play that we run for me in our playbook. This is 2016. But if you're going to take one gripe and not be able to move past it for all the other things, then you're shallow as a person. That says more about you as a person than it does about Steve or whoever else in that instant. You got to take the good with the bad, man.
So he's talking about a lot there. He's talking about how Steve Kerr's been influential in his career.
There's a lot there. Wow, I'm okay. I hadn't heard that. You mentioned this yesterday, I think, or
I mentioned it with Marcus Thompson about.
That's what it was on Friday.
And he was like, "Well, let's be honest. Steve Kerr's not responsible for Draymond Green being an all-time defensive player." I'm like, he's not, but he gave him that opportunity because. Let's be honest here. When you have Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, Draymond, find something else to do, man. Like, we know you're capable of being a great defender. And he's become a Hall of Fame defender. I'm not saying that Steve Kerr was the mastermind behind that, but without Steve Kerr, that does not happen.
Also, by the way, you're absolutely right. Everything you're saying is true. On the heels of that, I'm agreeing with you because I want to tack this on. Steve Kerr and the Warriors did change the game of basketball.
Yes.
And they couldn't have done it without the death lineup, which included stopping playing a traditional big man and basically evolving how players around the world had to change a skill set to become a wing that could run, that could shoot, that could play defense. Draymond didn't do all those things, but he fit the mold as an elite defensive player that was able to mismatch the opposition because of their ability to shoot.
Yeah.
I don't think he's upset that there weren't plays in there once KD got there.
I don't think he's upset.
I think but he's noting it as clearly as something, because if he didn't care, this would never be a thing.
Yeah.
If he didn't care, he wouldn't have brought this up. But I don't think it's even when KD's there, he's going, but since 2016, and there's games, and he just played this whole part of a season without Steph, and he was out there working his ass off. He's like, you can't draw me up a play. Part of it, too, is like, you're not a good offensive player, Draymond. You're a good distributor. You're a good vision. You're good at letting the offense run around you and operating the offense. You're not the guy I want taking the shot at any point. So here's the one more follow-up to you.
Yeah.
Do you... So good of a coach, I think Steve Kerr is. Do you think he likes Draymond?
I think, yes, he likes the basketball player.
Yeah, I don't. We're so tired of Draymond's S, is the quote everybody knows.
I think he likes Draymond the person. You have to, I think when Steve doesn't like you, you're Jonathan Kuminga. Like that situation where it's like, I'm trying to get through to you, man. I'm trying to relate to you, and you just do not want to have this moment with me. You don't want to hear me as a coach, so why would I respect you as a player? I think Steve Kerr respects Draymond Green. There's just moments in their career where he was like, Draymond, what the hell are you doing, man? How can I defend?
Take the good with the bad, man.
Exactly.
That's weird, because is he saying that? I was going to bring that up to you. I'm glad you played that, Ref. Is he saying that to Steve about himself?
Yes.
Because I'm saying, bro, all we've done your entire career is take the good with the bad.
Well, I'll say this. Draymond...
Dude, you kicked a guy in the beans.
Yes.
He's
done a lot.
He stomped on Sabonis' chest. He threw a ball off Russell Westbrook's head like 3 weeks before that.
Yeah,
and picked up his 16th tee. Remember I said to Tom, I'm like, you remember his last time he got suspended? He's like, when, last year? I was like, no, dude, it was 2 weeks ago. He threw a ball off Russell Westbrook's head out of bounds. Like, the guy had, as great as he was, or is, and has been, take the good with the bad is quite literally the definition of Draymond's career from a guy who rooted for his team.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's why you're here, is Steve was able to say the good outweighs the bad, and we can live with the 16 technicals and stomping on Sabonis' chest. And I'm forgetting some, I'm sure.
And that's what makes Steve Kerr such a great coach and a human being, because he understands it. He understands, Rudy Gobert as well.
Dude, how about that time he punched his teammate?
Yes. Through all that, Steve Kerr, in a way, even though he's punished him to some degree, not a whole lot.
Did make Katie cry that time on the dock in L.A.? Yeah. Remember that?
One thing about Draymond is I do like, he's very reflective when he talks in these podcasts, but then it becomes a little too much, where in a recent podcast, there's a whole thing today with beef between him and Austin Rivers, which I don't care about. But
what is it? Is it good beef?
It's just where Austin Rivers was talking about him as a player, and then Draymond clapped back at him being like, you were nothing, bro, in the league. And Austin's like, dude, I'm trying to analyze you as a player. I'm not trying to come down your road here, whatever. It's a conversation
Austin
for another
Reeves?
day. Austin Rivers.
Austin Rivers.
Yeah. The thing about Draymond is, like, so in a recent podcast, he also said, people are giving me some backlash for what I said about Steve hindering my career. And I'm like, it's not anything major. I'm sure if you ask Steph, he's got some issues with Steve, too. It's like, I hear you, Draymond. Just not everything needs to be said.
Yeah, that's why they're. Yeah, I don't know. This is the stuff that he thinks is unique that he can come out and he can give you a unique perspective on.
I respect that. I also think, let's be clear here, Steve's the only guy that really can get through to Draymond. That's also Bob Myers. That's also Mike Brown. Those guys are not there. That's why they need Steve Kerr to come back as long as Draymond's on the roster.
Well, I think if Steve doesn't, I think Draymond's gone.
I think so too.
I wonder who he'd go play for. JJ Redick. Okay.
No. Well, I am LeBron.
It's on the table. All right. We got to take a quick break.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop with you from 58 Social. The Giants are playing in about an hour and a half. We get going for game 2. It'll be what's his name?
Logan Webb.
No, I'm blanking on the dude.
Walker Buehler.
Walker Buehler. I almost said Wheeler. I was like, not Wheeler. Walker Buehler. Buehler. Damn near killed her. All right, we'll take a quick break. Kerry Crowley of the SF Standard is going to join us next. We'll pick his brain about some of the moves the Giants have made. Should also tell you, last night's starter, Trevor McDonald, sent down today. Joel Peguero comes up to fill that spot in the bullpen. Also, Casey Schmidt in there, Eldridge in there, and you've got no Bailey again. Jesus Rodriguez catches Logan Webb tonight. We'll ask Kerry about that as Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work with you on a Tuesday evening. A rare Tuesday. I say rare, but that's going to be a more common thing this year on the patio at 58 Social. And joining us on the UMA guest line from the SF Standard, one of our favorite dudes, Kerry Crowley. He covers the Giants and edits everybody else's stuff, dude. So, what up, Kerry? How you doing, bro?
What up, Kerry?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Doing well, man.
Bail me out twice in 1 week.
Yeah, dude, that was really nice of you to step in, dude, when the Giants had to throw, was it Philadelphia? They had to throw the tarp on the field for 15 minutes. Appreciate you stepping in there, Kerry.
Yeah, absolutely. Derek was lost, and I got paged by about 15 people there. So, we were very, very worried about everything going on in Derek's life at that point. But alas, here we are.
What's really funny is I'd actually called and texted and was like, dude, I can just do a hit. And then I put on the station, and you were talking. I was like, all right, well.
You've been replaced.
I guess Kerry's the guy. I guess he's the one they want to talk ball with. Kerry, dude, I mean.
Better dude unpaid.
Well, let's start here with the moves that happened last night. Trevor McDonald, great outing. I don't need to get into that as much because he was sent down today. But in terms of bringing up Eldridge and Jesus Rodriguez, I would say the most surprising thing to me thus far is that Rodriguez is in there catching today Logan Webb and not just a former teammate from Sacramento and McDonald who we knew. What was your reaction to seeing the lineup today, and what did you think of the timing of these moves?
I mean, you certainly want to get a good long look at Jesus Rodriguez at the catcher position because the Giants have gotten no offense out of it since Daniel Susak's been on the IL. Obviously, there was a big Patrick Bailey home run, but they need to evaluate whether or not this is a position Rodriguez can actually play at the major league level and how he handles the ABS system, how he handles the pressure of catching someone like Logan Webb. So I personally love the move. I think you get a good grasp on whether or not he can do this, and then either he sticks at catcher or you start to move him around the diamond. You start to, view him as a potential second base backup. You view him as a potential outfield backup. But right now the Giants are hurting from offense at so many different positions, none more so than catcher. So why not see what he can do at this position? If you strike gold here, Daniel Susak comes back from the IL soon. Maybe it's Patrick Bailey going back to AAA. Who knows? But I think they want to get a really good grasp of what Rodriguez can do defensively right now.
Kerry, what did you make of what Buster Posey said yesterday when it came to Casey Schmidt? Doesn't need to be punished for playing well right now. We always thought that maybe he would be the odd guy out when it came to Bryce Eldridge being called up. But do you think that in a way Buster was sending a message to Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, and Willie Adames where they're not out of the lineup yet? It was Matt Chapman last night, but it's a message sent where everybody's on notice right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way it should be at this point. When you go 13-21 through your first 34 games, I think everyone, can look up at the scoreboard in the stadium and see what their batting averages are, see what the OPSs are, and understand, hey, look, you entered yesterday in last place in the National League. That means no one's playing time is safe. And so I think, Buster can say whatever he wants, but the reality is the lineups are going to be dictated by who performs. Once you get about a quarter of the way into the season, none of the Giants' top players have been performing in terms of the guys who they pay to put up the big-time numbers. And so I think they're going to continue to see, hey, there's pressure on you. Bryce Eldridge is here. If he hits, he's going to play. If Jesus Rodriguez hits, he's going to play. And then you're going to have to work and build the lineup around those guys. But Casey Schmidt has certainly earned the opportunity to continue hitting, continue playing, regardless of the position, and he has great versatility. He has been the Giants' most reliable power hitter to this point in the season. And I think it's just been fantastic to watch because, quite honestly, no one expected that at the beginning of the year. No one expected this sort of consistency from Casey Schmidt, and he has earned every opportunity that he will get moving forward.
Talking to Kerry Crowley on the Yuma guest line. I said that exactly, Kerry, to Derek earlier. I said, dude, if you just showed me Casey's numbers, 35 games in, and I didn't have any idea what anybody else was doing, my first thought would be, okay, did somebody get hurt? My second thought would be, oh, my God, dude, they have found money here with Casey Schmidt. We had no idea that this was going to be a level of production that somebody gave them. Instead, I tell you, he's the best hitter on the team, and we're like, 14-21 kind of track. So in terms of how they work him into the lineup, do you think he's going to get run at short? I mean, he hasn't played there in a couple of years, 42 games there in 2023, but no real extended time there since that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you think about it like this. How good of a defender is Willie Adames, and how much would they be losing starting Schmidt over Adames on certain days of the week at the shortstop position? I don't think they're losing a whole lot. It's not like you're taking a Brandon Crawford out of the lineup, a guy who pitchers are begging to have back there. Adames is supposed to be the guy who leads with his bat at that position. He was okay, average defensively last year at the shortstop position. I don't think he's been great at the beginning of this season. I think Casey Schmidt has the ability to play that spot at an average level, and I think that that's what the Giants would get. So if you're talking about, like, hey, you'd be taking out a huge glove, someone who the pitchers demand to be on the field, that's one story. But the pitchers want Adames in there when he's raking, when he's hitting 30 home runs, when he's doing what he did in August and September of last year. Right now, Schmidt, I think, can provide comparable defense, better power, better consistency at the plate. So why not sit Adames down twice a week until he can get going at the plate? Send the message that the performance, regardless of what you're paid, regardless of how long you're going to be here, the performance is what's going to dictate you in the lineup every day. So I think, yeah, absolutely. Why not put Casey out there?
Talking to Kerry Crowley on the UMA guest line. Luis Arraez out tonight with Casey Schmidt playing second base. Yesterday was feeling a little sore. And Tony Vitello talked glowingly about him yesterday, telling, fans of the game, Giants fans, this is what you should strive to be in Luis Arraez. Just what he's done at the plate and what he's done at second base. Has he been a surprise to you this season, Kerry, is what he's done defensively at second base this year?
I mean, how could he not be? I think he's the biggest surprise in baseball defensively. And, it's almost sad that the Giants are 14-21 at this point, because otherwise it would be a significantly bigger story around the major leagues, what the Giants were able to do with Luis Arraez at second base. And, Derek, this stems from Ron Washington in spring training and what you see on the field every day before the game. I mean, I got to the ballpark yesterday at 3:15, and Arraez was out there taking grounders at shortstop, working with Wash, taking grounders at second, working with Wash. And you can see the consistency, how he's not afraid at balls, hit up the middle, ranging to his left, ranging to his right. He grades out well in every single category statistically in StatCast defensively. It's why he's tied for Major League lead and outs above average. So, surprised. I think I'm absolutely shocked at what he's been able to do defensively.
Kerry, do you think is Caleb Killian just the closer du jour now? Like, is it like for the next couple of days? Like, seriously, last night I was sitting with Marcus and my buddy last night at the game, and we're going, okay, they got Walker up at one point, but that was before the 9th. It was maybe the 7th or something like that before the 8th. Then they get Keaton Wynn up, and then they bring in Killian. When they went Wynn in the 8th, I thought, okay, it's probably Killian in the 9th. And it was. Is he the guy you think they're going to give that chance to now? And how do you see this thing shaking out while at least Eric Miller's out?
I mean, when you think about the 9th inning, you think about swings and misses. You don't want balls put into play. You don't want awkward contact. It's one of the reasons that Tyler Rogers wasn't as good in the 9th inning as he was in the 8th inning throughout his San Francisco Giants career. And who's the pitcher in the bullpen who has the most swing and miss stuff? Right now, it's been Caleb Killian. He can throw 3 pitches to righties, 3 pitches to lefties, whereas, Ryan Walker, someone who struggles at an extraordinary level against lefties, someone who has not proven that he can get guys out in the 9th inning. I think that Keaton Wynn, someone you trust far more in pockets of the lineup where you're bound to get right-handed hitters. So as long as Eric Miller is out, and I think Miller's an option anytime you're going to face 2 lefties in the 9th inning, Killian, to me, is the guy who you want in there because he is the right-hander you trust the most against tough left-handed hitters. And I think regardless of whether Miller is healthy or not, he's the guy you trust most against tough righties right now as well.
Kerry Crowley, the voice you hear, the SF Standard, joins us on the UMA guest line. Last one for you, Kerry. Who gets a splash hit first, Devers or Eldridge?
Gosh. I mean, both of those guys hit so many homers to left center. If they're gonna hit one
really,
because
I don't know. I haven't noticed at all yet. Yeah. So I haven't seen any of them. But,
historically speaking,
yeah,
you watched Devers' 2019 season with the Red Sox. He just pummeled the Green Monster. But can I take Jung-Hoo Lee? He's the one guy who I trust to pull the ball in the air to right field. When do the Braves come to town? Maybe Mike Yastrzemski? Seriously. I mean, when Eldridge is going right, he's going to center and he's going to left center. So I don't know that there's a real good answer for you there on the splash hit question.
It wasn't really a question with Jung-Hoo and Yaz. But anyway, Kerry Crowley, the SF Standard, man. You coming out to the yard tonight, bro?
Not tonight. Was there yesterday. I'll be there tomorrow, but I got business to attend to tonight.
Good for you, brother. All right, well, enjoy the evening. I will see you tomorrow, man, and Giants have a chance to win the series tonight behind Logan Webb and a couple of youngsters, dude. We'll talk to you later, Kerry.
Thanks again, Kerry.
Sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
All right, good stuff there. Kerry Crowley of the SF Standard, Giants and Padres, 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. By the way, and this is a good segue, the Giants and the KMBR and Giants Community Fund auction is live right now. Oh. You can be given back to the Junior Giants right now, making an impact in the Junior Giants community. It's for the kids. Who doesn't love giving back to the kids? And if you're going to give back to the kids, give back in a way that lets them play baseball.
Of course.
And learn leadership, learn teamwork, learn what it means to be on a team. Bid on experiences at this auction, like catching a few innings with Sergio Romo. That'd be a blast. Delivering the game ball or throwing out the first pitch. You can even be a ball dude or dudette for a game in this auction. How about that? All proceeds from the auction go to support the Junior Giants. Visit sfgiants.com/GCF to place your bid by May the 10th. And the reason that's a good segue is when we come on back, we're going to be joined by a current Junior Giants coach, former Junior Giant player, and his mom, 17-year-old, get his name here, 17-year-old Christian and his mom, Candy. Are coming by to talk about the impact of the Junior Giants on his life, how he's giving back, and how you can give back too. Christian and Candy join us of the Junior Giants next, and then we'll put the show to bed for the Giants and the Padres only here on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
Time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
on the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you, and we are joined by a couple of special guests here. We told you about our Can Be Our Giants Community Fund auction is live now through Sunday. Bid on all kinds of experiences and items that you can use to help support the Junior Giants. Joining us here, a former Junior Giants player, a current Junior Giants. Do you say junior coach? Is that right, Christian?
Junior coach.
I'm not gonna. You're good. We're going coach, dude. You're out here. You're
All right,
helping the kids.
You've
dude.
earned that right.
You're a former player, man. You're the opposite of Vitello. You came through the system. You know what it takes. You know how it works. And then his
got
mom,
more
Candy,
experience.
is here with us. Candy, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Good to be with you guys. So, dude, tell me about, because how old were you when you started in the Junior Giants?
I believe I was 7.
So 7, and you're 17 now.
Yes.
So you played from 7 until what age?
So I played I think it was from 2016, and we went to the pandemic.
Yeah.
And
I remember it. Yeah.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
So there was a pandemic where we did virtually for 2 years, and it was also really nice to sort of still keep that going somewhat while the world was going through a fever dream. And then we ended up coming back, and I wanted to. I was kind of starting to age out, and I was wanting to give back to the community, and I ended up wanting to do that via being a junior coach, which is nice because you could be a coach, but you're also not the head coach, so it's not like you are controlling everything on the team, but you still get to be involved.
Yeah, which
is really cool.
And what I would say is, like, as somebody, like, I went to day camp as a kid and then went to be a counselor at that camp, but you don't do that unless you felt a special connection to that place. So when you started with the Junior Giants and you started playing, what was it you were hoping to get? I mean, when you're a kid, you may not even know, but what did you get out of it that made you want to come back and still be a part of this and help kids like you?
Yeah. Well, I think a part of it was she will tell you a lot about this. Where
well, Mom could probably share with us because he was little. Mom, why don't you step in and you guys can do this together?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so Christian is on the spectrum, and it was a community that we could engage with, and he was completely accepted. And Anna is just a great commissioner. And so she was able to encourage us and keep us going, and it gave Christian things to do, and just it grew him. It grew him a lot in ways that I don't think he would have grown otherwise. Just this, because Junior Giants is so much more than just baseball. It's all of the characteristics that they teach these kids. So Christian, tell them about those.
And so the characteristics, there's on the back of my shirt, there's confidence, teamwork, leadership, and integrity. Not all in order, but that's okay. And I think that was kind of very helpful especially as I was growing up, and when you're a kid, you kind of it's not just you're growing, but you're
developing.
But you're developing.
You probably learned some of those words from this program, from the Junior Giants, and then had to grow into learning and understanding.
Yeah, especially integrity.
What that meant. Yeah, of course. Of course, responsibility.
So,
by the way, people should know it's a free non-competitive baseball and softball program, 5 to 18.
Yep.
You're a junior coach, serves over 28,000 kids annually across California, Nevada, and Oregon. It's focused on, as you said, confidence, teamwork, leadership, and integrity. It's open to all kids, regardless of experience or ability. What did you notice, Candy, about how he grew and developed into those things in ways that probably you didn't even know that's an avenue he needed to understand or be accepted into, because he was open up to a whole new world? How did you see that change and grow?
Yeah, I mean, they have a really good education program as well. So one of the things that he really grew in was the ability to read, because they really encourage you to read.
Yeah.
So that was really strong for him. And the confidence part was big for him, being able to be part of a team. I remember it was the last year, actually, that they had the CDs when they would give you your packet. And he watched that CD probably 78 times.
Was it like highlight packages or like the games? Or like what was the?
No, it was like just this thing promoting the Junior Giants.
Oh yeah.
And so I have pictures of him, and he's like, "Yes, we're gonna do this." You know, it was so.
Yeah.
And he was just so excited, and it was just beautiful to see because, you know, a lot of times you don't get to be a part of something, you know, especially if you're on the spectrum.
Yeah,
and so it was. He just. He lit up. He went out on that field and he lit up, and he was a part of something, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah.
I just saw him grow a lot in that.
And also,
go ahead, yeah.
Oh yeah, and also, I remember like in one of the videos, I forgot exactly what it was called. It was something from the community fund on that disc, where it was where like they had like a clip. There was this part of the video where they had a clip of, you know, a kid, you know, swinging the bat, and you know, and then they had an actual player swing the bat, and then there was a player running the bases, and then like a clip of actual
blends
player.
into the kid doing it's like doing all the same stuff at the same points. Yeah,
and
that's cool.
And it was it was interesting because it kind of made me feel like not only am I, you know, a part of just, you know, a little league, like it's almost like we're actually. Kind of like the
it's like mirroring what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, like we're mirroring.
It's seeing somebody in yourself that you're like, I could be that by doing this. We're talking to Christian and Candy here from the Junior Giants. Before we let you guys go, I want to start with you, Christian. You came back. You're a junior coach. You've gone through this program. You obviously it's important to you because you're sitting here talking to us about it and wanting people to help with the KMBR and Giants Community Fund auction. If there's a kid out there listening now who is looking for what would you tell some kid who's not doing this that maybe needs something like this? What would you say?
I would say like if you're, you know, it doesn't really matter who you are. You can be, you know, on the spectrum or not. You know, no matter what kind of background you come from, you can find a home at Junior Giants, and you can learn baseball and also learn how to become an even better person. And you know, like what the character traits, you know, confidence, integrity, leadership, and teamwork.
Yeah.
Like it's about baseball on one hand, and on the other side of the coin, there's also a ton of stuff that will be very useful throughout life in general. So. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think it's been an awesome program. And then Candy, before we let you go, just a thought from a parent's side. Why is it important to have this program or programs like this in the community?
Well, I think for sure, whether you're on the spectrum or a person that maybe can't afford baseball, like there was no way I could afford it.
Yeah.
I would not have been able to put him in baseball. And so there's that aspect of giving every whatever part of life that you're in, you know, you give every child an opportunity. And I just kind of would like to ask, you know, even if you don't have kids, it's a great opportunity to go out and just love on kids, you know, just be a supportive person. And you don't have to know anything about baseball. You can just go and they will tell you everything you need to know. And you can change some lives. I mean, these kids there's a lot of kids out there that need someone to step up and give them some leadership and some encouragement and mentorship. And I just really think this is a great way to do it.
The KMBR and Giants Community Fund auction is live now through Sunday. You can bid on items and experiences that can help this very program right here that we're talking about, the Junior Giants. I want to say to you, because you're about to graduate high school, dude, and you've got obviously great interpersonal values and scope on the world based on this. One of my favorite quotes, it's a Jackie Robinson quote. It's on his epitaph. It says, "A life is not important except in the impact it has on other lives." So take that, dude, and continue to make good impacts, man. I appreciate you, Christian. Thank you so much. Candy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Really
Thank you for
appreciate you guys for coming by. You guys can support the Junior Giants at juniorgiants.com/GCF. You guys, I'll get out of the way. You guys can... We're going to get out of here in a minute. We got to do a little sign off. This is live producing here. You want to stay? You want to sit here while we do it? All right, dude. No worries. No, you hang. You got to hang here for like a minute and a half while we do an awkward sign off.
We got to tap dance around
just
here.
Hit the music again, dude, so it sounds more normal like we're getting out. Raph, come on, bro. Hit it, dude. Help us out, Raph. Thank you, dude.
Well, no, not that one.
All right, whatever. Dirty work, putting the show to bed on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop. Raph is back in the studio. Let's get a little note to self.
There we
Thank
go,
you.
Raph.
Put the show to bed, dude.
All right, real quick.
Raph, you got a note to self for us back at the studios?
Yeah, note to self. I just found out that RAF stands for Real Accurate Forecast, and props to Rockin' New Era in the chat coming up with that. So
I want to go by anything that Rocket New Era says.
Or Raph says. What do you got, Derek?
Note to self, earlier in the show, Copes referenced Paul Harvey, and I said, oh, that's the guy from Zodiac. No, I got the name wrong. It's Paul Avery. Got that very wrong.
Paul Harvey. Now you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, I know.
That's for our 85 and over crowd. All right, note to self.
Note to self.
Derek, you did a really good job with me on that interview with them.
Yeah, I know.
I really appreciate it.
I thought I'd leave it up to the professional
I really
there.
appreciate your assistance, dude.
You didn't need me.
That's going to do it.
Christian and Candy are the new co-hosts of the show.
That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday evening. We got Giants pregame coming up next. Thanks to our guest today, Kerry Crowley. Also, well, Christian and Candy, of course, the Junior Giants. And then we had one more guest. JT Snow, former Giants first baseman. Stop, dude, and manager of the Modesto Roadsters. Giants pregame coming up next. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You are listening to KMBR on KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Giants baseball starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.